surface, we're taking a deep, illuminating dive into the heart of The Magic Lamp, Goal Setting for People Who Hate Setting Goals by Keith Ellis. If our initial exploration piqued your curiosity, prepare to have your understanding of desire, motivation, and achievement profoundly transformed. We're going to dissect each chapter with even more precision, uncovering the subtle yet powerful principles that make this book a game changer for anyone who has struggled with conventional goal setting. Before we fully immerse ourselves in this transformative journey, please show your support for Vibe Audiobook by hitting that like button, sharing this episode with fellow dreamers and doers, and subscribing to our channel so you never miss out on our in-depth explorations. Your engagement helps us bring more insightful content to you. Now, let's turn up the volume on that inner magic and explore the magic lamp with even greater detail. Chapter 1. The Frustration of Unmet Desires. In this foundational chapter, Keith Ellis doesn't just acknowledge the frustration of unmet desires, he empathetically unpacks it, revealing the psychological underpinnings that lead so many to abandon their dreams. He speaks directly to the reader who has felt that familiar pang of disappointment after failing to stick to a New Year's resolution or a meticulously crafted 5-year plan. Ellis identifies several common culprits behind this widespread frustration. Firstly, the tyranny of the shoulds. Many of us set goals based on external expectations, what society, family, or even our past selves think we should achieve. These goals, lacking genuine internal resonance, feel like obligations rather than inspiring pursuits. They deplete our energy rather than ignite it. Think of the classic example of someone pursuing a prestigious career solely to please their parents rather than following their true passion. The motivation is external, fragile, and ultimately unsustainable. Secondly, he highlights the problem of overwhelm and rigidity. Traditional goal setting often involves breaking down large goals into numerous, often daunting subtasks and deadlines. While this can work for some personality types, for many it creates a sense of being trapped in a bureaucratic process. The sheer volume of steps can feel insurmountable, leading to paralysis by analysis. And if one step is missed or goes awry, the entire elaborate structure can feel like it's crumbling, leading to immediate demotivation. Ellis uses the metaphor of a stiff, unyielding tree branch that snaps in a storm, contrasting it with a flexible reed that bends and survives. Thirdly, there's the issue of negative self-talk and a cycle of failure. When we repeatedly set goals and fail to achieve them, our subconscious mind begins to internalize a narrative of inadequacy. I'm not good at this. I always give up. My dreams are too big for me. This self-reinforcing cycle makes each subsequent attempt at goal setting even harder, eroding self-confidence and increasing resistance. Ellis's profound insight here is that this frustration isn't a character flaw, it's a signal. It's a signal that our approach to desire and achievement is out of alignment with our innate human psychology. He gently posits that our true desires, when approached correctly, possess an inherent, powerful motivational force that doesn't require constant willpower or external prodding. He sets the stage for a new paradigm, promising a way to bypass these common frustrations by understanding and working with our inner landscape rather than against it. He assures us that the feeling of wanting more, that yearning for a better life, is not a burden, but a compass pointing us towards our authentic path. Chapter 2. The Lamp and the Genie, a New Metaphor for Desire. This chapter is the conceptual cornerstone of Ellis's philosophy, introducing his central metaphor with rich detail. The lamp is not merely a symbol of desire, but a representation of your core being, the authentic self where your deepest values, passions, and unique purpose reside. It's the place untouched by external noise, societal expectations, or past disappointments. It's the seat of your genuine inspiration, often obscured but never extinguished. Rubbing the lamp, then, becomes a metaphor for engaging in practices that help you reconnect with this core. It's not a magical gesture, but a deliberate act of introspection, self-awareness, and emotional connection. This rubbing involves quieting the external chatter, listening to your inner voice, and identifying what truly makes your spirit sing. It's about discernment, distinguishing between a fleeting whim, an obligation, and a profound, life-affirming desire. The genie in Ellis's framework is your subconscious mind, a vast, powerful, and often underestimated part of your mental apparatus. Unlike your conscious mind, which is analytical, logical, and often prone to doubt and fear, your subconscious is non-judgmental, creative, and endlessly resourceful. It tirelessly works in the background, processing information, making connections, and influencing your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors to bring those desires into reality. Ellis explains that the genie doesn't care about how things will happen. It just needs to know what you genuinely want. It doesn't question feasibility. It simply goes to work. This distinction is crucial because it frees us from the common trap of getting bogged down in the how before we've even clarified the what. The genie's power lies in its ability to influence intuition, attract synchronistic events, and unlock hidden resources within you that you didn't even know existed. This chapter is about shifting from a paradigm of forced effort to one of guided manifestation, recognizing that you possess an incredible internal support system ready to assist you. It cultivates an attitude of trust in an inner process, moving away from frantic, externally driven striving.
Chapter 3. Lighting the Lamp. Discovering Your True Desires. This chapter is a practical workshop in self-discovery, designed to help you bypass the conscious mind's filters of practicality and fear and truly tap into the wellspring of authentic desire. Ellis provides specific, actionable techniques that are gentle yet powerful, aiming to make this process enjoyable rather than daunting. One key technique he elaborates on is the unrestricted desire list. Unlike a typical goal list, this exercise encourages you to write down absolutely everything you could possibly want without any censorship. No idea is too big, too small, too silly, or too impossible. He suggests prompts like, if I had unlimited time and resources, what would I do? What experiences would bring me immense joy? What kind of person would I love to be? What impact would I love to make? The goal is to generate a comprehensive, unfiltered inventory of aspirations. This helps loosen the grip of limiting beliefs and allows the true desires to surface. Another powerful method is daydreaming with purpose. This isn't idle fantasy, it's a directed visualization exercise. Ellis guides you to vividly imagine your ideal life in granular detail. What does your perfect morning look like? What kind of work are you doing, and what does it feel like? What are your relationships like? What sensations are you experiencing? He encourages engaging all 5 senses in this visualization. What do you see, hear, smell, taste, and feel? The more vivid and emotionally engaging the mental picture, the more clearly you communicate to your genie. He also stresses the importance of identifying energy leaks. Often, our true desires are obscured by activities, relationships, or commitments that drain our energy and don't align with our values. By identifying and consciously reducing these leaks, we create more space and energy for our genuine desires to emerge and flourish. This might involve setting boundaries, delegating tasks, or letting go of obligations that no longer serve us. The core principle here is to move from what I should do to what I truly want. Ellis helps you distinguish between desires that are truly yours and those that are adopted from external sources. When you light your lamp with a genuine, heartfelt desire, it carries an intrinsic motivational charge that makes the journey feel less like work and more like an exciting adventure.
This chapter empowers you to reclaim your aspirations from the realm of duty and place them firmly in the realm of passion. Chapter 4. The Language of the Genie, Communicating Your Desires Clearly. This chapter bridges the gap between identifying a desire and effectively presenting it to your subconscious. The genie, your subconscious, doesn't process information in the same way your logical conscious mind does. It responds to imagery, emotion, and positive, clear declarations. He introduces the concept of well-formed desire statements. These are not vague hopes, but precise, positive, present-tense declarations that describe your desired outcome as if it has already happened. The crucial elements are positive framing, focus on what you do want, not what you don't want. Instead of, I don't want to be stressed at work, it's, I feel calm and effective in my professional life. Present tense, state it as if it's already true. This signals to your subconscious that it's a current reality to work towards rather than a future possibility. I am confident and articulate when I speak in public, instead of I will be confident. Specific and sensory-rich. The more detail and sensory input, the better. What does it feel like? What does it look like? I wake up feeling refreshed and energized every morning, ready to enthusiastically tackle my creative projects, is far more potent than I want to have more energy. Emotionally charged. Connect with the feeling of having achieved the desire. The emotional resonance is the fuel for the genie. When you truly feel the joy, peace, or excitement of your desire being fulfilled, you send a powerful signal. He also stresses the importance of belief. If your conscious mind holds strong limiting beliefs, like I'm not smart enough or that's impossible for me, these create static that can confuse the genie. He suggests gentle ways to challenge these beliefs, not by forceful denial, but by gradually introducing evidence to the contrary, or by simply suspending disbelief for the sake of the exercise. He emphasizes that consistent, emotionally charged desire statements, combined with vivid visualization, can gradually reprogram these limiting beliefs. This chapter underscores that clarity is kindness to your subconscious. By speaking the genie's language, you create an unambiguous blueprint for action, allowing your inner resources to be mobilized effectively. It's about becoming a master communicator with your most powerful internal ally. Chapter 5. Rubbing the Lamp, the Power of Consistent Attention. The magic lamp is not a one-and-done item. It requires consistent yet gentle rubbing to maintain its glow and keep the genie engaged. Ellis elaborates on how to integrate this practice into your daily life without it feeling like a chore. The essence here is intentional engagement rather than forced effort. He suggests a variety of practical, low-resistance ways to maintain consistent attention on your desires. Daily mini-visualizations, taking just a few minutes, perhaps upon waking or before sleep, to vividly imagine your desires fulfilled. This isn't about lengthy meditation, but short, impactful bursts of imagery and feeling. Reviewing your desire statements. Keeping your desire statements somewhere easily accessible, on your phone, a small card, a journal, and reviewing them regularly. This acts as a gentle reminder and reinforces your intentions. Creating a vision board in Ellis's style. Not just a collection of pretty pictures, but a thoughtfully curated visual representation of your desires, imbued with personal meaning and emotional resonance. It serves as a visual prompt for your subconscious. Affirmations with feeling. Not just reciting words, but speaking or thinking your desire statements with genuine emotion, feeling the truth of them in your body. Ellis contrasts this consistent attention with obsessive focus. Obsession can lead to anxiety and a feeling of desperation, which actually repels rather than attracts. Instead, he advocates for a relaxed, confident engagement, akin to a gardener tending to their plants, providing nourishment and care, then trusting the natural growth process. This chapter also addresses the common pitfall of losing momentum. When life gets busy or distractions arise, it's easy to forget about our desires. Consistent attention acts as an anchor, gently pulling us back to what truly matters. It's about creating a powerful feedback loop where your focused attention fuels your desire, and your desire, in turn, fuels your motivation to maintain that attention. It transforms the act of remembering your desires into a mental effort, into a natural, almost magnetic pull. Chapter 6, The Genie's Work, Trusting the Process and Recognizing Opportunities. This is where Ellis provides immense relief for those burdened by the need to control every detail. Once your desires are clearly communicated and consistently nurtured, the genie, your subconscious, takes over much of the heavy lifting. This doesn't mean passive waiting, but rather cultivating a profound sense of trust and heightened awareness. Ellis explains that the genie works in myriad ways that often bypass our conscious understanding. Influencing intuition. You might suddenly have a gut feeling to call someone, attend an event, or research a particular topic. These are often the genie's nudges, guiding you towards aligned opportunities. Attracting synchronicity. Seemingly coincidental events, running into the right person, stumbling upon a crucial piece of information, receiving an unexpected offer, are often manifestations of the genie at work, orchestrating circumstances in your favor. Shifting perception. Your subconscious starts filtering information differently. You might suddenly notice resources, possibilities, or solutions that were always there but invisible to your previous mindset. Unlocking creativity. The genie can inspire new ideas, innovative solutions, and novel approaches to challenges you might face. The key skill developed in this chapter is responsible responsiveness. You're not meant to sit back and do nothing. You're meant to be exquisitely aware and ready to act when an opportunity that feels right presents itself. Ellis encourages recording these synchronicities and intuitive hits, as this builds evidence and strengthens your belief in the genie's power. He contrasts this with forcing outcomes. Trying to manipulate every detail, push against resistance, or micromanage the how can actually block the genie's subtle work. It's about letting go of the need for the path to look a certain way and trusting that the most efficient and often most joyful path will reveal itself. This chapter is a masterclass in surrendering control while remaining actively engaged, fostering a dynamic partnership with your inner wisdom. Chapter 7, Taking Inspired Action. When to Move and When to Pause. This chapter clarifies the crucial role of action within the magic lamp framework, distinguishing it sharply from traditional, often grueling, goal-oriented tasks. Ellis emphasizes inspired action, steps that feel light, natural, and genuinely exciting, rather than forced or begrudging. How do you recognize inspired action? Emotional resonance. It sparks a feeling of excitement, curiosity, or a sense of rightness. It feels like a pull, not a push. Low resistance. The action doesn't feel like a huge effort or a battle against yourself. There's an ease to it. Clarity. The next step is often surprisingly clear, almost as if it's been laid out for you. Intuitive guidance. It might arise from a sudden idea, a persistent thought, or a hunch. Ellis cautions against action for action's sake, or taking steps born out of anxiety and fear. I must do something. Such actions are often ineffective, draining, and can lead to burnout. He encourages moments of pause and reflection to discern whether an action is truly inspired or simply a reaction to perceived urgency. He also introduces the concept of tiny steps. Inspired action doesn't always mean grand gestures. Often, it's a series of small, manageable steps that gradually build momentum. Sending an email, making a phone call, researching a topic for 15 minutes, trying a new approach, these can all be inspired actions. The cumulative effect of these small, aligned movements is far more powerful than sporadic, forced sprints. This chapter teaches us to trust our inner guidance system as much as our logic. It empowers us to move forward with confidence and joy, knowing that each step is aligned with our deepest desires, rather than feeling like a struggle against an invisible force. It's about becoming a skilled dancer with life, responding gracefully to the music of opportunity and intuition. Chapter 8: Overcoming Obstacles, Relighting the Lamp, and Adjusting Course. Obstacles are an inevitable part of any journey, and for those who hate setting goals, they can often be the point of complete derailment. This chapter provides a compassionate and practical approach to navigating challenges, reframing them not as failures, but as valuable feedback. Ellis encourages a shift in perspective. An obstacle isn't a sign that your desires are impossible. It's a signal to pause, reevaluate, and potentially adjust your course. His primary advice when encountering a setback is to relight your lamp. This means reconnecting with your desire. Is the desire still strong and authentic? Has it evolved? Sometimes an obstacle reveals that what we thought we wanted wasn't actually our deepest desire, or that a slightly different path would serve us better. Re-clarifying your desire statement. Has clarity become muddled? Revisit your desire statement. Make it vivid and emotionally resonant again. Addressing limiting beliefs. Obstacles often trigger old fears or self-doubts. This is an opportunity to consciously acknowledge and gently challenge those limiting beliefs, reminding yourself of your power and the genie's support. He emphasizes flexibility over rigidity. Unlike a strict goal plan where deviations are seen as failures, the magic lamp approach embraces adaptability. If one path is blocked, the genie will often reveal an alternative. This might mean exploring a different strategy, seeking new resources, or even slightly modifying the manifestation of the desire itself while keeping the core desire intact. This chapter also introduces the concept of learning from failed attempts. Instead of shame or self-recrimination, Ellis encourages an attitude of curiosity. What can I learn from this? What insight does this obstacle offer? Every challenge holds a lesson that can refine your approach and strengthen your resolve. It's about becoming a skilled dancer with life, responding gracefully to the music of opportunity and intuition. Chapter 9: Living a Desired Life Beyond the Outcome. The culmination of the magic lamp is not merely the achievement of a specific list of desires, but the cultivation of a life lived in continuous alignment with your authentic self. This chapter shifts the focus from individual manifestations to the overarching quality of your existence. Ellis posits that the process of lighting the lamp, communicating with the genie, and taking inspired action is not a temporary technique, but a way of living. It's a continuous, joyful cycle of discovery, constantly tapping into new desires as you grow and evolve, clarification, articulating these desires with precision and emotion, attention, nurturing them with consistent, relaxed focus, trust, believing in your inner genie's power and ability to guide you, inspired action, responding to intuitive nudges and opportunities. He highlights that fulfillment is found in the journey, not just the destination. The joy isn't just in having your wish granted, but in the profound sense of purpose, flow, and inner peace that comes from living in alignment with your true self. The magic becomes a state of being where life feels less like a struggle and more like a co-creative dance with the universe. This chapter encourages you to embrace an attitude of gratitude and celebration, acknowledging every small manifestation and every step of progress. This positive reinforcement further energizes your lamp and strengthens your connection with the genie. Ultimately, Ellis's message is that you are not just a recipient of wishes, but an active participant in shaping a life that truly reflects your deepest, most authentic desires. It's about empowering you to become the architect of your own joy, purpose, and legacy. And that, my friends, is a much deeper dive into the transformative principles of the magic lamp, Goal Setting for People Who Hate Setting Goals by Keith Ellis. This profound yet accessible guide offers a liberation from the pressures of conventional goal setting, inviting you to embrace a more intuitive, joyful, and deeply effective path to manifesting your dreams. This book truly is a lamp for the soul, showing you how to illuminate your deepest desires and trust the inner wisdom that guides you. You have within you an incredible power waiting to be unleashed through clarity, consistent attention, and inspired action. Now go forth, rub your lamp, communicate with your genie, and create the extraordinary life you were meant to live. If this in-depth summary has resonated with you, please make sure to hit that like button, share this episode with anyone who could benefit from its wisdom, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you don't miss our next illuminating journey. Your support fuels our mission. Thank you for joining us, and until our next adventure, may your lamp always shine brightly.
Hello again, financial adventurers. Welcome back to Vibe Audiobook, and thank you for joining us for an even deeper dive into the revolutionary wisdom of Scott Pape's The Barefoot Investor. Last time, we scratched the surface, but today, we're peeling back the layers, exploring the nuances, and uncovering even more practical insights that will empower you to seize control of your financial destiny. If you're ready to transform your relationship with money and build a life of genuine freedom, you're in the right place. Before we jump back into the goldmine of Scott's advice, a quick reminder: if you're loving this deep dive and want more content that genuinely changes your life, please take a moment to hit that like button, share this episode with friends or family who could use a financial uplift, and of course, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook. Your support helps us bring more incredible insights to you. Now, let's pick up where we left off, taking an even closer look at the simple yet profoundly powerful strategies from The Barefoot Investor. Introduction: Your first step towards financial freedom. Expanded. Imagine a life where financial worry is a distant memory. A life where every payday doesn't feel like a scramble to cover bills, but rather a seamless distribution of funds towards your goals and dreams. This isn't some far-fetched fantasy. It's the achievable reality Scott Pape lays out in The Barefoot Investor. This isn't just a book about money. It's a manifesto for a simpler, richer life, free from the shackles of debt and financial anxiety. Scott's genius lies in his ability to strip away the intimidating complexity of finance and present it as an accessible, almost effortless system. He speaks to you like a trusted mate, cutting through the jargon and delivering advice that's not just practical, but genuinely empowering. He understands that money often carries emotional weight, fear, stress, even shame. His approach is designed to eliminate these negative associations, replacing them with clarity, control, and calm confidence. The core of his philosophy rests on three deceptively simple pillars: date night, mojo, and super. These aren't just quirky names. They are the bedrock principles that, when consistently applied, will fundamentally alter your financial trajectory. He encourages a barefoot approach, stripping away the unnecessary, the complicated, the high-fee products pushed by financial institutions, and getting back to the fundamental, proven strategies that genuinely build wealth. This book is a lifeline for anyone feeling lost in the financial wilderness, offering a beacon of hope and a step-by-step path to solid ground. It's about building a robust financial engine that runs smoothly in the background, allowing you to focus on what truly brings joy and meaning to your life.
So, let's peel back the layers and discover the transformative power within these pages. Part 1. The Barefoot Foundations. Getting Your Financial House in Order. Expanded. Chapter 1. Set up your barefoot date night. Expanded. This foundational step often gets overlooked, but Scott Pape insists it's non-negotiable for true financial peace, especially for couples. He understands that money is the leading cause of arguments in relationships. His solution? Transform the stressful, ad hoc financial chat into a regular, positive, and even enjoyable ritual, the date night. Imagine this. It's Thursday evening. The kids are asleep, or you've made arrangements. You dim the lights, put on some chill music, perhaps open a bottle of your favorite beverage and order some takeout. Instead of dreading the conversation, you're looking forward to it. You pull up your bank statements, not with fear, but with a sense of shared purpose. This isn't a blame game, it's a team huddle. During this 60-minute session, you're not just looking at numbers, you're connecting. You're reviewing your barefoot buckets, celebrating small wins, maybe you hit a new mojo milestone or paid off another chunk of debt. You're discussing upcoming expenses, like a friend's wedding or a home repair, and proactively allocating funds. This proactive approach eliminates financial surprises and fosters incredible trust and transparency between partners. For singles, your date night becomes a powerful self-accountability session. It's your time to reflect, congratulate yourself, and adjust your plan without external pressure. The regularity of this ritual is key. It creates a rhythm, a habit that keeps your financial compass calibrated and ensures you're always moving towards your shared or individual goals. It's about making money management a source of connection and empowerment, not conflict and stress. Chapter 2. Automation is your best friend. The Barefoot Buckets Strategy. Expanded. This is where Scott's genius for simplifying complex processes truly shines. The Barefoot Buckets system is a masterclass in behavioral finance designed to remove willpower from the equation and let automation do the heavy lifting. Instead of constantly thinking about where your money should go, you set it up once and your income automatically flows to its designated purpose. Let's break down the mechanics and rationale behind each bucket. Smiling money, daily expenses, the 60% bucket. This is your everyday operational account. When your pay comes in, 60% of it is automatically transferred here. This covers your rent or mortgage payments, utility bills, groceries, transport, and other regular, predictable expenses. The idea is that if you can live comfortably on 60% of your take-home pay, you have significant room for growth in your other buckets. If 60% feels tight, Scott offers strategies to reduce your nut, from negotiating bills to cutting unnecessary subscriptions. This account is your budget in action, ensuring your daily life is covered without overspending. Mojo account, emergency fund, 10 to 20% bucket. This is your golden ticket to peace of mind. Scott recommends allocating 10 to 20% of your income here until you reach your target of 3 to 6 months worth of living expenses. This money is not for holidays or new clothes. It is strictly for emergencies. Think job loss, unexpected medical bills, car breakdowns, or a sudden home repair. Scott emphasizes putting this money into a separate, high-interest savings account with a different bank, making it slightly inconvenient to access for impulse buys, but readily available for genuine crises. The psychological impact of a fully funded Mojo account is profound. It allows you to sleep soundly, knowing you're prepared for almost anything life throws at you. It prevents the cycle of debt when unexpected events occur. Splurge account, fun stuff, 10% bucket. This is your reward bucket, your guilt-free spending fund. Scott acknowledges that deprivation leads to financial burnout, so 10% of your income automatically flows here for things that bring you joy, a weekend getaway, concert tickets, a new gadget, fancy dinners. The key is that once the money is in this account, you can spend it with a shred of guilt. Why? Because all your essentials, your emergency fund, and your long-term wealth are already taken care of. This bucket makes the Barefoot Plan sustainable and enjoyable, proving that you can manage your money wisely and live a little. Grow account, long-term wealth, 10% bucket. This is your future wealth-building engine. 10% of your income is automatically directed here, ready to be invested. This money will be used for your long-term investments, primarily in diversified, low-cost index funds or ETFs. This is where your money starts working for you, leveraging the power of compounding to build substantial wealth over decades. It's the engine of your financial independence, slowly but surely accumulating assets that will fund your future dreams. Fire extinguisher, debt reduction, variable bucket. This is the most dynamic bucket. If you have any consumer debt, credit cards, personal loans, car loans, beyond your mortgage, all the money that would otherwise go into your Mojo, Splurge, and Grow accounts, sometimes even more if you're really aggressive, is redirected here. This is your laser-focused attack on debt. Once the debt is extinguished, these funds are then redistributed back into your Mojo, Splurge, and Grow accounts, accelerating your path to financial freedom. The brilliance of this automated system is that it's set and forget. You design your system once, linking your income directly to these accounts, and the money automatically flows where it needs to go. This eliminates decision fatigue, reduces the likelihood of impulse spending, and ensures your financial goals are being met consistently without you having to constantly think about it. It's a powerful testament to the idea that systems, not willpower, drive success. Chapter 3. Get off the debt treadmill, your fire extinguisher, expanded. Debt is a major obstacle to financial freedom, and Scott Pape's fire extinguisher strategy is a direct, aggressive assault on it. He makes it clear you cannot truly build wealth effectively while simultaneously paying exorbitant interest on consumer debt. It's like trying to fill a bucket with a hole in the bottom. His first crucial piece of advice is to cut up your credit cards, not just hide them, but physically destroy them. He argues that credit cards are designed to keep you in debt, with their attractive point systems often masking crippling interest rates. He encourages you to call your credit card company, negotiate a lower interest rate, and then make a plan to pay it off, preferably by transferring it to a 0% balance transfer card, if you're disciplined enough to pay it off before the introductory period ends. The core of the fire extinguisher strategy is the debt snowball. Here's how it works. List all your debts, excluding your mortgage for now, from smallest balance to largest, regardless of interest rate. Pay the minimum on all debts except the smallest. Throw every extra cent you have at the smallest debt. This means reallocating funds from your Mojo, Splurge, and Grow buckets temporarily. Every spare dollar goes towards that smallest debt. Once the smallest debt is paid off, celebrate. This is a huge psychological win. Then take the money you were paying on that first debt and add it to the minimum payment of your next smallest debt. This creates a snowball effect as the amount you're paying towards each subsequent debt grows larger and larger, accelerating your repayment. Scott also urges you to avoid buy now, pay later schemes like Afterpay or Zip Pay. While they seem convenient, they often lead to overspending and can quickly spiral into unmanageable debt, eroding your financial discipline. The goal is to eliminate all non-mortgage debt so that every dollar you earn can then be channeled towards building your mojo and long-term wealth. This phase requires discipline and focus, but the freedom and mental clarity you gain by being debt-free are immeasurable.
Part 2. The Barefoot Path, Building Wealth and Security, expanded. Chapter 4. Build Your Mojo, Your Financial Safety Net, expanded. Your Mojo account is more than just a savings account. It's your personal fortress against financial stress. Scott emphasizes that this isn't merely about having cash, it's about the profound psychological impact of knowing you have a significant financial buffer. Imagine this: your car breaks down, your washing machine dies, or heaven forbid, you lose your job.
Instead of panicking, reaching for a credit card, or frantically borrowing, you simply transfer funds from your Mojo account. Crisis averted, without derailing your entire financial plan. Scott's target for your Mojo is 3 to 6 months' worth of your essential living expenses. This isn't just a random number, it's a strategically chosen amount that allows you ample time to recover from most financial shocks without descending into debt. He advises setting up this account at a different bank from your everyday spending accounts. Why? To create a slight barrier to impulse spending. It's easily accessible when truly needed, but not so convenient that you dip into it for a new pair of shoes. He also suggests looking for high-interest savings accounts, so your Mojo is gently growing even while it sits there waiting. This account is sacred. It's not for a holiday, not for a new TV, and certainly not for an investment opportunity, unless it's a truly dire emergency. It's your ultimate safety net, your financial superpower. The peace of mind that comes with a fully funded Mojo cannot be overstated. It empowers you to make decisions from a position of strength rather than fear, and is a non-negotiable step on the path to true financial independence. Chapter 5. Supercharge your superannuation, retirement fund, expanded. For many, superannuation, or 401k or retirement fund in other regions, is an abstract concept, a distant part of money they barely think about. Scott Pape ignites a fire under this often neglected asset, revealing its immense potential to create lasting wealth. He challenges the common complacency, urging you to take active control of this crucial long-term investment. His first piece of advice: consolidate your super accounts. It's incredibly common for people to have multiple super accounts from different employers over their working life. Each account often comes with its own set of fees and potentially suboptimal investment choices. By consolidating into one account, you immediately reduce fees and simplify management. Next, and perhaps most critically, is the choice of your investment option. Many default super funds are conservative, charge higher fees, and deliver mediocre returns. Scott passionately advocates for switching your super to a low-fee, diversified index fund, often called growth or high-growth options within super funds. He specifically recommends funds that primarily invest in a mix of Australian and international shares, stocks. The reason is simple. Over the long term, 20, 30, 40-plus years, growth assets like shares have historically outperformed conservative options like cash or bonds. Even a seemingly small difference in fees or returns can amount to hundreds of thousands of dollars over decades due to the magic of compounding interest. He also discusses salary sacrificing, if available in your country or system. This is where you arrange with your employer to contribute a portion of your pre-tax salary directly into your super fund. This can be a tax-efficient way to boost your retirement savings, as these contributions are often taxed at a lower rate than your marginal income tax rate. Scott makes a compelling case that your super is likely to be one of your largest assets by the time you retire, potentially even surpassing the value of your home. By taking a few hours to actively choose a low-fee, high-growth investment option and consolidating accounts, you can profoundly impact your financial security in retirement. Don't let inertia rob you of a comfortable future. Chapter 6. Invest like a barefoot billionaire. Simple, low-cost investing. Expanded. This chapter is a breath of fresh air for anyone intimidated by the stock market. Scott Pape distills the complexities of investing into a simple, incredibly effective strategy. Invest like a barefoot billionaire. His core message is that you don't need to be a Wall Street whiz or pick individual stocks to build substantial wealth. In fact, trying to do so often leads to worse returns due to high fees, emotional decisions, and speculative bets. Scott's strategy is rooted in Nobel Prize-winning economics and proven historical data. Be the market, don't try to beat it.
Instead of trying to guess which individual companies will perform well, invest in broad market index funds. These funds, often structured as equity-traded funds or ETFs, hold hundreds or even thousands of companies, effectively giving you a tiny slice of the entire stock market. This provides instant diversification, spreading your risk across many different industries and geographies. Low fees are paramount. High management fees are a silent killer of investment returns. Scott champions ultra-low-cost index funds. Even a 1% difference in fees can cost you tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars over a few decades due to the corrosive effect of compounding interest. Automate, automate, automate. Just like your barefoot buckets, automate your investments. Set up a regular direct debit from your Grow account to your chosen index fund broker. This removes emotion from investing. You'll be buying units regularly, regardless of whether the market is up or down. This strategy, known as dollar-cost averaging, you buy more units when prices are low and fewer when prices are high, smoothing out your returns over time. Embrace the long-term view. Investing in the share market is a marathon, not a sprint. There will be market downturns, corrections, or even crashes. Scott advises you to ignore the noise, resist the urge to sell, and keep consistently investing. Historically, diversified share markets have recovered from every downturn and continued to grow over the long run. Patience and consistency are your greatest allies. Simple portfolio structure. Scott often recommends a very simple portfolio, perhaps one diversified Australian index fund and one diversified international index fund. This provides robust exposure to global economic growth without any need for complex rebalancing or active management. By following this set-and-forget approach, you leverage the power of global capitalism and compounding, allowing your money to work hard for you with minimal effort and stress. You're building wealth efficiently and effectively, truly investing like a barefoot billionaire.
Part 3. The Barefoot Freedom. Living Your Best Life. Expanded. Chapter 7. Buy Your Home the Barefoot Way. Expanded. Homeownership is a significant aspiration for many, and Scott Pape guides you through the process with a focus on smart strategy over emotional decision-making. He wants you to own your home, not be owned by your home. Save a mighty deposit. This is critical. Scott advises aiming for a minimum of a 20% deposit to avoid lender's mortgage insurance, LMI, a costly fee that protects the lender, not you. A larger deposit also means you borrow less, which translates to lower repayments and significantly less interest paid over the life of the loan. Saving a large deposit demonstrates financial discipline and puts you in a stronger negotiating position. Understand your mortgage structure, the power of the offset account. This is a game changer. An offset account is a savings account linked directly to your home loan. The balance in your offset account is deducted from your loan principal for interest calculation purposes. So if you have a $500,000 mortgage and $50,000 in your offset account, you only pay interest on $450,000. Scott suggests keeping your mojo, splurge, and even your daily smiling money in an offset account. This means all your available cash is working to reduce your mortgage interest without being locked away. It's a hugely efficient way to manage your cash flow and shave years and thousands of dollars off your mortgage. Blitz your mortgage. Once you're in your home, Scott's fire extinguisher mentality kicks in again. Treat your mortgage as another debt to be aggressively paid down. Every extra dollar you can afford to put towards your principal, whether it's through increased regular payments or lump sum contributions, makes a massive difference over the long run. He shows examples of how even an extra $100 a month can save you tens of thousands and cut years off your loan. The goal is to become mortgage-free as quickly as possible, freeing up a huge chunk of your income for even greater wealth building or simply enjoying life. Don't overcommit.
This is a crucial warning. Banks will often lend you more than you can comfortably afford. Scott urges caution, advising you to buy a home that allows you to maintain your barefoot bucket strategy, including saving for your mojo, splurge, and grow accounts. Don't become house poor, where all your income goes to your mortgage, leaving you stressed and unable to enjoy life. He encourages looking at property as a roof over your head and a long-term asset, but not necessarily your sole investment vehicle. Buying a home the barefoot way means making informed, strategic decisions that enhance your financial freedom rather than creating a lifelong burden. Chapter 8. Protecting Your Future, Insurance and Wills, expanded. While not the most exciting topic, this chapter is arguably one of the most vital. Scott Pape underscores the absolute necessity of having adequate protection in place. Life is unpredictable, and neglecting insurance or estate planning can leave your loved ones in a devastating financial mess during an already difficult time. Income protection insurance, your most important policy. Scott argues that for most working individuals, income protection is more critical than life insurance. Why? Because you are far more likely to become temporarily or permanently unable to work due to illness or injury than you are to die prematurely. Income protection replaces a significant portion of your income if you can't work, ensuring you can still pay your bills, maintain your lifestyle, and avoid dipping into your mojo or going into debt. He advises reviewing different policies and ensuring you have suitable cover that matches your income and waiting period preferences. Life insurance. While income protection is for you, life insurance is for your loved ones. If you have dependents, a partner, children, or anyone who relies on your income, life insurance provides a lump sum payment to them upon your death. This can be used to pay off debts, cover living expenses, or provide an inheritance. Scott advises reviewing what you might already have through your superannuation and topping it up if necessary. Total and permanent disability insurance. This pays a lump sum if you become totally and permanently disabled and can no longer work. It can help you adapt your home, cover medical costs, or provide ongoing financial support. Again, check what you have through Super and compare. Review your superannuation insurance. Many super funds automatically provide basic levels of life and TPD insurance. Scott urges you to actively review these policies. Are they sufficient? Are the fees competitive? Do they align with your needs? You might find you're paying for multiple policies across different funds, or that the default cover is inadequate. Get a legally binding will. This is the ultimate gift you can leave your loved ones. A will ensures that your assets are distributed exactly as you wish, avoiding potential disputes and lengthy legal processes during a time of grief. Scott stresses that it's not just for the wealthy, everyone needs one. It's also crucial to appoint guardians for any minor children. While it's uncomfortable to contemplate, having a will provides immense peace of mind. Scott's message is clear. Don't gamble with your family's future. Proactively setting up these protections is a responsible and loving act that safeguards against unforeseen tragedies. Chapter 9. Teach your kids about money, expanded. Financial literacy is a life skill that is rarely taught effectively in schools. Scott Pape empowers parents to instill robust money habits in their children from a young age, turning abstract concepts into tangible, hands-on lessons. His famous 3-jar system is elegantly simple and incredibly effective. Spend jar. This is for immediate gratification. A portion of their pocket money goes here for toys, treats, or anything they want right now. This teaches them the concept of budgeting for short-term desires. Save jar. This is for delayed gratification. Money here is for bigger goals, a new bike, a video game console, or a special holiday. This teaches patience, goal setting, and the reward of waiting for something truly desired. Scott suggests offering to match their savings at a small percentage, demonstrating the power of interest or investment returns in a real-world way. Give jar. This is perhaps the most powerful lesson. A portion of their money goes here for charity. Kids choose a cause they care about: animal welfare, homelessness, environmental protection, and donate to it. This teaches empathy, generosity, and the joy of contributing to something larger than themselves. It fosters a sense of responsibility and shows them that money can be used for good. Beyond the jars, Scott encourages parents to involve their children in age-appropriate family financial discussions during date nights. Let them see you budgeting, discussing goals, and making financial decisions. Leading by example is the most potent form of education. These early lessons in earning, saving, spending wisely, and giving back lay an invaluable foundation for a lifetime of financial health and responsible citizenship.
And there you have it, dedicated listeners of Vibe Audiobook, an even more in-depth exploration of Scott Pape's groundbreaking book, The Barefoot Investor. We've peeled back the layers on the vital date night, dissected the elegant simplicity of the automated barefoot buckets, sharpened our fire extinguisher to obliterate debt, nurtured our mojo for unwavering peace of mind, and learned how to supercharge our super and invest like a barefoot billionaire with effortless efficiency. We've also gained deeper insights into acquiring a home wisely, fortifying our future with essential insurance and wills, and passing on invaluable financial wisdom to the next generation. Scott Pape has provided us with more than just financial advice. He's gifted us a blueprint for a life of intentionality, security, and genuine joy. His message is clear: financial freedom is within reach for everyone, regardless of their starting point. It requires commitment, consistency, and a willingness to embrace simplicity over complexity. Remember, this isn't about perfection, it's about progress. Start small, implement one strategy, then another. Set up your first barefoot bucket, schedule your date night, or consolidate your super. Each step you take is a powerful stride towards a more confident, stress-free, and abundant future. So, as you step forward, liberated and empowered, let us know, what's the first specific action you're going to take from this expanded guide to truly kickstart your barefoot journey? Share your commitments in the comments. We'd love to hear them. Thank you, as always, for joining us here at Vibe Audiobook. If this detailed deep dive has resonated with you, if it's ignited a spark of financial confidence, please make sure to hit that like button, share this episode far and wide, and subscribe to our channel so you never miss out on content designed to elevate your life. Until our next session, keep vibing, keep learning, and keep building your incredible future. Welcome back, Vibe Audiobook listeners. Ready to go even deeper on your journey to peak performance and unwavering success? Today, we're not just scratching the surface, we're excavating the rich soil of wisdom found within Zig Ziglar and Tom Ziglar's monumental work, Born to Win, Find Your Success. This isn't just an exploration, it's an immersion into the very principles that govern achievement, fulfillment, and lasting happiness. If you've ever yearned for a clearer path, a stronger sense of purpose, or simply the courage to chase those seemingly impossible dreams, then settle in, because this extended dive is specifically for you. This book truly is more than ink on paper. It's a mentorship in print, a distillation of decades of wisdom from one of the greatest motivational speakers of all time, meticulously updated and enriched by his equally insightful son, Tom. Together, they offer not just inspiration, but a pragmatic, step-by-step methodology to transform aspiration into reality. Before we embark on this even deeper exploration, a quick but heartfelt reminder: if these words resonate with you, if they spark a new idea or rekindle an old flame of ambition, please honor that feeling.
Hit that like button. Share this extended summary with anyone you believe could benefit from its profound insights, and, crucially, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook. Your engagement is the fuel that allows us to continue bringing these transformative audio experiences to life, helping us to build a community of growth and success. Now, let's turn the page and unlock the comprehensive wisdom of Born to Win. Chapter 1. The Power of a Positive Self-Image, Extended. This foundational chapter is where Ziegler begins to dismantle one of the most significant barriers to success, a negative or limiting self-image. He doesn't just theorize, he demonstrates, through compelling anecdotes and relatable examples, how our internal narrative dictates our external reality. Imagine a high-performance athlete. Their physical prowess is undeniable, but it's their unwavering belief in their ability to win, even when trailing, that often separates them from the rest. This isn't arrogance, it's self-efficacy, a deeply ingrained belief in one's capacity to execute tasks necessary to achieve specific goals. Ziegler would often illustrate this with stories from his own sales career. He'd talk about a time he felt discouraged, allowing self-doubt to creep in, and how his sales plummeted. Conversely, when he consciously focused on his strengths, on the value he brought to customers, and on his inherent capability, his results soared. The book challenges us to become architects of our self-perception. It's about replacing the destructive whispers of "I can't" with the empowering declarations of "I can." Actionable insights from this chapter. Self-talk audit. Pay attention to your internal dialogue. For 1 week, simply observe the quality of your self-talk. Is it critical, dismissive, or encouraging? Affirmation practice. Develop positive affirmations that are specific to your goals and perceived weaknesses. Instead of "I'm not good at public speaking," try "I am a confident and clear communicator, and I connect easily with my audience." Repeat these daily, especially when facing related challenges. I am statements. Create a list of I am statements that reflect the person you aspire to be. I am resilient. I am creative. I am capable of learning new things. Read them aloud every morning. Focus on strengths. Make a conscious effort to acknowledge your successes, big or small. Keep a win journal where you jot down everything you accomplish, however minor it seems. This builds a powerful evidence base for your capabilities. Visualize success. Before undertaking a task, visualize yourself successfully completing it, experiencing the positive emotions associated with that achievement. This mental rehearsal can significantly boost confidence. Control your inputs. Be mindful of the media you consume, the people you spend time with, and the information you allow into your mind. Negative inputs can erode a positive self-image, while positive inputs reinforce it. Ziegler makes it clear, your self-image isn't fixed, it's malleable, a muscle you can train and strengthen. By consciously feeding it with positivity and belief, you create an internal environment where success isn't just possible, it's inevitable. Chapter 2. The Importance of Goals. Aim before you shoot. Extended. This chapter isn't just about setting goals, it's about understanding them as the very GPS of your ambition. Without clearly defined goals, Ziegler argues, we are like a ship without a rudder, drifting aimlessly at sea, susceptible to every current and storm. The energy and effort you expend without a target are largely wasted. This is where the profound difference between wishing and goal setting becomes brilliantly clear. Born to Win delves deeply into the mechanics of effective goal setting, moving beyond platitudes to provide a robust framework. The SMART acronym, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, is a cornerstone, but Ziegler expands on its nuances. Elaborating on SMART goals. Specific, not "I want to be rich," but "I want to earn $100,000 net profit from my business in the next fiscal year." The more specific, the clearer the path. Measurable.
How will you know when you've reached it? Numbers, dates, observable outcomes. This provides concrete evidence of progress and achievement. Achievable. While stretching yourself is good, goals should be within the realm of possibility. This doesn't mean easy, but rather that with effort and a plan, it can be done. Unrealistic goals lead to demotivation. Relevant. Why is this goal important to you? Does it align with your values, your long-term vision, and your personal mission? If it's not relevant, your motivation will wane. Time-bound. Every goal needs a deadline. This creates urgency and forces you to plan backwards. Without a deadline, a goal is just a dream. The book also emphasizes the crucial step of writing down your goals. There's a psychological power in committing your intentions to paper. It transforms a fleeting thought into a concrete objective. Furthermore, Ziegler encourages us to visualize our goals, to feel the emotions of achieving them even before they manifest. This mental rehearsal reinforces belief and keeps the why at the forefront of our minds. Actionable insights from this chapter. Goal articulation session. Dedicate a specific block of time to brainstorm all your desires and aspirations. Then categorize them: personal, professional, financial, health, relationships. SMART your top 3. Choose your top 3 goals from each category and apply the SMART criteria to them. Refine them until they are crystal clear. Write them down and review. Get a dedicated notebook or use a digital tool. Write your goals down clearly. Review them daily or at least weekly. This keeps them active in your subconscious. Break down into steps. For each major goal, identify the smaller, actionable steps required to achieve it. This makes large goals seem less daunting and provides a clear roadmap. Identify your why. For each goal, write down 3 to 5 compelling reasons why you want to achieve it. These are your motivators, your fuel when the journey gets tough. Accountability partner. Share your goals with a trusted friend, mentor, or coach. External accountability can be a powerful motivator. Ziegler makes it profoundly clear: you can't hit a target you don't have. Goals give your life direction, purpose, and a tangible metric for progress, transforming your potential into undeniable achievement. Chapter 3. Developing a Winning Attitude. Extended. If self-image is the foundation, then attitude is the engine that drives your entire life. This chapter illuminates how our perspective on events, people, and circumstances profoundly shapes our reality. It's not the event itself, Ziegler reminds us, but our response to the event that truly matters. 2 individuals can face the exact same challenge, a job loss, a business setback, a personal disappointment, and emerge with wildly different outcomes, purely based on their attitude. Born to Win makes a compelling case that attitude is a choice, a conscious decision we make every moment of every day. It's not about being naively optimistic in the face of hardship, but about choosing resilience, seeking lessons, and maintaining hope. Ziegler often used the analogy of a thermostat. Your attitude sets the emotional temperature of your life. If your thermostat is set to negative, every external event will be interpreted through that lens. If it's set to positive, you'll seek out opportunities, solutions, and silver linings. The book might feature stories of individuals who, despite unimaginable adversity, perhaps a physical disability, a devastating loss, or systemic discrimination, chose an attitude of perseverance and triumph. These aren't just inspirational tales, they are practical demonstrations of the human spirit's power when fueled by a winning attitude. Actionable insights from this chapter. Attitude check-in. Throughout your day, pause and ask yourself, what is my current attitude towards this situation, person, or task? Consciously shift it if it's negative. Gratitude practice. Start and end your day by listing things you are genuinely grateful for.
Gratitude is a powerful antidote to negativity and helps cultivate an appreciative mindset. Positive inputs. Actively seek out positive influences. Read uplifting books, listen to motivational podcasts, watch inspiring documentaries. Just as you protect your physical health, protect your mental environment. Limit negative exposure. Be mindful of exposure to news, social media, or individuals who consistently drain your energy or promote cynicism. While staying informed is important, endless exposure to negativity can be detrimental. Reframing challenges. When faced with a setback, instead of asking, "Why me?" ask, "What can I learn from this?" or "How can this make me stronger?" This reframe shifts you from victim to learner. Associate with positivity. Surround yourself with people who uplift, inspire, and challenge you positively. Their energy is contagious, and a positive peer group can reinforce your own winning attitude. Morning routine rituals. Begin your day with rituals that set a positive tone. Meditation, exercise, reading inspiring material, listening to uplifting music. Ziegler's wisdom here is timeless. Your attitude, not your aptitude, will determine your altitude. By intentionally cultivating a winning attitude, you create an internal compass that consistently points you toward success.
Chapter 4. The Power of Persistence and Resilience, Extended. If there's one universal truth about achieving anything worthwhile, it's that there will be obstacles, setbacks, and moments of doubt. This chapter is the ultimate pep talk, equipping you with the mental toughness and unwavering resolve needed to navigate the inevitable challenges on the path to success. Born to Win powerfully asserts that success is not the absence of failure, but the willingness to get back up one more time than you fall down. Ziegler often uses the analogy of a boxer. They get hit, they get knocked down, but a true champion gets back up, learns from the blow, and keeps fighting. This chapter is a masterclass in developing that champion spirit. It distinguishes between a temporary setback and true failure, emphasizing that only giving up constitutes failure. The book might share historical anecdotes of prolific inventors who endured hundreds, even thousands of failed experiments before a breakthrough, or legendary entrepreneurs who faced bankruptcy multiple times before building empires. These aren't just feel-good stories. They illustrate a critical principle. Persistence isn't just about trying hard. It's about trying smart, learning from each attempt, and adapting your approach without abandoning your ultimate goal. Actionable insights from this chapter. Embrace the no. See every no or rejection not as a closed door, but as redirection or as a step closer to the eventual yes. Track your rejections and celebrate each one as proof you were taking action. Learn from failure. After a setback, conduct a post-mortem. What went wrong? What could have been done differently? What specific lesson can be extracted? Turn failures into valuable data points. Break down overwhelming tasks. Sometimes a lack of persistence stems from feeling overwhelmed. Break down large goals or tasks into minute, manageable steps. Focus only on the next small step. Develop a bounce-back routine. Create a personal routine for when you face a setback, a specific uplifting song, a brief walk, a call to a trusted mentor, reviewing your why. This helps you regain perspective quickly. Focus on process, not just outcome. While outcomes are important, focus your daily energy on consistently executing the process. When you commit to the process, persistence becomes a natural byproduct. Positive self-talk during adversity. When things are tough, be your own best cheerleader. Remind yourself of past triumphs, your strengths, and your enduring capability. Maintain your vision. During challenging times, revisit your goals and the powerful reasons behind them.
Visualizing your eventual success can be a strong motivator to persist. Ziegler leaves us with an enduring truth. The top of the mountain is where you find the view, not where you find the answers. You have to climb. Persistence and resilience are the ropes and harnesses that get you to the summit. Chapter 5. Building Effective Relationships, Extended. This chapter is a profound reminder that success is rarely a solitary endeavor. Whether in business, career, or personal life, our ability to connect, communicate, and collaborate with others is an indispensable skill. Ziegler's famous adage, "You can have everything in life you want if you will just help enough other people get what they want," is the cornerstone of this philosophy. It's a testament to the power of servant leadership and genuine human connection. The book emphasizes that building strong relationships is not about manipulation or networking for personal gain, but about genuine interest, empathy, and adding value to others' lives. It's about shifting your mindset from "what can I get" to "how can I serve?" The book might share numerous examples of individuals who built empires by focusing on their customers' needs, employees' growth, and partners' success. This chapter delves into practical communication skills, the importance of active listening, not just waiting for your turn to speak, asking open-ended questions, remembering names, and expressing sincere appreciation. These aren't superficial gestures, they are expressions of respect and genuine connection. Actionable insights from this chapter. Practice active listening. In your next conversation, make a conscious effort to truly listen without interrupting or formulating your response. Summarize what the other person said to confirm understanding. Seek to understand, then be understood. Before offering your opinion or solution, make a genuine effort to understand the other person's perspective, their needs, and their feelings. Be a giver, not a taker. In all your interactions, look for ways to add value to the other person. Share useful information, offer assistance, make introductions, or provide encouragement without expecting anything in return. Remember and use names. Make a conscious effort to remember people's names and use them respectfully in conversation. It's a small gesture with a huge impact on building rapport. Express sincere appreciation. Make it a habit to regularly thank people genuinely and specifically for their efforts, contributions, or kindness. Verbal appreciation is a powerful motivator. Develop empathy. Try to put yourself in others' shoes. Consider their background, their pressures, and their motivations. This helps you respond with understanding rather than judgment. Build your dream team. Identify people who uplift you, challenge you positively, and support your goals. Actively cultivate these relationships through regular communication and genuine care. Ziegler's message is clear. You don't build a business, you build people, and then people build the business. Strong relationships are not just a nice-to-have, they are the bedrock of lasting success and profound fulfillment.
Chapter 6. The Habits of Highly Successful People. Extended. This chapter is a deep dive into the practical routines and consistent actions that differentiate those who achieve extraordinary success from those who merely wish for it. Born to Win emphasizes that success isn't a single event or a lucky break. It's the cumulative result of daily, deliberate choices, the habits we cultivate. As Aristotle famously said, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. Ziegler meticulously unpacks the common denominators found in the lives of top performers. These aren't revolutionary secrets, but rather fundamental principles applied with unwavering consistency. The book might highlight habits such as intentionality, starting each day with a clear plan and purpose, prioritization, focusing on the most important tasks that yield the greatest results, often using methods like the Eisenhower matrix or the Pareto principle, 80-20 rule. Time management, treating time as a precious, finite resource and structuring one's day to maximize productivity and minimize distractions. Continuous learning, dedicating time daily to reading, listening to educational content, or skill development. Physical well-being, prioritizing exercise, healthy eating, and adequate rest as essential components of peak performance. Reflection, taking time to review progress, learn from experiences, and adjust course. Gratitude, cultivating an attitude of thankfulness, which fuels positivity and resilience. The key takeaway is that these habits are not innate. They are learned and cultivated through consistent effort. The book encourages us to identify the habits that would most positively impact our goals, and then systematically work to integrate them into our daily lives, often suggesting starting with one new habit at a time until it becomes ingrained. Actionable insights from this chapter. Morning ritual development. Design a consistent morning routine that sets you up for success. This could include meditation, journaling, exercise, planning your day, or reviewing your goals. Time blocking. Use a calendar or planner to block out specific times for specific tasks, especially your most important ones. Treat these blocks as non-negotiable appointments. Eat the frog. Prioritization. Identify your most challenging or important task each day and tackle it first. Once that's done, the rest of the day feels easier. Dedicated learning time. Schedule 15 to 30 minutes each day for deliberate learning, reading a book, listening to an educational podcast, watching a tutorial, or practicing a new skill. Digital detox moments. Schedule specific times to disconnect from screens and social media to improve focus and mental clarity. Regular physical activity. Integrate regular exercise into your week. Even short bursts of activity can significantly boost energy and focus. Weekly review. At the end of each week, review your progress, assess what went well, what could be improved, and plan for the week ahead. Ziegler's profound insight. Success is the maximum utilization of the ability that you have, and that utilization is largely determined by the consistent positive habits you build. Chapter 7. Maintaining a winning mindset through continuous learning, extended. In a rapidly evolving world, the ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn is not just an advantage, it's a necessity for sustained success. This chapter is a passionate advocacy for embracing continuous personal and professional development. Born to Win argues that the moment you stop learning, you start dying, metaphorically speaking. Stagnation is the antithesis of growth, and a winning mindset is one that remains perpetually curious and hungry for knowledge. Ziegler often used the analogy of a gardener. Just as a garden needs constant tending, nourishment, and weeding to flourish, so too does your mind require constant input and care to stay vibrant and productive. This means actively seeking out information, challenging your assumptions, and exposing yourself to new ideas and perspectives. The book might highlight the stories of industry leaders who, despite their achievements, remain avid learners, constantly reading, attending seminars, and seeking out mentors. It emphasizes that learning isn't confined to formal education. It happens every day, through every experience, if we approach it with an open and inquisitive mind. Furthermore, continuous learning helps to maintain that positive self-image and winning attitude discussed earlier, as it builds competence and confidence. Actionable insights from this chapter. Curate your learning diet. Be intentional about what you read, listen to, and watch. Choose materials that align with your goals and expand your knowledge. Read broadly. Don't just stick to your niche.
Explore different subjects, history, philosophy, science, fiction, to broaden your perspective and spark creativity. Listen to audiobooks or podcasts. Leverage commute times or exercise sessions to absorb knowledge from audio resources like Vibe Audiobook. Seek out mentors. Identify individuals whose success you admire and respectfully seek their guidance or insights. Even if it's not a formal mentorship, glean wisdom from their experiences. Attend workshops or seminars. Invest in formal learning opportunities to upgrade your skills or learn new ones. Teach others. One of the most effective ways to solidify your own learning is to teach what you know to someone else. This forces you to organize your thoughts and deepen your understanding. Embrace discomfort. Step outside your comfort zone to learn new things. Learning often involves making mistakes, and a growth mindset embraces these as part of the process. Ziegler's powerful message: you don't drown by falling in the water, you drown by staying there. Continuous learning is the life raft that keeps you afloat and propelling forward in the currents of life.
Chapter 8: The Power of Contribution and Legacy. Extended. This culminating chapter transcends individual achievement, elevating the concept of success to its most profound and lasting form, the impact we have on others and the legacy we leave behind. Born to Win argues that true, deeply satisfying success is not measured solely by what you accumulate, but by what you contribute. It's about living a life of significance, not just a life of accomplishment. Ziegler passionately believed that helping others find their success is the surest way to find your own. This isn't altruism for its own sake, but a recognition of the interconnectedness of human flourishing. When you lift others, you inherently lift yourself. The book might illustrate this with stories of visionary leaders who built organizations centered on serving their customers and empowering their employees, thereby achieving immense success and creating a positive ripple effect. This chapter encourages us to look beyond our immediate circles and consider how our talents, resources, and time can be used to make a positive difference in the wider community or even the world. It's about understanding that our purpose extends beyond personal gratification to meaningful service. The legacy we leave isn't just about financial assets. It's about the lives we've touched, the inspiration we've provided, and the positive changes we've helped to catalyze. Actionable insights from this chapter. Identify your unique contribution. What are your unique skills, passions, and resources that you can leverage to help others or a cause you believe in? Volunteer your time. Dedicate a specific amount of time each week or month to a cause or organization that resonates with you. Mentor someone. Offer to mentor a younger colleague, an aspiring entrepreneur, or someone in your community who could benefit from your experience and guidance. Practice random acts of kindness. Simple gestures of kindness can create powerful ripples of positivity. Lead with service. In your professional life, always ask, how can I better serve my customers, my team, my community? Support causes you believe in. Donate your time, resources, or advocacy to organizations working towards a better world. Live your values publicly. Inspire others through your integrity and commitment. Ziegler's final, powerful message: you were born to win, but to be a winner, you must plan to win, prepare to win, and expect to win. And the greatest win of all is a life lived with purpose, marked by meaningful contribution and leaving a legacy that inspires generations. Conclusion: your unfolding journey to victory. Extended. As we conclude this comprehensive exploration of Born to Win, Find Your Success, the echoes of Zig Ziglar and Tom Ziglar's wisdom should resonate deeply within you. You now hold a more detailed, richer understanding of the principles that underpin not just success, but a truly fulfilling and significant life.
This isn't just theory, it's a profound, practical philosophy for living and thriving. We've delved into the profound impact of your self-image, recognizing that the person you believe yourself to be is the person you will become. We've meticulously mapped out the necessity of clear, compelling goals, understanding them as the very blueprints for your future. We've fortified your spirit with the unyielding power of a winning attitude, reminding you that your perspective is your most potent tool. Furthermore, we've armed you with the essential qualities of persistence and resilience, acknowledging that setbacks are merely detours, not dead ends. We've explored the art and science of building effective relationships, recognizing that true success is always a shared journey. We've illuminated the daily habits that create momentum and propel you toward your aspirations. And crucially, we've emphasized the vital role of continuous learning in an ever-changing world, ensuring your mind remains sharp, adaptable, and perpetually growing. Finally, we've elevated our understanding of success to its highest form, the profound and lasting power of contribution and legacy, recognizing that true fulfillment comes from giving back. Now the extended blueprint is not just in your hands, it's etched into your understanding. The next step, the most vital step, is yours, to translate this profound knowledge into consistent, purposeful action. Start small, yes, but start. Be consistent, be patient with yourself, and above all, hold unwavering belief in the magnificent potential that lies within you. Believe in your capacity to learn, to grow, to overcome, and to achieve things you once thought impossible. Thank you once again for joining us on Vibe Audiobook for this truly immersive journey into Born to Win, Find Your Success. We genuinely hope these expanded insights have not only ignited your spirit, but also provided you with clear, actionable strategies to unlock the champion within. If this detailed summary has resonated with you, empowering you with new perspectives and renewed motivation, please solidify your connection with us. Hit that like button to show your appreciation. Share this comprehensive episode with anyone in your life who seeks a clearer path to victory. And most importantly, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook. Your continued support fuels our mission to bring you transformative audio experiences that help you build the life you're truly born to live. Until our next empowering session, go forth, apply these principles, and prepare to win.
Welcome, Vibe Audiobook listeners, to a journey that promises to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. Have you ever wondered what truly separates those who achieve massive success from those who perpetually strive for it? Is it talent, luck, unfathomable intelligence? While these can play a role, author Jeff Olson reveals a far simpler yet profoundly powerful truth in his groundbreaking book, The Slight Edge, turning simple disciplines into massive success. Today, we're not just summarizing a book, we're unlocking a philosophy, a way of living that will empower you to consistently make choices that propel you towards your dreams, almost effortlessly. Imagine if every small, seemingly insignificant decision you made today could compound into incredible achievements tomorrow. This isn't wishful thinking, it's the core principle of the slight edge. And by the end of this deep dive, you'll not only understand it, but be equipped to apply it in every area of your life. So, settle in, open your mind, and prepare to discover the secret sauce that can turn your aspirations into tangible realities. And hey, while you're at it, if you love what you hear and find value in these insights, please take a moment to hit that like button, share this episode with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative content. Your support helps us bring more wisdom directly to your ears. Now, let's begin our exploration of the slight edge. Chapter 1: The Beach and the Buffalo. Jeff Olson starts with a vivid analogy that immediately grasps your attention: the beach and the buffalo.
Imagine standing on a beautiful beach. What happens if you take one tiny grain of sand and move it? Absolutely nothing noticeable. The beach remains the beach. But what if you repeat that seemingly insignificant action day after day, year after year, moving just one grain? Eventually, you could move the entire beach. Now, picture a buffalo, a massive, powerful creature. If you push a buffalo with all your might, what happens? Likely nothing. You're simply too small. But what if you apply a consistent, slight pressure repeatedly over time? That buffalo, no matter how stubborn, will eventually move. This powerful imagery encapsulates the core of the slight edge. It's about understanding that massive results aren't typically born from massive actions, but from consistent, repeatable, seemingly insignificant actions performed day in and day out. It's the daily grain of sand, the constant slight push that eventually creates monumental shifts. We often look for the big break, the magical shortcut, the lottery win. But Olson argues that true, sustainable success is built on the mundane, the easy-to-do tasks that are also, crucially, easy not to do. Think about it. Waking up 15 minutes earlier to read a personal development book. Easy to do, right? Also, easy not to do. Skipping that extra cookie. Easy to do, easy not to do. Making one extra sales call. Easy to do, easy not to do. The slight edge teaches us that the accumulation of these seemingly minor positive actions creates an upward curve, leading to exponential growth and success over time. Conversely, the accumulation of minor negative actions, or even just inaction, creates a downward curve, leading to slow but steady decline. It's a simple concept, yet profoundly overlooked. Chapter 2. The Choice. This chapter delves into the critical moment of decision, the fork in the road we face countless times each day. Olson asserts that life isn't about grand, sweeping declarations. It's about the accumulation of moment-by-moment choices. Every single moment presents us with a choice to do the easy-to-do positive action or the easy not-to-do positive action. Let's say you want to get fit. The choice isn't just go to the gym today or don't go to the gym today. It's more nuanced. It's about choosing to prepare a healthy lunch instead of grabbing fast food. It's choosing to take the stairs instead of the elevator. It's choosing to go for a 15-minute walk instead of watching another TV show. Each of these choices, in isolation, seems inconsequential. What's one healthy lunch when you usually eat junk? What's one flight of stairs? But the slight edge reveals that these tiny choices are like seeds. When you consistently plant positive seeds, they grow. When you consistently plant negative seeds, or no seeds at all, you reap a different harvest. The real power lies in recognizing that you have these choices every day, every hour, every minute. Olson urges us to become hyper-aware of these decision points and to consciously choose the actions that serve our long-term goals, even if they seem trivial. This isn't about superhuman willpower. It's about making a series of small, correct decisions that over time become habits and build momentum.
Chapter 3. The Secret. What is the secret Olson refers to? It's not a mystical formula or a hidden truth. It's the understanding that time reveals all. The slight edge isn't about instant gratification. It's about delayed gratification and the power of compounding. Think of a penny that doubles every day versus $1 million up front. On day 1, you'd take the million. On day 5, you'd still take the million. But by day 30, the penny, having compounded daily, would be worth over $5 million. This mathematical principle applies directly to our lives. Olson explains that success isn't an event, it's a process. It's the result of consistent, positive actions compounding over time. We often get frustrated when we don't see immediate results from our efforts. We go to the gym for a week and don't look like a fitness model. We read a book and don't immediately become a millionaire. This is where most people give up. The secret is to trust the process, to understand that the results are accumulating even when they're not visible. Olson introduces the concept of the J-curve.
For a long time, your efforts might seem to yield minimal results, staying flat or even declining slightly. This is the period of doubt, where most people quit. But if you persist, if you keep making those small, positive choices, eventually your efforts hit a tipping point and the curve shoots upwards exponentially. This is the magic of compounding in action. The secret is patience, persistence, and unwavering faith in the power of consistent, positive effort. Chapter 5. How to Master the Slight Edge. This chapter provides a practical framework for implementing the slight edge philosophy. Olson breaks down the mastery into several key principles. Show up. This is perhaps the most fundamental. You can't achieve anything if you don't consistently show up. If your goal is to write a book, you need to show up at your desk every day, even if you only write a paragraph. If your goal is to learn a new skill, you need to show up and practice, even for a short time. Showing up creates the opportunity for progress. Be consistent. It's not about how much you do on one particular day, but how consistently you do it. Small, consistent efforts beat sporadic, monumental ones every time. Olson emphasizes the power of daily rituals and habits. Positive philosophical outlook. Your mindset is crucial. Do you see challenges as insurmountable obstacles or as opportunities for growth? Do you believe in your ability to succeed? A positive outlook fuels the slight edge, making it easier to stick with those small, positive actions, especially when results aren't immediately apparent. Embrace the process. Success isn't a destination, it's a journey. Learning to enjoy the daily grind, the small wins, and even the setbacks as part of the process is vital. Don't be fixated solely on the outcome. Appreciate the growth that happens along the way. Seek mentorship. Learning from those who have already achieved what you desire can accelerate your progress. A mentor can offer guidance, insights, and accountability, helping you navigate the challenges of the slight edge path. Surround yourself with positive influences. Your environment profoundly impacts your choices. Surround yourself with people who uplift you, inspire you, and embody the principles of the slight edge. Conversely, minimize exposure to negative influences that can derail your progress. Take responsibility. Own your choices and the power of habits. Building on the previous chapter, Olson dedicates significant attention to the transformative power of habits. Habits, for better or worse, are the bedrock of our lives. They are those actions we perform automatically, often without conscious thought. Imagine if you could build equally strong habits around your personal growth, financial planning, or health goals. Olson explains that a habit is formed through repetition. The more you perform a positive action, the easier it becomes, until it eventually requires little to no willpower. He emphasizes starting small. Don't try to overhaul your entire life overnight. Pick one small positive action you want to turn into a habit, perhaps reading 10 pages of a book each day, or spending 15 minutes planning your next day. Commit to it consistently. Even if you miss a day, don't give up. Just get back on track the next day. The key is to make it so easy that it's harder not to do it. Over time, these small habits chain together, creating a powerful system that propels you forward. This chapter is a powerful reminder that our habits, not our intentions, ultimately define our destiny.
Chapter 6. The 7 Principles of the Slight Edge. This chapter distills the entire philosophy into 7 actionable principles, serving as a powerful summary and a practical guide. Show up. As discussed, presence is paramount. Be there, physically and mentally, for your goals. Be consistent. Repetition is the mother of skill and the father of habit. Do it again and again. Positive philosophical outlook. See the glass half full. Believe in possibilities. Long-term vision. Understand that success is a marathon, not a sprint. Keep your eyes on the horizon. Small actions. Don't underestimate the power of seemingly insignificant steps. They compound. Leverage compounding. Understand the J-curve. Trust that your efforts are accumulating.
mentorship, and environment. Surround yourself with wisdom and positive energy. Olson reiterates that these aren't complex theories, but simple truths that, when applied consistently, create extraordinary results. He encourages readers to internalize these principles, to live them, and to integrate them into their daily decision-making process. The beauty of these principles is their simplicity and universal applicability across all areas of life, from personal relationships to professional achievements. Chapter 7. The Ripple Effect. In this inspiring chapter, Olson expands on the idea that your individual choices and actions don't just affect you, they create a ripple effect that touches everything around you. When you consistently apply the slight edge principles in your own life, you become a living example of what's possible. Your positive energy, your growth, and your success naturally inspire those in your sphere of influence. Imagine a stone dropped into a pond. The initial splash is your small, consistent action, but the ripples extend outwards, touching the entire surface. Similarly, when you choose to read that self-improvement book, it not only educates you, but makes you a more interesting person in conversations, potentially inspiring a friend to read it too. When you consistently pursue a healthy lifestyle, your family might start making healthier choices. When you show up with a positive attitude at work, it can elevate the morale of your entire team. This chapter reminds us that we are all interconnected, and our personal transformation has a far wider reach than we might initially perceive. It adds another layer of motivation to apply the slight edge, not just for your own benefit, but for the positive impact you can have on your family, your community, and even the world. It's about becoming a catalyst for positive change, one small, consistent action at a time. Chapter 8. Investing in Yourself. Olson dedicates a crucial chapter to the idea of investing in yourself. He argues that the greatest asset you possess is you. Your mind, your skills, your health, your relationships, these are the true drivers of your success. And just like any other investment, they require consistent, intentional input to yield significant returns. This isn't just about financial investment, though that's part of it. It's about investing your time, energy, and attention into areas that foster your growth. This could mean reading and learning, consistently consuming knowledge that expands your understanding and skills. Skill development, deliberately practicing and honing skills relevant to your goals. Health and wellness, prioritizing sleep, nutrition, and exercise as foundational elements for optimal performance. Personal growth, engaging in introspection, mindfulness, and activities that build character and resilience. Networking and relationships, cultivating meaningful connections with others who can support and inspire you. The slight edge perspective here is that these investments don't need to be grand gestures. It's the daily 15 minutes of reading, the healthy breakfast, the short walk, the meaningful conversation. These small, consistent investments compound over time, making you a more capable, resilient, and resourceful individual, exponentially increasing your capacity for success in all areas of life.
Chapter 9. Living the Slight Edge. The final chapters of The Slight Edge bring it all together, moving from understanding to implementation and a lifelong commitment to the philosophy. Living the Slight Edge is about fully integrating these principles into your identity, making them an unconscious part of who you are and how you operate. Olson emphasizes that this isn't a temporary fix or a motivational sprint. It's a marathon, a way of being. It means making the slight edge a lens through which you view every decision, every challenge, and every opportunity. It's about embracing the daily grind with enthusiasm, knowing that each small positive action is contributing to a magnificent future. He encourages readers to develop a written plan, Clearly define your goals and break them down into daily slight-edge actions. Track your progress. Seeing your consistency builds momentum and reinforces the habit. Stay accountable. Share your goals with a trusted friend, mentor, or group. Celebrate small wins. Acknowledge your consistent efforts even when the big results aren't yet visible. This reinforces positive behavior. And never stop learning and adapting. The world changes, and so should you. The slight edge is a continuous process of growth and refinement. Living the slight edge means cultivating an internal locus of control, understanding that your destiny is shaped by the small choices you make every single day. It's about empowerment, knowing that you hold the keys to your success, not in some grand, elusive secret, but in the accessible, easy-to-do actions available to you right now. Chapter 10. The Compound Effect, Expanded View. While The Slight Edge is its own complete work, it shares significant philosophical overlap with Darren Hardy's The Compound Effect, a book Olson references and aligns with strongly. This final chapter, or rather an expanded view within Olson's framework, truly hammers home the power of compounding as the engine of the slight edge. Olson wants us to truly feel the weight and magic of compounding. It's not just an abstract financial term, it's a universal law. He delves deeper into how seemingly insignificant actions, when repeated over time, create exponential results. Health. One less soda a day doesn't immediately make you thin, but over a year, that's hundreds of thousands of empty calories avoided, leading to significant weight loss and improved health. Finances. Saving an extra $5 a day doesn't make you rich overnight, but invested consistently over decades with compounding returns, it can accumulate into a substantial retirement fund. Relationships. A single kind word doesn't fix a broken relationship, but consistent acts of appreciation, active listening, and small gestures of love compound to build deep, resilient bonds. Skills. Practicing a musical instrument for 15 minutes a day seems minor, but over years, those cumulative hours transform you into a proficient musician. The key takeaway is that you are either benefiting from the compound effect in a positive direction, or you are suffering from it in a negative direction. There is no neutral. Inaction itself is a negative compound effect, as opportunities are missed and stagnation occurs. The visual of the upward and downward curves is re-emphasized. There's a delay, a period where nothing seems to happen, and then, if you stick with it, the curve explodes upwards. This chapter serves as the ultimate motivator, a concrete explanation of why the slight edge works, urging us to embrace its power with unwavering conviction. Conclusion. And there you have it, Vibe audiobook listeners, a comprehensive journey through the profound wisdom of Jeff Olson's The Slight Edge. We've discovered that true success isn't some elusive secret or a stroke of luck, but the inevitable outcome of consistently making simple, positive choices that compound over time. Remember the beach and the buffalo. The power isn't in the single grain of sand or the one push, but in the relentless, easy-to-do actions accumulated day after day. You now understand the critical choices you face daily, the secret of compounding that time reveals, and the 7 principles that can guide you to mastery. Most importantly, you know that by investing in yourself and living the slight edge, you don't just transform your own life, you create a powerful ripple effect that inspires everyone around you. The path to massive success isn't about grand, intimidating leaps. It's about embracing the gentle, consistent nudges that move you steadily forward. So what small positive action will you commit to today? What single grain of sand will you move, knowing it will contribute to building your magnificent future? The power is within you, waiting to be unleashed, one slight edge choice at a time. Thank you for tuning in to Vibe Audiobook. If this summary resonated with you, please show your support by hitting the like button, sharing this episode with friends and family, and subscribing to our channel for more inspiring insights. Until next time, keep making those slight-edge choices and watch your life transform. Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, where we unlock the wisdom of transformative books to enrich your life. Today, we're diving into a timeless classic that has empowered millions, Norman Vincent Peale's The Power of Positive Thinking. Have you ever felt held back by self-doubt, fear, or a sense that things just aren't going your way? What if I told you that the key to overcoming these obstacles lies not in external circumstances, but within the incredible power of your own mind? In this immersive journey, we'll uncover practical, actionable strategies to revolutionize your perspective, cultivate unwavering faith, and unlock your true potential. Get ready to transform your anxieties into aspirations, your doubts into determination, and your struggles into stepping stones. This isn't just about feeling good, it's about fundamentally reshaping your reality. So settle in, open your mind, and prepare to discover the extraordinary power that resides within you. Don't forget to hit that like button, share this episode with someone who needs a boost, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more inspiring content. Chapter 1. Believe in Yourself. Imagine, if you will, a small, vibrant seed. Within its tiny casing lies the complete blueprint of a magnificent tree, ready to burst forth with life. But for that tree to grow, the seed must first believe in its own potential, drawing nourishment from the earth and reaching for the sun. Similarly, you, dear listener, possess incredible, untapped potential. Yet far too many of us live with a quiet, insidious companion, self-doubt. It whispers discouraging words, tells us we're not good enough, and convinces us that our dreams are too big, too difficult, or simply out of reach. Peale argues that a fundamental belief in oneself is the bedrock of all success and happiness. This isn't about arrogance, it's about recognizing the divine spark within you, acknowledging your inherent worth, and trusting in your abilities. Think about a time you truly believed you could achieve something. What happened? You likely approached the task with enthusiasm, persistence, and a can-do attitude, and more often than not, you succeeded. Now, recall a moment when you doubted yourself. Did you even try with the same vigor? Probably not. Self-doubt saps your energy, paralyzes your will, and creates the very obstacles it fears. The first step to cultivating self-belief is to identify and challenge those negative thought patterns. When a thought like, "I can't do this," arises, consciously replace it with, "I can try and I will learn." Peale suggests affirming your strengths daily, even if they feel small at first. I am capable, I am resilient, I am worthy. Repeat these affirmations with conviction, for words have immense power, especially the words you speak to yourself. Remember, the world often takes us at our own valuation. If you project confidence and belief in yourself, others are more likely to see it too. Chapter 2. A peaceful mind generates power. Close your eyes for a moment and picture two scenarios. In the first, imagine a serene, calm lake, its surface mirroring the sky perfectly. In the second, picture a turbulent ocean, waves crashing, churned by a storm. Which body of water seems more powerful, more capable of holding its course? The calm lake, despite its stillness, possesses a profound, enduring power. Similarly, a peaceful mind is not a passive mind. It is a mind that has harnessed its energies, directed its focus, and found its center. Our modern lives are often a whirlwind of demands, stresses, and anxieties. We rush from one task to another, our minds cluttered with worries about the past, anxieties about the future, and endless to-do lists. This mental noise drains our energy, diminishes our focus, and prevents us from accessing our inner wisdom and creativity. Peale emphasizes that a peaceful mind is a powerful mind because it allows for clarity, insight, and effective decision-making. How do we cultivate this inner peace amidst the chaos?
One powerful technique is the practice of silence and solitude. Even a few minutes each day spent in quiet reflection, away from distractions, can be transformative. This isn't about meditation in a strict sense, but simply allowing your mind to settle, like dust settling in a still room. During these moments, you can practice what Peel calls emptying the mind of worries, even just temporarily. Visualize your worries as leaves floating down a stream, gently drifting away. Another crucial aspect of a peaceful mind is forgiveness, both of others and of yourself. Holding on to grudges or past mistakes is like carrying a heavy burden that saps your strength. Let go. Forgive, not for their sake, but for your own peace of mind. A peaceful mind is fertile ground for positive thoughts and creative solutions, much like a well-tended garden yields abundant fruit.
Chapter 3. How to have constant energy. Have you ever noticed how some people seem to possess an endless wellspring of energy, bouncing from one task to the next with enthusiasm, while others feel perpetually drained? It's easy to assume this is purely physical, but Peel reveals a profound truth. Much of our energy, or lack thereof, is psychological and spiritual. We often exhaust ourselves not from physical exertion, but from mental strain, worry, resentment, and a lack of purpose. Think of your energy like a battery. When you're constantly operating under stress, harboring negative emotions, or feeling uninspired, you're constantly draining that battery. On the other hand, when you're filled with enthusiasm, purpose, and positive thoughts, you're actively recharging it. Peel states that enthusiasm releases energy. When you're truly excited about something, you feel invigorated, capable, and ready to tackle challenges. To cultivate constant energy, Peel offers several key strategies. First, address your mental and emotional leaks. Are you dwelling on past failures? Are you holding on to anger or jealousy? These emotional weights are enormous energy suckers. Consciously release them. Forgive, let go, and focus on the present moment. Second, cultivate a sense of purpose. When you have a clear why, a meaningful goal or contribution, you tap into a deeper reservoir of motivation and energy. This purpose doesn't have to be grand. It could be the purpose of being a loving parent, an excellent colleague, or simply someone who strives for personal growth. Third, practice positive affirmations and visualize success. When you consistently feed your mind with positive input, you build a resilient, energized spirit. Imagine yourself completing tasks with vigor, feeling vibrant and alive. Finally, don't underestimate the power of faith. Believing that you are supported by a higher power, that good things are possible, provides a profound sense of inner strength and a limitless supply of spiritual energy. Chapter 4. Try prayer power. In a world that often prizes logic and tangible action, the concept of prayer can sometimes feel abstract or old-fashioned. Yet Peel positions prayer not merely as a religious ritual, but as a dynamic, powerful force for unlocking inner strength, achieving goals, and connecting with a universal source of wisdom and peace. Think of prayer as a direct line of communication, a way to channel your desires, release your burdens, and tap into an intelligence far greater than your own. Imagine you're facing a complex problem and you've exhausted all your logical approaches. Prayer, in Peel's view, isn't about passively waiting for a miracle. It's about actively focusing your mind, articulating your needs, and then, crucially, listening for guidance. It's a method of clearing mental static and opening yourself to intuitive insights and creative solutions that might otherwise be obscured by worry and overthinking. Peel outlines several types of prayer. There's the prayer of affirmation, where you declare what you want to achieve with faith and conviction. There's the prayer of thanksgiving, where you express gratitude for blessings already received, which shifts your focus to abundance. And there's the prayer of release, where you surrender your worries and anxieties, entrusting them to a higher power, thus freeing your mind from their burden. The key to effective prayer, according to Peel, is sincerity, belief, and specificity. Don't just vaguely hope, clearly define what you seek.
Then pray with absolute faith, believing that your prayers will be answered, perhaps not always in the way you expect, but always in a way that serves your highest good. Regular, consistent prayer creates a habit of positive expectation, a spiritual discipline that reinforces your belief in possibilities and provides a constant source of calm and direction.
Chapter 5. How to Create Happiness. Happiness, for many, feels like an elusive butterfly, beautiful, desirable, but always just out of reach. We often chase it through external achievements, material possessions, or other people. Yet Peale argues that true, lasting happiness isn't something you find outside yourself. It's something you create from within. It's a choice, a habit of mind, and a skill that can be developed, much like learning to play a musical instrument. Consider two individuals experiencing the exact same external circumstances. One might feel miserable, complaining about every minor inconvenience, while the other finds joy in small moments, expressing gratitude and optimism. The difference lies not in their circumstances, but in their inner landscape, their perspective, their attitude, and their habitual way of thinking. Peale emphasizes that happiness is largely a byproduct of positive thinking and living. Here's how to start creating your own happiness. Stop the complaining habit. Complaining, Peale notes, is a destructive habit. It reinforces negativity, drains your energy, and broadcasts unhappiness. Consciously interrupt yourself when you start to complain and reframe the situation positively. Practice gratitude daily. Make it a daily ritual to acknowledge things you are grateful for, no matter how small. This shifts your focus from what's lacking to what's abundant. Help others. One of the most powerful ways to experience happiness is by contributing to the well-being of others. Acts of kindness, big or small, create a ripple effect of positivity that comes back to you. Cultivate a positive self-image. When you like and respect yourself, you're more likely to experience inner contentment. Address any self-deprecating thoughts and replace them with affirmations of your worth. Live in the present moment. Worrying about the past or future steals joy from the now. Practice mindfulness, appreciating the simple beauty of the current moment. Happiness, Peale concludes, is not a destination, it's a way of traveling. It's the conscious cultivation of a positive, grateful, and purposeful approach to life. Chapter 6. You don't need to suffer from hurt feelings. Life inevitably brings its share of bumps, bruises, and outright blows to our ego and emotions. Someone might criticize you, a friend might disappoint you, or a situation might not turn out as you hoped. The natural human reaction is often to feel hurt, resentful, or even angry. Peale acknowledges these feelings, but offers a revolutionary perspective. You don't have to suffer from them indefinitely. You have the power to choose how long and how deeply you allow hurt feelings to impact you. Imagine you're holding a hot coal. You can choose to keep holding it, burning your hand, or you can choose to let it go. Similarly, holding on to hurt feelings is like continuously inflicting pain upon yourself. It drains your emotional energy, distorts your perspective, and prevents you from moving forward. Peale asserts that many people allow themselves to be emotionally manipulated by others' actions or words simply because they haven't learned to guard their inner peace. How do you develop this emotional resilience? Don't personalize everything. Often, someone's harsh words or actions are more a reflection of their own internal struggles than a direct attack on you. Don't take it personally. Practice forgiveness. This is perhaps the most crucial step. Forgiveness is not condoning the behavior. It's releasing yourself from the emotional prison of resentment. It's a gift you give to yourself. Change your reaction. Instead of reacting instinctively with hurt or anger, pause. Take a deep breath. Consciously choose a different response, perhaps one of understanding, compassion, or simply detachment.
strengthen your self-esteem. When you have a strong sense of self-worth, external criticisms or disappointments have less power to wound you. Focus on the positive. Dwelling on hurt feelings magnifies them. Shift your focus to positive aspects of your life, to gratitude, and to constructive actions. By consciously choosing to let go of hurt feelings, you reclaim your emotional power, allowing yourself to navigate life's challenges with greater resilience and inner peace.
Chapter 7. Expect the best and get it. This chapter introduces one of the most transformative principles of positive thinking, the profound connection between your expectations and your reality. Pio argues forces that help bring them to fruition. Think of it like programming a computer. Your mind is an incredibly powerful processor, and your expectations are the programs you're constantly running. If you're running failureprogram.exe, you're likely to generate results consistent with that program. But if you switch to successprogram.exe, your mental energy, focus, and actions will align to produce successful outcomes. This isn't magical thinking in a passive sense. It's about proactive, faith-filled anticipation. When you expect the best, you naturally act with confidence. You approach tasks with enthusiasm and belief in your capabilities. Persevere through challenges. You see setbacks as temporary obstacles, not definitive failures, because you expect to ultimately succeed. Open to opportunities. You're more likely to notice and seize opportunities that align with your positive expectations. Influence others positively. Your optimistic attitude can inspire and encourage those around you, creating a more supportive environment. To put this into practice, Peel advises, visualize success. Regularly imagine your desired outcomes in vivid detail, feeling the emotions of achievement. Affirm positive expectations. Consciously state, I expect good things to happen today. I expect to succeed in this endeavor. Guard your thoughts. Immediately challenge and replace any negative or pessimistic expectations that arise. Act as if. Behave as if you already possess the success you desire. This influences your confidence and actions. By consistently expecting the best, you align your inner world with your outer aspirations, creating a powerful synergy that helps manifest your desired reality. Chapter 8. I don't believe in defeat. How many times have you heard someone say, I give up, or it's no use? The concept of defeat can be crippling, stopping individuals in their tracks, robbing them of their dreams, and convincing them that further effort is futile. Peel challenges this notion directly, declaring a powerful personal philosophy, I don't believe in defeat. He asserts that what we perceive as defeat is often just a temporary setback, a lesson learned, or a redirection. True defeat only occurs when you choose to accept it and stop trying. Consider the story of Thomas Edison, who famously failed thousands of times before inventing a successful light bulb. When asked about his failures, he didn't see them as defeats, but as discoveries, thousands of ways that didn't work. His unwavering belief in his ultimate success fueled his persistence. This is the essence of Peel's message. Failure is an event, not a person. A setback is an opportunity to learn, adjust, and try again with renewed wisdom. To cultivate a no-defeat mindset, redefine failure. Instead of viewing setbacks as dead ends, see them as feedback. What can you learn from this experience? How can you improve your approach? Cultivate perseverance. The difference between those who succeed and those who don't is often sheer perseverance. Keep going, even when it's tough. One more effort can make all the difference. Maintain hope and faith. Even in the darkest moments, hold on to the belief that a solution exists and that you have the capacity to find it. This faith acts as a powerful motivator.
Draw strength from within. When external circumstances seem overwhelming, tap into your inner reserves of resilience, courage, and spiritual strength. Learn from setbacks. Analyze what went wrong, adapt your strategy, and apply the lessons learned to your next attempt. Embracing the "I don't believe in defeat" mindset transforms obstacles into challenges and struggles into opportunities for growth. It empowers you to keep moving forward, knowing that ultimate victory lies in your refusal to give up.
Chapter 9. How to Break the Worry Habit. Worry is a universal human experience, a persistent background hum for many, and a debilitating force for others. We worry about finances, health, relationships, the future. The list seems endless. While a healthy amount of concern can motivate us to plan and act, chronic worry is unproductive, draining, and detrimental to our well-being. Peel considers worry a destructive habit, and like any habit, it can be broken. Imagine your mind as a beautiful garden. When you worry, it's like planting weeds. They choke out the flowers, steal nourishment, and make the garden look unkempt. The goal is to replace these worry weeds with positive thought flowers. Peel states that worry is a complete waste of time. It doesn't change anything. It just messes with your mind and steals your happiness. Here's Peel's practical guide to breaking the worry habit. Identify the worry. Pinpoint exactly what you're worrying about. Often, worries are vague and undefined, making them feel more powerful. Analyze the situation. Ask yourself, is this worry legitimate? Is there anything I can actually do about it right now? If yes, take action. If no, move to the next step. Set a worry time. Designate a specific short period each day, for example, 15 minutes, for all your worrying. When a worry arises outside this time, tell yourself, "I'll think about that during my worry time." This trains your mind to postpone and contain worry. Discharge worry through activity. When you feel a surge of worry, engage in a physical activity, a brisk walk, exercise, or a hobby. This helps to break the mental loop. Practice affirmations of confidence. Regularly affirm, "I am calm, I am capable, I am protected." This counteracts the anxious thoughts. Seek spiritual support. Prayer and faith can be incredibly powerful in releasing worries, entrusting them to a higher power. Live one day at a time. Focus on doing your best today rather than being overwhelmed by an imagined future. Breaking the worry habit takes conscious effort, but the freedom and mental clarity you gain are immeasurable. Chapter 10. Power to Solve Personal Problems. Life is an unending series of problems, big and small. From navigating complex relationships to making difficult career choices, we constantly face situations that demand solutions. For many, these problems can feel overwhelming, leading to paralysis, anxiety, or a sense of hopelessness. Peel's message in this chapter is empowering. You possess an inherent power to solve personal problems, and by applying positive thinking principles, you can approach any challenge with confidence and effectiveness. Think of your mind as a magnificent supercomputer, capable of processing vast amounts of information and generating creative solutions. However, when cluttered with fear, negativity, and doubt, its processing power is severely hampered. To effectively solve problems, you need to clear the mental static and allow your innate problem-solving abilities to surface. Peel offers a systematic approach. State the problem clearly. A vague problem is impossible to solve. Write it down, defining exactly what the issue is. Gather all relevant facts. Avoid assumptions. Collect all relevant perspectives and potential variables.
Believe in a solution. Approach the problem with the firm conviction that a solution exists. This opens your mind to possibilities. Visualize the solution, seeing yourself successfully navigating the challenge. This creates a mental blueprint for achievement. Pray for guidance. Ask for wisdom and insight. This taps into intuition and a broader perspective. Maintain a calm mind. Don't allow panic or anxiety to cloud your judgment. A peaceful mind is a more effective problem solver. Take decisive action. Once a solution becomes clear, act on it with confidence. Don't procrastinate or second-guess yourself unnecessarily. By consistently applying these steps, you transform problems from daunting obstacles into solvable challenges, empowering you to navigate life with greater skill and assurance.
Chapter 11. How to Use Faith in Healing. This chapter delves into a profound and often sensitive topic, the role of faith in physical and emotional healing. Peel is careful to clarify that he is not advocating against medical treatment, but rather emphasizing the often underestimated power of the mind and spirit as crucial complements to conventional medicine. He suggests that a positive mental attitude, coupled with unwavering faith, can significantly impact one's healing journey, influencing the body's natural restorative processes. Imagine a patient receiving medical treatment for an illness. If that patient approaches their treatment with a defeatist attitude, convinced they won't get better, their body's capacity to heal might be compromised by stress and despair. Conversely, a patient who maintains hope, believes in their recovery, and actively visualizes healing creates an internal environment more conducive to recovery. Peel illustrates this with numerous anecdotes, demonstrating how individuals, through focused faith and positive thinking, have experienced remarkable improvements in their health. Key elements in utilizing faith for healing include: believe in the power of healing. Cultivate a deep-seated belief that healing is possible, even in challenging circumstances. Visualize wholeness. Regularly visualize yourself in perfect health, feeling strong, vibrant, and free from illness. Affirm health and well-being. My body is strong and healing. I am getting better every day. Release fear and anxiety. Fear and anxiety are known to suppress the immune system. Consciously release these negative emotions and replace them with peace and trust. Pray for healing. Offer prayers for your own healing or for the healing of others, focusing on positive outcomes. Cooperate with medical advice. Peel always stresses working in conjunction with qualified medical professionals, seeing faith as an enhancement, not a replacement for professional care. The mind-body connection is undeniable. By harnessing the power of faith and positive thought, we can activate our body's innate healing mechanisms and approach health challenges with greater hope and resilience. Chapter 12. When vitality sags, try this remedy. Have you ever experienced those days or weeks or even months when your energy feels depleted, your motivation is low, and life just seems to lack its usual sparkle? This isn't just physical fatigue, it's often a spiritual and emotional sag, a loss of enthusiasm and zest for life. Peel understands this common human experience and offers a powerful remedy: spiritual revitalization, fueled by purposeful activity and a renewed sense of connection. When vitality sags, it's often because we've lost touch with our inner source of strength, our purpose, or our sense of gratitude. We might be caught in a rut, overwhelmed by routine, or simply feeling disconnected. Peel's remedy is not a quick fix, but a sustained approach to re-energizing your spirit from the inside out. The core of this remedy lies in reconnecting with your purpose,
What truly excites you? What meaningful contributions do you want to make? Reevaluate your goals and infuse your daily activities with a sense of purpose. Practicing renewed gratitude. When you feel low, it's easy to focus on what's wrong. Consciously shift your attention to all the blessings in your life, no matter how small. This immediately lifts your spirit. Engaging in meaningful service. Helping others, volunteering, or simply performing acts of kindness can be incredibly invigorating. It shifts your focus outward and fills you with a sense of contribution. Spending time in nature. Nature has a profound way of calming the mind and rejuvenating the spirit. A walk in the park, time by the ocean, or simply observing a sunrise can be deeply restorative. Nourishing your mind with positive input. Read inspiring books, listen to uplifting music, or engage in conversations that spark joy and optimism. Activating your faith. Re-engage with spiritual practices that bring you peace and a sense of connection to something larger than yourself. This provides a deep wellspring of strength. By actively pursuing these practices, you can lift your spirit, rekindle your enthusiasm, and restore your natural vitality, allowing you to live each day with renewed energy and purpose.
Chapter 13. How to Get People to Like You. While positive thinking primarily focuses on internal transformation, Peel recognizes that our interactions with others play a crucial role in our overall well-being and success. This chapter offers practical, positive psychology insights into building harmonious relationships and fostering genuine likability. It's not about being someone you're not, but about projecting your best self and genuinely connecting with others through kindness, understanding, and respect. Imagine two people, one who is perpetually critical, self-absorbed, and negative, and another who is warm, encouraging, and genuinely interested in others. Which one are you naturally drawn to? The answer is obvious. Peel asserts that to be interesting, be interested. When you genuinely show interest in others, listen actively, and offer sincere appreciation, you create a magnetic field that draws people towards you. Key strategies for cultivating likability include: be genuinely interested in others. Ask questions, listen attentively, and remember details about their lives. Make them feel important and valued. Smile often. A sincere smile is a universal language of warmth and friendliness. It disarms others and makes you approachable. Call people by name. A person's name is, to them, the sweetest and most important sound in any language. Use it. Be a good listener. Everyone loves to be heard. Give people your full attention when they speak, rather than just waiting for your turn to talk. Talk in terms of the other person's interests. Find common ground and discuss topics that are relevant and engaging to them. Make the other person feel important and do it sincerely. Look for opportunities to offer genuine praise and appreciation. Be pleasant and enthusiastic. Your attitude is contagious. Project positivity, and others will want to be around you. Ultimately, Peel emphasizes that genuine likability stems from a heart filled with kindness, respect, and a desire to connect. When you approach others with a positive attitude and a sincere wish for their well-being, you naturally become someone they are drawn to. Chapter 14. How to Draw Upon That Higher Power. Throughout The Power of Positive Thinking, Peel frequently alludes to a higher power, or God, as a fundamental source of strength, wisdom, and peace. This chapter explicitly guides the reader on how to actively draw upon this spiritual reservoir, transcending mere intellectual belief to cultivate a profound, practical connection. This isn't about rigid dogma, but about a personal, felt experience of divine support that empowers you to face life's challenges with unwavering faith.
Imagine yourself as a device that needs charging. You have your own internal battery, your will, your effort, but there's an infinite power source available, the higher power, that can constantly replenish and amplify your energy. Peel suggests that many people try to navigate life solely on their own limited strength, leading to exhaustion, anxiety, and a sense of overwhelm. By consciously connecting to a higher power, you tap into an inexhaustible wellspring of resilience and guidance. How do you draw upon this higher power? Cultivate a belief in its existence. First and foremost, a sincere belief that such a power exists and is benevolent is essential. Practice consistent prayer. Prayer is the primary communication channel. It's not just asking, it's also listening, giving thanks, and surrendering. Read inspiring scripture or spiritual texts. These texts are filled with wisdom and affirmations that can strengthen your faith and connection. Practice silence and meditation. Create space for quiet reflection, allowing your mind to settle and become receptive to spiritual insights. Surrender your worries and fears. Consciously release your burdens, entrusting them to the higher power. This act of surrender brings immense peace. Live by spiritual principles. Embody kindness, compassion, integrity, and love in your daily actions. This aligns you with the higher power's essence. Trust and expect guidance. Believe that you will be guided and supported, and look for signs, intuitions, and synchronicities in your life. Drawing upon a higher power isn't about avoiding personal responsibility. It's about amplifying your capabilities and finding a deeper sense of peace, purpose, and strength that transcends your individual limitations. It's about knowing you are never truly alone.
Chapter 15. Put these principles into action. Having absorbed the profound insights from the power of positive thinking, you might feel inspired, uplifted, and ready to transform your life. But Peel knows that knowledge without application is ultimately futile. This final chapter serves as a powerful call to action, reminding us that the true power of these principles lies in their consistent, diligent, and enthusiastic implementation. It's not enough to simply read about positive thinking, you must live it. Imagine a finely crafted musical instrument. You can admire its beauty, understand its mechanics, and even read manuals about how to play it. But until you pick it up, practice diligently, and make music, its potential remains untapped. Similarly, the principles of positive thinking are powerful tools, but they require your active engagement to produce results. Peel offers a straightforward framework for putting these principles into action. Start small, start now. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Pick one or two principles that resonate most deeply with you and begin applying them today. Practice daily. Positive thinking is a muscle that grows stronger with consistent exercise. Make daily affirmations, gratitude practices, and mindful problem-solving a part of your routine. Be persistent. You will encounter setbacks, moments of doubt, and old habits trying to creep back in. Don't be discouraged. Simply acknowledge them, recenter yourself, and keep going. Persistence is key. Embrace faith and expect results. Believe that these principles work and consciously expect positive changes in your life. Your expectation fuels the process. Share your experience wisely. While not mandatory, sharing your positive experiences can reinforce your own beliefs and inspire others. Continue to learn and grow. Positive thinking is a lifelong journey. Remain open to new insights, refine your practices, and continuously strive for personal and spiritual growth. The transformative power lies not in the book itself, but in your willingness to apply its wisdom. You have been given the tools. Now it's time to build the life you envision, a life filled with confidence, peace, happiness, and unwavering faith.
The journey begins with a single positive thought, consistently applied. Conclusion. As we bring our deep dive into the power of positive thinking to a close, remember this profound truth. Your mind is an incredibly fertile garden. What you choose to plant within it, seeds of doubt or seeds of faith, weeds of worry or flowers of hope, will ultimately determine the harvest of your life. Norman Vincent Peale didn't just write a book. He handed us a practical guide, a roadmap to cultivating an inner landscape that supports joy, success, and profound peace. You have been empowered to believe in yourself, to seek peace amidst chaos, to cultivate boundless energy, and to tap into a higher power. Now you have the tools to break the worry habit, solve problems with confidence, nurture healing, and build harmonious relationships. Most importantly, you've been empowered to expect the best and to never accept defeat. The journey doesn't end here. It begins now, with your conscious decision to put these principles into action. Embrace them, practice them daily, and watch as your world begins to transform. The power was always within you. Now you know how to unleash it. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook. If this summary has resonated with you, please show your support by hitting the like button, sharing it with someone who could benefit from its wisdom, and subscribing to our channel for more inspiring journeys. Until next time, keep thinking positively, keep believing, and keep vibrating with the infinite possibilities of a life well lived.
Hello, Vibe Audiobook listeners. Are you tired of the endless grind, the daily commute, and the feeling that you're stuck in a loop, living someone else's dream? What if I told you there's a path to freedom, a way to reclaim your time, fire your boss, and truly live life on your own terms? Today, we're diving deep into Matt Morris's groundbreaking book, The Unemployed Millionaire. Escape the rat race, fire your boss, and live life on your terms. This isn't just another business book. It's a manifesto for a new kind of freedom, a roadmap for breaking free from conventional wisdom and designing a life of abundance, purpose, and genuine fulfillment. We're going to explore powerful strategies that have helped countless individuals transform their financial realities and unlock extraordinary lives. So settle in, get comfortable, and prepare to have your perspective shifted. By the end of this journey, you'll not only understand how to escape the rat race, but also how to build a life where you are the ultimate boss. Don't forget to hit that like button, share this episode with anyone who needs a dose of financial freedom, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative insights. Let's begin our journey into The Unemployed Millionaire. Chapter 1. The New Reality of Wealth and Freedom. Matt Morris opens The Unemployed Millionaire by challenging everything we thought we knew about work, wealth, and retirement. For generations, the formula was simple. Go to school, get a good job, work for 40 years, and then retire. But Morris argues that this traditional path is not only outdated, but often leads to a life of quiet desperation, where dreams are deferred and freedom is a distant fantasy. He introduces us to the new reality of wealth and freedom, where the internet and modern business models have created unprecedented opportunities for individuals to build significant income streams without the constraints of a traditional job. Imagine a world where your income isn't tied to your physical presence in an office, where you don't have to trade your time directly for money. This is the world Morris invites us to explore. He paints a vivid picture of the unemployed millionaire, not someone who is literally jobless, but someone who has achieved financial independence to such a degree that they choose to work on their own terms because they love what they do, not because they have to. It's about having total control over your schedule, your location, and your financial destiny. Morris emphasizes that the internet has democratized wealth creation. No longer do you need huge capital investments, extensive infrastructure, or an army of employees to build a successful business. With a laptop, an internet connection, and a burning desire, anyone can tap into global markets and create income streams that were once reserved for large corporations. He challenges the scarcity mindset that often holds people back, replacing it with a vision of abundance and possibility. The key takeaway from this chapter is a powerful shift in perspective. True wealth isn't just about money, it's about the freedom that money buys, the freedom to choose, to experience, and to live life fully. Chapter 2. The Myth of Job Security and the Rise of the Entrepreneur. In this chapter, Morris systematically dismantles the long-held belief in job security. He argues that in today's rapidly changing global economy, the idea of a lifelong job with one company is largely a myth. Corporations are constantly restructuring, outsourcing, and downsizing, often leaving loyal employees adrift. The illusion of security can be a dangerous trap, lulling individuals into a false sense of comfort while their skills become obsolete or their positions are eliminated. He introduces the concept that the only true job security comes from within, from developing your skills, building your own assets, and taking control of your income-generating abilities. This leads naturally to the rise of the entrepreneur. Morris isn't just talking about Silicon Valley tech giants. He's talking about anyone who takes initiative to create value and generate income independently. He highlights the power of self-employment and small business ownership, particularly in the online realm. Think about a skilled graphic designer who, instead of working for a single agency, builds a thriving freelance business serving clients globally. Or a passionate chef who, instead of opening a traditional restaurant, creates an online cooking course and sells digital recipes. These individuals are unemployed millionaires in spirit, leveraging their talents to create financial freedom without being tied to a traditional employer. Morris shares compelling statistics and anecdotes to illustrate how the entrepreneurial path, while sometimes perceived as risky, often offers far more control and security than relying on a corporate paycheck. He encourages listeners to shed their fear of the unknown and embrace the entrepreneurial mindset, viewing challenges as opportunities and learning as a continuous process. The essence here is empowerment. You are responsible for your own economic future, and the entrepreneurial path provides the most direct route to shaping that future. Chapter 3. The Power of Leverage. Working smarter, not harder. This chapter is a game changer, revealing one of the most fundamental principles of wealth creation: leverage. Morris explains that traditional employment often involves a one-to-one exchange of time for money. You work an hour, you get paid for an hour. This model has inherent limitations because there are only so many hours in a day. To become an unemployed millionaire, you need to break free from this linear equation and learn to leverage your efforts. Leverage, Morris explains, comes in many forms. The most powerful in the digital age is systems leverage. Instead of doing everything yourself, you create systems that work for you, even when you're not actively involved. Think of a well-designed sales funnel for an online product. Customers discover the product, learn about its benefits, and make a purchase all automatically, day or night. This system leverages technology to generate income without your constant intervention. Another form is people leverage, often found in network marketing or building a team. By empowering others to succeed, you indirectly leverage their efforts to grow a larger enterprise. This isn't about exploiting people, it's about creating a win-win scenario where everyone benefits from shared growth. Morris also touches on capital leverage, where you use money to make more money, such as investing in real estate or the stock market. However, his primary focus for the aspiring unemployed millionaire is on the accessible forms of leverage that don't require vast sums of initial capital, mainly systems and technology. He uses the metaphor of building a pipeline versus carrying buckets of water. Most people spend their lives carrying buckets, trading their time for money. The truly wealthy build pipelines, systems that deliver continuous value and income long after the initial effort is expended. This chapter is a wake-up call to start thinking strategically about how to multiply your efforts and generate income passively rather than relying solely on active work. It's about designing a business and a life where your time is no longer the limiting factor.
Chapter 4. The Mentality of a Millionaire, Shifting Your Inner Game. Before you can build external wealth, Morris argues, you must cultivate an internal millionaire mindset. This chapter delves into the psychological foundations of success, emphasizing that your beliefs, attitudes, and habits are far more critical than your circumstances. He highlights that many aspiring entrepreneurs are held back not by a lack of resources or opportunities, but by limiting beliefs, fear of failure, and a scarcity mentality. Morris stresses the importance of belief in oneself and one's vision. If you don't truly believe you can achieve financial freedom, you'll unconsciously sabotage your efforts. He encourages readers to identify and challenge these limiting beliefs, replacing them with empowering affirmations and a clear vision of their desired future. This isn't just positive thinking, it's about rewiring your brain for success. He also talks about the importance of resilience. The path to financial freedom is rarely a straight line. It's filled with setbacks, rejections, and moments of doubt. A millionaire mindset isn't afraid of failure. It sees it as feedback, a valuable learning opportunity to pivot and improve. Morris shares his own struggles and how he learned to embrace adversity as a stepping stone. Another crucial aspect is taking personal responsibility. Unemployed millionaires don't blame external factors. They own their choices and their results. They understand that while they can't control everything, they can always control their response and their effort. This mindset fosters a proactive approach to problem solving and goal achievement. Finally, Morris touches on the concept of abundance. Instead of viewing the world as a zero-sum game where one person's gain is another's loss, millionaires operate from a place of abundance, believing there's enough success, wealth, and opportunity for everyone. This mentality fosters collaboration, generosity, and an openness to new possibilities. This chapter is about an internal transformation, preparing you to handle the challenges and opportunities that come with building true freedom. Chapter 5. Identifying Your Vehicle, Finding Your Path to Freedom. With the right mindset in place, the next crucial step is identifying the specific vehicle that will transport you to financial freedom. Morris understands that there isn't a one-size-fits-all solution. What works for one person might not work for another. This chapter is all about self-discovery and strategic alignment. He encourages readers to start by exploring their passions, skills, and existing knowledge. What are you naturally good at? What do you enjoy doing? What problems do you love solving? The most sustainable and fulfilling paths often emerge from these intrinsic motivations. He reminds us that true work, when aligned with passion, feels less like a chore and more like a joyful pursuit. Morris then outlines several common and effective vehicles for building an unemployed millionaire lifestyle in the digital age. Network marketing, or multi-level marketing. He champions network marketing as a powerful model for leverage, personal development, and building passive income, especially for those with strong communication and leadership skills. He debunks common misconceptions and highlights the importance of choosing a reputable company with a valuable product and a supportive community. Affiliate marketing. This involves promoting other companies' products and earning a commission on sales. It's a low-risk way to get started, as you don't need to create your own products or handle customer service. Think of reviewing a product you love on your blog or YouTube channel and including an affiliate link. Information products. Creating and selling digital products like ebooks, online courses, webinars, or membership sites. This leverages your knowledge and expertise, allowing you to serve a global audience repeatedly without creating new content for each sale. A fitness expert could create an online workout program, or a language teacher could sell a digital course. E-commerce, dropshipping, or print-on-demand. Selling physical products online without needing to manage inventory yourself. Dropshipping involves a third-party supplier shipping directly to your customer, while print-on-demand allows you to create custom designs for products like t-shirts or mugs that are only printed when an order is placed. Services, coaching, or consulting. Leveraging your expertise to provide high-value services to clients. This could be business coaching, financial consulting, life coaching, or specialized digital marketing services. Morris stresses the importance of choosing a vehicle that resonates with you and aligns with your strengths. He also advises against shiny object syndrome, encouraging listeners to focus on one vehicle, master it, and give it enough time to generate results before jumping to the next one. This chapter is a practical guide to turning your interests and aptitudes into a profitable, freedom-generating enterprise. Chapter 6. Building your foundation, the blueprint for online success. Once you've chosen your vehicle, the next step is to lay a solid foundation for your online business. This chapter provides a practical blueprint, focusing on essential elements that will ensure your venture is robust, scalable, and sustainable. Morris breaks down the seemingly complex world of online business into manageable, actionable steps. He starts with the absolute necessity of a strong online presence. This typically means having a professional website or blog that serves as your central hub. It's where potential customers or team members can learn about you, your offerings, and how you can help them. Think of it as your virtual storefront and communication center. Next, Morris emphasizes the power of list building. This involves collecting email addresses of interested individuals, creating an asset that allows you to communicate directly with your audience, build relationships, and promote your products or services. "The money is in the list" is a common adage in online marketing, and Morris explains why. He guides listeners on setting up email autoresponders and creating valuable lead magnets, free content offered in exchange for an email address. Content creation is another cornerstone. Whether it's blog posts, YouTube videos, podcasts, or social media updates, consistently providing valuable content helps you attract your target audience, establish your authority, and build trust. Morris advises focusing on solving problems for your audience and delivering consistent value. Then he moves to traffic generation. No matter how great your product or service is, it won't succeed if no one knows about it. Morris explores various strategies, including search engine optimization, or SEO, social media marketing, leveraging platforms like Facebook, Instagram, or LinkedIn to connect with your audience, paid advertising, using platforms like Google Ads or Facebook Ads to quickly reach a targeted audience, and joint ventures and collaborations, partnering with other entrepreneurs to cross-promote each other's offerings. Morris emphasizes that while these elements might seem daunting initially, they are all learnable skills. He encourages a learn-by-doing approach, starting small and continually optimizing your systems. The key message here is to build your business systematically, focusing on creating automated processes that allow your efforts to scale beyond your direct involvement. This foundation is what transforms active work into passive income. Chapter 7. The Art of Marketing and Selling, Connecting with Your Audience. Many people shy away from marketing and selling, associating it with pushy tactics or manipulation. In this chapter, Morris reframes these essential activities as the art of marketing and selling, emphasizing connection, value, and ethical influence. He argues that true selling isn't about convincing someone to buy something they don't need. It's about helping people solve their problems and achieve their desires. He starts by stressing the importance of understanding your target audience. Who are they? What are their pain points? What are their dreams and aspirations? The more deeply you understand your audience, the better you can tailor your message and offer solutions that truly resonate. This requires empathy and active listening, both in person and through market research. Morris then delves into the power of storytelling. People don't buy products, they buy solutions, emotions, and transformations. Stories connect with us on a human level,
making abstract concepts relatable and memorable. Sharing your personal journey, testimonials from satisfied customers, or case studies can be incredibly effective at building trust and demonstrating value. He advocates for a value-first approach. Instead of immediately trying to sell, focus on providing immense value to your audience for free. This builds goodwill, establishes your expertise, and positions you as a trusted resource. When you consistently give, people are naturally more inclined to listen when you eventually present an offer. Regarding the actual selling process, Morris champions attraction marketing. This is about attracting interested prospects to you rather than chasing them. By consistently creating valuable content, building a strong personal brand, and being visible where your audience spends time online, you naturally draw in people who are already predisposed to your message. He also touches on the importance of follow-up. Not everyone will buy on their first interaction. A well-designed follow-up system, often through email marketing, nurtures leads, addresses objections, and gently guides prospects toward a decision. The essence of this chapter is that ethical and effective marketing and selling are about serving, educating, and building genuine relationships, leading to win-win outcomes for both you and your customers. Chapter 8. Mastering Your Time and Productivity, Reclaiming Your Life. One of the primary motivations for becoming an unemployed millionaire is to gain control over your time. However, many entrepreneurs find themselves working even longer hours than they did in a traditional job. This chapter focuses on mastering time and productivity, ensuring that your pursuit of freedom truly delivers it. Morris starts by debunking the myth of multitasking. He argues that trying to do too many things at once actually decreases efficiency and increases stress. Instead, he advocates for focused, deep work, dedicating blocks of uninterrupted time to high-priority tasks. He introduces several practical strategies for effective time management. Prioritization, learning to distinguish between urgent and important tasks. Morris often suggests identifying the one thing that, if accomplished, would make everything else easier or unnecessary. Batching similar tasks, grouping similar activities together. Example, answering emails, making phone calls, creating social media content, to minimize context switching and improve efficiency. Setting boundaries, protecting your work time from distractions and your personal time from work creep. This includes learning to say no to non-essential requests. Leveraging automation and delegation, identifying tasks that can be automated through technology or delegated to others, freeing up your valuable time for higher-level activities. This goes back to the principle of leverage from Chapter 3. Ultimately, this chapter is about intentional living. It's about designing your day and your work-life balance consciously, rather than letting external demands dictate your schedule. The goal is not just to make more money, but to create a lifestyle where you have the freedom to spend your time on what truly matters to you, whether that's family.
Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, where we transform profound insights into an auditory journey that resonates with your soul. Today, we're diving deep into a book that promises to revolutionize your understanding of wealth, happiness, and the often misunderstood dance between the two. Morgan Housel's The Psychology of Money, Timeless Lessons on Wealth, Greed, and Happiness. Have you ever wondered why some people, despite earning massive incomes, struggle with financial peace, while others, with more modest means, build lasting wealth and live fulfilling lives? The answer, as Housel brilliantly reveals, lies not just in spreadsheets and stock market charts, but in the intricate workings of our minds, our emotions, and our unique experiences. This isn't just another book about finance. It's a deep exploration into the human element of money, the biases, the behaviors, and the often irrational decisions that shape our financial destinies. In this captivating summary, we'll unravel Housel's timeless lessons chapter by chapter, presented in a warm, storytelling tone that feels like a friendly guide is speaking directly to you.
We'll explore why luck and risk are two sides of the same coin, the insidious nature of never enough, the true cost of financial independence, and the profound power of simply saying enough. Get ready to gain powerful insights that will not only change how you manage your money, but more importantly, how you think about life itself. So, lean back, relax, and let the wisdom flow. But before we begin, if you find value in these insights, please take a moment to hit that like button, share this with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative summaries. Your support helps us bring more profound wisdom to your ears. Let's begin this journey into the psychology of money. Chapter 1. No one's crazy. Imagine you're watching someone make what seems like an utterly foolish financial decision. You might shake your head, baffled by their choices. But Morgan Housel argues that no one's crazy. What seems irrational to you might be perfectly logical to someone else given their unique experiences, upbringing, and understanding of the world. Our individual experiences with money are incredibly diverse. Someone who grew up in poverty will have a drastically different relationship with saving and spending than someone who grew up in affluence. Think about it. Your parents' financial struggles or triumphs, the economic recessions you lived through, the opportunities you were exposed to, all these factors shape your personal financial worldview. For example, someone who lived through the Great Depression might hoard cash even in times of prosperity because their past taught them the brutal reality of economic collapse. Their behavior, while seemingly irrational to a younger generation, is a direct, logical response to their unique history. Housel emphasizes that judging others' financial decisions without understanding their full context is a futile exercise. Instead, we should recognize that our own financial behaviors are equally shaped by our own peculiar experiences. This chapter is a powerful reminder of humility and empathy in the world of money. It tells us that there's no single right way to think about money, only ways that make sense to individuals based on their own unique journeys. Chapter 2. Luck and Risk. Luck and risk are two sides of the same coin, often indistinguishable in retrospect, yet profoundly impactful on our financial outcomes. Housel illustrates this with compelling stories of individuals who achieved extraordinary success only to attribute it solely to their hard work, completely overlooking the role of luck. Conversely, those who fail often blame external circumstances, ignoring the inherent risks they undertook. Consider Bill Gates. Undeniably brilliant and hard-working, but Housel points out a crucial element. Gates attended one of the few high schools in the world at the time that had a computer, and he had practically unlimited access to it. This was an immense stroke of luck, a rare opportunity that propelled his early genius. Many equally brilliant minds born elsewhere or a few years earlier didn't have that same access. The lesson here is profound. While effort and skill are vital, we must acknowledge the invisible forces of luck and risk. When evaluating financial success or failure, it's rarely 100% merit or 100% misfortune. It's a complex interplay. Housel encourages us to be humble when successful, recognizing that luck played a part, and to be forgiving when we fail, understanding that risk is an unavoidable companion in any endeavor. It's about building a financial strategy that acknowledges both the things within our control and the powerful, unpredictable forces beyond it. Chapter 3. Never Enough. Never Enough explores the perilous trap of insatiable desire, even among the incredibly wealthy. Housel recounts the story of Rajat Gupta, a brilliant and successful CEO who, despite accumulating immense wealth, risked it all for insider trading and ended up in prison. Why? Because even with hundreds of millions, it wasn't enough. This chapter delves into the dangerous psychological boundary between having enough and constantly striving for more. The problem isn't the desire for wealth itself, but the inability to define when enough is enough. Social comparison, especially in today's hyper-connected world, fuels this insatiability. We see others with bigger houses, fancier cars, or more lucrative investments, and suddenly our own substantial achievements feel inadequate. Housel's crucial insight is that the highest form of wealth is the ability to control your time and live life on your own terms. Chasing more indefinitely often leads to taking excessive risks, sacrificing relationships, and ultimately losing the very freedom and happiness that wealth is supposed to provide. The antidote is cultivating contentment and defining your own enough before the endless pursuit consumes you. Chapter 4. Confounding compounding. The power of compounding is often understood mathematically, but Housel shows us its psychological difficulty. Compounding is counterintuitive because its most powerful effects are often invisible for stretches of time. It requires patience, discipline, and the ability to delay gratification, traits that go against many of our immediate desires. Think of Warren Buffett. His genius isn't just about picking great stocks, it's about consistently doing so for over 70 years. Housel points out that the vast majority of Buffett's multi-billion-dollar fortune was accumulated after his 50th birthday, thanks to the exponential growth of compounding. If Buffett had started investing in his 30s and retired in his 60s, he would be wealthy, but nowhere near the legendary status he holds today. The Compounding Confounding chapter teaches us that truly incredible results don't come from a single brilliant decision or a massive one-time gain, but from the consistent, almost boring application of good principles over extended periods. It's about letting time be your most powerful ally. This requires an almost Zen-like approach to investing, trusting the process, ignoring the noise, and understanding that the magic happens not in a flash, but in the relentless ticking of the clock. Chapter 5. Getting wealthy versus staying wealthy. Getting wealthy often involves taking risks, being optimistic, and constantly seeking growth. Staying wealthy, however, is an entirely different beast. It demands a paranoid mindset, a deep understanding of survival, and a willingness to be defensive. Housel articulates this crucial distinction by highlighting that many people focus solely on the accumulation phase, neglecting the preservation phase. He uses the example of long-term capital management, a hedge fund run by Nobel laureates who created complex algorithms that were supposed to be fail-proof. They got incredibly wealthy incredibly fast, but their lack of a survival mindset and their excessive risk-taking led to a catastrophic collapse. They focused on optimizing for return, not for resilience. The key lesson here is that financial success isn't just about hitting home runs, it's about not striking out. Staying wealthy means building a margin of safety into your life. It means having enough cash reserves to weather unexpected storms, diversifying your investments, and avoiding bets that could wipe you out entirely. Housel argues that the ability to stay in the game, to survive market downturns and personal setbacks, is ultimately more important than any single investment return. Survival is the ultimate goal of long-term wealth building.
Chapter 6. Tails, You Win. This chapter introduces a concept that's often overlooked, the impact of extreme outliers. Housel argues that a small number of events, or tails, drive the majority of outcomes in finance and many other areas of life. We often spend too much time analyzing the average or the median, when the true impact comes from the rare, exceptional events. Think about venture capital. A VC firm might invest in 100 startups, knowing that 80 to 90 of them will fail, a few will break even, and perhaps one or two will generate 90% of the returns for the entire fund. The strategy isn't to pick every winner, but to ensure you're in a position to benefit from the rare, massive success. The implication for personal finance is significant. Don't dismiss an investment just because some of its components might fail. For example, if you invest in a diversified stock portfolio, you're not expecting every single company to be a winner. You're counting on a few tails, a few exceptionally successful companies to drive your overall returns. This chapter frees us from the need for perfection and encourages us to embrace diversification and patience, understanding that the biggest rewards come from allowing those rare, powerful tail events to unfold. Chapter 7. Freedom. What is the ultimate benefit of money? Housel argues it's not fancy cars, luxurious homes, or designer clothes. The highest form of wealth is freedom. It's the ability to control your time, to wake up each day and say, I can do whatever I want, with whomever I want, for as long as I want. He points out that working a high-paying job you hate just to afford status symbols is a form of poverty. You might have a lot of money, but you lack true autonomy. Conversely, someone with a more modest income but significant control over their schedule and choices might be far wealthier in the truest sense. This chapter shifts our focus from simply accumulating money to thinking about what money buys. And what it truly buys, Housel asserts, is independence. It's the option to retire early, to pursue a passion project, to spend more time with family, or simply to not have to deal with annoying people. Financial independence gives you the ultimate luxury, time. It encourages us to prioritize savings and investments that create this freedom, rather than falling into the trap of lifestyle inflation that keeps us tethered to our jobs. Chapter 8. Man in the Car Paradox. Have you ever seen someone driving a luxurious car and thought, wow, that person must be successful and important? Housel reveals the man in the car paradox. When you see someone driving a fancy car, you rarely think about the person driving the car. Instead, you imagine yourself in that car, experiencing the prestige and admiration. The paradox is this. People buy expensive things to signal their wealth and success to others, but those others are often more interested in themselves than in the person driving the car. They're not thinking, look at that amazing person. They're thinking, if I had that car, I would be amazing. This chapter is a powerful critique of status spending. It highlights how many of us spend money on things that we believe will impress others, but which often fail to do so. True respect and admiration don't come from material possessions. They come from character, kindness, and genuine achievement. Housel suggests that living below your means and focusing on experiences and relationships rather than external validation leads to greater happiness and financial security. The real flex is not needing to flex at all.
Chapter 9. Wealth is what you don't see. Following on from the man in the car paradox, this chapter deepens the idea that true wealth is often invisible. What you see, the big house, the fancy car, the expensive watch, is usually debt, not wealth. Wealth is the money you have saved, the investments you've made, the financial options you've created for your future. It's what you don't spend. Housel argues that it's easy to look wealthy, but much harder to be wealthy. Someone driving a Ferrari might have taken on massive debt to do so, while someone living in a modest home and driving an older car might have millions in their investment accounts. The problem is, you can't see their investment accounts. This lesson encourages us to redefine our perception of wealth. Stop comparing yourself to what others display, because what they display often tells you nothing about their true financial health. Focus instead on building your own invisible wealth, your savings, your diversified portfolio, your emergency fund. These are the components that truly provide security, freedom, and peace of mind, far more than any flashy possession ever could. Chapter 10. Save Money. This chapter's title seems straightforward, but Housel delves into the profound psychological reasons why saving money is so crucial, far beyond just accumulating a nest egg. He argues that your savings rate, more than your investment returns or your income level, is the most powerful determinant of your financial future. Why? Because saving is the only variable entirely within your control. You can't control market returns, you can't guarantee a massive salary increase, but you can control how much you choose to save from your income. Housel emphasizes that the ability to save is a reflection of your lifestyle choices, your priorities, and your willingness to delay gratification. He also introduces the concept of optionality. The more you save, the more options you create for yourself. It allows you to take a career break, to start a business, to negotiate for better terms, or to simply walk away from a bad situation. Saving isn't just about retirement. It's about building a buffer against life's uncertainties and giving yourself maximum flexibility. It's the ultimate tool for controlling your own destiny, providing peace of mind that no luxury item can ever match.
Chapter 11. Reasonable, greater than rational. When it comes to money, we often strive to be rational, to make decisions based purely on logic and data to maximize our financial outcomes. But Housel makes a compelling case for being reasonable instead. The difference is subtle but critical. Rationality often demands perfection and can lead to paralysis or choices that are technically optimal but emotionally unsustainable. Reasonableness acknowledges our human nature, our biases, and our need for peace of mind. For example, a purely rational investor might try to time the market perfectly, buying at the absolute bottom and selling at the absolute top. This is incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to achieve consistently. A reasonable investor, however, might opt for a diversified portfolio and consistent dollar-cost averaging, knowing they won't always hit the optimal points, but they will achieve good, consistent results over time without immense stress. This chapter teaches us that financial success isn't about being a supercomputer. It's about finding a strategy that you can stick with for the long term, even when emotions run high. It means accepting good enough rather than always chasing perfect. A reasonable approach prioritizes long-term consistency, mental well-being, and avoiding catastrophic errors, even if it means missing out on some theoretically higher returns. This approach is far more sustainable for most people. Chapter 12. Surprise. History is filled with surprises, events that nobody saw coming yet had massive impacts on our lives and our finances. Hauser reminds us that the past is a guide, not a definitive roadmap to the future. We often extrapolate current trends indefinitely or assume that past patterns will repeat precisely. This is a dangerous assumption because the truly impactful events are almost always the ones that defy prediction. Think about the invention of the Internet, the fall of the Berlin Wall, or the COVID-19 pandemic. These were surprises that reshaped economies and societies. If you built a financial plan based solely on pre-Internet assumptions, you would have been woefully unprepared. The lesson here is profound. Plan for the unexpected. Build a robust financial life that can withstand shocks you can't foresee. This means having an emergency fund, diversifying your investments, avoiding excessive leverage, and maintaining flexibility. Housel suggests that instead of trying to predict the next big surprise, we should focus on building resilience so that whatever comes, we are in a position to weather the storm and even capitalize on new opportunities that emerge from the chaos. Prepare for surprises by being anti-fragile. Chapter 13. Room for Error. Room for error is Hausel's elegant term for what many call a margin of safety. It's the idea that when you make financial plans, you should build in a buffer, an extra cushion to account for things going wrong or simply not going as planned. Life rarely follows a perfectly linear trajectory. Recessions happen, jobs are lost, health crises emerge, and unexpected expenses crop up. He points out that the biggest risk in finance is not making a bad investment, but being forced to sell your investments at a loss because you desperately need cash. A lack of a margin of safety forces you into bad decisions when you are most vulnerable. This chapter champions conservative planning. It means having an emergency fund that can cover several months of expenses even if you think you'll never need it. It means not taking on the maximum amount of debt possible.
It means diversifying your investments so that if one goes south, your entire portfolio isn't wiped out. Housel argues that the purpose of a margin of error isn't to perfectly predict the future, but to accept its inherent unpredictability and build a system that can absorb the punches. It's about protecting your downside so your upside can flourish. Chapter 14, You'll Change. One of the most profound psychological challenges in financial planning is our inability to accurately predict our future selves. We make financial decisions today based on our current values, desires, and life circumstances, assuming that these will remain largely constant. Housel argues that this is a fallacy. You'll change. Think about your goals 10 years ago. Are they exactly the same today? Probably not. People evolve. Priorities shift. A career path that seemed ideal in your 20s might feel suffocating in your 40s. A dream house might become an empty burden. This constant evolution makes rigid, long-term financial plans incredibly difficult to maintain. The key takeaway is to avoid extreme financial commitments that might trap your future self. Housel suggests that flexibility is more valuable than optimization when it comes to long-term planning. Avoid taking on enormous debt for a lifestyle you might not want in a decade. Keep your options open. The most successful financial lives are often those that allow for room for adaptation and change, recognizing that the person making decisions today won't be the same person living with those decisions years down the line. It's about building a financial life that can pivot with you. Chapter 15, Nothing is Free. In finance, there's a pervasive myth that you can get something for nothing, a risk-free, high-return investment, or a way to achieve your financial goals without any trade-offs. Housel debunks this myth in Nothing is Free. Everything has a cost, and often that cost isn't measured in dollars, but in less tangible things like uncertainty, volatility, or lost opportunities. Take investment returns, for example. High returns usually come with high volatility. The cost of those potential gains is the emotional discomfort of market downturns and the risk of losing principal. If you want safety, the cost is typically lower returns. If you want the thrill of speculative investing, the cost is a higher probability of losing money. This chapter encourages us to identify and accept the price of whatever financial goal we are pursuing. Instead of wishing for a risk-free path to wealth, recognize that volatility is the fee for long-term equity returns. Emotional discipline, patience, and the willingness to endure short-term pain for long-term gain are the costs of financial success. Understanding and accepting these costs, rather than trying to avoid them, makes you a more realistic and ultimately more successful financial actor.
Chapter 16, You and Me. Housel highlights a crucial distinction, you and me. Your financial goals, risk tolerance, and time horizon are unique to you, and they are likely very different from mine or from those of a professional investor. Yet we often get caught up in comparing ourselves to others, or worse, trying to emulate the strategies of institutional investors who operate under entirely different constraints. A professional money manager, for example, is judged quarterly, often by relative performance benchmarks. They might take short-term risks that are completely inappropriate for an individual saving for retirement over decades. Their incentives are different, their time frames are different, and their ability to absorb losses is different. The core message here is to stop playing someone else's game. Define your own financial goals, understand your own risk capacity, and build a strategy that works for you. Don't get swayed by the latest market fads or the impressive returns of a hedge fund manager. Your personal financial goals, retirement, a down payment on a house, your children's education, are what truly matter. Your unique life circumstances dictate your optimal strategy, not the headlines or the actions of professional traders. Focus on your own lane. Chapter 17, The Seduction of Pessimism. Why does bad news often feel more intelligent, more convincing, and even more sophisticated than good news? Housel explores the seduction of pessimism. He argues that pessimism sounds smart because it's easier to identify and explain what can go wrong. Optimism, especially long-term optimism, often sounds naive because it requires imagining solutions and progress that haven't happened yet. Catastrophic events are often sudden and dramatic, making compelling headlines. Progress, however, is typically slow, incremental, and less sensational. The media, therefore, tends to amplify fear and negativity because it grabs attention. This chapter encourages us to resist the allure of constant doomsaying. While it's important to be aware of risks and challenges, a default pessimistic outlook can paralyze us and prevent us from taking advantage of long-term growth and opportunities. Housel reminds us that despite countless crises and predictions of doom, humanity has a remarkable track record of innovation and adaptation. A balanced, long-term, optimistic view backed by a resilient financial plan is a far more effective stance for building wealth and living a fulfilling life. The world tends to get better, albeit slowly and with setbacks. Chapter 18. When You'll Believe Anything. This chapter delves into the psychological phenomenon of belief persistence, particularly in financial markets. Housel explains that once we form a belief, especially one tied to our investments, it becomes incredibly difficult to change our minds, even in the face of contradictory evidence. We seek out information that confirms our existing views and dismiss information that challenges them. This is known as confirmation bias. He gives the example of market bubbles. During a bubble, people often cling to the belief that this time is different, dismissing historical precedents and fundamental valuations. They interpret every upward tick as proof of their brilliance, and every warning sign as misguided pessimism. When You'll Believe Anything reminds us of the importance of intellectual humility. Be open to changing your mind. Be willing to admit you were wrong. The financial world is dynamic, and holding on to outdated or incorrect beliefs can be incredibly costly. Housel suggests that a willingness to constantly question your assumptions and to seek diverse perspectives is a crucial trait for long-term financial success. The stronger your conviction, the more carefully you should scrutinize your beliefs.
Chapter 19. All Together Now. In this concluding chapter, Housel brings all the previous lessons together, emphasizing that the psychology of money is less about complex formulas and more about simple, timeless truths applied consistently over time. There's no single secret to financial success. It's a combination of behaviors, mindsets, and principles. He reiterates that true wealth is about freedom and control over your time. It's about understanding that savings rate is more important than investment returns for most people. It's about recognizing the power of compounding, the necessity of a margin of safety, and the importance of defining enough. It's also about avoiding the traps of social comparison and the seduction of pessimism. All Together Now serves as a powerful synthesis, urging readers to integrate these psychological insights into their financial lives. It's a call to action to move beyond the purely analytical aspects of finance and embrace the human element, our emotions, our biases, and our unique experiences as the most significant drivers of our financial destinies. The book concludes by emphasizing that financial success is not necessarily about intelligence or education. It's about behavior. Simple behaviors, consistently applied, lead to profound long-term results. And there you have it, a journey through the profound and often counterintuitive world of The Psychology of Money by Morgan Housel. We've explored why no one's crazy, the intertwined nature of luck and risk, the insidious trap of never enough, and the silent, powerful magic of compounding. We've learned that staying wealthy is different from getting wealthy, that outlier events or tails drive most returns, and that the ultimate prize of money is not luxury, but freedom. We've unmasked the man-in-the-car paradox,
recognized that true wealth is invisible, and understood why saving is your most powerful financial lever. We've also embraced the wisdom of being reasonable over rational, prepared for life's inevitable surprises with a room for error, acknowledged that our future selves will change, and accepted that nothing in finance is truly free. We've been reminded to run our own race, you and me, resisted the seductive call of pessimism, and learned the crucial importance of intellectual humility. Morgan Housel has given us a timeless gift, a framework for understanding not just how money works, but how we work with money. This book isn't about telling you what to think, but how to think more effectively about one of the most impactful aspects of our lives. The lessons are simple, yet profoundly powerful. They remind us that financial success is less about what you know and more about how you behave. It's about patience, discipline, humility, and a clear understanding of what truly brings you peace and happiness. So, as you step back into your day, carry these insights with you. Apply them to your own financial journey. Define your enough, prioritize your freedom, and build a financial life that is resilient, flexible, and aligned with your deepest values. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook. If this summary resonated with you, please hit that like button, share it with friends and family who could benefit from these timeless lessons, and subscribe to our channel for more enriching audio experiences. Your support helps us continue to bring you the best in wisdom and knowledge. Until next time, may your financial journey be filled with wisdom, peace, and abundance.
Hello, and welcome to Vibe Audiobook, the place where we unlock the power of transformative ideas, one incredible book at a time. I'm your host, and today we're diving deep into a concept so fundamental, so profoundly impactful, yet often overlooked, that it holds the key to virtually every aspect of your life. Have you ever considered the constant, unseen dialogue happening within your own mind? The whispers, the judgments, the encouragement, the doubt. Well, prepare to turn those whispers into a symphony of success, because today we're exploring the groundbreaking insights from Shad Helmstetter's timeless classic, What to Say When You Talk to Yourself. This isn't just another self-help book. It's a profound journey into the very architecture of your mind, a practical guide to reprogramming your internal narrative, and ultimately, a roadmap to building the life you truly desire. If you've ever felt stuck, limited, or simply not living up to your full potential, then the lessons we're about to uncover will be nothing short of revolutionary for you. So lean back, get comfortable, and let's unlock the immense power hidden within your own voice. But before we begin this incredible exploration, if you find value in today's session, please hit that like button, share this episode with someone who needs to hear it, and of course, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you don't miss out on our future journeys into literary wisdom. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. The Inner Voice, Your Constant Companion. Imagine, if you will, that you have a constant companion, an ever-present voice in your ear whispering thoughts, opinions, and judgments about everything you encounter. This companion is with you from the moment you wake until you drift off to sleep. For many of us, this companion is largely left unchecked, its narrative running on autopilot, often a blend of old programming, fears, and limiting beliefs absorbed over years. Shad Helmstetter begins by shining a spotlight on this inner voice, the silent yet incredibly powerful conversation you have with yourself every single day. He argues that this internal dialogue isn't just background noise, it's the very foundation of your beliefs, your self-image, and consequently, your actions and results. Think about it. Every decision you make, every emotion you feel, every reaction you have is first filtered through the lens of what you tell yourself about it.
Consider a simple scenario. You're faced with a new challenge at work. The inner voice might say, "This is too hard. You'll probably fail, just like last time." Or it could say, "This is a great opportunity to learn and grow. You've handled tough things before." Which voice do you think will lead to a better outcome? Helmstetter makes it clear the words you speak to yourself are not just fleeting thoughts, they are self-fulfilling prophecies in the making. This chapter is about awareness. It's about recognizing that this internal monologue exists, and more importantly, that it is programmable. It's like discovering you've been driving a car with a fixed GPS that's always telling you to go to the same old, uninspiring destinations. Helmstetter wants you to realize you have the power to change the destination, to input new coordinates and chart a new course for your life simply by altering what you say to yourself. It's a profound realization. Your life isn't just happening to you. You are, in many ways, narrating it into existence.
Chapter 2. The Roots of Self-Talk. Where does it come from? Now that we understand the immense power of self-talk, the natural question arises, where does it all come from? Why do some of us have a naturally encouraging inner voice, while others struggle with constant self-doubt and criticism? Helmstetter delves into the origins, explaining that our self-talk is largely a product of our past programming. Think of your mind as a super advanced computer. From the moment you're born, it starts absorbing data. Every word you hear, every experience you have, every judgment or praise you receive from parents, teachers, friends, and society at large becomes a line of code in your subconscious program. If you frequently heard messages like, "You're not good enough," "Be careful, you might fail," or "Life is hard," these phrases become part of your internal script. Even seemingly innocent phrases like, "Don't be silly," or "That's not how it's done," can subtly shake a narrative of inadequacy or fear of deviation. Helmstetter identifies several key sources of this programming. Childhood experiences. Our early years are particularly formative. The feedback we received, the environment we grew up in, and the examples set by our primary caregivers deeply imprint on our developing minds. Parental and authority figures. The words of parents, teachers, and other authority figures carry immense weight. Their beliefs and expectations often become our own. Societal and cultural influences. Media, cultural norms, and societal expectations also contribute. Think about common phrases or beliefs perpetuated in your culture that might limit personal growth or define success in a narrow way. Past experiences and failures. Negative experiences or perceived failures can become ingrained in our self-talk, leading to statements like, "I always mess things up," or "I'm not lucky." The crucial point here is that much of this programming was unconscious and unintentional. You didn't choose to adopt these limiting beliefs. They were simply absorbed. Like weeds growing in a garden, they took root without your explicit permission. This chapter is vital because it frees us from blame. It's not your fault if your self-talk is currently negative. You are simply running on inherited software. But once you understand its origins, you gain the power to update that software, to pull out the weeds and plant new, life-affirming seeds.
Chapter 3. The 4 Categories of Self-Talk. Identifying your pattern. To effectively change your self-talk, you first need to understand what kind of self-talk you're currently engaged in. Helmstetter neatly categorizes self-talk into 4 distinct types, creating a powerful framework for self-assessment. Let's explore each of them. Negative self-talk. Type 1. This is the most damaging form. It's characterized by criticism, blame, self-doubt, and pessimism. Phrases like, "I can't do this," "I'm a failure," "I'm not smart enough," or "Why bother trying" fall into this category. This type of self-talk actively sabotages your efforts, drains your energy, and reinforces limiting beliefs. It's the voice that convinces you to stay in your comfort zone, even if that zone is stifling your potential. Neutral self-talk, type 2. This type is characterized by observation without judgment. It is what it is. I'll see what happens. Or, there's nothing I can do. While not overtly negative, it lacks proactive energy and conviction. It often leads to apathy, procrastination, and a feeling of being a passive observer in your own life. It doesn't actively harm you, but it certainly doesn't help you grow or achieve your goals. It's like a car idling. It's on, but not going anywhere. Acceptance self-talk, type 3. This is where we start moving in a positive direction. Acceptance self-talk acknowledges reality, even if it's challenging, but also carries a hopeful and resilient undertone. This is difficult, but I will get through it. I made a mistake, and I will learn from it. Or, I accept myself, flaws and all. This type fosters resilience, self-compassion, and a sense of agency. It's a significant improvement over negative or neutral talk, as it allows for emotional processing and forward movement, even in the face of adversity. Positive self-talk, type 4. This is the ultimate goal. Positive self-talk is empowering, encouraging, optimistic, and goal-oriented. I am capable. I will succeed. I am strong and resilient. I deserve the best, or I can achieve anything I set my mind to. This type of self-talk builds confidence, fuels motivation, and actively programs your subconscious for success. It's the voice of your ideal self, guiding you towards your highest potential. Helmstetter encourages listeners to honestly assess which category their dominant self-talk falls into. Often we might have a mix, but identifying the predominant pattern is the first step towards consciously shifting it. This categorization provides a clear roadmap for change. If you're stuck in type 1, your immediate goal is to move towards type 3 or 4. It's like understanding your current position on a map before you can plot a new course.
Chapter 4. The Power of Repetition, Programming Your New Reality. Once you understand the origins and categories of self-talk, the natural next step is to learn how to change it. Helmstetter's core principle here is simple, yet profoundly effective: repetition. Just as your current self-talk was programmed through repeated exposure to certain messages, so too can you reprogram it by consciously and consistently repeating new, positive messages. Think of your mind as a garden. If you want to grow beautiful flowers, you don't just plant a seed once and forget about it. You water it, nurture it, and protect it consistently. Similarly, to cultivate positive self-talk, you must consistently plant and reinforce positive affirmations. Helmstetter emphasizes that this isn't about mere wishful thinking or pretending everything is perfect when it's not. It's about deliberately choosing the thoughts and words you feed your mind. He introduces the concept of affirmations, positive, present-tense statements about who you are, what you want, and what you believe. Examples include, I am confident and capable. I attract success and abundance. I am healthy and vibrant. Or, I overcome challenges with ease. The key to their effectiveness lies in consistent, heartfelt repetition. Helmstetter suggests several methods: verbal repetition, speaking your affirmations aloud with conviction multiple times a day; written repetition, writing your affirmations down repeatedly in a journal; mental repetition, silently repeating affirmations in your mind throughout the day; audio repetition, recording your affirmations and listening to them, especially during times of relaxation or before sleep, when the subconscious mind is most receptive. The science behind this is fascinating. Repetition, especially when combined with emotion, helps to create new neural pathways in your brain. It literally rewires your mind. Old, limiting beliefs, which are essentially well-worn neural pathways, begin to weaken, and new, empowering beliefs, with their fresh pathways, grow stronger.
It's like carving a new path through a forest. The more you walk it, the clearer and easier it becomes. This chapter is a call to action. It's an invitation to become the conscious architect of your inner world, to intentionally choose the thoughts that will shape your destiny, and to understand that consistency, not intensity, is the true magic ingredient.
Chapter 5. Crafting Effective Self-Talk, the Art of Affirmations. It's not enough to simply say positive words. They need to be crafted in a way that truly resonates and penetrates the subconscious mind. Helmstetter provides clear guidelines for creating powerful, effective self-talk. This isn't just about positive thinking, it's about strategic, deliberate programming. Here are the key principles for crafting effective affirmations. Make them personal. Use I. Always use I or my statements. I am confident, not one should be confident. This directly addresses your subconscious and makes the message personal and relevant to you. Make them positive. Frame your affirmations in the positive. Instead of, I am not afraid, say, I am courageous. The subconscious mind often struggles to process negatives. Focus on what you want, not what you don't want. Make them present tense. Speak as if it's already true. I am successful, not I will be successful. This tells your subconscious that this is your current reality, and it begins to align your actions and beliefs to match this present truth. Make them specific and clear. Be as clear as possible. Instead of, I am happy, you might say, I feel joy and enthusiasm in all my daily activities. The more vivid and specific, the more powerfully it impacts your subconscious. Make them emotional. Infuse your affirmations with feeling. When you repeat them, feel the truth of them. Imagine the joy, the confidence, the success. Emotion is the fuel that drives the affirmations into your subconscious. Don't just say the words, believe them as you say them. Focus on desired traits or outcomes. Identify the specific areas where you want to grow or what you want to achieve. Do you want more confidence, better health, financial abundance, stronger relationships? Tailor your affirmations to these specific goals. Keep them consistent. While variety is good, sticking with a core set of affirmations for a period allows them to deeply embed. Consistency over time is far more effective than trying a new affirmation every day. Helmstetter also advises against using affirmations that feel too far-fetched or unbelievable to you initially. If you're deeply ingrained in scarcity thinking, jumping straight to I am a millionaire might create internal resistance. Instead, start with something you can believe, like, I am open to receiving abundance, or I am improving my financial situation daily. As your belief shifts, you can then upgrade your affirmations. This chapter empowers you to become a wordsmith, an internal sculptor, carefully selecting the language that will build the magnificent inner world you desire. It teaches you that your words are not just sounds, they are potent tools of creation. Chapter 6. Overcoming Resistance, Dealing with Doubt and Negativity. As you embark on the journey of reprogramming your self-talk, you're bound to encounter resistance. This is entirely normal. Your subconscious mind has been running on old programming for years, and it won't give up its familiar patterns without a fight. Helmstetter dedicates this chapter to preparing you for this internal struggle and providing strategies to overcome doubt and negativity. Imagine trying to steer a large ship in a new direction. It takes effort and consistent pressure on the rudder to overcome its old momentum. Your mind is similar. When you start saying, I am confident, and your internal narrative immediately retorts, no, you're not. Remember all those times you failed? That's resistance. Helmstetter offers several powerful insights and techniques. Acknowledge, don't argue. When negative thoughts arise, acknowledge them without engaging in a debate. Don't fight them.
Simply observe them and then gently redirect your focus back to your positive affirmations. Trying to suppress them often makes them stronger. Understand the source. Remember that these negative thoughts are often just echoes of old programming, not necessarily your current truth. They are outdated files, not current facts. Persistence is key. The most crucial strategy is sheer persistence. Keep repeating your positive affirmations even when you don't feel them, even when doubt whispers loudly. Every repetition is like a drop of water on a stone. Eventually, it will wear it down. The fake it till you make it principle. Helmstetter argues that sometimes you have to act as if. If you want to be confident, start by acting confidently, speaking confidently, and affirming confidence even if the feeling isn't fully there yet. Your actions influence your beliefs, just as your beliefs influence your actions. Be patient and kind to yourself. Changing deeply ingrained patterns takes time. There will be days when it feels like you're taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Be patient with yourself, celebrate small victories, and don't fall into the trap of criticizing yourself for having negative thoughts. That's just more negative self-talk. Visualize success. Complement your affirmations with visualization. See yourself living out the truth of your affirmations. If you affirm, "I am healthy," visualize yourself full of energy, vibrant, and active. This enhances the emotional impact. This chapter serves as a pep talk, a reminder that the journey of self-transformation is not always linear, but with understanding, patience, and unwavering commitment, you can navigate the choppy waters of doubt and emerge stronger with a new, empowering internal narrative guiding your way.
Chapter 7. Self-talk for specific areas of life, tailoring your approach. The beauty of Helmstetter's self-talk methodology is its universal applicability. While the core principles remain the same, this chapter emphasizes tailoring your affirmations to specific areas of your life where you seek improvement. Just as a master chef uses different spices for different dishes, you can customize your self-talk for various aspects of your existence. Helmstetter guides us through applying self-talk to common areas. Health and well-being. If you're looking to improve your physical or mental health, your self-talk should reflect that. Instead of, "I'm always tired," try, "I am full of energy and vitality." Instead of, "I get sick easily," affirm, "My immune system is strong and healthy." This can include affirmations for weight management, consistent exercise, stress reduction, and positive body image. Career and financial success. For professional advancement or financial abundance, focus on affirmations that build confidence, competence, and a mindset of wealth. I am a highly valued professional. I attract opportunities for growth and success. I am a magnet for abundance, or I manage my finances wisely and effectively. Relationships. To foster healthier, more fulfilling relationships, your self-talk can focus on empathy, connection, and self-worth. I attract loving and supportive relationships. I communicate openly and honestly. I am a good listener. Or, I am worthy of love and respect. Personal growth and learning. If your goal is continuous self-improvement, lifelong learning, or developing new skills, your self-talk can reinforce curiosity and capability. I am a quick and eager learner. I embrace challenges as opportunities for growth. Or, I am constantly evolving into my best self. Emotional mastery. To better manage emotions like anger, anxiety, or sadness, affirmations can help reprogram your emotional responses. I respond calmly and thoughtfully to situations. I choose joy and peace. Or, I release all negative emotions and embrace serenity. Helmstetter's message is clear. Identify the specific areas where you feel limited,
where your old self-talk is holding you back, and then deliberately craft new, empowering affirmations for those areas. It's like having a personalized mental toolkit, each tool designed for a specific job, helping you build a stronger, more vibrant life brick by self-talk. This targeted approach amplifies the impact of your self-talk, creating focused change where it's most needed. Chapter 8. The Science Behind Self-Talk, How It Really Works. For those who lean towards a more scientific understanding, Helmstetter provides a compelling explanation of why self-talk is so powerful. This chapter bridges the gap between the practical application and the underlying neurobiology and psychology, offering a deeper appreciation for the profound impact of our internal dialogue. He delves into concepts such as the subconscious mind. Helmstetter emphasizes that our self-talk primarily communicates with the subconscious mind, which is far more powerful and influential than the conscious mind. The subconscious doesn't judge, it simply accepts and executes the programming it receives, much like a computer's operating system. When you consistently feed it positive, empowering messages, it begins to alter your beliefs and behaviors at a fundamental level. Neuroplasticity. This is a groundbreaking scientific concept referring to the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. Every time you think a thought or engage in a behavior, you strengthen a neural pathway. When you consciously repeat positive affirmations, you are literally creating and strengthening new neural pathways that support those positive beliefs. Old negative pathways, when not used, begin to weaken. This means you are physically rewiring your brain. The reticular activating system, or RAS, is a network of neurons located in the brainstem that acts as a filter, determining what information reaches your conscious awareness. When you program your subconscious with specific goals or desires through self-talk, your RAS becomes attuned to opportunities and resources related to those goals. Have you ever bought a new car and suddenly started seeing that model everywhere? That's your RAS at work. Self-talk primes your RAS to notice and attract what you focus on. The link between thoughts, emotions, and actions. Helmstetter reinforces the undeniable chain. Thoughts lead to emotions, emotions lead to actions, and actions lead to results. By changing your thoughts through self-talk, you initiate a positive ripple effect throughout this entire chain. Positive thoughts generate positive emotions, which motivate positive actions, ultimately leading to positive results. The placebo effect. While not directly discussed as such, the power of belief central to the placebo effect is deeply intertwined with self-talk. If you truly believe something is true for you because you've repeatedly told yourself it is, your body and mind will often conspire to make it so. This chapter demystifies self-talk, moving it beyond a purely philosophical concept to a scientifically supported method for personal transformation. Understanding how it works makes the commitment to consistent practice even more compelling, reinforcing that you're engaging in a proven mental technology for self-improvement.
Chapter 9. Making Self-Talk a Lifestyle. Integration and Consistency. The power of self-talk isn't a one-time event. It's a daily practice, a way of life. Helmstetter dedicates this chapter to practical strategies for integrating self-talk so deeply into your routine that it becomes as natural and essential as breathing. This is about moving beyond sporadic effort to consistent, effortless habit. Here are the key takeaways for making self-talk a lifestyle. Establish a routine. Identify specific times each day when you can dedicate time to your self-talk. This could be first thing in the morning, during your commute, before a workout, during a lunch break, or right before bed. Consistency trumps intensity. Even 5 to 10 minutes daily is more effective than an hour once a week. Utilize dead time.
Helmstetter encourages using otherwise productive time for self-talk. Waiting in line, doing chores, walking the dog. These are perfect moments to mentally or even softly audibly repeat your affirmations. Every moment is an opportunity to reinforce your positive programming. Create a self-talk environment. Surround yourself with reminders. Write affirmations on sticky notes and place them on your mirror, computer, or refrigerator. Use your phone's background or screensaver. The more visual cues you have, the more you'll be prompted to engage. Combined with other practices. Integrate self-talk with other beneficial habits. If you meditate, incorporate affirmations into your meditation. If you exercise, repeat empowering phrases while you work out. This synergy strengthens both practices. Keep it fresh, but consistent. While consistency with core affirmations is crucial, it's okay to periodically review and update your list as you grow and your goals evolve. Ensure your affirmations remain relevant and inspiring to your current journey. Be accountable. Share your self-talk practice with a trusted friend, family member, or coach. This can provide an extra layer of motivation and accountability. Even simply tracking your practice in a journal can be a powerful motivator. The future pacing technique. As you affirm, visualize yourself living the reality of those affirmations. See yourself confident, successful, healthy. This emotional pre-experiencing strengthens the neural pathways and makes the affirmations more potent. Helmstetter reiterates that like any new skill, self-talk takes practice. The initial effort might feel conscious and deliberate, but over time, as new neural pathways strengthen, it becomes more automatic, a natural and empowering part of your inner landscape. This chapter is about moving from doing self-talk to being a person who lives self-talk, where your inner voice automatically supports and uplifts you.
Chapter 10. Beyond Affirmations, Living Your Self-Talk. While affirmations are the cornerstone of Helmstetter's methodology, this chapter broadens the perspective, emphasizing that true transformation comes from living your self-talk. It's not just about what you say to yourself, but how those words translate into your actions and ultimately your reality. This is the crucial step of bridging the gap between internal programming and external manifestation. Helmstetter makes it clear, self-talk is not a substitute for action. It's a catalyst for it. If you affirm, "I am a successful entrepreneur," but never take steps to build a business, the affirmation will remain just a wish. The purpose of powerful self-talk is to shift your beliefs. It helps you truly believe in your capabilities and potential. Boost your confidence. It provides the inner strength and courage to take risks and pursue opportunities. Inspire action. It motivates you to move forward, even when faced with fear or uncertainty. Improve your perception. It helps you see challenges as opportunities rather than insurmountable obstacles. The concept here is about aligning your inner world with your outer world. If your self-talk is consistently positive and empowering, you'll naturally be more inclined to take calculated risks because you believe in your ability to handle outcomes, good or bad. Embrace challenges, seeing them as opportunities for growth rather than roadblocks. Persist through setbacks because your inner voice reminds you of your resilience. Seek out opportunities. Your RAS, as discussed in Chapter 8, will be primed to notice them. And act congruently with your goals. Your actions will begin to reflect the person you're becoming through your self-talk. Helmstetter emphasizes that as your self-talk improves, you'll start noticing subtle shifts in your behavior, your reactions, and your general outlook. You'll find yourself naturally making choices that align with your desired future. It's a beautiful feedback loop. Positive self-talk leads to positive actions, which lead to positive results, which further reinforce your positive self-talk.
This chapter reminds us that while the work begins internally, the ultimate goal is to see that transformation manifest in a richer, more fulfilling, and successful life in the real world. It's about becoming the living embodiment of your most powerful and positive internal narrative.
Chapter 11. The Long-Term Vision. Sustaining Your New Self. As we approach the culmination of Helmstedter's wisdom, this chapter focuses on the long-term journey. Changing self-talk isn't a quick fix, it's a commitment for life. Just as a garden requires continuous tending, your internal landscape needs ongoing care and cultivation to flourish. Helmstetter encourages a long-term vision, understanding that maintenance is crucial. Even after you've successfully reprogrammed much of your negative self-talk, old patterns can resurface, especially during times of stress or major life changes. Consistent maintenance, daily affirmations, mindful awareness of your thoughts, is essential to keep the weeds from growing back. Growth is continuous. The journey of personal growth never truly ends. As you achieve one goal, new aspirations will emerge. Your self-talk should evolve with you, always supporting your next level of growth and potential. The compounding effect. The benefits of consistent positive self-talk compound over time. Small, consistent efforts today lead to massive transformations in the future. It's like saving money. Small, regular deposits yield substantial returns over years. Becoming a role model. As you transform your own life through conscious self-talk, you naturally become an inspiration to others. Your newfound confidence, resilience, and optimism can positively influence those around you. You become a living testament to the power of inner transformation. Building a legacy. Helmstetter invites us to consider the legacy we build not just through our external achievements, but through the inner peace, joy, and fulfillment we cultivate. This inner work, through self-talk, creates a foundation for a truly meaningful life. This chapter instills a sense of purpose and commitment, reminding us that the investment we make in our self-talk today pays dividends for a lifetime. It's about recognizing that you are creating not just a better day, but a better life, a better future, and a more empowered version of yourself that will continue to evolve and thrive. The practice of self-talk becomes a lifelong partnership with yourself, a continuous dialogue of encouragement and belief.
Chapter 12. Your Self-Talk Action Plan, a Practical Guide to Implementation. In this final crucial chapter, Helmstetter consolidates all the principles and insights into a practical, step-by-step action plan. This is where theory meets reality, providing you with a clear roadmap to immediately begin implementing the power of self-talk in your own life. He outlines a structured approach which can be adapted to individual needs. Identify your limiting beliefs. Start by pinpointing the specific areas where you feel stuck or limited. What are the negative statements you most frequently say to yourself about these areas? Write them down. Be brutally honest. Craft your core affirmations. For each limiting belief, create a powerful, positive, present tense, and personal affirmation. Ensure these affirmations are emotionally resonant and specific to your desired outcomes. Aim for a manageable number, say 5 to 10, to start with. Establish a daily practice. Choose specific times and methods for daily repetition. Will you say them aloud in the morning? Write them down? Listen to a recording? Integrate them into your commute or exercise. Commit to this daily practice. Reinforce throughout the day. Actively look for opportunities to repeat your affirmations mentally or verbally during dead time or whenever you need a mental boost. Use visual cues to remind yourself. Monitor and adjust. Pay attention to how you feel
And if your internal dialogue starts to shift, are new opportunities appearing? Are you feeling more confident? Regularly review your affirmations and adjust them as you grow or as new goals emerge. Don't be afraid to tweak and refine. Be patient and persistent. Understand that transformation takes time. There will be good days and challenging days. The key is unwavering consistency and a commitment to not giving up. Each repetition is a step forward. Take action. Remember that self-talk is a catalyst for action. As your inner world transforms, be courageous and take steps that align with your new beliefs. Live your self-talk.
And there you have it, a comprehensive journey through the profound wisdom of Shad Helmstetter's What to Say When You Talk to Yourself. We've explored the origins of our inner voice, identified its various forms, and, most importantly, learned the practical, scientifically backed strategies for transforming it. Remember, the conversation you have with yourself is the most important one you'll ever have. By consciously choosing to plant seeds of positivity, confidence, and empowerment through consistent self-talk, you are not just changing your thoughts, you are literally rewiring your brain and reshaping your entire life. I encourage you to take these insights and apply them. Start small, be consistent, and witness the incredible power of your own words. Your future self will thank you for it. If you found inspiration, clarity, or a renewed sense of purpose today, please show your support by hitting that like button, sharing this episode with friends and family who could benefit from this message, and of course, subscribing to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative literary journeys. Your engagement helps us bring more incredible content to you. Thank you for tuning in to Vibe Audiobook. Until next time, keep nurturing that powerful inner voice and keep living a life filled with purpose and possibility.
Welcome back, Vibe Audiobook family. Have you ever looked around at your life, your business, your daily routines, and thought, there has to be a better way? A way to achieve more, experience less stress, and truly reclaim your precious time? If you've ever felt like you're constantly pushing a boulder uphill, putting out endless fires, or just swimming against a strong current, then today's deep dive is going to be a revelation for you. We're about to unlock the profound wisdom of Sam Carpenter's groundbreaking book, Work the System: The Simple Mechanics of Making More and Working Less. This isn't just a book, it's a blueprint for liberation. Carpenter isn't offering quick fixes or ephemeral motivation. Instead, he's inviting us into a complete paradigm shift, a way of seeing the world, and more importantly, our world, as an interconnected series of systems. Once we understand these systems, once we learn to design and optimize them, we transition from being victims of circumstance to masters of our destiny. From the chaos of reactivity to the calm power of control. Imagine your business running so smoothly, so predictably, that you have the freedom to truly innovate, to enjoy your personal life, to pursue your passions without the nagging anxiety of what's going wrong back at the office. This book promises to show you exactly how to build that reality. So get ready to transform your perspective, your processes, and ultimately, your life. This is a journey towards intentionality, efficiency, and profound peace of mind. Let's dive deep into the mechanics of making more and working less. And as always, if you find immense value in what you hear today, please take a moment to hit that like button, share this episode with anyone who needs to hear this message, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook. Your support fuels our mission to bring you the best in transformative wisdom. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. The Systems Mindset. Your world is a collection of systems. Sam Carpenter opens Work the System with a powerful declaration, a foundational truth that, once genuinely grasped, fundamentally alters how you perceive every aspect of your existence. He states unequivocally that your entire world,
Your business, your personal life, your relationships, your health, your finances is nothing more and nothing less than a collection of interconnected operating systems. This isn't just a philosophical musing, it's a profound operational insight. Carpenter challenges us to move beyond the superficial symptoms of problems and instead look for the underlying systems that produce those results. Think about it. When your car breaks down, you don't just kick the tires and hope for the best. You or a mechanic looks at the engine, the electrical system, the fuel system to diagnose which system has malfunctioned. Yet in our businesses and personal lives, we often react to individual issues without ever examining the systemic root. We're perpetually in firefighting mode, battling daily crises when the real problem lies in the faulty design or execution of the systems that generate those crises in the first place. Carpenter uses vivid examples to drive this point home. Consider a recurring problem in your business, perhaps late deliveries or inconsistent customer service. Most people would try to fix the individual late delivery or placate the upset customer. But Carpenter urges you to ask, what system is producing this outcome? Is it the order processing system, the inventory management system, the communication system between departments? Once you identify the system, you can then scrutinize its components, understand its mechanics, and consciously redesign it to produce the desired excellent outcome rather than the frustrating poor one. This isn't about being cold or mechanistic, it's about being incredibly effective and intentional. By embracing the systems mindset, you elevate yourself from a reactive participant to a proactive architect. You stop being a victim of circumstance and start becoming the master of your outcomes. It's about recognizing that every single result you experience in your life, good, bad, or indifferent, is the output of a system, whether that system is consciously designed or has evolved by accident. The power, Carpenter argues, lies in the realization that you can design better systems. This initial chapter is a call to awaken, to see the intricate dance of systems that surrounds you, and to understand that this awareness is the first, most crucial step towards gaining profound control over your life and business. It's about cultivating a detachment that allows for objective analysis, transforming you from a frantic cog in the machine to the thoughtful engineer who builds and refines the machine itself. This mental shift alone can dramatically reduce stress and provide a newfound sense of clarity and purpose. Chapter 2: The Two Most Important Discoveries, Control and Excellence. Building upon the foundational systems mindset, Sam Carpenter then unveils what he considers his two most important discoveries: the absolute necessity of control and the unwavering pursuit of excellence. These aren't just abstract concepts, they're the two pillars upon which a successful, low-stress, and highly profitable enterprise or life is built. Let's unpack control. Carpenter defines control not as micromanagement or stifling authority, but as the ability to predictably influence outcomes. It's about ensuring that your systems operate in a consistent, reliable manner, producing the desired results every time. Imagine a skilled pilot flying an airplane. They aren't hoping the plane goes where they want, they are controlling its trajectory through a complex system of instruments and procedures. Similarly, in business, true control means your processes are so robust and well documented that consistent, positive results are the norm, not the exception. Without control, you are constantly reacting to unforeseen problems, dealing with inconsistent quality, and feeling a pervasive sense of anxiety because you don't know what crisis will erupt next. This lack of control is the root cause of most business owners and managers' stress and overwork. By gaining control over your systems, you move from chaos to calm, from guesswork to predictability, from anxiety to assurance. This leads directly to the second discovery, excellence. When your systems are under control, excellence becomes the natural, almost automatic outcome. Carpenter argues that excellence should not be a rare occurrence or a heroic effort. It should be the standard output of every well-designed system. If your sales system is controlled, you'll consistently convert leads. If your production system is controlled, you'll consistently deliver high-quality products. If your customer service system is controlled, you'll consistently delight your clients. Excellence in this context is not about perfection, but about the consistent delivery of high-quality, predictable results. It's about designing processes that inherently lead to superior outcomes. Carpenter directly challenges the notion that hard work alone guarantees success. He contends that hard work within a broken system only serves to perpetuate and exacerbate the problems. It's like trying to bail water out of a sinking ship with a teaspoon. You're working hard, but the system, the leaky hull, is still winning. True effectiveness comes from working hard on the system, designing it for control, so that the results are consistently excellent. This perspective changes your focus from individual effort to systemic improvement. It frees you from the burden of individual blame and shifts it towards collective, systematic improvement. These two discoveries, control and excellence, are intertwined. You gain control through effective systems, and that control yields consistent excellence. This chapter is a rallying cry for intentional design over accidental outcomes, promising a world where stress is replaced by strategic peace and mediocrity by unwavering quality.
Chapter 3. The Primacy of the Foundational Document, Your Business on Paper. With the systems mindset firmly in place and the goals of control and excellence defined, Sam Carpenter brings us to the most tangible and arguably the most crucial step in implementing his methodology, the creation of the foundational document. He doesn't mince words. This document is the bedrock, the operating manual, the very DNA of your business. It is, quite simply, your entire enterprise laid out clearly, precisely, and comprehensively on paper. Many businesses operate on a collection of assumptions, unwritten rules, fragmented institutional knowledge, and the ad hoc decisions of individuals. This, Carpenter warns, is a recipe for inconsistency, miscommunication, and inevitable chaos. The foundational document rectifies this by serving as the single authoritative source of truth for your entire organization. It articulates why your business exists, what it aims to achieve, and how it fundamentally operates. Think of it as the ultimate blueprint. If you were to vanish tomorrow, could a competent stranger pick up your foundational document and run your business successfully? This is the litmus test. The document is not just a mission statement or a collection of policies. It's a living, breathing guide that encompasses several critical elements. Strategic objective, the single, overarching purpose of your business. We'll delve deeper into this, but it's the ultimate target. Operating principles, the core values and behavioral guidelines that dictate how your business conducts itself, internally and externally. Organizational chart, not just names, but clearly defined roles and responsibilities, showing the flow of authority and accountability. Key systems list, an inventory of all the critical systems within your business. Examples: sales system, marketing system, production system, HR system, accounting system. Performance metrics, how you measure success and the health of each system. The act of creating this document forces an incredible amount of clarity. It pushes you to articulate your vision, define your values, and map out your operational landscape with precision. It exposes assumptions, highlights inconsistencies, and reveals gaps in your current understanding of your own business. Carpenter stresses that this isn't a one-time exercise to be filed away. It's a living, breathing document that should be regularly reviewed, updated, and most importantly, understood and embraced by every single person in your organization. By codifying your business on paper, you achieve several vital outcomes. Alignment. Everyone understands the overarching goals and the principles guiding their actions. Consistency. Decisions and actions become predictable because they stem from a shared framework. Empowerment. Employees have a clear reference point, reducing reliance on management for every query. Scalability.
The business becomes less dependent on specific individuals and more on robust systems, making growth smoother. Reduced stress. Owners and managers gain immense peace of mind knowing the business has a clear, documented structure. This chapter underscores that before you can optimize individual systems, you must first define the overarching system, your entire business, with meticulous detail. The foundational document is the ultimate expression of control, the tangible manifestation of your commitment to excellence, and the indispensable starting point for truly working the system. It's the essential step in translating the abstract idea of system into a concrete, actionable reality that guides every decision and every action. Chapter 4. The Strategic Objective and Operating Principles, Guiding Your Ship. Continuing our deep dive into the architecture of a systematized business, Chapter 4 zeroes in on two immensely powerful components of the foundational document: the strategic objective and the operating principles. These are not mere feel-good statements. They are the North Star and the unshakable bedrock that guide every decision, every action, and every system within your organization. Let's begin with the strategic objective. Carpenter insists that this must be a single, concise, and crystal-clear statement that defines the ultimate, overriding purpose of your business. It's not a list of goals, nor is it a vague aspiration. It's the ultimate destination you're steering towards. It's not to make a profit and have happy customers. Instead, it might be to be the most trusted provider of your service or product in your market. The key is its singularity and its measurability, even if indirectly. Why is this so crucial? Because without a singular strategic objective, your business lacks focus. Different departments and even different individuals will inevitably pursue their own interpretation of success, leading to fractured efforts and conflicting priorities. The strategic objective acts as a filter for every decision. Does this action move us closer to our strategic objective? If not, why are we doing it? It provides clarity, aligns efforts, and empowers employees to make decisions that are consistent with the ultimate goal without needing constant managerial oversight. It's the vision that inspires and directs every single system you put in place. It's the why behind every how. Next, we have the operating principles. If the strategic objective is where you're going, the operating principles are the non-negotiable rules of the road, the ethical, behavioral, and operational guidelines that dictate how you conduct business. These are the core values in action. Carpenter emphasizes that these are not just platitudes, they must be actionable and observable. Examples of operating principles could be: always communicate with radical transparency, even when it's difficult. Prioritize the customer's long-term success over short-term gains. Embrace continuous improvement. Every process can be made better. Take full ownership and accountability for your responsibilities. Treat every team member with respect and foster a collaborative environment. These principles serve several vital functions. They define culture. They shape the internal environment and external reputation of your company. They guide behavior. They provide a framework for ethical and effective decision-making at all levels. They ensure consistency. They guarantee that regardless of who is performing a task, it's done in a manner consistent with the company's values. They simplify hiring and firing. They provide clear criteria for who fits the organization's ethos and who does not. They resolve conflicts. They offer a neutral reference point for navigating disagreements and making tough choices. Carpenter stresses that both the strategic objective and the operating principles must be more than just words in a document. They must be constantly communicated, reinforced, and embodied by leadership. They are the living, breathing ethos that infuses every single system, procedure, and interaction within your business. Together, they create a powerful self-correcting mechanism, ensuring that your ship not only sails towards its intended destination, but does so with integrity, consistency, and a clear sense of purpose. This chapter reveals how high-level strategic thinking seamlessly integrates with the practical execution of daily operations, laying the groundwork for a truly systematic enterprise. Chapter 5. Documenting the process, the power of the procedure. After establishing the overarching framework with the foundational document, strategic objective, and operating principles, Sam Carpenter guides us into the granular yet immensely powerful work of documenting individual processes and procedures. This is where the abstract idea of systems becomes concrete, actionable instructions that transform chaos into order. Carpenter states that every repeatable task, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, should have a clearly documented procedure. Think about the sheer amount of institutional knowledge locked away in people's heads, or the variations in how tasks are performed because that's how I've always done it. This informal, undocumented approach is a breeding ground for errors, inconsistencies, wasted time, and overwhelming dependence on specific individuals. When a key employee leaves, their knowledge walks out the door with them, often causing significant disruption. Carpenter's solution is simple yet profound. Write it down. For every critical operation, from onboarding a new client to fulfilling an order, from sending an invoice to managing a social media post, there should be a step-by-step procedure. What makes a good procedure? Carpenter offers practical guidelines. Clarity and simplicity. Use plain language. Avoid jargon. Anyone, even a new hire, should be able to follow it. Step-by-step format. Break down the task into logical, sequential steps. Use numbered lists or bullet points. Specificity. Avoid ambiguity. For instance, instead of contact the client, write email client at email address with subject line order confirmation XYZ. Incorporate checkpoints or quality control. Where are the moments to verify accuracy or completeness? Identify inputs and outputs. What information or materials are needed to start the process, and what is the expected end result? Identify who is responsible. Clearly state the role responsible for each step or the entire procedure.
Chapter 6. The Weekly Meeting. Orchestrating Your Systems. With the foundational document in place and procedures being meticulously documented, Sam Carpenter introduces a critical operational rhythm, the weekly meeting. This isn't just another item on your calendar, it's the nerve center, the engine room where your systems are actively monitored, analyzed, refined, and celebrated. Carpenter emphatically states that this meeting is not for status updates on individual tasks or for endless problem solving. Its singular focus is on the health and performance of your systems. Many business meetings are notorious time wasters, unfocused, rambling, and often leading to more confusion than clarity. Carpenter's weekly meeting is a stark contrast, highly structured, disciplined, and purpose-driven. The shift in perspective is key. If a desired outcome isn't met, the question isn't who is to blame, but which system failed to produce the desired result, and what can we do to improve or fix that system? This approach removes personal blame and fosters a culture of objective analysis and continuous improvement. Carpenter outlines a specific agenda for this crucial weekly gathering. Review Key Performance Indicators, or KPIs. This is where you look at the numbers, the data points that reveal the health of your critical systems. Are your sales conversion rates where they should be? Is your customer service response time consistent? Is your production quality meeting standards? The KPIs are the vital signs of your systems. Identify system breakdowns or opportunities for improvement. Based on the KPI review, the team identifies specific systems that are underperforming or could be made more efficient. This isn't about blaming individuals for missing targets, but about examining the process that led to the outcome. Propose systemic solutions. Once a system weakness is identified, the team brainstorms and proposes specific changes or refinements to the documented procedures. This could be a small tweak to a communication step or a complete overhaul of a complex workflow. Assign ownership for system changes. Crucially, any proposed changes must have an owner, someone responsible for updating the documented procedure and overseeing its implementation. This ensures accountability for systemic improvement. The weekly meeting becomes the mechanism through which your systems are kept alive, relevant, and continuously optimized. It prevents procedures from becoming stale or ignored. It forces a regular, high-level perspective on your operations. By consistently holding this meeting, you ensure that your business is always learning, always adapting, and always moving toward greater control and excellence. It transforms your team from a group of individuals performing tasks into a collective of system architects, constantly refining the machine that drives your success. This discipline is the heartbeat of a truly systematized business, guaranteeing that the efforts put into documentation yield sustained, tangible results. It's the weekly rhythm that ensures your efforts in working the system are not a one-time event, but an ongoing, powerful practice. Chapter 7. Managing by the Numbers, Data-Driven Decisions. In the quest for ultimate control and consistent excellence, Sam Carpenter dedicates an entire chapter to the absolute necessity of managing by the numbers. This concept is straightforward, yet profoundly impactful. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And if you can't manage it, you certainly can't improve it. Carpenter insists that all critical decisions and assessments of system health must be based on objective data, not on gut feelings, anecdotes, or wishful thinking. Think of an airplane cockpit. It's filled with instruments providing precise data on altitude, speed, fuel, engine performance. No pilot would ever fly blind, relying solely on intuition. Similarly, Carpenter argues that a business owner or manager should never operate without clear, relevant data streams to inform their understanding of how their systems are performing. This chapter is about identifying and consistently tracking the key performance indicators that truly matter for each of your core systems. A KPI isn't just any number, it's a vital metric that reflects the health, efficiency, and effectiveness of a specific system. Consider these examples. Sales system. KPIs might include lead conversion rate, average deal size, sales cycle length, number of new leads generated per week. Production system. KPIs could be units produced per hour, defect rate, on-time completion percentage, material waste. Customer service system. KPIs might include average response time, customer satisfaction score or CSAT, first contact resolution rate, number of support tickets. Marketing system. KPIs could involve website traffic, conversion rates from landing pages, cost per lead, social media engagement. Carpenter emphasizes that the goal isn't to drown in data, but to identify the critical few metrics that provide the most insightful snapshot of your system's performance. These numbers tell a story, revealing patterns, highlighting bottlenecks, and signaling potential issues before they escalate into full-blown crises. The process of managing by the numbers involves defining relevant KPIs. For each system, identify the 3 to 5 most important metrics. Establishing baselines. What is the current performance level for each KPI? Setting targets. What are the desired future performance levels for each KPI? Consistent tracking. Implement a reliable method for collecting and displaying this data regularly, for example, dashboards or spreadsheets. Regular review and analysis. This is where the weekly meeting becomes crucial, analyzing trends, identifying variances, and understanding the why behind the numbers. The power of data-driven decision-making is immense. It allows you to diagnose problems accurately, pinpoint exactly where a system is failing rather than making assumptions, make informed adjustments,
Implement targeted changes to procedures based on evidence, not guesswork. Forecast future outcomes. Predict potential issues or opportunities based on current trends. Measure the impact of changes. Objectively assess whether system improvements are actually working. Drive accountability. Hold systems accountable for their output rather than individuals. By embracing managing by the numbers, you elevate your business from an art to a science. You move from reactive guesswork to proactive, intelligent optimization. It gives you an incredible sense of control, knowing you have your finger on the pulse of every critical system, empowering you to make strategic decisions that lead to consistent excellence and ultimately more and less. It's the ultimate tool for converting abstract system thinking into tangible, measurable results.
Chapter 9. Installing Your Own Systems. Practical Implementation. After immersing ourselves in the theoretical and conceptual power of the systems mindset, Sam Carpenter brings us to the crucial pivot point, installing your own systems. This chapter is the practical guide, the actionable roadmap that bridges the gap between understanding the principles and actually implementing them to transform your business and life. Carpenter understands that knowledge without action is inert, and he provides a clear, step-by-step approach to get you started. He stresses that this isn't an overnight revolution, but an evolutionary process. You don't try to systemize everything at once. That's a recipe for overwhelm and failure. Instead, it's about strategic, incremental implementation. Here's a breakdown of Carpenter's practical guidance for installation. Start with the foundational document, Revisited. This is non-negotiable. If you haven't already, dedicate the time to craft your strategic objective and operating principles. Get them clear, concise, and documented. This provides the why and the how for everything else. Without this bedrock, any subsequent systemization will lack direction. Identify high-impact, high-pain areas. Don't start with the easiest system to document. Instead, focus on the processes that are causing the most frustration, consuming the most time, or leading to the most errors. Fixing these squeaky wheels first provides immediate relief and builds momentum and belief in the system. For instance, if customer complaints about invoicing are rampant, that's where you start. Document one system at a time. Pick one of those high-impact areas and break it down. Sit with the person who performs the task and meticulously document every single step. Use the guidelines from Chapter 5. Clear, simple, step-by-step with defined inputs and outputs. Focus on clarity, not perfection. You can refine later. Test and refine. Once a procedure is documented, implement it and rigorously test it. Does it work as intended? Are there any missing steps? Are there opportunities for improvement? Gather feedback from those using the system. Remember, a system is a living thing, not a static document. Establish your weekly meeting. Once you have a few systems documented and in use, implement the weekly meeting, Chapter 6. This is where you review the performance of your new systems, discuss feedback, make adjustments, and plan for documenting the next system. This ensures ongoing accountability and improvement. Manage by the numbers. As you implement systems, identify the relevant KPIs for each and start tracking them consistently, Chapter 7. Use this data to objectively assess the effectiveness of your new procedures. Embrace iteration and continuous improvement. Systemization is an ongoing journey. Encourage everyone to identify potential improvements. Foster a culture where proposing system enhancements is celebrated, not seen as criticism. Your systems will never be finished. They will always be evolving. Patience and persistence. Recognize that this transformation takes time and sustained effort. There will be resistance, setbacks, and moments of doubt.
But by staying consistent, celebrating small wins, and reiterating the why behind the systems, you will build incredible momentum. This chapter is about empowering you to move from passive learning to active creation, giving you the practical tools to build the controlled, excellent, and ultimately more liberating business you envision. It's where theory becomes a tangible, life-changing reality.
Hello again, Vibe audiobook listeners. You asked for more, and we're here to deliver. We're revisiting Matthew Allen's Smart Thinking, Skills for Critical Understanding and Writing, peeling back more layers to reveal the profound insights hidden within its pages. If you're someone who thrives on deeper understanding, who wants to truly master the art of critical thought and eloquent expression, then you are in the right place. We're going to spend more time in each chapter, digging into the nuances and practical applications that make this book such a game changer. So once again, get comfortable, clear your mind, and let's continue our intellectual adventure. And remember, if you appreciate these deep dives, show us some love by hitting that like button, sharing with your fellow knowledge seekers, and subscribing to Vibe Audiobook. Your support helps us bring more of these valuable summaries to life. So, Chapter 1, What is Critical Thinking? Expanded. We often live our lives on autopilot, don't we? We scroll through news feeds, listen to podcasts, and engage in conversations, often absorbing information without truly scrutinizing it. Matthew Allen begins Smart Thinking by gently yet firmly shaking us out of this passive intellectual state. He argues that critical thinking isn't just a desirable trait, it's an essential survival skill in our information-saturated age. Imagine for a moment you're not just a shopper in a marketplace, but a seasoned chef sourcing ingredients. A passive shopper might grab the first apple they see, but a chef, a critical shopper, inspects it, feels its firmness, smells its aroma, checks for blemishes, perhaps even asks about its origin. They want to ensure it's the right apple for their specific dish. This meticulous approach is exactly what critical thinking demands of us when we encounter information. Allen emphasizes that critical thinking is fundamentally about active and reflective judgment. It's active because you're doing something with the information, analyzing, questioning, evaluating. It's reflective because you're consciously thinking about how you're thinking, examining your own biases and assumptions. It's a deliberate process, not an automatic reaction. Consider the difference between opinion and reasoned judgment. An opinion is often an unexamined belief, perhaps based on emotion, habit, or what we've heard others say. "I don't like modern art" is an opinion. A reasoned judgment, however, is a conclusion reached after careful consideration, weighing evidence, exploring different perspectives, and applying logical principles. I find this particular piece of modern art challenging because its abstract form does not clearly communicate an intended message, unlike classical works that often prioritize narrative clarity. That's a more critically reasoned statement, even if it still expresses a preference. This chapter also introduces the idea of intellectual virtues crucial for critical thinkers. Curiosity, a genuine desire to know and understand, to ask why and how. Open-mindedness, the willingness to consider viewpoints different from your own and to acknowledge that the possibility that your own beliefs might be mistaken. Skepticism, healthy, not cynicism, but a questioning attitude that demands evidence and sound reasoning before accepting claims. Intellectual humility, the recognition of the limits of one's own knowledge and understanding. It means being willing to admit, "I don't know," or "I was wrong." Systematicity, approaching problems and information in an organized, step-by-step manner. Allen uses examples from everyday life, like deciphering advertisements or understanding political speeches, to illustrate how these virtues play out. He points out that critical thinking isn't reserved for academics. It's vital for making informed decisions about our health, our finances, our relationships, and our roles as citizens. By understanding what critical thinking truly is, we are better equipped to embark on the journey of developing it. It's about taking ownership of your mind and consciously shaping your understanding of the world around you.
Chapter 2. The Structure of Arguments. Expanded. If critical thinking is about making reasoned judgments, then understanding arguments is its bedrock. Without being able to deconstruct and reconstruct arguments, we're like someone trying to repair a complex engine without knowing what a piston or a spark plug is. Matthew Allen dedicates this chapter to giving us that mechanics manual for arguments. Let's refine our building analogy. An argument isn't just a building. It's a specific kind of building designed to support a weighty conclusion. The conclusion is the main statement or claim that the arguer wants you to accept. It's the destination. The premises are the reasons, evidence, or justifications offered to persuade you that the conclusion is true. They are the path to that destination. Allen introduces the idea of indicator words, linguistic signposts that help us identify premises and conclusions. Words like therefore, thus, consequently, so, and it follows that often signal a conclusion. Words like because, since, for, as, and given that typically introduce premises. Learning to spot these words can dramatically improve your ability to quickly map out the structure of an argument. Consider this example. Since the global temperature has risen consistently over the past century, and because human industrial activity releases significant greenhouse gases, it is clear that human activity is a major contributor to global warming. Premise 1. Global temperature has risen consistently over the past century. Premise 2. Human industrial activity releases significant greenhouse gases. Conclusion. Human activity is a major contributor to global warming. Now, why is this breakdown so important? Because once you've identified the premises and conclusion, you can then ask the crucial questions. Are the premises true or acceptable? Is the global temperature actually rising? Do humans actually release greenhouse gases? This requires evaluating the evidence supporting the premises, which we'll cover more in Chapter 4. Do the premises adequately support the conclusion? Even if the premises are true, do they logically lead to the conclusion? Is there a missing step? Could there be other factors at play? This is where the concept of validity and soundness comes in. An argument is valid if its conclusion must be true if all its premises are true. It's about the logical form. For example, all dogs are mammals, Fido is a dog, therefore Fido is a mammal. This argument is valid. If the premises are true, the conclusion has to be true. An argument is sound if it is both valid and all its premises are actually true. So the previous dog argument is sound if Fido truly is a dog. If Fido is actually a cat, the argument would still be valid in form but not sound because a premise would be false. Allen also explains that arguments can be deductive or inductive. Deductive arguments aim for certainty. If a deductive argument is valid and its premises are true, the conclusion is guaranteed to be true, like the dog example. Inductive arguments aim for probability. They move from specific observations to general conclusions. The conclusion is likely, but not guaranteed. For instance, every swan I have ever seen is white. Therefore, all swans are white. This is a strong inductive argument, but a black swan could disprove it. By understanding these structures and distinctions, you gain immense power. You can not only articulate your own thoughts with greater precision and persuasive force, but also critically dismantle and evaluate the argument presented by others, seeing beyond rhetoric to the underlying logic. It's like having an architectural blueprint for every idea presented to you. Chapter 3. Language and Meaning. Expanded. Our words are the tools we use to build bridges of understanding, but sometimes those bridges are made of shaky material. This chapter by Matthew Allen is a crucial exploration of how language, if not handled with care, can become an obstacle rather than an aid to clear thinking. Let's elaborate on the dangers of ambiguity and vagueness. Ambiguity. Imagine your friend texts you, "I'm heading to the bank." Are they going to the financial institution or the side of a river? This is semantic ambiguity. The word bank has multiple meanings. There's also syntactic ambiguity, where the sentence structure itself can be interpreted in different ways. For example, the police shot the man with the gun. Did the police use a gun to shoot the man, or did they shoot a man who possessed a gun? Punctuation and context are key here. Ambiguity is particularly dangerous in critical discussions because it can lead people to believe they agree or disagree when they are in fact discussing different things entirely. Vagueness. Think about political promises. I will work to improve the economy. What does improve mean? What metrics will be used? How much improvement? This vagueness allows the politician to claim success under various conditions and makes it difficult for voters to hold them accountable. In critical thinking, vague terms make it impossible to properly evaluate a claim because its boundaries are undefined. Allen also delves deeper into emotive language, or loaded terms. These are words chosen not for their descriptive accuracy, but for their emotional impact. Instead of a group of people protesting, someone might say a mob of radicals rioting, negative emotional load, or a courageous assembly advocating for change, positive emotional load. Describing a tax as an investment in our future versus a wealth redistribution scheme uses loaded language to frame the discussion in a particular way, appealing to different values and emotions. The insidious nature of loaded language is that it often bypasses our rational faculties, appealing directly to our feelings and prejudices. A critical thinker learns to strip away the emotional varnish and look at the bare facts or claims beneath. Beyond ambiguity, vagueness, and loaded language, Allen touches on euphemisms and doublespeak. Euphemisms replace harsh or unpleasant terms with softer ones, like passed away instead of died. While often used out of politeness, they can also be used to obscure truth. Doublespeak takes this further, deliberately obscuring, distorting, or reversing meaning. Think of collateral damage for civilian casualties or right-sizing for mass layoffs. These are designed to make the unpalatable sound acceptable or even positive. The practical application of this chapter is twofold. For your own writing and speaking, strive for clarity, precision, and neutrality. Choose words that accurately reflect your meaning and be aware of the emotional baggage your words might carry. Define your terms when necessary. For evaluating others' communication, become a linguistic detective. When you encounter strong emotional language, pause and ask, what is this person trying to achieve with these words? What are the neutral terms that could be used? Am I being swayed by rhetoric rather than reason? By mastering the subtleties of language, you not only improve your ability to communicate effectively, but also become far more resistant to manipulation and misunderstanding. You learn to appreciate the beauty of precise expression and recognize the dangers of careless or deceptive phrasing. It's about becoming a master craftsman of words, rather than just a casual user.
Chapter 4. Evidence and Reasoning Expanded. In the court of critical thought, evidence is the lifeblood of an argument. Without robust, relevant evidence, even the most eloquent claims are just empty assertions. Matthew Allen dedicates this chapter to transforming us from passive recipients of information into astute judges of its validity and persuasive power. Let's extend our baking analogy. If arguments are cakes and premises are ingredients, then evidence is the quality and provenance of those ingredients. You wouldn't use rotten eggs or stale flour, no matter how good the recipe. Similarly, weak, unreliable, or irrelevant evidence will spoil any argument, no matter how well structured. Allen elaborates on the types of evidence and the critical questions we must ask about each. Empirical data, facts, statistics, scientific studies.
This is often considered the gold standard, especially in scientific and academic contexts. Questions: how was the data collected? What was the sample size? Is it statistically significant? Who conducted the study, and do they have a bias? Has the study been replicated? What are the limitations? For example, a study claiming X causes Y might be based on a correlation, not causation, or involve a very specific group that doesn't generalize. Expert testimony, relying on the opinions of those with specialized knowledge. Questions: is the expert truly an expert in this specific field? What are their credentials? Are they biased, e.g., paid by a company they are endorsing? Do other experts in the field agree? Expert opinion is valuable, but it's not infallible and should be weighed against other evidence. Anecdotal evidence, personal experiences. My uncle smoked for 90 years and was fine, so smoking isn't that bad. Questions: while compelling on a personal level, anecdotes are often unreliable for making general claims. They are prone to bias, misremembering, and represent a sample size of one. Critical thinkers recognize that while personal stories can illustrate a point, they rarely prove it. Analogies. Drawing comparisons between two different things to suggest they are similar in some respect. Governing a country is like running a household budget. You can't spend more than you earn. Questions: are the two things truly comparable in the relevant ways? Are the similarities strong enough to justify the conclusion? The analogy between a household and a national economy often breaks down because nations have different fiscal tools and economic realities. Analogies can illuminate, but rarely prove. Historical evidence. Information from the past, often used to predict future trends or explain present conditions. Questions: how reliable are the historical sources? Are there multiple corroborating sources? What are the interpretations of these events? History is not just a collection of facts, but also interpretations, and biases can influence how historical events are presented. Beyond evaluating the type of evidence, Allen stresses the importance of assessing its sufficiency and relevance. Is there enough evidence to truly support the conclusion, or is it merely suggestive? Is the evidence actually pertinent to the claim being made, or is it a distraction? Cherry-picking evidence, where only data supporting a specific viewpoint is presented while contradictory evidence is ignored, is a common pitfall. This chapter also delves deeper into reasoning patterns, specifically the pitfalls of correlation versus causation. Just because two things happen together, correlation, doesn't mean one causes the other, causation. Ice cream sales and crime rates often rise in summer. This is a correlation, but it's not that ice cream causes crime, but rather that hot weather causes both. Misinterpreting this relationship is a frequent error in reasoning. By rigorously questioning the evidence and understanding the logical links or lack thereof between premises and conclusions, you develop a crucial intellectual muscle. You become adept at discerning what truly supports a claim and what merely masquerades as support. This skill is indispensable for informed decision-making, whether you're evaluating a scientific discovery, a political policy, or even a personal investment. It's about building your arguments on solid ground and confidently identifying when others' arguments are built on sand.
Chapter 5. Identifying Assumptions, Expanded. Assumptions are the invisible threads that weave through every argument, belief, and decision we make. They are the unstated beliefs we take for granted, the unquestioned truths upon which our explicit thoughts often rest. Matthew Allen's chapter on identifying assumptions is like being given a special pair of glasses that allow you to see these hidden connections, transforming your understanding of how arguments truly function. Let's expand on our earlier definition. An assumption isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's simply something accepted as true without proof. We rely on countless assumptions every day to navigate the world efficiently. For example, when you press the on button on your phone, you assume it will power on. based on past experience and the general reliability of electronics. The problem arises when critical assumptions are unexamined, potentially false, or not shared by your audience. Allen helps us distinguish between two primary types of assumptions. Descriptive assumptions. These are beliefs about how the world is. They describe factual relationships. Example: an argument for banning plastic bags might implicitly assume that plastic bags are a significant contributor to environmental pollution, and that alternatives are readily available and equally convenient. If these descriptive assumptions are false, for example, if paper bags have a higher carbon footprint, the argument weakens. Prescriptive assumptions, value assumptions. These are beliefs about how the world should be, or what is good, right, or desirable. They reveal the arguer's values. Example: an argument for universal healthcare might implicitly assume that access to healthcare is a fundamental human right that society has a moral obligation to provide. Conversely, an argument against it might implicitly assume that individual responsibility and free market principles should take precedence. Neither value is inherently right or wrong, but recognizing them is crucial for understanding the argument's foundation. The power of identifying assumptions lies in its ability to deepen understanding. When you uncover an assumption, you gain insight into the underlying worldview or values of the arguer. You understand why they might connect certain premises to a particular conclusion. Evaluate validity. If a crucial assumption is false or highly debatable, the entire argument built upon it can be undermined. For instance, if someone argues, "We must implement this new policy because it will save money," they might be assuming that short-term cost savings are the only or most important criterion for policy decisions, overlooking potential long-term social or environmental costs. Prevent misunderstandings. Oftentimes, disagreements arise not from conflicting facts, but from unstated, differing assumptions. By bringing these to the surface, you can clarify the true points of contention and engage in more productive dialogue. Strengthen your own arguments. By consciously examining your own assumptions, you can ensure they are well-founded and transparent. This allows you to address potential challenges proactively and build a more robust case. A practical technique Allen suggests for identifying assumptions is the reverse test. Ask yourself, if this argument is true, what must necessarily also be true, even if unstated? Or, what would make this argument fall apart? The answer often points to a key assumption. Consider an advertisement that shows a successful, attractive person using a particular product. The implicit assumption is often that using this product will make you successful and attractive. The ad doesn't explicitly state this, but the message relies on you making that connection. By becoming adept at uncovering both descriptive and prescriptive assumptions, you elevate your critical thinking from merely analyzing what is said to understanding what is left unsaid. This skill empowers you to engage with arguments on a more fundamental level, leading to richer analysis, more effective communication, and a profound appreciation for the underlying structures of belief that shape our world. It's like finding the hidden bedrock beneath the visible landscape.
Chapter 6. Recognizing Fallacies Expanded. Imagine you're trying to navigate a dense fog. You know there are paths and roads, but you can't clearly see them, and you might accidentally drive off a cliff. Logical fallacies are like those deceptive patches of fog in arguments. They obscure sound reasoning, making flawed arguments seem persuasive. Matthew Allen's chapter on fallacies is essentially your fog lights, helping you to spot and navigate these treacherous intellectual maneuvers. We've touched on a few common fallacies, but let's dive deeper into some more examples and their insidious nature. Fallacies are not just errors, they're often appealing errors, which is why they are so effective in debates, advertisements, and political rhetoric. Ad hominem, to the person. This fallacy diverts attention from the argument itself by attacking the character, motive, or other irrelevant aspects of the person making the argument. Example: you claim that we should invest in renewable energy, but you work for a fossil fuel company, so your opinion is biased and irrelevant.
Even if the person does work for a fossil fuel company, their arguments about renewable energy might still be logically sound and factually correct. The attack on their person doesn't invalidate their claims. Straw man. This involves misrepresenting or exaggerating an opponent's argument to make it easier to attack. Instead of engaging with the actual argument, one creates a distorted, weaker version, a straw man, and then easily knocks it down. Example: my opponent wants to reduce spending on public education. Clearly, he hates children and wants an uneducated populace. The opponent might simply be arguing for more efficient spending or different allocation, not for the destruction of education. Red herring. This fallacy distracts from the original argument by introducing an irrelevant topic. It's like throwing a smelly fish to distract the hounds from the scent of the fox. During a debate on healthcare reform, a politician might say, "While we're talking about healthcare, let's not forget the national debt. We need to focus on economic growth." While the national debt is important, it's a deliberate diversion from the healthcare discussion. Slippery slope. This asserts that a relatively insignificant first event will inevitably lead to a chain of increasingly dire, often catastrophic consequences, without sufficient evidence to support the causal chain. Example: if we allow gay marriage, next people will be marrying animals, and soon society will collapse. This presents an unsupported extreme sequence of events. False dilemma. Either or. This presents only two options or outcomes when in reality there are more. It forces a choice between two extremes, ignoring any middle ground or alternative possibilities. Example: either we heavily regulate all businesses or the environment will be destroyed. This ignores the possibility of balanced regulation, technological innovation, or market-based solutions. Appeal to popularity, ad populum. This fallacy claims that something must be true or good because many people believe it or do it. Example: millions of people believe in astrology, so there must be some truth to it. The popularity of a belief does not, by itself, make it true. Appeal to emotion. This manipulates an emotional response in place of a valid or compelling argument. Example: an advertisement showing starving children to solicit donations, rather than providing concrete information on how donations are used and their impact. While evoking empathy is fine, using it to bypass rational assessment of the charity's effectiveness is fallacious. Hasty generalization. Drawing a conclusion based on a small or unrepresentative sample. Example: I met two rude people from that city, so everyone from that city is rude. Learning these fallacies is not about becoming a nitpicker or a cynic, but about becoming a more discerning and intellectually honest communicator. It's about protecting yourself from being misled and ensuring that your own arguments are built on solid ground. Allen encourages us to not only spot these in others, but, crucially, to recognize when we might inadvertently be employing them ourselves. This self-awareness is a hallmark of truly smart thinking. By consciously avoiding these common errors, we elevate the quality of our discussions and the soundness of our conclusions.
Chapter 7. Writing for Critical Thinking. Expanded. Critical thinking isn't a solitary pursuit, it's a social act. To truly engage with ideas and influence others, we must be able to articulate our critical thoughts effectively, and often that means writing. This chapter by Matthew Allen acts as a bridge, transforming internal analysis into external, persuasive communication. Think of writing as an act of hospitality. You are inviting your reader into your mind, guiding them through your reasoning process, and ultimately hoping they'll agree to stay with your conclusion. A good host makes the journey clear, comfortable, and engaging.
Allen expands on the crucial elements of critical writing. Clarity of thesis. Your thesis statement is the beating heart of your critical essay. It's not just a topic, it's your specific argument or stance on that topic. It should be debatable, focused, and clearly stated, usually at the end of your introduction. For example, instead of, "This essay will discuss the effects of climate change," a critical thesis would be, "While often framed as purely an environmental issue, climate change necessitates a comprehensive economic paradigm shift, particularly concerning global supply chains, to mitigate its most severe impacts." This thesis is specific, debatable, and sets the stage for a critical argument. Logical structure and cohesion. Imagine building a complex Lego model. You don't just dump all the pieces on the floor. You follow instructions, building section by section, ensuring each part connects smoothly to the next. Critical writing demands the same structural integrity. Introduction. Not just background, but a funnel that grabs attention, provides context, and then narrows to your precise thesis. Body paragraphs. Each paragraph should have its own mini-thesis, a topic sentence, that directly supports the main thesis. It should then offer evidence, explanation, and analysis, always linking back to how that specific point strengthens your overall argument. Avoid mere description. Focus on analysis. What does this evidence mean? How does it prove your point? Transitions. These are the smooth roads between your paragraphs and ideas. Words and phrases like "furthermore," "however," "consequently," "in contrast," "similarly," and "therefore" guide the reader seamlessly through your argument, showing the logical relationships between your points. Conclusion. This isn't just a summary. It's a moment to synthesize your main points, restate your thesis in new words, showing deeper understanding, and offer a final compelling thought, implication, or call to action that resonates with the reader. Use of evidence and analysis. Allen reiterates the importance of evidence, but here it's about how you present and analyze it. Don't just drop quotes or statistics into your writing. Integrate them smoothly, explain their relevance, and explicitly connect them to your argument. Show, don't just tell, how the evidence supports your claims. For example, instead of "Study X shows Y," you'd write, "According to Study X, which surveyed 5,000 participants, Y is consistently observed, indicating that," your interpretation and connection to your thesis. Addressing counterarguments, refutation, or rebuttal. A truly sophisticated critical argument acknowledges and responds to opposing viewpoints. This isn't a sign of weakness, it's a demonstration of strength and comprehensive understanding. By anticipating objections and thoughtfully refuting them, explaining why they are flawed or less compelling than your argument, you strengthen your own position and build credibility with your reader. For example, while some argue that counterargument, this perspective overlooks flaw in counterargument and fails to account for evidence supporting your view. Precision and tone. Use precise language, avoiding jargon where simpler terms suffice. Maintain a formal, academic, but still engaging tone. Avoid overly emotional language, unless it's a rhetorical choice you consciously justify. Let your reasoning, not just your passion, do the persuading. Ultimately, writing for critical thinking is about constructing a compelling case that is clear, coherent, and convincing. It's about respecting your reader's intelligence by providing them with a logically sound journey through your thoughts. By mastering the skill, you transform your ideas from mere thoughts into powerful tools for communication and influence. It's the final, crucial step in bringing your smart thinking into the world.
Chapter 8. Developing Your Critical Thinking Skills. Expanded. We've now traversed the intellectual landscape of smart thinking, armed with the tools for analysis, evaluation, and communication. But as Matthew Allen wisely concludes, Knowledge without consistent application is like owning a gym membership you never use. This final chapter isn't a grand finale, it's a launch pad for a lifetime of intellectual growth. Let's re-emphasize that critical thinking is not a fixed attribute, but a dynamic, evolving capability. It's a habit, a way of approaching the world, honed through deliberate and continuous practice. Allen offers concrete, actionable strategies for making critical thinking an integral part of your daily life. Cultivate intellectual humility and curiosity. These are foundational attitudes. Intellectual humility means being comfortable with not knowing everything and being open to changing your mind when presented with better evidence. Curiosity is the engine that drives you to seek out that evidence. Action. Make it a habit to ask why and how do you know, not just of others, but of yourself. When you hold a strong belief, ask yourself, what evidence would make me reconsider this? Practice active reading and listening, the annotation and questioning approach. Passive consumption of information is the enemy of critical thinking. Reading. Don't just skim. Annotate, highlight, make notes in the margins. As you read, actively ask, what is the author's main point? What evidence do they provide? Are their premises sound? What assumptions are they making? Do I see any fallacies? How does this connect to what I already know? Try to summarize each section in your own words. Listening. In conversations, meetings, or lectures, practice empathetic listening, truly trying to understand the speaker's perspective before formulating your own response. Ask clarifying questions. Paraphrase what you've heard to ensure understanding. So, if I'm understanding correctly, you're arguing that X because of Y? Engage in deliberate practice with diverse content. Don't limit your critical thinking practice to academic text. Apply these skills to everything. News articles. Don't just read the headline. Who wrote it? What's the source? What's the implied bias? What evidence is provided? Are other perspectives missing? Social media posts. Be particularly vigilant here. Identify emotional appeals, hasty generalizations, and ad hominem attacks. Advertisements. What are they really selling? What assumptions are they making about you? What hidden messages are they conveying? Everyday arguments. When you find yourself in a disagreement, try to identify the underlying arguments, premises, and assumptions of both sides. This can de-escalate emotional responses and lead to more productive dialogue. Seek out and engage with disconfirming evidence or perspectives. This is perhaps the hardest but most rewarding practice. We are naturally drawn to information that confirms our existing beliefs, confirmation bias. Action. Actively seek out news sources, books, or people that hold views different from your own. Try to understand their reasoning, even if you disagree. This not only challenges your biases, but also deepens your understanding of complex issues by revealing alternative interpretations and evidence. It makes you intellectually resilient. Practice metacognition, thinking about your thinking. Regularly reflect on your own thought processes. Action. After a challenging discussion or after writing an argument, ask yourself, how well did I reason? Did I consider all sides? Was I fair? What biases might have influenced my thinking? Where could I improve next time? Keep a journal of your critical reflections. Debate and discuss respectfully. Engaging in civil debate, even with those you disagree with, is an excellent way to sharpen your skills. You learn to articulate your arguments, defend your premises, and respond to challenges in real time. The key is respectful engagement, focusing on ideas rather than personal attacks. Allen's ultimate message is one of empowerment. You have the capacity to become a remarkably smart thinker, not by memorizing facts, but by mastering the process of thought. This ongoing journey will not only enhance your academic and professional life, but will also enrich your personal life,
allowing you to navigate a complex world with greater clarity, confidence, and wisdom. And that, dear listeners, concludes our extended exploration of Matthew Allen's Smart Thinking, Skills for Critical Understanding and Writing. We've delved into the very heart of what it means to think critically, to build compelling arguments, to master the nuances of language, to evaluate evidence with discernment, to uncover hidden assumptions, to deftly avoid logical traps, and to express our complex thoughts with precision and power. We've also armed ourselves with practical strategies for a lifetime of intellectual growth. This book is more than just a guide. It's an invitation to elevate your mental game, to become a more engaged citizen, a more thoughtful professional, and ultimately, a more wise individual. The skills you've absorbed today are not just for passing exams, they are for navigating the real world, making informed decisions, and contributing meaningfully to the conversations that shape our future. Thank you for joining us on this deeper dive with Vibe audiobook. If this detailed summary has resonated with you, please show your appreciation by hitting the like button, sharing this episode with those who crave intellectual stimulation, and subscribing to our channel for more enriching audio experiences. Keep questioning, keep learning, and keep thinking smarter.
Welcome, Vibe audiobook listeners, to a journey of tranquility and mental clarity. Are you tired of the endless chatter in your mind, the relentless what-ifs and should-haves that steal your peace? Do you long to break free from the shackles of overthinking, to reclaim your focus, and to live fully in the present moment? If so, you've come to the right place. Today we're diving deep into Nick Trenton's transformative guide, Stop Overthinking. 23 techniques to relieve stress, stop negative spirals, declutter your mind, and focus on the present. This isn't just another self-help book. It's a practical toolkit, a compass for navigating the often turbulent waters of our own minds. Imagine a life where you're not constantly battling your thoughts, where decisions come with ease, and where you can genuinely savor each moment. That's the promise held within these pages, and we're about to unlock its secrets together. So, lean back, relax, and let's embark on this empowering adventure. By the end of this summary, you'll be equipped with actionable strategies to quiet the noise, cultivate inner calm, and create a life of greater joy and presence. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook to continue your journey of personal growth and well-being. Introduction: The Overthinking Epidemic. In our fast-paced, information-saturated world, overthinking has become an epidemic. We're constantly bombarded with stimuli, expected to make countless decisions, and often pressured to achieve an elusive state of perfection. This relentless mental activity, while sometimes useful for problem-solving, often devolves into rumination, anxiety, and paralysis by analysis. Nick Trenton argues that overthinking isn't just a minor annoyance, it actively sabotages our well-being, our relationships, and our ability to take meaningful action. Think of your mind like a beautiful, well-maintained garden. When overthinking takes root, it's like weeds aggressively choking out the flowers. It saps energy, blocks sunlight, and prevents anything beautiful from flourishing. Trenton's book is essentially a gardening guide for your mind, offering tools to identify and remove those mental weeds, allowing your inner peace to bloom. He emphasizes that while self-awareness is the first step, practical techniques are crucial for sustainable change. It's not enough to know you overthink, you need to know how to stop.
Chapter 1. Understanding the Roots of Overthinking. Before we can effectively combat overthinking, we need to understand where it comes from. Trenton delves into the psychological and neurological underpinnings, explaining that overthinking often stems from a combination of factors. These include a fear of failure, a need for control, past traumas, perfectionism, and even societal pressures. Our brains, designed for survival, can sometimes get stuck in what-if loops, constantly scanning for potential threats even when none exist. Imagine your brain as a highly sophisticated alarm system. Sometimes this system becomes hypersensitive, triggering alarms for even the smallest non-threatening stimuli. A simple decision, like what to eat for dinner, can suddenly feel like a life-or-death choice, activating a cascade of anxiety. Trenton helps us recognize these triggers and understand that our overthinking patterns are often learned behaviors, not inherent flaws. This understanding is incredibly empowering because it means these patterns can be unlearned and replaced with healthier ones. He stresses the importance of self-compassion here. You're not broken. Your brain is just trying to protect you, albeit sometimes in an unhelpful way. Chapter 2. The Power of Mindfulness and Present Moment Awareness. Mindfulness is a cornerstone of Trenton's approach. This chapter introduces techniques for bringing your attention back to the present moment, rather than allowing it to drift into past regrets or future anxieties. Mindfulness isn't about emptying your mind. It's about observing your thoughts without judgment, like watching clouds drift across the sky. One powerful technique is the 5-4-3-2-1 exercise. If you feel overwhelmed, identify 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. This simple grounding exercise can instantly pull your mind away from swirling thoughts and anchor it in your sensory experience. Another technique is mindful breathing, simply focusing on the sensation of your breath entering and leaving your body. These practices, Trenton explains, train your attention muscle, making it stronger and more capable of resisting the pull of overthinking. Think of it as gently guiding a stray puppy back home. You don't scold it, you simply guide it and redirect it back home. Chapter 3. Challenging Negative Thought Patterns. Overthinking often goes hand in hand with negative thought patterns like catastrophic thinking, black and white thinking, and personalization. This chapter teaches you to identify these distorted thoughts and challenge their validity. It encourages you to become a detective of your own mind, questioning the evidence for your negative assumptions. For example, if you catch yourself thinking, "I'm going to fail this presentation and everyone will laugh at me," Trenton suggests asking, "What evidence do I have that this will happen? What's the worst-case scenario, and is it truly catastrophic? What's a more balanced perspective?" He introduces the concept of cognitive restructuring, which involves reframing negative thoughts into more realistic and helpful ones. This isn't about positive thinking in a Pollyannish way. It's about accurate thinking. It's about replacing the distorted lens through which you view situations with a clear, factual one. It's like having a faulty pair of glasses that make everything look scary and then swapping them for a pair that shows reality as it is. Chapter 4. Setting Boundaries and Saying No. A significant source of overthinking can be taking on too much, constantly people-pleasing, and failing to set healthy boundaries. This chapter empowers you to protect your mental energy by learning to say no when necessary and establishing clear limits with others and yourself. Trenton emphasizes that saying no to an external request is often saying yes to your own peace and well-being. It's not selfish, it's self-preservation. He provides practical scripts and strategies for declining requests gracefully yet firmly. Consider your mental energy as a finite resource, like money in a bank account. Every yes to something you don't truly want to do is a withdrawal, while a well-placed no is an investment in your mental capital. Learning to set boundaries also applies to your own internal critic. When your mind starts demanding endless perfection, learning to say no to that internal pressure is equally vital.
Chapter 5. Embracing Imperfection and Letting Go of Control. Perfectionism is a silent killer of peace and a huge driver of overthinking. This chapter encourages you to embrace the beauty of imperfection and to release the illusion of absolute control over every outcome.
Life is inherently messy and unpredictable, and trying to control every variable is a recipe for anxiety. Trenton introduces the concept of good enough. Sometimes good enough truly is good enough. Striving for unattainable perfection only leads to endless rumination and procrastination. He likens it to trying to sculpt a flawless marble statue with a toothpick. It's an impossible task that will only leave you frustrated. Instead, focus on progress, not perfection. This also involves accepting that you can only control your efforts and reactions, not external events or other people's opinions. Releasing the need for control is like dropping a heavy burden you've been carrying for far too long. It frees up immense mental and emotional energy. Chapter 6: Action over Analysis: Breaking the Cycle of Procrastination. Overthinking often leads to analysis paralysis, where you spend so much time deliberating that you never actually take action. This chapter focuses on practical strategies for moving from thought to action, even when you don't feel 100% ready. Trenton advocates for the just start mentality. Break down large tasks into smaller, manageable steps. If you're overwhelmed by a big project, simply commit to spending 15 minutes on it. The momentum you gain from that small start can often be enough to overcome the initial resistance. He also discusses the concept of good enough action, meaning sometimes it's better to take imperfect action than to wait indefinitely for the perfect moment. Think of it like learning to swim. You can read every book about swimming, but until you get in the water and start moving, you'll never learn. Taking action, even small, imperfect action, is how we build confidence and dismantle the fortress of overthinking. Chapter 7: The Role of Physical Well-Being in Mental Calm. Our mental and physical health are inextricably linked. This chapter explores how diet, exercise, sleep, and hydration significantly impact our ability to manage stress and prevent overthinking. Neglecting our physical needs can make us more susceptible to anxiety and mental clutter. Trenton emphasizes that a healthy body supports a healthy mind. Regular physical activity, even a brisk walk, can reduce cortisol levels, the stress hormone, and release endorphins, which have mood-boosting effects. Adequate sleep is crucial for cognitive function and emotional regulation. Poor sleep can amplify negative thoughts and make it harder to concentrate. He also touches on the importance of a balanced diet, limiting stimulants like excessive caffeine, and staying hydrated. Imagine your brain as a high-performance engine. If you don't give it the right fuel, enough rest, and proper maintenance, it's going to sputter and overwork. Taking care of your body is a powerful, often overlooked strategy for stopping overthinking. Chapter 8: Decluttering Your Environment, Decluttering Your Mind. Our external environment often mirrors our internal state. This chapter highlights the connection between a cluttered physical space and a cluttered mind, offering practical tips for simplifying your surroundings to foster mental clarity. Trenton suggests that a chaotic environment can contribute to a sense of overwhelm and distractibility, making overthinking more likely. When your desk is piled high with papers, your brain is constantly processing that visual noise, adding to your mental load. By decluttering your physical space, your home, your workspace, even your digital life, you create a calmer external environment that can translate into greater internal peace. It's like tidying up a messy room. Once everything has its place, it's easier to move around, find what you need, and simply relax. This principle extends to digital decluttering too. Unsubscribing from unnecessary emails, organizing your files, and limiting social media can free up significant mental bandwidth. Chapter 9: Harnessing the Power of Journaling. Journaling is presented as a highly effective tool for externalizing thoughts, gaining perspective, and interrupting negative thought spirals. This chapter explores various journaling techniques to help you process emotions and gain clarity. Trenton explains that writing down your thoughts, feelings, and worries can be incredibly cathartic. It's like having a conversation with yourself, allowing you to see your thoughts objectively rather than being trapped within them. He suggests different journaling styles: free-form writing to simply dump everything onto the page, gratitude journaling to shift your focus to positive aspects, or structured journaling with prompts to explore specific issues. Imagine your mind as a tangled ball of yarn. Journaling is like slowly unraveling that yarn, identifying each strand and laying it out neatly so you can see the whole picture more clearly. It helps you identify recurring patterns in your overthinking and develop strategies to address them.
Chapter 10. Limiting Information Overload. In the digital age, we're constantly inundated with information, often leading to mental fatigue and overthinking. This chapter provides strategies for curating your information intake to protect your mental space. Trenton argues that endless scrolling through social media, constantly checking news updates, and feeling the need to know everything can overwhelm our cognitive capacity. Our brains weren't designed to process this volume of data. He suggests conscious information diets, where you actively choose what information to consume and when. This might involve setting specific times for checking emails, limiting news consumption to reputable sources, or taking regular digital detoxes. Think of your mind as a sponge. If you constantly soak it in dirty water, irrelevant, anxiety-inducing information, it will become heavy and ineffective. By carefully selecting what you absorb, you keep your mental sponge clean and capable. Chapter 11. The Benefits of Solitude and Silence. In our noisy world, finding moments of solitude and silence can be incredibly powerful for reducing overthinking and fostering inner peace. This chapter encourages you to intentionally carve out time for quiet reflection. Trenton emphasizes that interrupted solitude provides an opportunity for introspection, creativity, and a much-needed break from external demands. It's not about being lonely, it's about being alone with yourself in a positive, nourishing way. Whether it's a few minutes of quiet contemplation, a silent walk in nature, or simply turning off all distractions, these moments allow your mind to reset and process thoughts without external pressure. Imagine your brain as a bustling city street. Solitude is like finding a quiet park bench where you can sit, observe, and allow the rush to subside, giving your inner self space to breathe and rejuvenate. Chapter 13. The Power of Delegation and Asking for Help. Sometimes overthinking stems from feeling overwhelmed by too many responsibilities. This chapter empowers you to lighten your mental load by learning to delegate tasks and confidently ask for help when needed. Trenton points out that we often fall into the trap of believing we have to do everything ourselves, or that asking for help is a sign of weakness. In reality, effective delegation and seeking support are signs of strength and good management of your energy. Whether it's delegating tasks at work, asking a family member for assistance with household chores, or confiding in a trusted friend, distributing the load can significantly reduce mental strain. Imagine carrying too many heavy bags. You're struggling, dropping things, and getting nowhere fast. Delegation is simply sharing the load, allowing everyone to move forward more efficiently and with less stress. Chapter 14. Time Management for the Overthinker. Poor time management can be a huge trigger for overthinking, leading to feelings of being overwhelmed and constantly behind. This chapter offers practical time management strategies specifically tailored to help overthinkers regain control. Trenton suggests techniques like the Eisenhower matrix, prioritizing tasks by urgency and importance, and the Pomodoro technique, working in focused bursts with short breaks. The key is to create structure and clarity around your tasks, reducing the mental energy spent on worrying about what to do next. When you have a clear plan, your mind is less likely to wander into anxious what-if scenarios about missed deadlines or unfinished work. Think of a well-organized kitchen. When everything has its place,
Cooking or managing your time becomes a much smoother, less stressful process. These tools help you allocate your mental resources more effectively, so you're directing your attention rather than having it hijacked by anxiety.
Chapter 15. Practicing Gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful antidote to negative overthinking. This chapter explores how cultivating a practice of gratitude can shift your focus from what's wrong to what's right, fostering a more positive mindset. Trenton encourages you to regularly acknowledge the good things in your life, no matter how small. This could be through a gratitude journal, a daily mental scan, or expressing thanks to others. When you actively seek out reasons to be grateful, you train your brain to notice positive aspects, effectively counteracting the negative bias that often fuels overthinking. It's like tending a garden where you consciously plant beautiful, vibrant flowers, gratitude, that eventually crowd out the weeds, negative thoughts. A grateful mind is a less anxious mind, as it naturally focuses on abundance and appreciation rather than lack and worry. Chapter 16. Connecting with Nature. Spending time in nature has profound benefits for mental well-being and can be a powerful antidote to overthinking. This chapter encourages you to regularly immerse yourself in natural environments. Trenton highlights research showing that even short periods in nature can reduce stress hormones, improve mood, and enhance cognitive function. The natural world provides a gentle yet powerful sensory experience that can ground us and pull us away from internal rumination. Whether it's a walk in a park, sitting by a lake, or simply observing a tree from your window, connecting with nature offers a vital respite. Imagine your mind as a busy computer. Nature is like pressing the reset button, allowing your system to clear cache, calm down, and reconnect with its natural rhythm, away from the artificial pressures of daily life. Chapter 17. Creative Expression as a Release. Engaging in creative activities can be a wonderful way to express bottled-up emotions, quiet the analytical mind, and foster a sense of flow. This chapter encourages you to explore various forms of creative expression. Trenton suggests that activities like painting, drawing, writing poetry, playing music, dancing, or even cooking can provide a healthy outlet for mental energy that might otherwise fuel overthinking. When you're creatively engaged, you enter a state of flow where self-consciousness fades and you become fully immersed in the present moment. This is a direct contrast to the fragmented, self-critical state of overthinking. It's like opening a valve to release pressure. Instead of letting that pressure build up and explode in anxious thoughts, creative expression provides a constructive, joyful release. It helps you process emotions without having to intellectualize them. Chapter 18. Developing a Strong Support System. We are social creatures, and having a strong support system is vital for navigating life's challenges and preventing isolation, which can often exacerbate overthinking. This chapter emphasizes the importance of nurturing healthy relationships. Trenton explains that sharing your thoughts and worries with trusted friends, family, or a therapist can provide perspective, validation, and practical advice. Sometimes simply verbalizing your concerns to someone who listens without judgment can immediately reduce their intensity. A strong support system acts like a safety net, reminding you that you're not alone and that there are people who care and can offer help. Imagine trying to solve a complex puzzle by yourself in a dark room. A support system is like having others come in with flashlights, helping you see the pieces more clearly and offering different ways to connect them. Chapter 19. Setting Realistic Expectations. Unrealistic expectations, both of ourselves and of others, are fertile ground for overthinking and disappointment. This chapter guides you in recalibrating your expectations to be more aligned with reality. Trenton encourages you to challenge the often unspoken assumptions we carry about how things should be. This includes letting go of the idea that life should be easy, that you should always be happy, or that every outcome must be perfect.
By setting more realistic and flexible expectations, you reduce the gap between aspiration and reality, thereby reducing frustration, self-criticism, and the subsequent overthinking that arises from those gaps. It's like expecting to climb Mount Everest in flip-flops. When you adjust your expectations to the reality of the climb, you can then plan appropriately and experience progress rather than constant failure. Accepting that imperfections and challenges are part of life reduces the fuel for your overthinking engine.
Chapter 20. The Power of Visualization. Visualization is a potent mental tool that can be used to redirect overthinking toward more positive and productive outcomes. This chapter explores techniques for using your imagination constructively. Trenton suggests using visualization to mentally rehearse desired outcomes, calm anxious thoughts, or even imagine literally packaging up your worries and setting them aside. Instead of allowing your mind to endlessly cycle through negative scenarios, you consciously guide it to create positive and empowering mental images. For example, if you're anxious about an upcoming event, you can visualize yourself confidently and successfully navigating it. Imagine your mind as a movie projector. You have the power to choose what film is playing. Instead of rerunning a horror movie of worst-case scenarios, you can choose to project a calming and positive one, influencing your emotional state. Chapter 21. Practicing detachment from outcome. A major source of overthinking is often an intense attachment to specific outcomes, leading to anxiety about things beyond our control. This chapter teaches the art of detachment from outcome, focusing instead on effort and process. Trenton explains that while it's natural to have goals and desires, becoming overly fixated on a specific result can lead to immense stress when things don't go exactly as planned. Practicing detachment means putting in your best effort, making conscious choices, and then releasing the need to control the final outcome. It's about trusting the process and adapting to whatever arises. This isn't about apathy, it's about wisdom. It's understanding that you can only control your actions and reactions, not the entire universe. It's like planting a seed. You provide the soil, water, and sunlight, but you can't force it to grow in a specific way or at a specific speed. You trust the natural process. Chapter 22. Developing a personal Stop Overthinking Toolkit. This chapter is about consolidating all the learned techniques into a personalized, go-to toolkit that you can access whenever overthinking strikes. It encourages you to identify the strategies that resonate most with you. Trenton suggests creating a mental or physical list of your top 3 to 5 most effective techniques. This could be a specific breathing exercise, a grounding technique, a positive affirmation, or a quick journaling prompt. The idea is to have these tools readily available so you don't have to overthink how to stop overthinking. Imagine your mental health as a toolbox. This chapter is about ensuring you have a few essential, well-practiced tools always within reach to fix things when they go awry. Regular practice of these chosen techniques makes them second nature, so you can deploy them instinctively when your mind starts to wander into overthinking territory. Chapter 23. Sustaining Your Progress, a Lifelong Journey. Stopping overthinking isn't a one-time fix. It's a lifelong practice. This final chapter focuses on how to sustain your progress, integrate these techniques into your daily life, and view this journey as an ongoing process of growth and self-discovery. Trenton emphasizes that setbacks are normal, and the key is not to get discouraged, but to gently redirect yourself back to your practices. He encourages building habits, celebrating small victories, and continually learning about yourself. This journey is about cultivating resilience and developing a flexible, adaptable mindset. It's about understanding that some days will be easier than others, but with consistent effort, you can significantly reduce the impact of overthinking on your life. Think of it like maintaining a healthy garden.
It requires ongoing attention, weeding, and nurturing, but the rewards are bountiful and lasting. Conclusion: Your path to calm. And there you have it, Vibe Audiobook listeners, a comprehensive overview of Nick Trenton's guide, Stop Overthinking. We've explored 23 practical techniques, from understanding the roots of overthinking and embracing mindfulness, to challenging negative thoughts, setting boundaries, and cultivating self-compassion. Remember, the journey to a calmer, more present mind is not about eradicating thoughts entirely, but about gaining control over them, redirecting your focus, and choosing how you engage with your inner world. You now have a robust toolkit filled with actionable strategies to relieve stress, stop negative spirals, declutter your mind, and focus on the present. The power to change your relationship with your thoughts lies within you. Start small, be patient with yourself, and celebrate every step of progress. By applying these techniques consistently, you can truly transform your mental landscape and create a life filled with greater peace, clarity, and joy. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook. If you found this summary helpful, please give us a like, share it with someone who could benefit, and subscribe to our channel for more empowering content. Until next time, keep nurturing your inner calm and living fully in the beautiful present moment.
Hello, spiritual seekers and wisdom enthusiasts. Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, the place where we explore transformative ideas to enrich your life. Today, we're diving deep into a book that promises to unravel one of life's most profound mysteries, Karma, a yogi's guide to crafting your destiny, by the revered mystic Sadhguru. Have you ever wondered why certain things happen to you? Why some doors open effortlessly while others remain stubbornly shut? What if I told you that you hold the reins to your own destiny, and that the ancient concept of karma isn't about divine retribution, but rather a sophisticated mechanism of creation that you can learn to navigate and even master? In this immersive journey, Sadhguru demystifies karma, stripping away centuries of misinterpretation and presenting it as a powerful tool for self-transformation. This isn't just a philosophical treatise. It's a practical guide to understanding the very fabric of your existence and learning how to consciously weave the tapestry of your future. So settle in, close your eyes, and let the wisdom flow. By the end of this audiobook summary, you won't just understand karma. You will have a roadmap to liberating yourself from its unconscious cycles and actively crafting the destiny you truly desire. But before we embark on this enlightening adventure, I invite you to hit that like button if you're ready to embrace a new understanding of life. Share this episode with anyone who seeks deeper meaning. And of course, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you don't miss out on future explorations of wisdom. Now, let's begin our journey into the heart of karma. Chapter 1. Karma, What It Is Not. Sadhguru begins by dismantling the popular misconceptions surrounding karma. Forget the idea of karma as a cosmic scoreboard, where a divine entity is tallying your good and bad deeds. This isn't about reward or punishment handed down by an external force. Instead, Sadhguru clarifies that karma is not a moral law, nor is it fate. It's not about predestination or a rigid script written in the stars that you are powerless to change. He emphasizes that this understanding has led many to a sense of resignation, believing they are merely puppets in a cosmic play. Imagine for a moment that karma is like a sophisticated software program running in the background of your life. Every action you take, every thought you entertain, every emotion you feel, they are all inputs into this program. And like any software, it generates an output based on the inputs. If you put in certain commands, you get a certain result. It's not about judgment, It's about consequence. Sadhguru uses the analogy of memory. Just as your body carries genetic memory and your mind carries psychological memory, he explains that your energy system carries karmic memory. This memory is a culmination of all your past actions, impressions, and experiences, not just from this life, but from countless others. It's an accumulated data bank that shapes your tendencies, your inclinations, and the very way you perceive and respond to the world. He differentiates between sanchita karma, the vast accumulated karma of all past lives, like a huge warehouse of data, and prarabdha karma, the portion of that karma that is allotted for this lifetime, determining your current circumstances, body, and basic personality traits. Think of sanchita karma as the entire library of books you've ever written, and prarabdha karma as the particular book you are currently reading and living out in this present moment. The key takeaway here is liberation from the misconception of karma as an external force. Sadhguru empowers us by stating that karma is fundamentally self-created. It's a system of self-imprint, where you are both the architect and the recipient of your experiences. This shifts the paradigm from victimhood to empowerment. Once we understand that we are generating our own karma, we can begin to consciously change the inputs to create different outputs. He also touches on the idea that karma is not about good or bad, but about entanglement. Every action leaves an impression, a trace, a memory. Whether it's a joyful action or a painful one, it still creates a loop, binding you to certain patterns. The ultimate goal, he hints, is to become free from all karmic imprints, to act without accumulating new memory, and thus attain a state of absolute freedom.
Chapter 2. The Making of Karma. Now that we understand what karma is not, Sadhguru delves into its actual mechanics, how it's created, and how it operates within our lives. He explains that karma is essentially memory, a profound and pervasive form of memory that goes far beyond what we consciously recall. This memory isn't just in our minds, it's embedded in our bodies, our energies, and even the very elements we interact with. Consider the simple act of eating. When you eat an apple, your body remembers the apple, breaks it down, and assimilates it. But beyond that physical memory, there's a subtler karmic memory. The way you ate it, with gratitude, with anger, with indifference, all contribute to this karmic imprint. Every sensation, every thought, every emotion associated with an action leaves a residue, a blueprint for future experiences. Sadhguru introduces the concept of the 4 dimensions of karma. Body karma, or kayika karma. This is the karma accumulated through physical actions. For example, if you consistently use your body to harm others, you create a certain type of physical karmic imprint that might manifest as illness or injury in the future. Conversely, using your body to help or create contributes to a different kind of physical well-being. Mental karma, or manasika karma. This is the karma generated by your thoughts and intentions. Thoughts are powerful, and repetitive thought patterns, whether positive or negative, create strong karmic impressions. If you constantly harbor anger or jealousy, you are shaping your inner world and future experiences with those very energies. Verbal karma, or vachika karma. The words you speak carry immense power. Words can build or destroy, inspire or deflate. The quality of your speech, whether it's truthful, kind, harsh, or manipulative, directly contributes to your verbal karma. Energy karma, or bhautika karma.
This is the subtlest and most fundamental form of karma, arising from the very energy of your existence, your deepest intentions, and the fundamental vibrational quality you emit. This is less about specific actions and more about the underlying state of your being. He emphasizes that intention is paramount. Two people can perform the exact same action, but if their intentions differ, the karmic consequences will also differ. A surgeon cuts a body to heal, while an assailant cuts to harm. The physical action is similar, but the intent makes all the difference in the karmic blueprint generated. Sadhguru likens karmic memory to grooves in a record. Every action, thought, and emotion carves a groove. The more you repeat a certain pattern, the deeper the groove becomes. This is why we often find ourselves repeating the same mistakes or falling into the same behavioral traps. Our karmic memory pushes us down these well-worn paths. The liberating insight here is that while these grooves exist, we are not permanently stuck in them. We can consciously choose to carve new grooves, to create new patterns of thought, emotion, and action. This requires awareness and the conscious effort to break free from unconscious repetitive cycles. He stresses that karma is not a static ledger. It's a dynamic process of creation, constantly being shaped by your conscious and unconscious choices.
Chapter 3. The Architecture of Destiny. Having understood the making of karma, Sadhguru now reveals how these karmic imprints fundamentally shape the architecture of our destiny. He explains that our karmic memory acts as a filter through which we perceive the world. It dictates our tendencies, our likes and dislikes, our inherent strengths and weaknesses, and even the types of situations and people we attract into our lives. Imagine looking at the world through different colored glasses. If your karmic glasses are tinted with fear, you'll perceive threats everywhere. If they're tinted with joy, you'll find reasons to celebrate. It's the same world, but your internal karmic lens determines your experience of it. Sadhguru states that the very structure of your personality, your software, is largely a product of your accumulated karma. It determines your emotional patterns, why some people are naturally calm, while others are quick to anger. It influences your intellectual capabilities and even your physical constitution. This isn't about blaming, it's about understanding the deep-seated origins of who you are. He introduces the powerful idea of prarabdha karma being the allocated karma for this lifetime. This is the destiny you are born with, your family, nationality, physical attributes, and initial circumstances. This portion of karma is like the hand of cards you are dealt in a game. You didn't choose the cards, but you certainly choose how you play them. The crucial point here is that while your prarabdha karma sets the stage, it does not dictate the entire play. You have the freedom, the free will, to act and react within those circumstances. This is where conscious choice comes into play. If you keep reacting habitually, driven by unconscious karmic imprints, you simply reinforce existing patterns. But if you become aware and choose to respond consciously, you begin to dismantle those patterns. Sadhguru likens this to an individual living in a house built by their ancestors. You may not have chosen the house, but you have the power to renovate it, to change the decor, or even to build an extension. Your past karma provides the foundation, but your present actions determine the ongoing construction. He emphasizes that many people mistake this karmic influence for fate and resign themselves to it. This resignation, ironically, becomes another karmic imprint that reinforces their perceived lack of control. True freedom, he suggests, comes from recognizing the influence of karma and then consciously striving to act beyond its limitations. This means cultivating a state of constant awareness, where you observe your thoughts, emotions, and actions without getting entangled in them.
The journey of transformation begins when you realize that while you cannot change the past karma that brought you to this moment, you can absolutely influence the karma you are creating right now and thus reshape your future.
Chapter 4. The Problem of Identification. One of the most profound insights Sadhguru offers is that the root of our entanglement with karma lies in our deep-seated identification with our body, mind, and emotions. We mistakenly believe, I am my thoughts, I am my feelings, or I am this body. This intense identification creates a sense of individuality and separation, which in turn becomes the engine for accumulating more karma. Think of it this way. If you strongly identify with a particular role you play, say a parent, a professional, or a national identity, then every action, thought, and emotion associated with that role becomes intensely personal. When something good happens to you, the identified role, you feel joy. When something bad happens, you experience suffering. This emotional attachment and entanglement are precisely what create and deepen karmic impressions. Sadhguru argues that the self we perceive ourselves to be is largely a bundle of karmic memory. Our personality, our preferences, our entire psychological framework is a complex accumulation of past impressions. When we say, I am angry, we are identifying with an emotional state that is, in essence, a karmic imprint. When we say, I am happy, the same applies. The problem arises because this identification makes us reactive. We react to situations based on our existing karmic patterns rather than responding consciously. If your karmic memory includes a strong pattern of insecurity, you'll likely react defensively to perceived threats, further solidifying that insecurity. He uses a beautiful analogy. Your body is like a vehicle, and your mind is like a navigation system. You are the driver. But most people are so identified with the vehicle or the navigation system that they forget they are the driver. They let the vehicle run on autopilot, driven by karmic grooves, rather than consciously steering their lives. The path to liberation from karma, therefore, involves systematically disidentifying with these aspects of yourself. This doesn't mean becoming emotionless or disembodied. It means recognizing that these are tools and experiences, not the core of who you are. You have a body, you have a mind, you have emotions, but you are not them. This process of disidentification begins with awareness. By observing your thoughts and emotions without judgment, by simply noticing them arise and pass, you create a space between you, the conscious observer, and them, the karmic expressions. This space is the beginning of freedom. When you no longer cling to a particular thought or emotion as mine, its power to bind you karmically diminishes. Sadhguru emphasizes that this is a gradual process, not an overnight transformation. It requires consistent inner work and a willingness to question the very foundations of your self-perception. But as you gradually loosen your grip on these identifications, you start to experience a profound sense of inner freedom, an ability to act without accumulating new karmic baggage.
Chapter 5. Ignorance and its Role. Sadhguru asserts that at the heart of our karmic entanglement lies a fundamental ignorance, not a lack of knowledge in the conventional sense, but an ignorance of the true nature of who we are and the mechanisms of life itself. This isn't about being unintelligent, it's about being unaware of the deeper dimensions of existence. This ignorance manifests primarily as a lack of self-awareness. We are largely unconscious in our daily lives, acting out pre-programmed responses and patterns without ever pausing to observe them. We operate on autopilot, driven by the inertia of accumulated karma. This unconsciousness is the fertile ground where new karmic seeds are sown and old ones continue to sprout. Imagine walking through life with your eyes closed, constantly bumping into things and then wondering why you're bruised. Our unconsciousness is akin to that.
We act, react, and experience consequences, but we fail to see the causal link between our inner state and our outer reality because we are simply not paying attention. Sadhguru stresses that our suffering isn't caused by external events, but our unconscious reactions to them. A difficult situation might arise, but it's our anger, fear, or frustration that causes us pain, not the situation itself. And these reactions are deeply rooted in our karmic patterns, our accumulated memories and tendencies. Because we are unaware of these internal mechanisms, we constantly blame external circumstances or other people for our unhappiness, thereby perpetuating the cycle of ignorance and karma. He clarifies that ignorance also means operating under the illusion that we are separate from everything else. This sense of separation fuels the ego, which in turn drives actions aimed at self-preservation and self-aggrandizement. Every action born out of this sense of separation, this me versus them mentality, creates karmic bondage. True knowledge, he suggests, is the experience of oneness, of realizing that you are an integral part of everything. The path to breaking free from karmic cycles, therefore, is directly linked to dispelling this ignorance through heightened awareness. Sadhguru advocates for practices that bring a greater sense of consciousness to every aspect of life, from the simplest acts of eating and walking to the most complex interactions. He gives the example of anger. When you become angry, instead of identifying with it and acting out, can you simply observe the anger as a phenomenon happening within you? Can you notice the physiological sensations, the racing thoughts, without judging them or being carried away by them? This act of witnessing creates a space, a gap in the unconscious chain reaction, and begins to dissolve the karmic impression. The fundamental teaching here is that to transcend karma, we must first become aware of its presence and its functioning. Ignorance is the glue that binds us to its cycles. Awareness is the solvent that dissolves it. As we become more aware, our choices become more conscious, and our actions begin to flow not from compulsion, but from freedom.
Chapter 6. Actions in Awareness. This chapter marks a pivotal shift from understanding karma to actively managing and transforming it. Sadhguru introduces the concept of action in awareness as the primary tool for consciously engaging with and ultimately transcending karma. This isn't about stopping action, but about transforming the very nature of how we act. Most of our actions, he explains, are performed unconsciously. We eat, speak, work, and interact out of habit, compulsion, or reaction, without full awareness of the deeper implications or the internal processes driving them. These unconscious actions are what create and reinforce karmic imprints, like digging deeper grooves in a record. To act in awareness means to bring a heightened sense of presence and mindfulness to every action, thought, and emotion. It's about performing even the most mundane tasks with full attention, observing the process without getting entangled in the outcome or the associated mental chatter. Consider washing dishes. Most people do it mechanically, their minds elsewhere, perhaps planning dinner or replaying a conversation. But to wash dishes in awareness means to fully experience the warmth of the water, the feel of the soak, the sound of the plates clinking. It means being fully present in that moment, in that action, without judgment or distraction. Sadhguru emphasizes that the quality of the action is more important than the action itself. Two people can be involved in social service. One might be doing it out of a sense of duty, guilt, or desire for recognition, while the other does it out of pure compassion and a genuine desire to serve. The outer action is the same, but the inner quality, the awareness and intention, determines the karmic outcome.
The one acting with pure intention is less likely to accumulate new karmic baggage and may even burn through existing karma. Sadhguru introduces the idea of karma yoga, the path of action. This isn't just about performing good deeds, but about performing any action with a specific inner attitude. The essence of karma yoga is to act without attachment to the fruits of the action. This means doing what needs to be done to the best of your ability without being driven by desires for reward, recognition, or avoiding negative consequences. Acting without attachment doesn't mean becoming indifferent or irresponsible. On the contrary, it means you can act with total involvement and commitment because your focus is entirely on the action itself, not on what it will bring you. This makes your action far more potent and effective. When you act without personal agenda, your energy is fully available for the task at hand. Sadhguru provides practical advice for cultivating this awareness. Observe your breath, a simple practice of paying attention to your inhalation and exhalation can ground you in the present moment. Conscious eating, taste your food, feel its texture, notice the process of chewing and swallowing. Mindful walking, feel your feet on the ground, notice the movement of your body. Witness your thoughts and emotions. Don't try to stop them, just observe them without judgment. Through these practices, you gradually create a distance between yourself and your karmic patterns. You start to become the witness of your life, rather than being swept away by its currents. This witnessing quality is what allows you to act from a place of choice, not compulsion, thereby reducing the accumulation of new karma and beginning to dissolve existing karmic impressions.
Chapter 7. Burning Karma. The Path of Kriya. While acting in awareness helps to prevent the accumulation of new karma, Sadhguru delves into powerful methods for actively burning or dissolving existing karmic imprints. This is where the profound spiritual practices, particularly Kriya Yoga, come into play. He explains that karma, being a form of memory, holds energy within us. These karmic patterns are not just mental, they are embedded in our energy body, pranamaya kosha, and manifest as certain tendencies and limitations. To dissolve them requires working with the energy system itself. Think of karmic patterns as knots in a rope. Simply understanding they are there won't untie them. You need a specific tool or technique to loosen and release those knots. Kriya, Sadhguru explains, is precisely such a tool. It's a powerful sequence of yogic processes involving breath, posture, and inner focus designed to purify the energy system and accelerate spiritual evolution. Sadhguru clarifies that Kriya is not just physical exercise, it's a profound science of inner engineering. It works directly on the pranic energy system, reorganizing and intensifying the flow of energy in the body. This intense energy work begins to agitate and break down the stored karmic impressions, effectively burning them up. He likens the karmic body to a vast garbage dump. If you just add new garbage to it, new unconscious actions, it keeps growing. If you stop adding new garbage, act in awareness, it doesn't grow. But to truly clean it up, you need a powerful incinerator. Kriya is that incinerator. He creates an inner fire that systematically consumes the accumulated karmic memory. The effects of Kriya are profound. As karmic imprints are dissolved, individuals often report feeling lighter, more joyful, and experience a greater sense of inner freedom. Old patterns of thought and emotion that once held them captive begin to lose their grip. Physical ailments that were rooted in karmic patterns may also resolve. Sadhguru emphasizes that Kriya is not something one can learn from a book or casually practice. It requires careful initiation and guidance from a competent spiritual master, guru. This is because Kriya works with powerful energies, and improper practice can lead to imbalances.
The initiation ensures that the practitioner is properly prepared and guided to handle the intensity of the process. He also explains that Kriya is not a substitute for conscious action. It works synergistically with awareness. While Kriya burns through old karma, practicing awareness ensures that you don't accumulate new karma at the same rate. Together, they form a potent strategy for accelerating spiritual growth and achieving liberation. Beyond Kriya, Sadhguru also touches on other forms of devotion and service as ways to burn karma. When one acts with absolute devotion, with a profound sense of surrender to a higher dimension, or when one engages in selfless service without any expectation of personal gain, these actions also generate a powerful energy that helps to dissolve karmic bonds. The key in all these approaches is to move beyond the limited, ego-driven self and touch something larger than oneself. The message is clear. While living consciously is essential, for rapid transformation and to truly liberate oneself from the deep-seated karmic patterns of countless lifetimes, a powerful inner technology like Kriya becomes invaluable.
Chapter 8. Karma and Responsibility. In this crucial chapter, Sadhguru firmly establishes the link between karma and personal responsibility. He states unequivocally that understanding karma is not an excuse for passivity or fatalism. It is a profound call to take absolute responsibility for everything in our lives. If karma is self-created, then by definition, we are entirely responsible for our experiences. This isn't about guilt or blame, but about empowerment. It means that there is no external entity or random chance dictating our suffering or joy. We are the architects. Imagine you've built a house brick by brick. If the roof leaks, you don't blame the rain. You take responsibility for how you built the roof. Similarly, if there's discomfort or joy in your life, Sadhguru urges us to recognize that we have, consciously or unconsciously, built it through our karmic actions and choices. He clarifies that true responsibility doesn't mean becoming overwhelmed by the weight of the past. It means recognizing that the power to change lies within us. If we created it, we can undo it or reshape it. This perspective liberates us from the tendency to blame others, circumstances, or even God for our predicaments. When you blame, you empower the external and disempower yourself. Sadhguru emphasizes that the moment you take 100% responsibility for your life, even for things that appear to be external misfortunes, you reclaim your power. This doesn't mean you cause every earthquake or traffic jam, but it means you take responsibility for how you experience and react to these events. Your inner world, your response, is entirely within your domain. He gives the example of encountering someone who behaves negatively. An unconscious person might react with anger or resentment, creating more karmic entanglement. A conscious person, taking responsibility for their own inner state, might choose to respond with compassion or simply observe without getting drawn in. This conscious choice breaks the karmic chain. This understanding of responsibility is also key to manifesting what we desire. If you want to create a certain future, you must take responsibility for the present moment, for your thoughts, emotions, and actions right now. Waiting for external conditions to change is a form of shirking responsibility. Sadhguru encourages us to adopt the mantra, "My life is my making." This isn't a simplistic affirmation, it's a deep commitment to being the master of our inner world, irrespective of outer circumstances. This doesn't mean life will become easy or free of challenges, but it means that the challenges will no longer cause internal suffering because we choose our response. He differentiates between blame and responsibility. Blame is about finding fault outside yourself. Responsibility is about recognizing your own capacity to respond. The ability to respond is responsibility.
When you realize you have this ability, you are no longer a victim of circumstances, but a co-creator of your reality. The ultimate freedom, according to Sadhguru, lies in taking such profound responsibility that you cease to accumulate karma altogether. When every action is a conscious choice, when there is no unconscious reaction, then you act out of freedom, and these actions leave no binding imprint. This is the path to becoming a truly liberated being.
Chapter 9. Dissolving the Self. This chapter delves into the ultimate goal of working with karma, dissolving the very sense of self that creates and accumulates karmic memory. Sadhguru explains that as long as there is a strong sense of a separate individual I, karma will continue to operate because the I is the central repository and engine of karmic memory. The self we normally identify with, our name, our roles, our personality traits, our opinions, is essentially a construct, a bundle of accumulated information and experiences. It's a karmic identity. The more we cling to this identity, the more we reinforce the mechanisms of karma. Imagine an intricately woven basket. Every fiber, every strand represents a karmic memory, a past experience, a learned pattern. The basket, as a whole, is your identified self. To dissolve the self is not to destroy yourself, but to unravel the threads of this basket, to see that it is not a fixed, solid entity, but a temporary assembly. Sadhguru makes a distinction between the limited, karmically bound self and the boundless, unconditioned self, often capitalized to denote the universal consciousness. The journey of spiritual growth is about moving from the former to the latter, to realize that your true nature is beyond all karmic limitations and personal identity. He suggests that the path to dissolving the self involves cultivating a deep sense of egolessness and inclusiveness. When you experience life as one with everything around you, when the boundaries between me and not me begin to blur, the karmic memory associated with that sense of separation starts to dissipate. One powerful way to achieve this, Sadhguru teaches, is through devotion, bhakti yoga. When you offer yourself completely to a higher dimension, whether it's a deity, a guru, or the universe itself, you dissolve your limited identity in that process of surrender. The I that accumulates karma starts to melt away. This isn't a weakness, it's a profound strength that allows you to act without the burden of self-interest. Another path is through dispassionate action, karma yoga, as discussed earlier. When you act without attachment to results, when your actions are simply what needs to be done, without any I involved in the outcome, then those actions do not create new karmic imprints. The I that usually claims authorship and ownership of actions begins to recede. Sadhguru explains that the dissolution of the self is not about becoming a blank slate or losing your individuality. Rather, it's about expanding your sense of self to encompass everything. When you identify with the entire existence, then there's no longer a small I to accumulate karma. The karmic burden drops away because there's no longer a distinct entity to carry it. This process can be both exhilarating and challenging, as it involves letting go of the very structure that has defined you for so long. But it is also the ultimate freedom, the state of mukti, or liberation, where you are no longer bound by the cycles of birth and death, action and consequence. The message is clear. True freedom from karma is not just about managing it, but about transcending the very mechanism that creates it, the limited, identified self. When that sense of individuality dissolves into a larger awareness, karma simply ceases to exist for you.
Chapter 10. The Ultimate Freedom.
In the concluding chapter, Sadhguru paints a vivid picture of what ultimate freedom from karma truly entails. This is the state of a liberated being, someone who has completely transcended the cycles of karmic entanglement and lives in a state of unburdened joy and profound inner peace. He describes this freedom not as an escape from life, but as an enhanced engagement with it. A liberated being is not passive or inert. They are intensely alive, fully involved in every moment, but without any sense of personal binding. Their actions flow effortlessly, purely in response to the moment, uncolored by past memories or future anxieties. Imagine a person dancing through life, but their feet never touch the ground enough to leave an imprint. They are moving, engaging, experiencing, but they are not accumulating new karmic dust. Their actions are like water flowing over a lotus leaf. It touches, but never clings. Sadhguru emphasizes that a liberated being is not necessarily someone who retreats to a cave. They can be actively involved in the world, leading nations, raising families, or pursuing creative endeavors. The difference lies in their internal state. They act without the doership, without the sense that I am doing this. Their actions happen through them, rather than being driven by their individual will or ego. This state is characterized by absolute choicelessness in one sense, and absolute choice in another. Choicelessness because there is no longer a conflicted mind trying to decide. Action simply flows from the highest intelligence. Absolute choice because every action is now a conscious, unconditioned response, not a reaction driven by karmic grooves. He clarifies that being free from karma doesn't mean you don't experience life. You still feel emotions, you still have thoughts, and your body still goes through its natural processes, but you are no longer identified with these phenomena. You are the witness, the space in which everything unfolds, rather than the thing unfolding. Sadhguru likens it to watching a movie. You can be completely immersed in the story, experience joy, sorrow, excitement, but you always know it's just a movie on a screen. You don't jump into the screen and try to intervene. Similarly, a liberated being participates fully in the drama of life, but with the unwavering awareness that this is not me. The ultimate freedom, he concludes, is not a destination to be reached, but a state of being to be cultivated. It's the realization that you are not your body, not your mind, not your emotions, but something vast, timeless, and boundless. It is the realization that you are the source of your own creation, and therefore you have the power to consciously craft your destiny. This liberation is not about avoiding problems, but about transforming your experience of them. When you are free from karmic entanglement, even in the face of challenges, there is an underlying current of peace and joy that remains untouched. You become truly free, free to live, free to love, free to create, unburdened by the echoes of the past or the anxieties of the future.
And there you have it, a profound journey into Sadhguru's Karma, a yogi's guide to crafting your destiny. We've explored how karma is not fate, but a self-created memory, how our identifications bind us, and how awareness, responsibility, and powerful inner technologies like Kriya can dissolve karmic imprints. The core message is one of empowerment. You are not a victim of your past, but a creator of your future. By understanding the mechanics of karma and consciously engaging with life, you can untangle yourself from unconscious patterns and craft a destiny of profound joy and freedom. Remember, this isn't just theory. It's a practical roadmap to transforming your life from the inside out. Begin by bringing more awareness to your actions, thoughts, and emotions. Take absolute responsibility for your inner state. And if you feel called, explore the deeper dimensions of yogic practices. Thank you for joining me on Vibe Audiobook today. I hope this summary has ignited a spark of transformation within you. If you found this insightful, please like this episode, share it with your friends and family, and don't forget to subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more journeys into wisdom.
Hello and welcome to Vibe Audiobook. Today we're diving into a treasure trove of wisdom from one of the greatest investors of all time. Imagine having a friendly chat with a billionaire, getting direct insights into his mind and uncovering the secrets behind his phenomenal success. That's exactly what the Essays of Warren Buffett, Lessons for Investors and Managers offers us. This isn't just a book about stocks and balance sheets. It's a profound masterclass in business acumen, human psychology, and timeless principles that extend far beyond the financial markets. Whether you're a seasoned investor, an aspiring entrepreneur, or simply someone looking to make smarter decisions in life, the lessons we're about to explore will illuminate your path and reshape your thinking. So lean back, relax, and let's unlock the enduring wisdom of Warren Buffett. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more journeys into the world of transformative ideas. Introduction: The Oracle of Omaha's Enduring Wisdom. Warren Buffett. The name alone conjures images of shrewd investments, folksy wisdom, and unparalleled success. Often called the Oracle of Omaha, Buffett has built Berkshire Hathaway into one of the world's most valuable companies, not through flashy speculation, but through a steadfast commitment to fundamental principles. The Essays of Warren Buffett, thoughtfully compiled by Lawrence A. Cunningham, offers a unique window into Buffett's mind, bringing together his annual letters to shareholders, documents that are far more than mere corporate reports. They are, in essence, a living textbook on business, investing, and management, delivered with remarkable clarity, wit, and candor. This collection isn't just for investors, it's for anyone who seeks to understand how great businesses are built, how sound decisions are made, and how a lifetime of ethical, rational thinking can lead to extraordinary achievements. Buffett's genius lies not in complexity, but in simplicity, in cutting through the noise to focus on what truly matters. He doesn't just tell you what to do, he explains why, grounding his philosophy in common sense and a deep understanding of human behavior. As we embark on this journey through his essays, prepare to have your preconceived notions challenged and your understanding of value profoundly deepened.
Part 1. Corporate Governance, Owner's Manual. Chapter 1. The Shareholder Owner. Buffett begins by emphasizing a fundamental truth that many in the corporate world often forget. Shareholders are owners. They're not just anonymous capital providers. They are partners in the business. This perspective profoundly shapes his approach to corporate governance. He treats his shareholders as he would his own family, providing them with transparent, honest, and direct communication. Imagine you own a small bakery. You'd want to know exactly how it's doing, wouldn't you? Buffett applies this same intimate perspective to Berkshire Hathaway, a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. He believes that management's primary duty is to act as fiduciaries for the owners, safeguarding their capital and working tirelessly to increase its intrinsic value. This means avoiding wasteful spending, resisting empire building for its own sake, and making decisions that prioritize long-term wealth creation over short-term gains or ego gratification. Buffett's owner's manual for Berkshire Hathaway explicitly lays out the principles by which the company is run, setting clear expectations for both management and shareholders. It's a testament to his belief in treating shareholders like intelligent, engaged partners rather than passive spectators. He champions clear, concise annual reports that explain complex issues in plain English, ensuring that every shareholder, regardless of their financial expertise, can understand the company's performance and strategy. Chapter 2. The Berkshire Hathaway Management. What does an ideal management team look like through Buffett's eyes? It's one characterized by integrity, intelligence, and intensity,
his famous 3 I's. He seeks managers who are passionate about their businesses, who treat company money as if it were their own, and who possess an unyielding commitment to excellence. These are not just employees, they are entrepreneurial leaders. He gives his managers immense autonomy, trusting them to run their businesses with minimal interference from headquarters. This decentralized approach fosters a strong sense of ownership and accountability. Buffett understands that talented people thrive when given freedom and responsibility. He avoids the typical corporate bureaucracy and micromanagement, believing that managers closest to the action are best equipped to make operational decisions. This trust is reciprocal. Managers at Berkshire Hathaway are fiercely loyal because they are respected and empowered. He famously says he'd rather hire good people and leave them alone than try to teach pigs to sing. This philosophy extends to compensation, which is often tied to the specific performance of their businesses, aligning their interests directly with those of the shareholders. It's a powerful model for creating a culture of high performance and genuine partnership. Chapter 3: The Director and the Corporation. The role of the corporate director, in Buffett's view, is absolutely critical, yet often flawed in practice. He advocates for independent directors who genuinely represent the shareholders' interests, not those of management. He rails against rubber-stamp boards filled with cronies or individuals whose primary qualification is their social standing rather than their business acumen. A good director, he argues, should be informed, engaged, and willing to challenge management when necessary. Buffett looks for directors who are shareholders themselves, ensuring their financial interests are aligned with those they are supposed to represent. He believes in smaller boards, with members who have a deep understanding of the business and relevant experience. He's famously critical of excessive director compensation, seeing it as a potential incentive for complacency rather than diligent oversight. For Buffett, the board's job is not just to approve decisions, but to actively oversee and question, ensuring that the company's long-term health and shareholder value remain paramount. He likens a good board to a vigilant guardian of shareholder capital, constantly asking, "Is this the best use of our owners' money?"
Part 2: Finance and Investment, the Investment Principles. Chapter 4: Mr. Market. This is perhaps one of Buffett's most famous and insightful metaphors, derived from his mentor, Benjamin Graham. Imagine you own a piece of a business, and every day a manic-depressive fellow named Mr. Market shows up at your door, offering to buy your share or sell you more. Some days, Mr. Market is euphoric, only seeing the good, and offers you an absurdly high price. Other days, he's depressed, seeing only gloom, and offers to sell you shares for pennies on the dollar. Buffett's lesson is profound. You are not obligated to accept Mr. Market's offers. His mood swings should not dictate your decisions. Instead, you should view him as a servant, there to provide you with opportunities. When Mr. Market is exuberant and overvalues your holdings, you might consider selling. When he's depressed and undervalues them, that's your chance to buy. The key is to ignore his irrationality and focus on the intrinsic value of the underlying business. This principle is a cornerstone of value investing, teaching investors to be patient, disciplined, and emotionally detached from market fluctuations. It reminds us that the market is there to serve you, not to instruct you. Chapter 5: Arbitrage. While less emphasized than his long-term value investing, Buffett does engage in arbitrage, but with a highly conservative and calculated approach. Arbitrage generally involves profiting from small price discrepancies between related securities. For example, if a company is about to be acquired, its stock price might trade slightly below the announced acquisition price. A disciplined arbitrager might buy shares expecting the gap to close upon the deal's completion. Buffett's approach to arbitrage is extremely selective. He only participates in situations where the outcome is virtually certain, the time frame is short, and the potential profit is attractive relative to the minimal risk. He focuses on merger arbitrage, where the acquisition is highly likely to go through. He avoids situations with significant regulatory hurdles or financing uncertainties. For him, arbitrage is not about speculation,
It's about capitalizing on low-risk, high-probability scenarios, almost like a coupon clipping strategy that can generate steady returns for Berkshire Hathaway's substantial cash pile while waiting for larger, long-term investment opportunities. Chapter 6. Common Stock. Benjamin Graham, Value Investing. This chapter is the heart of Buffett's investment philosophy, rooted firmly in the teachings of Benjamin Graham. Value investing, at its core, is about buying a dollar for 50 cents. It means meticulously analyzing businesses to determine their intrinsic value, what the business is truly worth irrespective of its current stock price. If the market price is significantly below this intrinsic value, you have a margin of safety. Buffett emphasizes buying businesses, not just stocks. When he buys shares, he sees himself as acquiring a proportional ownership stake in a real operating company with tangible assets, earnings, and a future. He looks for companies with strong competitive advantages, a moat, consistent earning power, competent management, and an understandable business model. He famously prefers wonderful businesses at fair prices over fair businesses at wonderful prices. This focus on quality and value means he's willing to hold investments for very long periods, letting the power of compounding work its magic. He dismisses market forecasts, economic predictions, and hot trends, preferring to stick to what he understands and what he can value with a reasonable degree of certainty. His approach is patient, analytical, and deeply rooted in the fundamentals of business. Chapter 7. Common Stock. Growth Stock. Buffett clarifies a common misconception. Growth and value investing are not mutually exclusive. In fact, true value investing incorporates growth. A growth stock, he argues, is simply a stock of a business whose intrinsic value is expected to grow significantly over time. The error comes when investors pay an exorbitant price for that anticipated growth, eroding any margin of safety. Buffett seeks companies with predictable, sustainable growth driven by a durable competitive advantage. He's willing to pay a fair price for a company that can compound its earnings at a high rate for decades. Think of companies like Coca-Cola or Amerex Express, businesses with strong brands and recurring revenue that can consistently grow their profitability. The distinction isn't between growth and value in terms of the company itself, but rather in the price paid relative to its future earning power. A great growth company, bought at a reasonable price, is a value investment. The key is to assess the sustainability of that growth and the reasonableness of the price. Don't pay today for growth that may never materialize. Chapter 8. Common Stock. The Speculation Economy. Buffett is deeply critical of speculation, viewing it as the antithesis of intelligent investing. Speculation for him involves buying an asset solely in the hope that its price will rise, without regard for the underlying business value or future earnings. It's gambling, not investing. He sees fads and bubbles as direct consequences of speculative behavior, where people get swept up in irrational exuberance, ignoring fundamental economics. He likens speculative markets to a game of musical chairs, where eventually the music stops and someone is left without a seat. He points to the dot-com bubble of the 1990s as a prime example, where companies with no earnings or even clear business models commanded sky-high valuations purely on hype. Buffett's antidote to speculation is a rigorous focus on intrinsic value, a long-term horizon, and an unwavering commitment to understanding what you own. He reminds us that true wealth is created by productive assets, not by trading paper back and forth in a frenzy. Stay rational when others are irrational, and fearful when others are greedy. Chapter 9. Common Stock. A Fan's Notes. In this section, Buffett reiterates his conviction in common stock as the best long-term investment for the average person, provided it's approached with intelligence and discipline. He views common stock as fractional ownership in businesses that over time generate real earnings and grow in value. He contrasts this with alternative investments like gold, which he famously calls an asset that sits there and looks at you, producing no income and generating no value. He encourages individual investors to think of themselves as business owners, not stock traders. His Fans Notes are a cheerleading session for the power of American enterprise and the wealth-creating potential of capitalism. He emphasizes simplicity. Invest in good businesses, understand what you own, and hold for the long term. Don't try to time the market, don't get caught up in daily fluctuations, and don't panic during downturns. Instead, view market dips as opportunities to buy more of excellent businesses at attractive prices. This chapter is a comforting reminder that sound investing doesn't require advanced degrees or complex algorithms. It requires common sense and emotional fortitude. Chapter 10. Common Stock, Corporate Acquisitions. Buffett's approach to corporate acquisitions is a masterclass in strategic thinking. While many companies acquire for growth's sake or to build empires, Buffett's acquisitions are driven by a singular focus: buying great businesses at fair prices that fit Berkshire Hathaway's decentralized culture. He seeks companies with durable competitive advantages, strong management teams who ideally want to stay and run the business, and predictable earnings. He's not interested in hostile takeovers or financially engineered deals. He prefers friendly acquisitions where the seller genuinely wants to partner with Berkshire Hathaway, often because they appreciate Buffett's commitment to long-term ownership and preserving the acquired company's culture and legacy. He's patient, waiting for the right opportunities, and avoids bidding wars. He emphasizes that paying too much for even a wonderful business turns it into a bad investment. His criteria are stringent. The business must be understandable, have consistent earning power, a good return on equity, and the ability to be purchased at a sensible price. Furthermore, he often prefers to pay with cash rather than dilute existing shareholders with new stock issuance.
Part 3. Alternative Investments. Chapter 11. Fixed Income Investments. While Buffett is famous for common stock investing, Berkshire Hathaway does hold fixed income investments, primarily for capital preservation and liquidity. These are often short-term government bonds or highly rated corporate debt. He understands that for certain portions of a portfolio, especially those needed for immediate obligations or as a dry powder for future opportunities, capital safety is paramount, even if it means sacrificing higher returns. He's realistic about the role of fixed income. In periods of high inflation or low interest rates, they may not generate significant real returns. He often refers to long-term bonds as certificates of confiscation during inflationary times. However, for a company like Berkshire Hathaway, which generates enormous cash flows and needs to maintain substantial reserves, a portion of the portfolio in highly liquid, safe, fixed-income assets is essential for strategic flexibility. He's not chasing yield in the bond market. He's prioritizing stability and the availability of funds for when those fat pitches for equity investments come along. Chapter 12. Convertible Securities. Convertible securities are bonds or preferred stocks that can be converted into a fixed number of common shares of the issuing company. Buffett has used these instruments, particularly during market downturns or when he can negotiate favorable terms. His interest in convertibles stems from their hybrid nature. They offer the downside protection of a bond, fixed interest payments and principal repayment, with the upside potential of equity, conversion into common stock if the underlying shares rise significantly. He uses them selectively, often in situations where Berkshire Hathaway can provide much-needed capital to a struggling but fundamentally sound company, in exchange for favorable terms that include a high coupon payment and a conversion option at an attractive price. This strategy allows him to generate strong returns while mitigating risk. It's a testament to his flexibility and willingness to explore various financial instruments when they offer a clear margin of safety and a pathway to superior risk-adjusted returns, always with an eye on the underlying business value. Chapter 13. Options and Derivatives. Buffett views most options and derivatives with extreme caution, often calling them weapons of mass financial destruction. He's highly critical of their complexity, opacity, and the way they can amplify risk without adding true economic value. For him, derivatives often facilitate excessive leverage and speculation, leading to systemic instability. He's particularly wary of over-the-counter derivatives that are custom-tailored and lack transparency. While Berkshire Hathaway has occasionally used highly specialized, long-dated derivatives, typically in situations where they are effectively selling insurance against extreme market events, these are rare exceptions and are managed with extreme care and a deep understanding of the underlying risks.
His general stance is that derivatives in the hands of those who don't fully comprehend their intricacies are dangerous. He champions simplicity and transparency in financial markets, principles that are often undermined by the proliferation of complex derivative products. His message is clear. If you don't understand it fully, stay away.
Part 4. Accounting and Valuation. Chapter 14. An Owner-Oriented Approach to Accounting. Buffett believes that accounting should serve the owner, providing a clear and unvarnished picture of a company's true economic performance. He's critical of creative accounting or any practices that obscure reality or prioritize reported earnings over actual cash flow and economic value creation. He emphasizes looking beyond GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles, to understand the underlying business. He focuses on metrics that truly reflect shareholder value, such as owner earnings, which he defines as net income plus depreciation, depletion, and amortization, less capital expenditures required to maintain the business's competitive position and unit volume. This provides a more realistic view of the cash flow available to owners. He also highlights the importance of understanding the footnotes in financial statements, where crucial details often reside. For Buffett, accounting is a tool for understanding reality, not for manipulating perceptions. He values honesty, transparency, and a conservative approach that ensures surprises are positive, not negative. Chapter 15. Valuing Private Businesses. Buffett's approach to valuing private businesses is essentially the same as valuing public companies, but often with the benefit of more detailed information. He looks at the business as a whole, focusing on its ability to generate free cash flow over its lifetime. The key is to project future earnings power and discount those earnings back to the present day using an appropriate discount rate. This is the essence of intrinsic value. When valuing a private business for acquisition, he performs extensive due diligence, meticulously examining its competitive landscape, management quality, historical performance, and future prospects. He's less concerned with current reported earnings and more focused on the economic reality of the business, its durable competitive advantages, its brand strength, its customer loyalty. He avoids businesses that require significant future capital infusions just to maintain their competitive position. His goal is to buy a business that can generate substantial cash flows that can be reinvested at high rates of return or distributed to shareholders. He's disciplined, setting a maximum price he is willing to pay and walking away if that price is exceeded regardless of how attractive the business might seem. Chapter 16. Valuing Public Businesses. Valuing public businesses follows similar principles as private businesses, but with the added complexity and noise of the stock market. Buffett insists on treating public companies as if they were private, focusing on the underlying business fundamentals rather than stock price fluctuations. He looks for companies with a moat, a sustainable competitive advantage that protects their profitability from competitors. This might be a strong brand, patent protection, economies of scale, or network effects. His valuation process involves estimating the present value of all future cash flows that the business is expected to generate. He uses a conservative discount rate, often the risk-free rate, and then demands a significant margin of safety, buying the business at a price substantially below his calculated intrinsic value. He avoids companies in industries he doesn't understand, his circle of competence, and those that require constant technological innovation to survive. He prefers businesses that are relatively simple, predictable, and generate high returns on invested capital. The key message is to ignore the daily market noise and focus relentlessly on the economic value creation potential of the business over the long term. Chapter 17. Accounting for Acquisitions. Buffett has strong opinions on how acquisitions should be accounted for, particularly regarding goodwill. Goodwill arises when one company acquires another for a price higher than the fair market value of its identifiable net assets. It essentially represents the value of intangible assets like brand reputation, customer relationships, or unique technologies. Buffett is critical of how goodwill is sometimes treated in accounting, arguing that it can often obscure the true economic returns of an acquisition.
He prefers that goodwill be considered a real economic cost and that companies should ensure they are generating sufficient returns after accounting for the capital spent on acquisitions. He's wary of acquisitions that rely heavily on synergies that never materialize or that are done at inflated prices, leading to massive write-downs later. His approach is grounded in economic reality. Did the acquisition truly enhance shareholder value, considering the full price paid, including any goodwill? He insists on transparency and a realistic assessment of the true costs and benefits of every acquisition.
Part 5. Valuation and Investing, Complementary Thoughts. Chapter 18. Investment Management, The Grand Performance Delusion. Buffett skewers the illusion of grand performance, often peddled by active money managers. He argues that most active managers, after fees and expenses, fail to beat a low-cost broad market index fund over the long term. This is because market-beating performance is incredibly difficult to achieve consistently, and the high fees charged by many funds erode any potential outperformance. He champions index funds for the vast majority of individual investors, advocating for simplicity, diversification, and minimizing costs. He suggests that the incessant trading and attempts to time the market by active managers often lead to worse results than a do-nothing approach. The delusion is that professional managers possess some secret formula, when in reality their collective efforts often cancel each other out, leaving investors with lower net returns. His advice is a powerful endorsement of passive investing for almost everyone, emphasizing that focusing on costs and broad market exposure is often the smartest strategy. Chapter 19. Investment Management, The Institutional Imperative. The institutional imperative is Buffett's term for the tendency of corporate managements to imitate their peers, even when doing so is irrational or detrimental to shareholder value. This includes a propensity for empire building, diversifying away from core competencies, resisting dividend payments, and engaging in value-destroying acquisitions, all driven by a desire to conform or to avoid appearing stagnant. For example, if every other company in the industry is making a big acquisition, management might feel compelled to do the same, even if the target is overpriced or ill-suited. Or companies might retain all earnings for reinvestment, even when better opportunities exist for shareholders to deploy that capital elsewhere. Buffett argues that this imperative often leads to suboptimal capital allocation decisions. He actively fights against it at Berkshire Hathaway, prioritizing rational economic decisions above all else, even if it means bucking trends or acting unconventionally. His message is to always ask, is this truly the best use of our owner's money, or are we just following the crowd? Chapter 20. Investment Management, Investment versus Speculation. This chapter provides a concise distinction between investing and speculation, reiterating themes from earlier sections. Investing, for Buffett, involves a thorough analysis of a business, an estimation of its intrinsic value, and the purchase of an ownership stake with an adequate margin of safety, with the expectation that the business's earnings will generate future returns. It's about buying a productive asset. Speculation, on the other hand, is buying an asset with the hope that its price will rise solely based on market sentiment or a greater fool theory, without regard for the underlying value or future cash flows. It's about predicting crowd psychology, not business performance. He emphasizes that the line between the two can sometimes blur in practice, but the intention and methodology behind the decision are what truly differentiate them. True investing focuses on the business, its economics, and its long-term potential, while speculation focuses on market prices and short-term movements. Buffett's advice is clear: be an investor, not a speculator. Chapter 21. Investment Management, The Super Investors of Graham and Doddsville. This famous essay, originally a speech, showcases several successful value investors who were all students of Graham. Buffett uses these examples to prove that value investing is not a fluke or a random outcome, but
but a consistently effective strategy when applied with discipline and intelligence. He highlights investors like Walter Schloss, Tom Knapp, and Charlie Munger, all of whom achieved extraordinary long-term returns by adhering to Graham's principles of buying undervalued businesses with a margin of safety. The common thread among these super investors is their rational business owner mindset, their emotional detachment from market whims, and their intense focus on intrinsic value. They didn't rely on market timing, economic forecasts, or complex quantitative models. They simply bought good businesses at cheap prices and waited patiently for the market to recognize their true worth. This essay is a powerful affirmation that a sound, principled approach to investing, rather than chasing fads or relying on sophisticated but ultimately ineffective strategies, is the most reliable path to long-term wealth creation. It's a testament to the enduring power of fundamental analysis and patience.
Part 6. Accounting and Taxation. Complementary Thoughts. Chapter 22. Look-through earnings. Look-through earnings is a concept Buffett uses to get a more accurate picture of Berkshire Hathaway's true economic earnings, particularly considering its equity investments. When Berkshire owns a significant but not controlling stake in another company, like Coca-Cola or American Express, only the dividends received from those companies are reported in Berkshire's earnings. However, the underlying companies typically earn far more than they pay out in dividends, reinvesting the rest back into their businesses. Buffett argues that a portion of these retained earnings by the investee companies should also be looked through and considered as a part of Berkshire's economic earnings, because these retained earnings contribute to the growth of the underlying companies and thus increase the intrinsic value of Berkshire's ownership stake. This concept provides a more holistic and realistic view of Berkshire's compounding power and avoids understating the true economic value created for its shareholders. It's another example of Buffett seeking economic reality over mere accounting conventions. Chapter 23. Economic Goodwill versus Accounting Goodwill. This chapter delves deeper into Buffett's distinction between economic goodwill and accounting goodwill. As discussed earlier, accounting goodwill arises when a company is purchased for more than the fair value of its identifiable assets. It's a balance sheet item. Economic goodwill, however, is a much more fundamental concept for Buffett. It represents the value of a company's durable competitive advantage, its moat. This could be a powerful brand, proprietary technology, a cost advantage, or customer lock-in. It's what allows a business to earn returns consistently above its cost of capital. A company with strong economic goodwill can generate superior profits year after year without needing to reinvest huge amounts of capital. When Buffett buys a business, he's paying for this economic goodwill, the inherent quality and staying power of the business, far more than for a specific accounting line item. He wants businesses that will continue to generate high returns on capital far into the future, and that ability is the essence of economic goodwill. Chapter 24. Inherited Goodwill. This concept builds on the idea of economic goodwill. Buffett argues that some businesses acquire inherited goodwill from their customers or from other businesses, rather than creating it themselves. Think of a local newspaper or television station that benefits from its exclusive access to a local audience, or a company that distributes a popular product. The goodwill isn't entirely of their making, it's inherited from the unique position they occupy. This concept ties into the idea of understanding the source of a company's competitive advantage. Is it truly generated internally through superior products or services, or is it merely leveraging an existing structural advantage? While an inherited goodwill business can be profitable, Buffett would likely prefer a business that consistently creates and strengthens its own economic goodwill through innovation, brand building, and superior customer service, as these are more sustainable competitive advantages in the long run. Chapter 25. The Dark Side of Intangibles.
Buffett provides a cautionary perspective on intangibles, which can include goodwill, patents, brands, and other non-physical assets. While he recognizes the immense value of strong brands and durable competitive advantages, economic goodwill, he also warns of the dark side of intangibles, particularly when they are created through excessive spending or acquisitions that ultimately destroy shareholder value. He's critical of companies that overpay for acquisitions, booking massive amounts of accounting goodwill that may never generate sufficient returns. He's also wary of intangible assets that are not truly durable or are easily replicated. For instance, a patent might be valuable, but if the technology is quickly superseded, its value diminishes. His message is to scrutinize the true economic value behind reported intangibles and to be skeptical of trophy acquisitions or those done purely for strategic reasons without a clear path to generating superior economic returns for shareholders. Not all intangibles are created equal, and some can be very dark indeed. Chapter 26. Income Taxes. Buffett is a master at understanding the impact of income taxes on investment returns. He views taxes as a cost of doing business and constantly seeks to optimize the after-tax returns for shareholders. He famously advocates for a tax deferral strategy, where taxes on capital gains are postponed as long as possible by holding investments for very long periods. This allows the full capital to compound without being siphoned off by taxes prematurely. He's critical of corporate policies that generate taxable gains without a clear economic benefit, or that incur unnecessary tax liabilities. His focus is always on maximizing the after-tax intrinsic value of Berkshire Hathaway. This pragmatic approach to taxes underscores his relentless focus on maximizing real, long-term wealth for his shareholders, rather than optimizing for short-term accounting profits.
Part 7. Common Stock and Business Owners. Further Insights. Chapter 27. The Games Billions Play. In this section, Buffett reflects on some of the common mistakes and games that large corporations and investors play, often to the detriment of long-term value creation. This includes things like managing earnings to meet analyst expectations, engaging in costly acquisitions driven by ego rather than sound economics, or engaging in stock buybacks at inflated prices. He points out how short-term pressures and institutional imperatives can lead intelligent people to make irrational decisions. He emphasizes that the goal should always be to maximize intrinsic value per share over the long haul, not to play accounting games or engage in financial engineering. He's particularly critical of managers who prioritize their own compensation or status over the interests of shareholders. This chapter serves as a cautionary tale, urging investors and managers to resist the temptation to play these games and instead focus on fundamental value creation and rational capital allocation. Chapter 28. Remuneration. Buffett has very clear and often unconventional views on executive remuneration. He believes that compensation should be tied to performance that truly creates shareholder value, not to factors outside management's control, like commodity prices or general market movements. He's critical of excessive stock option grants, which he argues can incentivize short-term thinking and aggressive accounting, especially when not tied to specific performance hurdles. He advocates for compensation systems that reward managers for increasing the intrinsic value of their businesses over the long term. He prefers systems that are simple, transparent, and align the interests of management directly with those of the owners. At Berkshire Hathaway, many managers are compensated based on the specific profitability and capital efficiency of their individual businesses, with significant freedom and responsibility. His philosophy is that if you treat managers like owners and compensate them fairly for exceptional performance in building owner value, you will attract and retain the best talent. Chapter 29. Dividends versus retained earnings. This chapter explores the perennial debate about whether a company should pay dividends or retain earnings for reinvestment. Buffett's answer is nuanced and pragmatic.
It depends on whether the company can reinvest those retained earnings at a rate of return higher than what shareholders could achieve if they received the cash as a dividend. If a company has excellent opportunities to reinvest its earnings at high rates of return, for example, expanding a profitable business, making value-accretive acquisitions, then retaining earnings is the better option for shareholders as it allows their capital to compound more effectively within the company. However, if a company has limited opportunities for high rate of return and reinvestment, then paying out dividends or repurchasing shares at attractive prices is the responsible course of action. Buffett is critical of companies that retain earnings simply for the sake of retaining them or to fund low-return projects, rather than returning capital to shareholders when it cannot be deployed productively. The decision should always be based on what maximizes the long-term intrinsic value per share for the owners. Chapter 30. Capital Allocation, the Ultimate Managerial Job. Buffett unequivocally states that capital allocation is the single most important job of the CEO. It's not about making a product or managing operations. It's about making smart decisions about where to deploy the company's capital to generate the highest possible returns for shareholders. This includes decisions about reinvesting in existing businesses, making acquisitions, paying dividends, repurchasing shares, or paying down debt. He argues that a manager who is brilliant at operations but poor at capital allocation will ultimately destroy shareholder value. Conversely, a manager who is a master capital allocator can compensate for merely average operational performance. Buffett's genius at Berkshire Hathaway lies precisely in his unparalleled skill as a capital allocator. He constantly evaluates the best use for every dollar of capital that comes into Berkshire, always asking, where will this dollar generate the highest risk-adjusted long-term return for our owners? This relentless focus on optimal capital allocation is a cornerstone of Berkshire's long-term success. Conclusion: the enduring lessons from the Oracle. As we conclude our journey through the essays of Warren Buffett, it becomes clear that his wisdom is not just for the elite investor, but for anyone navigating the complexities of business and life. Buffett's philosophy boils down to a few powerful yet simple truths. Think like an owner. Every decision should be made with the long-term interests of the business and its true owners in mind. Focus on intrinsic value. Ignore the market's daily gyrations and concentrate on the underlying economic reality of the businesses you own or manage. Insist on a margin of safety. Never pay full price for anything, leaving room for error and unexpected events. Understand what you own. Stick to your circle of competence and only invest in businesses you truly comprehend. Patience is paramount. Great results are achieved through long-term compounding, not frantic trading. Integrity and rationality above all. Ethical conduct and clear, logical thinking are the foundations of sustained success. Capital allocation is key. The way a company deploys its capital determines its ultimate destiny. Buffett's essays are a masterclass in independent thinking, financial literacy, and rational decision-making. He teaches us that complexity is often the enemy of truth, and that enduring success stems from adhering to a few fundamental common-sense principles with unwavering discipline. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook for this deep dive into the mind of Warren Buffett. We hope these insights inspire you to make smarter decisions, both in your investments and in your life. Remember, true wealth is built on understanding, patience, and a steadfast commitment to value. If you enjoyed this summary, please make sure to like this episode, share it with fellow learners, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more empowering content. Your support helps us bring more valuable insights to you. Until next time, keep learning, keep growing, and keep vibing with knowledge.
Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, the place where we unlock the power of knowledge and transform your understanding. Today, we're diving deep into a book that promises to revolutionize your approach to achieving your dreams. The DNA of Success. Know what you want to get what you want, by Jack M. Zufelt. Have you ever felt like you're working hard but not quite getting where you want to be? Like there's a secret ingredient missing from your recipe for success? What if I told you that the key to unlocking your true potential isn't about working harder, but about understanding a fundamental principle that already exists within you? Jack Zufeldt's groundbreaking work reveals that success isn't some external force you chase. It's an internal blueprint, a core desire that once identified and nurtured becomes an unstoppable magnet for your aspirations. This isn't just another self-help book. It's a profound exploration of human motivation and achievement, presented in a way that feels both revelatory and deeply practical. In this summary, we'll uncover the secrets to identifying your own core desire, understanding its immense power, and learning how to align every aspect of your life with it to manifest the success you truly crave. Get ready to shift your perspective, ignite your passion, and discover the DNA that will guide you directly to your desired future. Before we begin this transformative journey, I kindly ask you to hit that like button, share this summary with anyone who needs a dose of inspiration, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you don't miss out on our future explorations of life-changing books. Now let's unlock the DNA of your success. Chapter 1. The Core Desire, Your Internal GPS, Extended Detail. In this foundational chapter, Jack Zufeldt introduces us to the most vital component of his philosophy, the core desire. He doesn't just present it as a concept, he posits it as the very engine of human achievement, the deep-seated force that dictates our direction, motivation, and ultimate fulfillment. Think of it not as a mere goal, but as the fundamental driving principle beneath all your goals. It's the ultimate why behind what you truly want to experience, be, or have. To truly grasp the core desire, we must first understand what it is not. It's not a fleeting wish, like wanting a new car because your friend has one. It's not a goal imposed by society or family, like pursuing a certain career path out of obligation. It's also not a superficial ambition, such as simply being rich, without understanding the deeper purpose behind that wealth. These are often external desires, easily swayed by circumstances or external validation. Zufeldt illustrates that our core desire is often hidden beneath layers of societal conditioning, past disappointments, and self-doubt. It's like a powerful underground river flowing beneath the surface of our conscious awareness. When we are disconnected from this river, our efforts feel forced, our motivation wanes quickly, and our path seems unclear. We might chase one goal after another, achieving some, only to find a lingering sense of unfulfillment because these goals were not aligned with our deepest truth. The crucial distinction. Zufeldt makes a powerful distinction between goals and core desire. Goals are often the vehicles to satisfy your core desire. For instance, someone might have a goal to start a successful nonprofit. Their core desire, however, might be to make a profound positive impact on vulnerable communities and leave a lasting legacy of compassion. The nonprofit is the means, the impact and legacy are the core desire. When this distinction is understood, even if the nonprofit venture faces challenges, the individual's commitment remains strong because they are driven by the deeper, more profound core desire, which can be pursued through various avenues. Identifying your core desire. Zufeldt provides guidance on how to begin uncovering your core desire. This is not a rushed exercise. It requires introspection and honesty. Look beyond the obvious. When you list what you want, ask why repeatedly. Why do you want more money? Is it for security, freedom, to help others, or to prove something? Keep digging until you hit an emotional core. Recall moments of pure joy or passion. When have you felt most alive, most engaged, most authentically you? What were you doing? What underlying need or desire was being met in those moments? Examine your frustrations. What consistently frustrates or angers you in the world? Often, our core desire is the inverse of what we most passionately resist. If injustice deeply bothers you, your core desire might involve creating fairness or equality. Consider your legacy. If you looked back on your life, what would you want to have been your ultimate contribution or impact? This often touches upon a core desire. The impact of an unidentified core desire. Without a consciously identified core desire, Zufelt explains, we operate on autopilot, often driven by fragmented desires, external pressures, or even old, unexamined beliefs. This leads to lack of sustainable motivation. When the initial excitement of a goal wears off, there's no deeper why to pull you through difficulties. Confusion and indecision. Every choice becomes a struggle because there's no central guiding principle. Burnout and unfulfillment. Even achieving goals can feel empty if they don't serve your deepest longings. By contrast, when your core desire is identified, it acts like an internal compass. Every decision can then be filtered through the question, does this align with my core desire? This simplifies choices, amplifies motivation, and imbues your actions with a powerful sense of purpose. It's the very first and arguably most important step in aligning your internal world with your external aspirations.
Chapter 2. The Power of Clarity. Defining Your Destination. Once the glimmer of your core desire begins to emerge, the next critical step, according to Jack Zufelt, is to bring it into sharp, uncompromising focus. This chapter is dedicated to the power of clarity, emphasizing that a vague desire is like a whisper in the wind, easily lost and difficult to act upon. A clear desire, however, is a resounding declaration, a beacon that guides your efforts and attracts the necessary resources. Zufelt strongly asserts that the universe, or the forces of life, responds to specificity. Think of it like ordering a custom-made item. If you tell a craftsman, I want a nice piece of furniture, what do you expect to receive? Probably something generic. But if you provide precise dimensions, materials, colors, and functionality, the craftsman can create exactly what you envision. Your mind and the world around you operate similarly. Why vagueness fails. Vague desires fail for several reasons. Lack of direction. If you say, I want to be happy, your mind has no specific target. Happiness is subjective and multifaceted. It doesn't provide actionable steps. Internal conflict. A vague desire often conflicts with other subconscious beliefs or fears, leading to internal sabotage. Your mind can't commit fully. Missed opportunities. When you don't know exactly what you're looking for, you won't recognize it when it appears. Opportunities pass by unnoticed because they don't fit a clear mental template. Low motivation. It's hard to get excited about an ill-defined future. Specificity ignites passion. Techniques for achieving crystal clarity. Zufelt offers practical and highly effective methods to transform a fuzzy desire into a laser-sharp vision. The Core Desire Statement, CDS. This is the cornerstone. Your CDS should be positive. State what you do want, not what you don't want. For example, I am financially free, not I don't want to be in debt. Specific. Include details. If it's financial, what amount? If it's a feeling, what specific experiences embody that feeling? Present tense. Write as if it has already happened. I am, I have, I achieve. This bypasses the subconscious mind's inability to process future tense or wanting to. For example, I am enjoying a fulfilling career as a best-selling author, not I want to be a best-selling author. Emotional. Infuse it with the feeling you anticipate. How will you feel when this is a reality? This emotional charge is crucial for programming. Sensory immersion, visualization. Don't just think about your core desire, experience it in your mind. See it. What does your fulfilled life look like? What are the colors, the surroundings? Hear it. What sounds are present? People congratulating you? The sounds of nature in your dream home? Feel it.
What emotions are you experiencing? Joy, peace, confidence, freedom. What does your body feel like? Taste or smell it. If applicable, imagine the flavors of success or the sense of your ideal environment. For example, if your core desire is to run a marathon, don't just say, "I want to run a marathon." Instead, visualize. I am crossing the finish line of the city marathon, feeling an incredible surge of power and accomplishment. The crowd is roaring, the metal is heavy around my neck, and I can taste the refreshing water as I hydrate, my body buzzing with healthy energy and pride.
Chapter 3. Belief, Fueling Your Journey. Extended Detail. With a clearly defined core desire, we move to the next pivotal element in Zufeldt's framework, belief. This chapter is dedicated to the understanding that belief is not merely an optional component. It is the absolute fuel that powers your journey toward your core desire. Without genuine, unwavering belief in the possibility of your core desire and in your own capacity to achieve it, even the clearest vision will remain a distant dream. Zufeldt positions belief as a powerful lens through which we perceive reality. Our beliefs act as filters, determining what we see, what we pay attention to, and what we consider possible or impossible. If you harbor a deep-seated belief that money is hard to come by, your mind will unconsciously seek and find evidence to support that belief, making you blind to financial opportunities. Conversely, if you believe opportunities are abundant, your mind will be attuned to notice them everywhere. The self-fulfilling prophecy of belief. This isn't just wishful thinking, it's a psychological and energetic reality. When you genuinely believe, your body language, your tone of voice, your persistence, and your overall energy shift. This externalizes your belief, influencing how others perceive you and respond to you, creating a positive feedback loop that often brings about the very outcomes you believe in. Identifying limiting beliefs. Zufeldt emphasizes that before we can cultivate empowering beliefs, we must first identify and challenge the limiting beliefs that hold us back. These often originate from past experiences. A past failure can lead to the belief, "I'm not good enough." External voices, negative comments from parents, teachers, or peers can embed beliefs like, "That's not for people like us." Societal conditioning. Common narratives about scarcity, difficulty, or competition can become ingrained beliefs. Self-talk. The stories we tell ourselves constantly shape our belief system. Questions to uncover limiting beliefs. What do I secretly fear is true about myself or my ability? What statements do I frequently hear myself or others say that contradict my core desire? If I truly believed my core desire was possible, what would I do differently? The answer often points to a limiting belief. Cultivating empowering beliefs. Zufeldt provides robust strategies for transforming limiting beliefs into empowering ones. Conscious questioning. Once identified, challenge a limiting belief. Ask, is this absolutely true? What evidence contradicts this belief? Whose voice is this, really? What would happen if I chose to believe the opposite? This process begins to weaken the hold of the old belief. Affirmations with conviction. As mentioned in Chapter 2, repeating positive statements, affirmations, aligned with your core desire is powerful. However, Zufeldt stresses the emotional conviction behind them. Simply reciting, "I am worthy of success," while feeling doubt will be ineffective. Instead, connect to the feeling of worthiness, even if it's just for a few moments, as you repeat the affirmation. Use affirmations that specifically counter your limiting beliefs. For example, if
I'm not smart enough is a belief. Affirm, I am intelligent and capable of learning anything I need to succeed. Visualization, revisited. By consistently visualizing yourself as having already achieved your core desire, you create a powerful mental proof for your subconscious. The subconscious, unable to differentiate between vivid imagination and reality, begins to accept this future as inevitable, strengthening your belief. Surround yourself with believers. The people you spend time with have a profound impact on your beliefs. Seek out mentors, friends, and communities who uplift you, believe in your potential, and are pursuing their own inspiring goals. Limit exposure to chronic pessimists or those who consistently doubt your abilities. Self-journaling. Keep a record of your small wins, progress, and moments of overcoming challenges. Regularly reviewing these successes reinforces your belief in your capability and resilience. As-if principle. Start acting as if you already possess the belief you desire. If you want to believe you're confident, start taking actions that a confident person would, even if you feel uncomfortable at first. This behavioral shift can influence your internal state. Ultimately, Zufelt teaches that belief is a choice and it's a muscle that needs to be exercised. It's not about denying reality, but about choosing the most empowering interpretation of reality and focusing on possibilities rather than limitations. When belief is robust, fear diminishes, doubt recedes, and you move forward with an unstoppable certainty that magnetically draws your core desire into your experience. It transforms your journey from an uphill battle into an excited anticipation.
Chapter 4. Core Desire Programming, The Art of Subconscious Influence. Extended detail. This chapter is the deep dive into the practical application of Zufelt's principles, focusing on how to actively and intentionally install your core desire into the most powerful part of your mind, the subconscious. He describes the subconscious as an incredibly powerful, non-judgmental servant that works tirelessly to bring about whatever it is programmed to believe is true. The goal of core desire programming, CDP, is to ensure that your core desire is the dominant guiding program in this internal supercomputer. The subconscious mind doesn't operate with logic or reason in the same way our conscious mind does. It responds to images, emotions, repetition, and deeply held convictions. It doesn't understand want or try. It understands is. Therefore, for your core desire to manifest, it must move beyond a conscious thought and become an unconscious conviction, an automatic truth that your entire being works to actualize. Why subconscious programming is crucial. Automatic action. When your core desire is programmed subconsciously, your actions become effortless and aligned. You automatically gravitate towards opportunities and make choices that serve your goal, often without conscious effort. Overcoming resistance. Many of our conscious attempts at change are thwarted by subconscious resistance. Example, trying to save money but subconsciously believing you don't deserve it. CDP bypasses this resistance by installing a new, empowering program. Intuition and insight. A programmed subconscious will generate intuitive ideas, creative solutions, and insights that align with your core desire. Attraction. The subconscious mind is believed to play a role in attracting circumstances, people, and resources that resonate with its dominant programs. Core Desire Programming Techniques. A deeper look. The Refined Core Desire Statement, CDS. Emotional resonance. Read your CDS aloud, focusing on the feeling it evokes. Does it stir excitement, peace, joy? If not, refine the wording until it does. The emotion is the fuel for the programming. Daily repetition. Read your CDS multiple times a day, especially first thing in the morning and last thing at night. These are times when your mind is most receptive to suggestion, theta brainwave state. Immersive visualization. Sensory richness. Don't just see it, be in it. What are the textures, the specific scents, the sounds of celebration or tranquility? Emotional amplification. Focus intensely on the emotions of fulfillment. Feel the joy, the relief, the pride. The stronger the emotion, the deeper the imprint on the subconscious. Duration and consistency. Aim for 5 to 15 minutes of focused visualization daily. Consistency is more important than occasional long sessions. It's like building a muscle. Regular workouts yield results. Movie scene technique. Imagine your life as a movie. Create a specific scene where your core desire is fully realized. Play this scene repeatedly in your mind, adding more details each time. Affirmations with belief and feeling. Personalization. Make affirmations highly personal and relevant to your core desire. Active engagement. Don't just recite. Look in the mirror, say them with conviction, and feel the truth of the words resonating within you. Chanting or singing. Some find that chanting or singing their affirmations helps them bypass conscious resistance and reach the subconscious more effectively. Written affirmations. Write your affirmations repeatedly in a journal. The physical act of writing further reinforces the message. Vision boards or treasure maps. Strategic placement. Place your vision board where you will see it regularly throughout the day. Example, near your desk, in your bedroom. Active engagement. Don't just glance. Take a moment each day to look at the images, connect with the feelings they evoke, and affirm that this is your reality. Dynamic boards. Allow your vision board to evolve as your core desire becomes clearer or as you achieve certain milestones. Subliminal messaging. Optional but powerful. While Zufeld doesn't delve deeply into technical subliminal tools, the principle applies. Feed your subconscious positive messages without your conscious mind judging them. This can be done through passive listening to audio that contains affirmations embedded beneath music or nature sounds. Gratitude practice, the amplifier. Expressing gratitude for the things you already have, and especially for your core desire as if it has already manifested, creates a powerful magnetic field. Gratitude shifts your energy to a positive, receptive frequency, making your subconscious more open to receiving the desired outcomes. It's about becoming a master programmer of your own mind.
Chapter 5. Inspired Action, the Bridge to Reality. Extended detail. This chapter serves as the vital link between your internal work, clarity, belief, subconscious programming, and the external manifestation of your core desire. Jack Zufelt makes it unequivocally clear. Without inspired action, even the most well-defined and deeply programmed core desire will remain an internal blueprint, a potential unfulfilled. Inspired action is the active, purposeful engagement with the world that transforms intention into tangible results. However, Zufelt is very specific about the type of action required. This isn't about aimless busywork, frantic effort driven by anxiety, or simply doing what you think you should do. Inspired action is characterized by its alignment with your core desire, a sense of flow, intuition, and often an undeniable pull from within. The genesis of inspired action. Once your core desire is firmly planted in your subconscious, your internal guidance system becomes hyper-aware of anything that aligns with it. Intuitive nudges. You might experience a sudden strong urge to contact someone, research a specific topic, or attend an event. This isn't random. It's your subconscious mind, guided by your core desire, pointing you in the right direction. Coincidences and synchronicity. Opportunities, people, or resources might seem to appear out of nowhere. These are often manifestations of your programmed core desire, and taking inspired action means recognizing and seizing them. Clear ideas. You might wake up with a brilliant idea for a project or a solution to a long-standing problem. This is your subconscious delivering actionable insights. Distinguishing inspired action from busy work.
This distinction is crucial for sustained progress and avoiding burnout. Busy work, often driven by external pressure, fear, or a sense of obligation, feels draining, monotonous, or forced, lacks genuine passion or purpose, may not directly contribute to your core desire. Example, I should network at this event, even though I hate it and it feels unproductive. Inspired action, driven by internal motivation, excitement, and intuition, feels energizing, purposeful, and often a joyful experience. Directly aligns and propels you toward your core desire. Example, I feel a strong pull to connect with that person. I have a good feeling about it. Or, I'm genuinely excited to research this new strategy for my business. Taking inspired action. Trust your gut. Learn to listen to your intuition. If an idea or opportunity feels exciting, expansive, and aligned with your core desire, trust that feeling and act on it. Don't overanalyze it to death. Overcome procrastination with small steps. Often the biggest hurdle to action is the perceived overwhelming size of the task. Break down your inspired action into the smallest possible first step. Write one paragraph. Make one phone call. Do 10 minutes of research. The momentum from a small success can build into larger action. Embrace imperfection. Zufelt warns against waiting for the perfect plan or the perfect moment. Inspired action often requires taking imperfect steps, learning and course-correcting along the way. Perfectionism is often a disguised form of procrastination. Stay flexible and adaptable. While your core desire remains constant, the path to achieving it might not be linear. Be open to new information, adjust your actions based on feedback, and pivot when necessary. The inspired action today might lead to a different inspired action tomorrow. Persistence, not stubbornness. When challenges arise, persistence means continuing to take inspired action, not stubbornly clinging to an action that's clearly not working. It's about maintaining your forward momentum while being open to different approaches. The role of courage. Taking inspired action often requires courage, the courage to step outside your comfort zone, to try something new, to face potential failure, or to follow an unconventional path. Zufelt teaches that this courage isn't the absence of fear, but the willingness to act despite fear, knowing that your core desire is a stronger force. Inspired action is the dynamic interplay between your inner vision and your outer world. It's about being present, alert, and responsive to the guidance that emerges from your subconscious. It transforms the abstract into the concrete, steadily building the bridge from where you are to where you want to be. It's the vibrant, living proof that your core desire is not just a dream, but a destiny actively being sculpted by your purposeful steps.
Chapter 6. Overcoming Obstacles. Navigating the Path. Extended detail. Jack Zufelt is a pragmatist. He knows that the journey to any significant accomplishment is never perfectly smooth. This chapter is a crucial discussion on overcoming obstacles, acknowledging that challenges, setbacks, and moments of doubt are not signs of failure, but rather inevitable and even necessary parts of the process. How you respond to these obstacles will largely determine whether you ultimately achieve your core desire or fall short. Zufelt frames obstacles not as dead ends, but as feedback mechanisms, opportunities for learning, growth, and refinement of your approach. They serve to test your commitment, deepen your understanding, and strengthen your resolve. Common obstacles and strategies for navigation. Doubt and fear. The inevitability. Even the most successful people experience doubt and fear. It's part of the human experience. The key is not to eliminate them, but to manage your response. Acknowledge, don't dwell. When doubt or fear arises, acknowledge it without immediately believing it as truth. Say, okay, I'm feeling doubt right now, rather than immediately believing it as truth. Revisit your why. Reconnect with your core desire.
Remind yourself of the deep emotional reasons why this goal is so important to you. Your why must be stronger than your fear. Reframing. Instead of, "What if I fail?" ask, "What if I succeed spectacularly?" Or, "What can I learn from this challenge?" Small wins. Focus on achieving small, tangible steps. Each small success builds confidence and erodes doubt. Seek support. Talk to a trusted mentor, friend, or coach. Sharing your fears can often diminish their power, and an outside perspective can offer encouragement or new solutions. External criticism and naysayers. Protect your vision. Especially in the early stages, shield your core desire from those who are inherently negative or skeptical. Not everyone will understand your vision, and their doubts can contaminate your own. Consider the source. Zufeld suggests evaluating the source of criticism. Is it constructive feedback from someone you respect, who has your best interests at heart? Or is it projection from someone operating from their own fears and limitations? Develop a thick skin. Learn not to take external criticism personally. It often says more about the critic than it does about you or your potential. Use as fuel. Sometimes external doubt can be a powerful motivator to prove critics wrong, though this should not be your primary motivation. Setbacks and failures. Redefine failure. Zufeld argues there is no true failure, only feedback. Every setback contains valuable lessons. What did you learn? What can you do differently next time? Resilience. The ability to bounce back from adversity is critical. It's not about avoiding falling, but about how quickly you get back up. Adapt and adjust. A setback might indicate that your approach needs to change, not that your core desire is unattainable. Be flexible and willing to pivot your strategy. Don't personalize it. A failure in an action doesn't mean you are a failure. Separate your identity from the outcome. Overwhelm and procrastination. Break it down. Large, intimidating tasks are often broken down into smaller, more manageable steps. Focus on taking just the next small, inspired action. Prioritize. Identify the most crucial tasks that directly move you toward your core desire and tackle those first. Time management. Utilize techniques like the Pomodoro technique, focused work for short bursts to build momentum. Re-energize your programming. If procrastination is persistent, it might be a sign that your core desire programming needs reinforcement. Revisit visualizations and affirmations to rekindle your passion. Zufeld's overarching message in this chapter is that resilience is key. It's the steadfast commitment to your core desire combined with the flexibility to adapt your actions that will see you through tough times. Every obstacle overcome strengthens your character, deepens your belief, and brings you closer to realizing your true potential. View challenges as opportunities to demonstrate your unwavering dedication and ingenious problem-solving abilities. The path to your core desire is not meant to be easy, but it is meant to be deeply rewarding.
Chapter 7, Manifestation, the Art of Receiving, Extended Detail. This chapter is the exciting culmination of all the previous steps, focusing on the moment your internal work begins to materialize in your external world. Zufeld defines manifestation as the art of receiving, understanding that once you have clearly defined your core desire, cultivated belief, programmed your subconscious, and taken inspired action, the universe begins to align to bring your desired reality into your experience. It's not about forcing, it's about attracting and recognizing. Zufeld explains that manifestation is a natural outcome of energetic alignment. When your dominant thoughts, feelings, and actions are all consistently pointed towards your core desire, you create a powerful magnetic field. The world around you, filled with infinite possibilities, starts to respond to this clear signal, bringing people, opportunities, resources, and circumstances into your path that resonate with your internal blueprint. Key principles of the art of receiving. Openness and awareness. The unforeseen. Manifestations rarely arrive in the exact package you might have consciously predicted. Be open to different forms, different timelines, and different pathways. If you're too rigid about how it must come, you might miss it when it appears in a surprising way. Heightened sensitivity. Your consistent focus on your core desire makes you more attuned to relevant information. You start to notice conversations, articles, billboards, or seemingly random encounters that relate to your goals. These are not coincidences, they are manifestations responding to your frequency. Intuition as a guide. Your gut feelings and intuitive nudges become stronger. Pay attention to those aha moments or urges that point you toward a new connection or action. Detachment from the how. Trust the process. While clarity on what you want is crucial, becoming overly attached to the how can hinder manifestation. Trust that the universe has infinite creative ways to bring your core desire to fruition, often far more ingenious than anything you could have conceived. Release control. Release the need to micromanage every detail. Do your part, inspired action, then let go and trust that the unseen forces are working on your behalf. This release of control often creates space for faster manifestation. The power of gratitude, amplified. Pre-paving. Express profound gratitude not only for what you already have, but also for your core desire as if it has already manifested. This acts as a powerful pre-paving mechanism, telling the universe you are ready and receptive. Elevated vibration. Gratitude is one of the highest vibrational emotions. When you are genuinely grateful, you attract more things to be grateful for. It creates a positive feedback loop. Example, instead of "I hope I get that promotion," express "I am so grateful for this exciting new role and the opportunities it brings." Acceptance and worthiness. Internal barriers. Often, manifestations are blocked not because of external forces, but because of internal feelings of unworthiness or guilt. If deep down you don't believe you deserve your core desire, you will subconsciously push it away. Cultivate self-worth. Through affirmations, self-compassion, and recognizing your inherent value, cultivate a strong sense of deservingness. You are worthy of your core desire simply because you are choosing to create it. Taking decisive action on opportunities. The knock. When opportunities, the manifestations, arise, you must take action. Manifestation isn't about things falling into your lap without effort. It's about doors opening and you choosing to walk through them. Timing. Sometimes the timing of a manifestation might seem off, or it might require a leap of faith. Trust your intuition and take action when the feeling is strong. Zufelt paints manifestation not as a mystical passive event, but as an active partnership between your conscious intent and the receptive forces of the universe. It's a continuous dance between focused internal work and responsive external action. When you become a master of receiving, you don't just achieve your goals, you effortlessly attract them, creating a life that feels magical, flowing, and deeply aligned with your true self. The world becomes a mirror, reflecting the clarity and conviction of your core desire back to you.
Chapter 8. Maintaining your core desire, sustaining momentum. Extended detail. Reaching your core desire is a magnificent achievement, but Jack Zufelt emphasizes that true success is not a static endpoint. It's an ongoing journey of growth, expansion, and continuous creation. This final chapter, Maintaining Your Core Desire, Sustaining Momentum, addresses the crucial art of keeping your internal compass calibrated, continuing your progress, and evolving your aspirations beyond a single accomplishment. The biggest danger after achieving a major core desire is complacency. It's easy to relax, revert to old habits, or lose the sharp focus that led to success. Zufelt warns against this arrival fallacy, where we believe once we hit a certain goal, all effort can cease. Just as a garden requires continuous tending, your internal landscape of desires needs ongoing cultivation. Strategies for sustaining momentum and continued growth. Continuous core desire programming. Non-negotiable. Practice, visualization, affirmations, and revisiting your core desire statement should become deeply integrated, non-negotiable parts of your daily routine. They are no longer just tools for achieving, they are tools for living a life of intentional creation and fulfillment. Reinforcement. These practices continuously reinforce your positive beliefs, keep your subconscious aligned, and maintain your energetic receptivity to new opportunities. The evolving core desire. Natural progression. As you achieve one core desire, your perspective expands and new, often grander aspirations naturally emerge. This is a sign of healthy growth. What's next? Regularly ask yourself, what's the next level of my core desire? Or, now that I've achieved X, what new contribution or experience am I called to create? Refinement and expansion. Your core desire might not completely change, but it might expand. For example, if your initial core desire was financial freedom to travel the world, after achieving that, it might evolve to financial freedom to travel the world while building a global humanitarian organization. Reflection and celebration. Acknowledge milestones. Regularly pause to acknowledge and celebrate your achievements, big and small. This reinforces positive neural pathways and boosts your confidence. Learning from the journey. Reflect on the entire process, what you learned, how you grew, the challenges you overcame. This builds wisdom and resilience for future endeavors. Gratitude for the past, present, and future. Maintain a consistent gratitude practice, appreciating where you've come from, where you are, and the exciting possibilities that lie ahead. Strategic review and adjustment. Periodic check-ins. Conduct regular reviews, example quarterly, annually, of your progress, your current core desire, and your actions. Are you still aligned? Are you still taking inspired action? Course correction. Be willing to adjust your strategies or even the specific details of your core desire if new information or insights arise. Flexibility is a strength. Contribution and legacy, the ultimate fulfillment. Beyond self. Zufelt implies that true, lasting fulfillment often comes when our core desire extends beyond personal gain to include contributing to something larger than ourselves. Sharing your success. As you achieve, consider how you can use your resources, knowledge, and experience to uplift others, mentor aspiring individuals, or contribute to meaningful causes. This not only creates a positive impact, but also deepens your own sense of purpose and meaning. Creating a lasting impact. What kind of legacy do you want to leave? This question often leads to the most profound and motivating core desires. Zufelt concludes that the DNA of success is not a static code. It's a dynamic, living blueprint that evolves with you. By continuously engaging with the principles of core desire, clarity, belief, programming, inspired action, and resilience, you don't just achieve isolated goals. You establish a powerful, lifelong system for intentional creation, sustained growth, and deep fulfillment. You become the conscious architect of an ever-expanding, extraordinary life, perpetually driven by your innermost truth. It's about not just reaching a peak, but learning to climb ever higher, finding new horizons to explore. Conclusion: your unstoppable blueprint for life. Extended detail. We've traversed a transformative landscape, guided by Jack M. Zufeldt's profound insights in the DNA of success. Know what you want to get what you want. From the initial spark of identifying your unique core desire, that deep foundational longing of your soul, to the ongoing dance of sustaining momentum, we've laid bare the mechanics of intentional creation. We began by recognizing that true success isn't about chasing external validation or vague aspirations, but about tuning into your internal GPS. We then understood the non-negotiable power of clarity, learning to paint your desired future with vivid sensory detail, making it undeniable to your subconscious. This blueprint, however, remains inert without the vibrant fuel of belief, a conviction so strong that it dissolves doubt and opens your mind to infinite possibilities. The journey then moved into the realm of the subconscious, where we learned the art of core desire programming, how to consistently feed your internal supercomputer with images, feelings, and affirmations that compel your entire being towards your goals. With a deeply programmed inner world, we discovered the power of inspired action, that intuitive, energized movement that bridges the gap between intention and manifestation, transforming dreams into tangible steps. We also equipped ourselves with the resilience to navigate the inevitable obstacles, learning to view challenges not as dead ends, but as crucial feedback and opportunities for growth. This resilience, combined with an open, aware mindset, ushers in the phase of manifestation, where the universe conspires to bring your desires into your reality, and you learn the art of gracefully receiving. And finally, we understood that success is not a destination, but a continuous evolution, emphasizing the importance of maintaining your core desire for lifelong growth, contribution, and ever-expanding fulfillment. Jack Zufeldt's ultimate message resonates powerfully. You possess an inherent blueprint for success within you. It's not a secret reserved for a select few. It's your DNA of success waiting to be activated. This system empowers you to move beyond passive wishing and into active, intentional creation. You are not a victim of circumstance. You are the architect of your destiny. By applying these principles consistently, by knowing what you truly want with unwavering clarity, believing in its possibility, diligently programming your mind, taking inspired action, and persevering through challenges, you don't just achieve goals, you sculpt a life that is deeply authentic, incredibly fulfilling, and perpetually aligned with your highest purpose. So as we conclude this insightful journey, I encourage you to begin today. Start by listening to your heart, identifying that burning core desire, and taking that very first inspired action. Your extraordinary life is not waiting for permission. It's waiting for your conscious command. Thank you once again for tuning in to Vibe Audiobook. If this deep dive resonated with you, please show your support by hitting the like button, sharing this summary with anyone who needs to unlock their inner potential, and subscribing to our channel for more enriching audio experiences. Until our next exploration, keep your core desire burning bright and keep creating the magnificent life you were meant to live.
Hello, wonderful listeners, and welcome to Vibe Audiobook. Today, we're diving into a book that holds the key to unlocking extraordinary transformations in your life, Rhonda Byron's The Magic. Have you ever wished for a secret ingredient to manifest your deepest desires, to experience more joy, abundance, and love every single day? What if I told you that such a secret exists, not hidden away in ancient texts or exclusive societies, but woven into the very fabric of our daily existence? The Magic isn't just the book. It's a profound journey into the most powerful force in the universe, gratitude. Imagine waking up each morning with a spring in your step, your heart brimming with joy, knowing that the day ahead is filled with infinite possibilities. Imagine
effortlessly attracting everything you desire, not through struggle or endless striving, but through a simple yet incredibly potent practice. This isn't a fantasy, it's the promise that the magic offers. Over the next hour or so, we're going to uncover how to tap into this ancient, universally accessible power. We'll explore 28 days of life-altering practices that will shift your perspective, amplify your blessings, and turn your ordinary life into something truly extraordinary. Get ready to embark on an adventure that will not only change how you see the world, but also how the world responds to you. So, settle in, open your mind, and let's discover the magic.
Chapter 1. The Magic of Gratitude. Our journey begins with a profound truth that is echoed through the ages. Gratitude is the most powerful force in the universe. Rhonda Byrne starts the magic by reminding us of this ancient wisdom, hidden in plain sight, yet often overlooked in our busy modern lives. Think about it. Throughout history, from ancient scriptures to modern philosophy, the concept of being thankful has been a cornerstone of joy and fulfillment. But the magic isn't just about feeling grateful, it's about practicing gratitude as a conscious daily act. Byrne explains that gratitude operates like a magnetic force. When you genuinely feel and express thanks for what you have, you immediately begin to attract more of it into your life. It's a fundamental law of the universe, much like gravity. If you're grateful for your current home, no matter how modest, you're paving the way for an even better living situation. If you're thankful for the money you have, regardless of the amount, you're opening the floodgates for more financial abundance. The chapter emphasizes that most of us are conditioned to focus on what we don't have. We complain about our jobs, our financial struggles, our health issues, or our relationship woes. This focus on lack, Byrne reveals, only perpetuates more lack. It's like trying to fill a bucket with a hole in it. No matter how much effort you put in, it will never be full. Gratitude, on the other hand, is like mending that hole and then filling the bucket to overflowing. The core practice introduced in this chapter is incredibly simple, yet profoundly effective. Count your blessings. Every morning, you're encouraged to take a moment to list at least 10 things you're grateful for. These aren't just superficial nods. These are deeply felt expressions of thanks. It could be for the roof over your head, the food on your table, the warmth of your bed, the laughter of a loved one, or even the simple act of breathing. For each item, the instruction is to feel as much gratitude as possible and to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's imagine for a moment. You wake up and instead of dreading the day, you consciously think, I am so grateful for this comfortable bed that allowed me a restful night's sleep. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Then, I am incredibly thankful for the delicious coffee I'm about to enjoy, which energizes me for the day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As you list these blessings, you'll notice a subtle shift in your mood, a lightness in your heart. This isn't just positive thinking, it's actively recalibrating your energetic frequency. Byrne stresses the importance of consistency. Just like going to the gym, you won't see results from one workout. But with daily practice, you will build strength, emotional, mental, and spiritual strength. This consistent focus on gratitude begins to change your internal landscape, making you a magnet for more positive experiences. The chapter challenges us to reflect. How often do we truly pause and appreciate the simple things? The clean water we drink, the electricity that powers our homes, the clothes we wear, the technology that connects us. These are not trivial. They are miracles that often go unnoticed because they are so commonplace. The magic invites us to rediscover the wonder in the ordinary. In essence, Chapter 1 lays the foundation for the entire 28-day journey. It's an invitation to shift from a mindset of lack and complaint to one of abundance and appreciation. By consciously choosing gratitude, you begin to rewrite your story, transforming yourself into a beacon for all the good that life has to offer.
This isn't just an exercise, it's a new way of living, a magical path to a life you truly love.
Chapter 2: The Magic Rock. As we delve into the second magical practice, Rhonda Byrne introduces us to a truly unique and potent tool, the magic rock. This isn't just any rock, it's a symbol, a physical anchor for your gratitude practice, designed to ensure that the feeling of thankfulness becomes the very last emotion you experience before drifting off to sleep. The premise is simple. Find a small, smooth rock that fits comfortably in the palm of your hand. It could be from your garden, a beach, or even a local park. The key is that it feels good to hold. This rock then becomes your personal magic rock. The practice involves holding your magic rock in your hand every night, just before you go to sleep. While holding it, you reflect on your day and think of the best thing that happened to you that day. It could be anything: a kind word from a colleague, a successful task completed, a delicious meal, a beautiful sunset, a funny moment with a loved one, or even just a peaceful moment of solitude. Once you identify that best thing, you feel immense gratitude for it and silently or audibly say, "Thank you." Let's walk through an example. Imagine you had a challenging day at work, but just before leaving, your boss praised a project you completed. As you hold your magic rock later that night, you remember that moment, feeling the warmth of recognition. You think, "I am so grateful for my boss's appreciation of my work today. Thank you." Or perhaps you simply enjoyed a quiet cup of tea while reading a book. "I'm so grateful for that peaceful half hour I had with my tea and book. Thank you." Why is this practice so powerful? Byrne explains that our subconscious mind is particularly receptive to the thoughts and feelings we experience just before sleep. By consciously directing your final thoughts to gratitude, you're essentially programming your mind to focus on the positive, even while you sleep. This sets the tone for your dreams, your morning mood, and ultimately your entire next day. You're ending your day on a high note, wrapping it in a cloak of appreciation. The magic rock serves as a tangible reminder. In a world full of distractions, it's easy to forget our daily gratitude practice. The rock, sitting on your bedside table, becomes a silent sentinel, prompting you to remember. It's a physical manifestation of your commitment to gratitude. This practice also gently encourages you to look for the good in every day, no matter how difficult it might have seemed. Even on the toughest days, there is always something to be grateful for. Perhaps it's the resilience you showed, the lesson you learned, or simply the fact that the day is over and you can rest. The magic rock nudges you to find that silver lining. Byrne encourages us to keep the magic rock by our bedside, making it a sacred part of our nightly routine. Over time, you'll find that this simple ritual transforms your nights, bringing you more peaceful sleep, and transforms your mornings as you wake up feeling more positive and energized. It's a small act with profound ripple effects, proving that sometimes the most potent magic comes in the simplest forms. The magic rock is not just a rock, it's a testament to the transformative power of ending your day with gratitude.
Chapter 3: Magical Relationships. Now, let's explore one of the most heartwarming and impactful applications of gratitude: transforming our relationships. In The Magic, Rhonda Byrne dedicates a powerful chapter to magical relationships, revealing how gratitude can mend broken bonds, deepen existing connections, and attract even more harmonious relationships into our lives. Think about the relationships that mean the most to you: your partner, children, parents, siblings, friends, or even colleagues. What if you could infuse these connections with an abundance of love, understanding, and joy? Byrne explains that the quality of our relationships profoundly impacts the quality of our lives.
When our relationships are thriving, we feel supported, loved, and connected. When they are strained, it can be a source of immense pain and stress. The core principle here is that whatever we focus on in a relationship, we amplify. If we constantly dwell on a partner's annoying habits, a friend's perceived flaws, or a family member's criticisms, we are inadvertently attracting more of those negative experiences. It's like shining a spotlight on what's wrong, making it appear bigger and more significant than it might actually be. The magic urges us to shift that spotlight. Instead of focusing on what's missing or what's wrong, we are encouraged to consciously find things to appreciate in each person. The practice for magical relationships is to choose 3 important relationships in your life. It could be current relationships, past relationships that need healing, or even relationships you wish to improve. For each of these 3 people, you are to list 10 things you are grateful for about them. And this is where the magic truly happens. You're not just thinking it, you're writing it down, specifically addressing the person. For example, if you're thinking about your partner, instead of just, "I'm grateful for my partner," you'd write, "I am grateful for blank and their incredible sense of humor that always makes me laugh. I am grateful for blank and their unwavering support when I'm facing challenges. I am grateful for blank and their thoughtfulness in always remembering my favorite coffee." The act of writing these specific qualities down forces you to truly reflect on the positive aspects of the person. It's a powerful exercise in reframing. You're actively searching for the good, training your mind to see the beauty and value in those around you. Imagine doing this for someone with whom you have a strained relationship, perhaps an old friend with whom you had a falling out. It might feel challenging at first, but as you search for those 10 things, perhaps a shared memory, a kindness they once showed, a quality you always admired, you'll feel a softening in your heart. This isn't about ignoring past hurts, but about elevating the positive and shifting your own energetic output towards that person. Byrne reminds us that we are all interconnected. When you send out feelings of gratitude and love towards someone, it not only changes how you feel about them, but also subtly shifts the energy between you. It's like planting seeds of positive intention that will eventually blossom. This chapter beautifully illustrates that true happiness in relationships doesn't come from finding the perfect person, but from recognizing and appreciating the perfection in the people already in our lives. By consciously cultivating gratitude for those around us, we become magnets for more loving, harmonious, and magical connections. It's a profound shift from demanding that others change to changing our own perception, and in doing so, transforming the very fabric of our relationships.
Chapter 4. Magical Health. Now, let's turn our attention to one of the most vital aspects of our lives, our health. In The Magic, Rhonda Byrne introduces us to the profound connection between gratitude and well-being in the chapter on magical health. This chapter provides a powerful perspective. Gratitude is not just a pleasant emotion, it's a potent force that can profoundly influence our physical and mental health. Think about how often we take our health for granted. We wake up, we move, we breathe, we think, all without conscious effort. It's only when something goes wrong, a cold, an injury, an illness, that we truly appreciate the miracle of a functioning body. Byrne argues that this reactive appreciation isn't enough. To truly experience optimal health, we must proactively imbue our bodies with gratitude. The core message is clear. When we focus on what's wrong with our bodies, we inadvertently amplify those problems. If you constantly complain about a persistent ache, a skin condition, or an energy deficit, you are sending out vibrations of discomfort and lack to the universe, potentially manifesting more of the same. Conversely, By focusing on what is working, by appreciating the incredible mechanisms of your body, you begin to activate its innate healing powers. The practice for magical health involves several steps. Be grateful for the health you have already received. Reflect on all the times your body has served you well. Think about your ability to see, hear, walk, eat, digest, sleep, and experience emotions. Consider your immune system fighting off illness, your heart beating tirelessly, your lungs breathing without your conscious command. List at least 10 things about your current physical well-being for which you are deeply grateful. For example, I am grateful for my strong legs that allow me to walk and explore. I am grateful for my clear eyesight that allows me to read and appreciate beauty. I am grateful for my healthy immune system that protects me from illness. Visualize and feel gratitude for the perfect health you desire. This is where the magic really kicks in. If there's an area of your health you wish to improve, instead of dwelling on the sickness or pain, focus on the desired outcome with intense gratitude as if it has already happened. For example, if you have a backache, don't just say, "I wish my back felt better." Instead, picture yourself with a perfectly healthy back, moving freely and pain-free, and say with conviction, "Thank you, thank you, thank you for my perfectly strong and flexible back." Byrne explains that when you mentally see yourself with perfect health and feel the gratitude for it as if it's already a reality, you're sending a powerful signal to your body and the universe. You're aligning yourself with the frequency of well-being. This isn't about denying symptoms, but about shifting your energetic focus. It's about recognizing that your body has an incredible capacity for self-healing and that gratitude is a catalyst for that process. Think of someone recovering from an illness or injury. The ones who bounce back faster often have a positive outlook, a belief in their body's ability to heal. Gratitude enhances that belief. It shifts you from a victim mentality to one of empowered co-creation with your own physical form. This chapter also encourages us to be grateful for the medical professionals, treatments, and resources that contribute to our health. Every doctor, every medicine, every healthy meal, every workout, these are all opportunities for gratitude. In essence, the magic teaches us that our body is a magnificent instrument, and gratitude is the ultimate tuning fork. By consciously appreciating every aspect of our health, both current and desired, we activate a profound self-healing mechanism, attracting more vitality, energy, and overall well-being into our lives. It's a powerful reminder that true health is not just the absence of disease, but a vibrant state of gratitude for the gift of life itself.
Chapter 5. Magical Money. Let's shift our focus to an area that touches nearly everyone's life: money. In The Magic, Rhonda Byrne presents a revolutionary perspective on attracting financial abundance in the chapter on magical money. This isn't about complex financial strategies or risky investments. It's about a fundamental shift in your mindset and emotional relationship with money, driven by the profound power of gratitude. For many, money is a source of stress, anxiety, or feelings of lack. We often focus on what we don't have, the bills we need to pay, or the income we wish we had. Byrne explains that this negative focus on money only creates a stronger magnetic pull for more scarcity. It's a classic example of like attracts like. If you constantly worry about not having enough, you are inadvertently sending out signals that attract more not enough. The core principle of magical money is to transform your feelings about money from lack and worry to abundance and gratitude. To do this, you must consciously shift your focus to appreciating every bit of money you have received, no matter how small, and every financial blessing in your life. The practice involves two key components. Be grateful for all the money you have received in your life. Byrne guides us to reflect on our entire financial history. Think about all the money you've ever received: your first pocket money, birthday gifts, paychecks from past jobs, unexpected bonuses, tax refunds,
or even a small coin you found on the street. Each instance represents a flow of money into your life. The exercise suggests you take a moment to recall as many instances as you can, and for each one, genuinely say, "Thank you." The goal is to flood your memory with the feeling of receiving money, rather than focusing on its absence. It also encourages you to think about all the times you've benefited from money without directly receiving it. Public services like roads, libraries, emergency services, or the infrastructure that supports your daily life. Someone paid for those, and you benefited. Be grateful for that indirect abundance, too. The magic check. This is a particularly engaging part of the practice. You're instructed to imagine that the universe, or life itself, is sending you a check for a specific amount of money you desire to fulfill a particular need or wish. You then write out a magic check to yourself, filling in the amount and your name. The crucial step here is to feel as much gratitude as if you have already received that money. Visualize what you would do with it, feel the joy and relief, and say, "Thank you, thank you, thank you for the money." You keep this check with you throughout the day, looking at it periodically and reigniting that feeling of gratitude. This isn't about blindly wishing. It's about aligning your emotional state with the receiving of abundance. Byrne explains that when you practice this, you are not just thinking about money. You are feeling wealthy. You are vibrating at the frequency of abundance. This emotional alignment is what creates the magnetic pull for more money to flow into your life, often in unexpected ways. It could be a raise, a new opportunity, a debt forgiven, or an unexpected gift. This chapter is a powerful reminder that our relationship with money is largely emotional. By shifting from a mindset of fear and scarcity to one of appreciation and abundance, we open ourselves up to receive more. It teaches us that true wealth isn't just about the numbers in our bank account. It's about the feeling of security, freedom, and joy that money can bring. And gratitude is the fastest way to access those feelings, thereby attracting the physical manifestation. Magical money transforms our financial landscape from a source of worry into a wellspring of gratitude and prosperity.
Chapter 6. The Magic Works Like Magic. Having laid the groundwork for individual gratitude practices, Chapter 6, appropriately titled The Magic Works Like Magic, serves as a powerful affirmation and a gentle reminder of the fundamental truth behind the magic. This chapter reinforces the idea that gratitude isn't just a feel-good emotion, it's a universal law, an active force that constantly responds to your thoughts and feelings. Think of it like this. Gravity works whether you believe in it or not. If you drop an apple, it falls. Similarly, Byrne explains that the law of attraction, which gratitude amplifies, is always at play. Whatever you focus on, whatever you send out emotionally, is what you attract back into your life. If you focus on problems, you attract more problems. If you focus on blessings, you attract more blessings. Gratitude is the key that unlocks the positive side of this universal law. This chapter re-emphasizes the foundational practice of counting your blessings. By now, you should be doing this daily, listing 10 new things you are grateful for each morning. This isn't just repetition, it's about building a consistent habit, strengthening your gratitude muscle. The more you exercise it, the stronger and more automatic it becomes. Byrne reminds us that the universe doesn't differentiate between what's good or bad. It simply responds to your dominant thoughts and feelings. If you consistently complain about traffic, you'll likely experience more traffic jams. If you consistently complain about your financial situation, you'll likely find yourself in more situations that highlight your financial woes. But if you consistently express gratitude for smooth journeys or for the money you do have, the universe begins to align circumstances to bring you more of those positive experiences. The title, The Magic Works Like Magic, encapsulates the often unforeseen and wonderfully surprising ways in which gratitude manifests results.
You might be grateful for a promotion, and suddenly a new opportunity arises that you never even considered. You might be grateful for improved health, and a new treatment option or a burst of natural energy appears. The how is often not for us to determine. Our job is to maintain the feeling of gratitude, and the universe takes care of the manifestation. This chapter also encourages us to carry the feeling of gratitude with us throughout the day, not just during our dedicated practices. It's about consciously looking for things to appreciate in every moment. The sun shining, a pleasant conversation, a delicious meal, a moment of peace. The more you immerse yourself in this state, the more you become a living magnet for good. In essence, Chapter 6 acts as a powerful motivator. It reassures us that the consistent effort we put into our gratitude practice will yield results, even if we don't immediately see them. It's about trusting the process, knowing that the universal law of gratitude is always working behind the scenes, orchestrating circumstances to bring us more of what we appreciate. It reinforces the simple yet profound truth that by actively choosing gratitude, we are quite literally choosing a magical life.
Chapter 7. The Magical Way Out of Negativity. Life isn't always sunshine and rainbows, and Rhonda Byrne acknowledges this important truth in The Magical Way Out of Negativity. This chapter is perhaps one of the most practical and compassionate, recognizing that everyone experiences negative thoughts, feelings, and challenging situations. The magic here isn't about pretending negativity doesn't exist, but about having a powerful tool to navigate and transform it. Think about moments when you felt overwhelmed, frustrated, angry, or sad. In those moments, it's incredibly easy to spiral downwards, dwelling on the problem and amplifying its negative energy. Byrne explains that when we are in a negative state, we are vibrating at a low frequency, and according to the law of attraction, we are attracting more negativity into our experience. It's like being stuck in quicksand. The more you struggle against it with negative emotions, the deeper you sink. The core teaching of this chapter is that gratitude is the quickest and most effective way to shift out of a negative state. It's the antidote, the magic wand that can instantly change your emotional frequency. When you're feeling down, it's hard to simply think positive. But gratitude provides a concrete, actionable step. The practice is simple. When you find yourself in a negative situation or feeling negative emotions, consciously force yourself to list 10 things you are grateful for. And it's crucial to make these specific and deeply felt, even if it feels challenging at first. Let's say you've just received a huge, unexpected bill that fills you with dread. Instead of panicking, you could pause and think, I am grateful that I have a home that requires bills, a place of safety and comfort. Thank you. I am grateful for the electricity and water that these bills cover, providing modern conveniences. Thank you. I am grateful for the intelligence and resourcefulness I have to find solutions. Thank you. I am grateful for past financial blessings that have always helped me through. Thank you. The key is to keep going until you feel a genuine shift, even a small one, in your emotional state. It's like changing the channel on a radio. You're deliberately tuning in to a different frequency. Byrne explains that you cannot feel truly grateful and truly negative at the exact same time. The two emotions are incompatible. By consciously choosing gratitude, you override the negative frequency. It's not about ignoring the problem, but about approaching it from a higher, more empowered emotional state. When you're in a grateful state, solutions are more likely to appear. Clarity emerges, and you feel a sense of hope and capability. This practice is especially potent because it empowers you. Instead of feeling like a victim of circumstances, you become an active participant in shaping your emotional reality. It gives you a tool to pull yourself out of any emotional slump. The magical way out of negativity isn't about avoiding challenges. It's about equipping yourself with the most powerful tool to navigate them. It teaches us that even in the darkest moments, there is always a glimmer of light if we choose to focus on it. By consistently using gratitude to transform negativity, we not only improve our present moment, but also prevent future negative experiences from taking root, making our path through life far more joyful and effortless.
Chapter 8. The Magic Ingredient. Continuing our exploration of gratitude's profound applications, Chapter 8 unveils the magic ingredient, a powerful truth that often goes unacknowledged in our daily lives, particularly when it comes to food and drink. Rhonda Byrne reveals that infusing our sustenance with gratitude can dramatically enhance its benefits, not just for our physical bodies, but for our overall well-being. Think about the sheer miracle of food and water. Where does it come from? The earth, the sun, the rain, countless hands working to plant, harvest, transport, and prepare it. Yet how often do we truly pause to appreciate this intricate chain of events that brings nourishment to our plates and glasses? More often we eat mindlessly, rushing through meals or even complaining about the food's taste or presentation. Byrne explains that our thoughts and feelings have an energetic impact on everything around us, including what we consume. When we eat or drink with worry, stress, or dissatisfaction, we're inadvertently introducing that negative energy into our bodies. Conversely, when we approach our food and drink with genuine gratitude, we are literally imbuing it with positive, life-enhancing energy. It's like a blessing, turning ordinary sustenance into a powerful potion for health and vitality. The practice for the magic ingredient is beautifully simple. Before you eat or drink anything, take a moment to look at your food or drink and silently say thank you. Imagine holding a glass of water. Instead of just chugging it down, you pause, look at it, and think, I am so grateful for this refreshing water that cleanses and hydrates my body. Thank you. Or before taking a bite of your meal, I am so grateful for this delicious food that nourishes my body and gives me energy. Thank you. This isn't just a polite gesture. It's a conscious act of appreciation that shifts your internal state. When you feel gratitude, you are in a state of positive reception. Your body is more open to receiving the nutrients, and your mind is more at peace. It transforms eating from a mere necessity into a sacred, joyful ritual. Byrne reminds us of experiments that have shown how water crystals respond to positive and negative thoughts. While this might seem esoteric, the underlying principle is that our intentions and emotions carry energy. If this is true for water, imagine its impact on the complex biological processes within our bodies. The magic ingredient also extends beyond just the food and drink itself to the entire experience. Be grateful for the people who prepared it, the farmers who grew it, the earth that provided it, and the ability to afford it. This comprehensive gratitude creates a powerful vortex of positive energy around your entire mealtime. This chapter encourages mindful eating, not just in terms of savoring flavors, but in savoring the entire miraculous process that brings sustenance to us. By consistently applying the magic ingredient, you are not only enhancing your physical health, but also cultivating a deeper appreciation for life's fundamental gifts. It's a daily reminder that even the most basic necessities can become magical when infused with the power of thanks.
Chapter 9. The Money Magnet. Following on from Chapter 5's introduction to magical money, Chapter 9, The Money Magnet, delves deeper into specific practices that solidify your identity as a magnet for financial abundance. Rhonda Byrne emphasizes that attracting money isn't about working harder, but about aligning your energy with the flow of wealth, and gratitude is the ultimate alignment tool. One of the biggest blockers to financial flow is often the feeling of resentment or worry when paying bills. We see bills as drains on our resources, as negative necessities.
Byrne challenges this perspective, explaining that feeling negative emotions while paying bills only attracts more bills and more financial strain. It's like complaining about rain while you're holding an empty bucket. You're focusing on the problem, not the solution or the potential for abundance. The core practice in this chapter is revolutionary. Be grateful for the money you spend, especially when paying bills. Instead of begrudgingly writing a check or clicking Pay Now online, pause and acknowledge the service you received in exchange for that money. For an electricity bill, thank you for the warmth, light, and convenience that electricity brings into my home. I am grateful for the money to pay this bill. For a rent or mortgage, thank you for the safe and comfortable home this payment provides. I am so grateful for my home. For a phone bill, thank you for keeping me connected to my loved ones and the world. I am grateful for the money to pay this bill. Byrne explains that when you pay a bill with gratitude, you are essentially affirming the value you received. You're shifting from a mindset of, I have to give money away, to, I am grateful for what money has given me. This transforms the act of spending from a negative drain to a positive exchange, sending out a powerful signal of abundance to the universe. Another crucial practice introduced here is to carry a specific bill or a blank check written out to you for a desired amount in your wallet and infuse it with gratitude. This acts as a constant reminder and a powerful energetic anchor. You look at it throughout the day and feel gratitude as if the money has already been received or the bill has already been joyfully paid. This chapter also expands on the idea of being grateful for the prosperity of others. Instead of feeling envy or competition when someone else achieves financial success, celebrate it. When you see someone wealthy, internally wish them well and feel happy for their abundance. This helps you align with the frequency of wealth, rather than pushing it away through comparison or resentment. The concept of being a money magnet is about cultivating an internal state of affluence, regardless of your current external circumstances. It's about feeling rich in gratitude, which then naturally attracts physical riches. It teaches us that money is simply energy, and our emotional relationship with that energy determines how much of it flows into our lives. By applying the principles of the money magnet, you are consciously reprogramming your subconscious mind to view money as a source of good, a tool for convenience and joy, rather than a cause for worry. This positive shift in perspective is the true magic that opens the doors to greater financial flow and security. It's a powerful lesson that changing your inner world is the fastest way to change your outer world of wealth.
Chapter 10. The Magic Dust for Everyone. Building upon the previous chapter's focus on personal gratitude, Chapter 10, The Magic Dust for Everyone, broadens our scope to a truly compassionate and powerful practice, extending gratitude to others, particularly those who serve us or are in need. Rhonda Byrne emphasizes that the magic of gratitude is not just for our own benefit. It's a force that can positively impact everyone we encounter. Think about the countless people who make your day-to-day life possible, often without you even noticing. The bus driver, the barista, the cashier at the grocery store, the cleaner at your office, the delivery person, the customer service representative on the phone. These individuals are contributing to your comfort, convenience, and well-being. How often do we truly acknowledge their efforts? Byrne explains that when we express gratitude, either overtly or silently, to those who serve us, we are sprinkling magic dust on them. This act of appreciation not only lifts their spirits, but also elevates our own. It's an energetic exchange that benefits both the giver and the receiver. It breaks down barriers and fosters a sense of connection and shared humanity. The practice for the magic dust for everyone is to consciously look for opportunities to be grateful for the services and contributions of others and to genuinely express that gratitude, even if it's just a silent thought. Imagine you're at a busy coffee shop. Instead of just focusing on your order, you could think, I am grateful for this barista who is working hard to prepare my drink and serve so many people with a smile. Thank you. Or if you're stuck in traffic, instead of frustration, I am grateful for the traffic controllers and road workers who help maintain our infrastructure, making travel possible. Thank you. This practice encourages us to see beyond the immediate transaction and recognize the human effort and dedication behind every service we receive. It cultivates empathy and fosters a sense of interconnectedness. When you consciously acknowledge someone's contribution, you are sending out a positive ripple effect. Byrne also suggests extending this magic dust to those who are struggling or in need. When you hear about someone facing difficulties, instead of just feeling pity, send them wishes of gratitude for their strength, resilience, and eventual well-being. This isn't about solving their problems directly, but about sending powerful, positive energy their way, which can have an unseen but profound impact. This chapter reminds us that true abundance isn't just about what we receive, but also about what we give. By freely distributing magic dust, sincere gratitude, we create a world that is more loving, supportive, and harmonious. It's a powerful testament to the idea that acts of kindness, however small, have far-reaching consequences. The magic dust for everyone broadens our gratitude practice beyond our personal circumstances, transforming it into a compassionate and expansive force. It encourages us to become beacons of appreciation, brightening the lives of others, and in turn, illuminating our own path with even greater joy and connection.
Chapter 11. The Magical Morning. Having established consistent gratitude practices, Chapter 11, The Magical Morning, focuses on setting the tone for your entire day right from the moment you wake up. Rhonda Byrne emphasizes that the first few minutes of your day are incredibly crucial. They act as a blueprint for the hours that follow. By consciously infusing your mornings with gratitude, you can ensure a day filled with ease, joy, and positive manifestations. Think about how most people start their days. Often it's with a rush, a scramble, or a focus on the tasks and stresses ahead. We might wake up feeling tired, dreading work, or immediately grabbing our phones to check emails or social media, immersing ourselves in external demands before even connecting with ourselves. This sets a reactive, often negative tone for the rest of the day. Byrne explains that to have a truly magical day, you need to proactively create it, and the morning is the perfect time to do so. The core practice here is to integrate gratitude into your morning routine, making it the very first thing you do and the feeling you carry through your initial activities. The practice for the magical morning involves awaken with gratitude. As soon as you open your eyes, before you even get out of bed, think of 10 things you are grateful for right now. These can be simple things: the comfort of your bed, the peace of the morning, the fact that you woke up, the sound of birds outside, your breath, your health. Saying thank you, thank you, thank you with genuine feeling. This instantly shifts your state from potential grogginess or anxiety to one of appreciation. Gratitude through your morning routine. As you move through your morning, getting out of bed, brushing your teeth, showering, getting dressed, having breakfast, consciously infuse each action with gratitude. Getting out of bed. I am grateful for being alive and having another day. Brushing teeth. I am grateful for my healthy teeth and gums. Showering. I am grateful for the warm water and its cleansing power. Getting dressed. I am grateful for my clothes that keep me warm and comfortable. Breakfast. I am grateful for this nourishing food. The goal is to experience a continuous stream of gratitude as you prepare for your day. This isn't about rushing, it's about being present and appreciative in each moment. It transforms mundane tasks into opportunities for joy and positive energy. Byrne explains that by doing this, you are effectively pre-paving your day with positive energy.
You are telling the universe what kind of day you expect to have, a day filled with blessings, ease, and opportunities. You are setting an intention through the most powerful emotion, gratitude. Imagine the difference between starting your day by complaining about the alarm or dreading work versus starting it by listing 10 blessings and appreciating every step of your morning routine. The energetic vibration you send out will be entirely different, and the experiences you attract will reflect that. The magical morning teaches us that we have the power to create our day before it even begins. By making gratitude the cornerstone of our awakening, we don't just have a good morning, we ignite a magical day, making us receptive to all the wonderful possibilities that life has to offer. It's a testament to the idea that how you start your day often determines how you live your life.
Chapter 12. Magical People Who Made a Difference. In Chapter 12, Magical People Who Made a Difference, Rhonda Byrne guides us to reflect on the profound impact others have had on our lives, often in ways we might not even realize. This chapter is a deeply moving and powerful exercise in acknowledging the kindness, wisdom, and support we've received from various individuals throughout our journey. It emphasizes that gratitude for these magical people not only honors them, but also strengthens our own ability to attract supportive relationships. Think back over your life. There have undoubtedly been people who, through a single act, a word of advice, a gesture of support, or simply their presence, shifted your path, inspired you, or helped you through a difficult time. These could be family members, friends, teachers, mentors, colleagues, or even strangers who offered a moment of unexpected kindness. Byrne explains that often, in the rush of life, we forget to acknowledge these crucial contributions. We might remember them with fondness, but we don't always pause to deeply feel and express gratitude for their specific impact. Yet these individuals are true gifts, and recognizing their influence is a powerful way to honor both them and the blessings in our own lives. The practice for magical people who made a difference involves identifying 3 influential people. Choose 3 people who have had a significant, positive impact on your life. These could be people who helped you in the past or those who are still active in your life today. Reflecting on their contributions. For each person, take the time to think about why they made a difference. What specific things did they say or do? How did they help you? What wisdom did they share? How did they inspire you? Expressing gratitude in writing. The most powerful part of this practice is to write a letter of gratitude to each of these 3 people. This doesn't necessarily mean you have to send the letter, though if possible, it can be incredibly impactful. The act of writing itself is the magic. In your letter, specifically detail what you are grateful for and how their actions or words impacted you. Be as specific and heartfelt as possible. For example, I am so grateful for how you believed in me when I was struggling with specific challenge. Your words of encouragement gave me the strength to specific action I took. Conclude the letter by explicitly stating your profound gratitude for their presence and influence in your life. As you write these letters, you will likely feel a surge of positive emotions, love, appreciation, warmth, and joy. This practice allows you to relive those positive moments and amplify the gratitude within you. It's a beautiful way to honor the generosity and kindness of others. Byrne reminds us that when we send out this powerful wave of gratitude, we are not only acknowledging past blessings, but also creating a magnetic force for more supportive and positive relationships to enter our lives. It reinforces the idea that what we appreciate appreciates in value and presence. Magical People Who Made a Difference is a deeply personal and transformative chapter. It teaches us the importance of recognizing the interconnectedness of our lives and the profound influence others have on our journey. By consciously expressing gratitude for these magical people, we enrich our own lives and cultivate a heart that is open to giving and receiving even more love and support.
It's a beautiful testament to the power of human connection, amplified by the magic of thanks.
Chapter 13. Magical Manifestation. Now we arrive at a chapter that many are eager to explore. Magical Manifestation. In this pivotal chapter, Rhonda Byrne integrates the power of gratitude with the deliberate art of attracting your desires. It's not just about wishing, it's about actively co-creating your reality by aligning your emotions with what you want to bring into your life. Think about the things you truly desire: a dream job, a new home, a specific relationship, a personal achievement, or perhaps a particular experience. Often we focus on the lack of these things, which, as Byrne has consistently shown, only perpetuates their absence. Magical manifestation flips this on its head by teaching us to use gratitude as the primary force for bringing our desires into existence. The core principle is to feel as much gratitude for what you desire as if you have already received it. This is the secret sauce. The universe responds to your emotional frequency, not just your mental requests. If you ask for something but feel doubt, fear, or lack about it, you are sending mixed signals. Gratitude eliminates that friction, aligning you perfectly with the frequency of your desired outcome. The practice for magical manifestation involves a few key steps. Create your top 10 desires list. Write down a list of your 10 biggest desires in various areas of your life: health, career, relationships, finances, personal growth, etc. Be specific and clear about what you want. Visualize and feel. For each desire on your list, close your eyes and vividly imagine that you have already received it. Engage all your senses. What does it look like, sound like, feel like, smell like, taste like? What are you doing with it? Who are you sharing it with? For example, if you desire a new car, visualize yourself driving it, feeling the upholstery, smelling the new car scent, hearing the engine purr, feeling the joy and freedom it brings. Infuse with gratitude. As you vividly imagine having received each desire, generate the most intense feeling of gratitude you can muster. Say, "Thank you, thank you, thank you," repeatedly, feeling genuine appreciation. Feel the joy, the relief, the excitement, the satisfaction as if it's already yours. Thank you for my incredible new car that is so reliable and beautiful. Thank you for my dream job that allows me to use my talents and feel fulfilled every day. Byrne explains that this isn't just about thinking about your desire, it's about feeling it as a present reality. When you consistently practice this, you are sending a powerful, clear, and positive signal to the universe. You are becoming a vibrational match for your desires. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, then begins to orchestrate circumstances, opportunities, and people to bring your desires into your physical reality. The how is not your concern. Your job is to maintain the feeling of gratitude for the desired outcome. This chapter is a powerful reminder that you are the architect of your life. By consciously choosing your desires and then applying the immense power of gratitude to them, you are actively participating in your own creation. It transforms passive wishing into active, joyful co-creation. Magical manifestation teaches us that when our gratitude precedes our receiving, the doors to limitless possibilities swing wide open.
Chapter 14. The Magic Day. Following the blueprint of the magical morning, Chapter 14, The Magic Day, expands the gratitude practice to encompass your entire waking hours, transforming your perception and experience of a full day. Rhonda Byrne emphasizes that you have the power to consciously design and pre-pave your day with gratitude, ensuring it unfolds with ease, joy, and positive outcomes. Think about planning a special event. You wouldn't just hope it goes well. You'd visualize it, organize it, and imagine enjoying it. The Magic Day applies this proactive visualization and gratitude to your everyday life. It's about taking conscious control of how your day will unfold, not by micromanaging every detail, but by setting a powerful, energetic intention. The core practice for the Magic Day is to mentally go through your entire day in advance, from waking up to going to bed, and infuse each planned activity or event with gratitude, as if it has already happened successfully and joyfully. Here's how it works. Review your day in advance. Sit quietly for a few minutes at the beginning of your day, ideally in the morning after your magical morning practice. Mentally list all the activities, meetings, conversations, or tasks you have planned for the day. Infuse each event with gratitude. For each item on your mental list, imagine it unfolding perfectly and joyfully. Then, feel immense gratitude for that perfect outcome, as if it has already occurred successfully and joyfully. If you have an important meeting, thank you for the wonderful meeting that went incredibly well and produced great results. If you're making a phone call, thank you for the pleasant and productive phone call. If you're going grocery shopping, thank you for finding everything I needed easily and having a smooth, enjoyable shopping experience. If you're meeting a friend, thank you for the fun and meaningful time I had with my friend. Byrne explains that when you pre-pave your day with gratitude, you are eliminating potential problems before they even arise. You are sending out a strong, positive signal to the universe that you expect a smooth, successful, and joyful day. This is a powerful form of manifestation because you are actively creating your experience through your thoughts and feelings. This practice also cultivates an incredible sense of inner peace and confidence. Instead of approaching your day with anxiety or apprehension about potential challenges, you approach it with an expectation of success and joy, because you've already thanked it into being. Imagine the difference this makes. Instead of worrying about a difficult conversation, you've already thanked for a harmonious resolution. Instead of dreading a long commute, you've already thanked for an easy, pleasant journey. This doesn't mean you avoid taking action or being prepared. It simply means you approach those actions from a much higher, more effective emotional state. The Magic Day teaches us that our days are not simply random occurrences. They are co-creations. By consciously choosing to infuse our entire day with gratitude in advance, we become powerful creators of our own experience. It's a testament to the idea that true magic lies in our ability to shape our reality through the consistent and heartfelt application of thanks. This practice ensures that every day becomes a masterpiece of joyful living.
Chapter 15. Magical Improvement of Relationships. While Chapter 3 introduced the concept of magical relationships, Chapter 15, Magical Improvement of Relationships, dives deeper into specific, potent practices for healing and significantly enhancing any relationship, particularly those that are currently strained or challenging. Rhonda Byrne emphasizes that even the most difficult relationships can be transformed through the consistent application of gratitude. Think about a relationship in your life that causes you stress, frustration, or pain. It could be with a family member, a colleague, a friend, or even a past relationship that still lingers in your mind. Often in these situations, our focus is entirely on the other person's perceived flaws, their wrongdoings, or the problems they create. This negative focus, Byrne reminds us, only solidifies the negativity in the relationship. The core principle of this chapter is to shift your entire perception of the problematic relationship by consciously focusing on the positive aspects of the other person, thereby changing the energy dynamic between you. You cannot feel grateful and resentful towards someone at the exact same time. Gratitude dissolves the negativity. The practice for magical improvement of relationships is incredibly powerful. Identify a challenging relationship.
Choose one specific relationship that you wish to improve significantly. It could be someone with whom you are currently struggling, or even someone from your past that still carries emotional weight. Often in these situations, our focus is entirely on the other person's perceived flaws, their wrongdoings, or the problems they create. This negative focus, Byrne reminds us, only solidifies the negativity in the relationship. The core principle of this chapter is to shift your entire perception of the problematic relationship by consciously focusing on the positive aspects of the other person, thereby changing the energy dynamic between you. You cannot feel grateful and resentful towards someone at the exact same time. Gratitude dissolves the negativity. The practice for magical improvement of relationships is incredibly powerful. Identify a challenging relationship. Choose one specific relationship that you wish to improve significantly. It could be someone with whom you are currently struggling, or even someone from your past that still carries emotional weight. Often in these situations, our focus is entirely on the other person's perceived flaws, their wrongdoings, or the problems they create. This negative focus, Byrne reminds us, only solidifies the negativity in the relationship. The core principle of this chapter is to shift your entire perception of the problematic relationship by consciously focusing on the positive aspects of the other person, thereby changing the energy dynamic between you. You cannot feel grateful and resentful towards someone at the exact same time. Gratitude dissolves the negativity. The practice for magical improvement of relationships is incredibly powerful. Identify a challenging relationship. Choose one specific relationship that you wish to improve significantly. It could be someone with whom you are currently struggling, or even someone from your past that still carries emotional weight. Often in these situations, our focus is entirely on the other person's perceived flaws, their wrongdoings, or the problems they create. This negative focus, Byrne reminds us, only solidifies the negativity in the relationship. The core principle of this chapter is to shift your entire perception of the problematic relationship by consciously focusing on the positive aspects of the other person, thereby changing the energy dynamic between you. You cannot feel grateful and resentful towards someone at the exact same time. Gratitude dissolves the negativity. The practice for magical improvement of relationships is incredibly powerful. Identify a challenging relationship. Choose one specific relationship that you wish to improve significantly. It could be someone with whom you are currently struggling, or even someone from your past that still carries emotional weight. Often in these situations, our focus is entirely on the other person's perceived flaws, their wrongdoings, or the problems they create. This negative focus, Byrne reminds us, only solidifies the negativity in the relationship. The core principle of this chapter is to shift your entire perception of the problematic relationship by consciously focusing on the positive aspects of the other person, thereby changing the energy dynamic between you. You cannot feel grateful and resentful towards someone at the exact same time. Gratitude dissolves the negativity.
Chapter 16, Magical Health and Money. In Chapter 16, Magical Health and Money, Rhonda Byrne combines two critical areas of our lives, emphasizing that gratitude is the powerful link that can profoundly enhance both simultaneously. While previous chapters addressed health and money individually, this chapter highlights how a holistic approach, fueled by gratitude, can create a ripple effect of abundance in both domains. Think about how often health issues lead to financial strain, or how financial stress can impact our physical and mental well-being. These two aspects of life are deeply interconnected. When one is suffering, the other often follows suit. Byrne explains that by consciously applying gratitude to both, we can break negative cycles and attract a synergistic flow of well-being and abundance. The core principle here is to use gratitude to target specific health and financial goals, visualizing and feeling the positive outcomes as if they have already manifested.
It's about merging the magical health and magical money practices into a unified, powerful intention. The practice for magical health and money involves identify your top 3 health desires. What specific improvements do you want to see in your health? Be clear and positive. For example, I want perfect energy throughout the day, or I desire a completely healthy and flexible back. Identify your top 3 money desires. What specific financial goals do you have? Again, be clear and positive. For example, I desire to easily pay off all my debts, or I desire a steady increase in my income. Create a magic card for each desire. Write each of your 6 desires, 3 health, 3 money, on separate small cards. For each card, write the desire in the present tense as if it is already manifested, and then express gratitude for it. For health, thank you for my perfectly healthy and vibrant body. For money, thank you for the abundant flow of money that allows me to live a life of freedom. Carry and revisit your magic cards. Throughout the day, periodically take out your cards, read each desire, and most importantly, feel immense gratitude as if it is already manifested. Hold each card in your hand and visualize yourself experiencing the desired outcome. For example, if you hold the card for abundant money, visualize your bank account overflowing, you easily paying bills, and feeling completely secure. Byrne explains that by combining these intentions and infusing them with gratitude, you are creating a potent energetic blueprint. You are telling the universe with clarity and emotion what you want to experience in these crucial areas. The act of touching the cards and feeling the gratitude anchors these desires more deeply within your subconscious. This chapter also reinforces the idea of trust. Once you've sent out your grateful intention, release it and trust that the universe will orchestrate the how. Your job is to stay in a state of gratitude and openness to receive. Imagine the feeling of simultaneously knowing your body is vibrant and healthy, and that your finances are abundant and secure. This combined feeling of well-being and prosperity is incredibly powerful. It eliminates the inner conflict that often arises when one area of life feels lacking while the other flourishes. Magical health and money is a testament to the holistic nature of our lives. It teaches us that when we apply gratitude strategically and with deep feeling, we can orchestrate a symphony of positive outcomes across multiple domains, leading to a life that is truly rich in every sense of the word. It's about harnessing the full spectrum of gratitude to create a life of ultimate well-being and boundless prosperity.
Chapter 17. The Magic Air You Breathe. In Chapter 17, The Magic Air You Breathe, Rhonda Byrne brings our attention to one of the most fundamental and often overlooked miracles of our existence, the very act of breathing. This chapter serves as a profound reminder that true gratitude extends to the most basic, life-sustaining elements that we often take completely for granted. Think about it. Every moment of every day, whether we are conscious of it or not, our bodies are performing the miraculous act of breathing. We inhale oxygen, essential for every cell in our body, and exhale carbon dioxide, all without a single conscious thought or effort. If this process were to stop for even a few minutes, our lives would cease to exist. Yet, how often do we truly pause to appreciate this incredible, constant gift? Byrne explains that taking our breath for granted is akin to taking life itself for granted. When we fail to appreciate such a fundamental miracle, we inadvertently diminish our capacity to experience gratitude for other aspects of our lives. Conversely, when we cultivate deep gratitude for our breath, we unlock a powerful source of life energy and profound appreciation for existence. The core practice for the magic air you breathe is beautifully simple, yet incredibly powerful. Take 5 deep, conscious breaths, and with each breath, feel genuine gratitude for the air you are inhaling and exhaling. Here's how to do it. Pause and focus,
Find a quiet moment where you can sit or stand comfortably without distraction. Inhale deeply. Take a slow, deep breath, consciously feeling the air fill your lungs. As you inhale, mentally or silently say, "Thank you for this life-giving air." And exhale slowly. As you slowly exhale, feel a sense of release and continuation, mentally or silently saying, "Thank you for this precious breath." Repeat this for a total of 5 breaths, fully immersing yourself in the feeling of gratitude for each inhalation and exhalation. Byrne encourages us to make this a regular practice, integrating it into our day whenever we remember. It could be while waiting in line, sitting at our desk, or during a quiet moment before sleep. The goal is to bring conscious awareness and heartfelt thanks to this most basic yet most vital aspect of our lives. This practice is incredibly grounding. In moments of stress or anxiety, focusing on your breath with gratitude can instantly calm your nervous system and bring you back to the present moment. It connects you to the undeniable truth that you are alive, and that alone is a miracle worthy of profound thanks. The magic air you breathe also broadens our understanding of abundance. It's not just about material possessions. It's about the abundance of life itself, available in every breath we take. By deeply appreciating this fundamental gift, we open ourselves up to experiencing more gratitude for everything else in our lives. This chapter is a gentle yet profound invitation to connect with the source of our vitality. It teaches us that the greatest miracles are often the ones we overlook. By embracing gratitude for the air we breathe, we are not just appreciating a physical process, we are appreciating the very essence of life. And in doing so, we invite more life, joy, and well-being into our experience.
Chapter 18, The Magic To-Do List. In Chapter 18, The Magic To-Do List, Rhonda Byrne introduces a practical and highly effective way to use gratitude to effortlessly accomplish tasks and overcome challenges. This chapter integrates the power of pre-paving, as seen in The Magic Day, with targeted gratitude for specific tasks, transforming potential stress and procrastination into ease and accomplishment. Think about your typical to-do list. For many, it's a source of dread, overwhelm, or anxiety. We look at a long list of tasks and immediately feel the weight of what needs to be done. This negative association often leads to procrastination, inefficiency, or even failure to complete important items. Byrne explains that approaching your to-do list with a feeling of dread or resistance is an energetic blueprint for difficulty. The core principle of this chapter is to apply gratitude to your to-do list items before you tackle them, feeling thankful for their successful completion as if it has already happened. This shifts your energy from resistance to anticipation, from dread to confidence. The practice for the magic to-do list involves: create your magic to-do list. Write down a list of all the important tasks or challenges you need to complete for the day or week. These can range from small errands to significant projects, challenging conversations, or problems that need solving. Byrne explains that approaching your to-do list with a feeling of dread or resistance is an energetic blueprint for difficulty. The core principle of this chapter is to apply gratitude to your to-do list items before you tackle them, feeling thankful for their successful completion as if it has already happened. This shifts your energy from resistance to anticipation, from dread to confidence. The practice for the magic to-do list involves: create your magic to-do list. Write down a list of all the important tasks or challenges you need to complete for the day or week. These can range from small errands to significant projects, challenging conversations, or problems that need solving. Byrne explains that approaching your to-do list with a feeling of dread or resistance is an energetic blueprint for difficulty. To be on a phone call.
Thank you for that incredibly easy and positive phone call where everything was resolved perfectly. If you have a project deadline, thank you for the smooth and efficient completion of this project, which was delivered on time and with excellent results. If you need to buy groceries, thank you for the quick and enjoyable grocery trip where I found everything I needed easily. If you have a problem to solve, thank you for the perfect solution that effortlessly presented itself to resolve this issue. By doing this, you are not just hoping for a good outcome, you are actively creating it energetically. You are sending a clear signal to the universe that you expect ease, success, and resolution. This practice works because when you genuinely feel gratitude for an outcome, you are aligning your energy with that outcome. This chapter is particularly useful for overcoming procrastination and feelings of overwhelm. When you shift your focus from the difficulty of the task to the joy of its completion, the energy around it transforms. You approach the task with a lighter heart, more creativity, and a greater sense of purpose. Imagine the difference in productivity and peace of mind when you begin your day having already thanked your tasks into successful completion. It empowers you, making you feel capable and supported. Solutions often appear unexpectedly. Obstacles seem to dissolve, and what might have been a stressful task becomes surprisingly smooth. The magic to-do list teaches us that our perception and emotional state are powerful tools for accomplishment. By transforming our interaction with our daily tasks through the lens of gratitude, we don't just get things done, we do them with grace, ease, and a profound sense of satisfaction, making every day more productive and joyful.
Chapter 19, The Magic Footsteps. In Chapter 19, The Magic Footsteps, Rhonda Byrne introduces a subtle yet powerful daily practice that deepens our connection to gratitude in a very physical and grounding way. This chapter invites us to transform an ordinary activity, walking, into an extraordinary act of appreciation, thereby increasing our overall positive energy and attracting more blessings. Think about how often we walk throughout our day, to our car, around the house, through a park, at work, running errands. Most of the time, our minds are elsewhere, planning, worrying, distracted, or simply moving on autopilot. We rarely give conscious thought to the incredible mechanism of our bodies that allows us to walk, or to the ground beneath our feet that supports us with every step. Byrne explains that when we walk mindlessly, we miss a profound opportunity to infuse our bodies and our surroundings with gratitude. By bringing conscious thanks to the act of walking, we are not only appreciating our physical capabilities, but also connecting with the earth and the very act of movement, which is fundamental to life. The core practice for the magic footsteps is to mentally say thank you with each step you take, or for every 10 steps for something you are grateful for. Here's how to integrate it into your day. Choose a short walk. Select a walk that will last about 10 minutes. This could be a walk around your office, a short stroll in your neighborhood, or simply walking from one room to another with intention. Focus on gratitude with each step. As you take each step, mentally say thank you for something you appreciate. You can vary what you are grateful for, or you can pick one overarching theme for the walk. Example 1. Varied. Step 1. Thank you for my family. Step 2. Thank you for my health. Step 3. Thank you for this beautiful weather. And so on. Example 2. Focused. For a whole walk, focus on gratitude for your health. Step 1. Thank you for my strong legs. Step 2. Thank you for my healthy heart. Step 3. Thank you for my clear vision.
You can also simply say thank you with each step, letting the feeling of gratitude permeate your being. Burns suggests doing this practice as often as you can, especially when you are walking alone. The goal is to bring a conscious, appreciative awareness to the act of movement. This practice is incredibly grounding and centering. It brings you into the present moment, away from distractions and worries. When you walk with gratitude, you are literally moving through the world with a higher vibration. This not only makes you feel better, but also makes you a magnet for more positive experiences along your path. Imagine how different your daily walk to work or the store would feel if you were consciously appreciating every step and every aspect of your surroundings. It transforms a mundane activity into a powerful meditation, a moving prayer of thanks. The magic footsteps teaches us that gratitude can be woven into every fabric of our day, even the simplest movements. By consciously appreciating the gift of mobility and the ground that supports us, we deepen our connection to life itself and multiply the blessings we receive. It's a beautiful reminder that our bodies are temples, and every step is an opportunity for thanks and manifestation.
Chapter 20. The Magic of the Heart. In Chapter 20, The Magic of the Heart, Rhonda Byrne delves into the deepest and most profound aspect of gratitude, heartfelt feeling. This chapter emphasizes that true magical power doesn't come from merely saying thank you, but from genuinely feeling the emotion of gratitude in your heart. It's about moving beyond intellectual acknowledgement to a deep, resonant emotional experience. Think about the difference between casually saying thanks when someone passes you something versus the profound thank you you might utter when someone has genuinely saved you or done something incredibly impactful. The words might be the same, but the feeling behind them is vastly different. Byrne explains that the universe responds to the feeling behind your words, not just the words themselves. The core principle of this chapter is that the more deeply you can feel gratitude from your heart, the more quickly and powerfully your desires will manifest and the more abundance you will experience. This is because heartfelt gratitude vibrates at an incredibly high frequency, making you a powerful magnet for everything good. The practice for the magic of the heart encourages you to revisit previous gratitude practices, but with a heightened focus on intensifying the emotional feeling. Recall and feel. Choose one of your top 10 desires from Chapter 13, or one of the 10 blessings you listed today from Chapter 1. Close your eyes and genuinely feel the gratitude for it. Place your hand on your heart. While focusing on this one thing you are grateful for, place your hand over your heart. This physical gesture helps to anchor the feeling in your emotional center. Intensify the feeling. For about a minute, concentrate solely on feeling the gratitude in your heart for that one thing. Breathe into it. Let the warmth, the joy, the peace spread throughout your being. As you do this, you might notice the feeling growing stronger, deeper, and more expansive. Repeat as desired for several items on your gratitude list, taking a minute for each item. Byrne explains that this heart gratitude practice activates a powerful, energetic field around you. It's not just about a fleeting emotion, it's about cultivating a sustained state of appreciation that emanates from your core. When you are operating from this heart-centered place, you become an incredibly potent creator of your reality. This chapter also subtly reminds us of the importance of self-compassion. If you find it hard to feel gratitude sometimes, that's okay. The practice is about gentle cultivation, not forced emotion. Start with things that are easy to feel grateful for, and gradually, your capacity for heartfelt thanks will expand. The magic of the heart
is a profound turning point in the book, moving beyond mere techniques to the very essence of the practice. It teaches us that while actions are important, the feeling behind those actions is where the true magic resides. By consistently connecting with and amplifying heartfelt gratitude, we not only accelerate our manifestations, but also cultivate a deeper, more joyful, and fulfilling connection to life itself. It is through the heart that the greatest magic unfolds.
Chapter 21. The Magic Air for Everyone. Building on the individual power of the magic air you breathe, Chapter 21, The Magic Air for Everyone, takes this fundamental gratitude practice and expands it to a universal, compassionate level. Rhonda Byrne encourages us to recognize that the air we breathe is a shared gift, and by extending our gratitude for it to all humanity, we amplify its power and cultivate a deeper sense of global connection and well-being. Think about the idea of shared resources. The air doesn't discriminate. It sustains all living beings on Earth, regardless of their location, status, or beliefs. Yet, in our daily lives, we often remain focused on our individual experiences, forgetting this profound interconnectedness. Byrne explains that when we consciously include others in our gratitude for life's fundamental gifts, we create a powerful ripple effect of positive energy that benefits everyone. The core principle of this chapter is to consciously feel gratitude for the air you breathe and then extend that gratitude to everyone on the planet, envisioning them also breathing freely and easily, filled with life. The practice for the magic air for everyone involves start with personal gratitude. Just as in Chapter 17, begin by taking 5 deep conscious breaths and feeling immense gratitude for the life-giving air filling your own lungs. Then, expand your gratitude to others. As you continue to breathe, expand your focus. Imagine people all over the world, your loved ones, strangers, even those you might find challenging, all breathing this same magical air. Envision them experiencing health, vitality, and peace with every breath. Mentally say, "Thank you for the magical air that sustains all living beings everywhere." Feel the connection. As you extend this gratitude, try to feel a sense of profound connection to all humanity and to the planet itself. Recognize that this shared gift of air links us all. Byrne emphasizes that this practice is particularly powerful for cultivating compassion and reducing feelings of separation. In a world often divided, recognizing our shared dependence on something as fundamental as air can be incredibly unifying. When you send out grateful energy for the well-being of others, you are not only enriching their energetic field, but also elevating your own. This chapter reminds us that our personal gratitude practices have far-reaching implications. By extending our thanks beyond ourselves, we become agents of positive change, contributing to a world where life's most basic gifts are recognized, cherished, and celebrated by all. It's a beautiful testament to the power of shared gratitude to unite and uplift humanity.
Chapter 22. The Magic Before Your Very Eyes. In Chapter 22, The Magic Before Your Very Eyes, Rhonda Byrne brings the practice of gratitude into sharp focus, revealing how the universe is constantly responding to our vibrational frequency, bringing us manifestations that are literally appearing before our very eyes. This chapter encourages us to become diligent observers, actively looking for the evidence that gratitude is indeed working, thereby strengthening our belief and accelerating future manifestations. Think about the times you've wanted something, and then, seemingly out of nowhere, an opportunity or solution appeared. Sometimes we dismiss these as coincidences or luck. Byrne argues that these are not random.
They are direct responses from the universe to our energy, and gratitude is the primary catalyst. The core principle of this chapter is to actively look for the small, subtle ways in which your manifestations are appearing or evolving, and to respond with immediate and intense gratitude. This conscious recognition is what fuels further manifestation. The practice for the magic before your very eyes involves: revisit your desires. Take out your list of 10 desires from Chapter 13. Look for evidence. Throughout the day, or even daily, actively look for any sign, any step, any small piece of progress towards those desires. It might not be the full manifestation yet, but it will be a clue, a hint, a synchronicity. If you desired a new job, perhaps you hear about a networking event, or a friend mentions a company that's hiring, or you see a relevant article. If you desired more money, perhaps you find a forgotten $5 bill, receive a small refund, or someone unexpectedly treats you to coffee. If you desired better health, perhaps you wake up feeling a little more energetic, or you hear about a new healthy recipe, or you have a positive interaction with a healthcare professional. Respond with intense gratitude. When you notice these signs, immediately pause and feel immense, heartfelt gratitude for them. Say, "Thank you, thank you, thank you," with genuine enthusiasm. Treat these small signs as proof that the universe is indeed working on your behalf. Byrne explains that this immediate response of gratitude is crucial. It's like sending a clear signal back to the universe. Yes, more of this, please. This positive feedback loop strengthens your belief, accelerates the manifestation process, and makes you more attuned to receiving future blessings. This chapter teaches us to be highly observant and appreciative of the unfolding journey, not just the final destination. It builds faith and reduces doubt. When you actively see the magic happening, it becomes undeniable, transforming a theoretical practice into a tangible reality. Imagine how much more empowered you would feel if you consistently observed and celebrated these small victories. It takes away the feeling of waiting and hoping, replacing it with an active, joyful anticipation. The magic before your very eyes is a powerful invitation to witness the constant, miraculous interplay between your inner world of gratitude and your outer world of experience. It reminds us that magic isn't some distant, abstract concept. It's unfolding all around us, every single day, waiting for us to acknowledge and appreciate it. By consciously seeing and being grateful for the evidence, we become active participants in the ongoing creation of our most desired lives.
Chapter 23, The Magical Air. Chapter 23, confusingly sharing a similar title to previous chapters, The Magical Air, primarily serves as a crucial point to reiterate and deepen the practice of gratitude for the fundamental elements that sustain life, especially the air we breathe. It emphasizes that this daily, effortless miracle should never be taken for granted, as it's the very foundation of our existence and our ability to experience any other blessing. While Chapter 17, The Magic Air You Breathe, introduced the concept of individual gratitude for breath, and Chapter 21, The Magic Air for Everyone, expanded it to global compassion, this chapter is positioned to reinforce the absolute necessity of this practice. It often appears as a strategic repetition within the 28-day journey, ensuring that by this point, the reader fully internalizes the profound importance of this seemingly simple act of thanks. Think of it as a constant reminder, a baseline for all other gratitude practices. If we can't be grateful for the air that keeps us alive every second, how can we truly feel deep gratitude for anything else? Byrne uses this chapter to impress upon us that true abundance begins with appreciating the most basic, yet the most vital gifts of life. The core principle remains the same. but with an intensified emphasis on consistency and heartfelt feeling. Consciously breathe and deeply feel gratitude for the air that sustains you, acknowledging its preciousness and abundance. The practice for the magical air is straightforward and can be integrated throughout your day. Pause and notice. Several times a day, take a deliberate moment to pause whatever you are doing. Focus on your breath. Become aware of the air entering and leaving your body. Notice the sensation of your lungs expanding and contracting. Feel deep gratitude as you breathe internally or silently. Say, "Thank you for the precious, life-giving air." Feel the profound appreciation for this constant, effortless supply of vitality. No specific number. Unlike earlier instructions for 5 breaths, this chapter encourages a more spontaneous, continuous awareness. Integrate it when you walk, when you work, when you rest. Let the appreciation for air become a natural part of your moment-to-moment consciousness. Byrne reminds us that the air is a symbol of the universe's boundless generosity. It is always there, always abundant, freely given. By aligning ourselves with this constant flow of generosity through gratitude, we open ourselves up to receiving more generosity in all other aspects of our lives. This chapter particularly highlights the irony that we often seek complex solutions for happiness and abundance, when the most profound magic is often found in the simplest, most fundamental aspects of our existence. It grounds us, brings us back to basics, and reestablishes the foundation of profound appreciation. The magical air is not just about breathing. It's about being profoundly grateful for the gift of life itself in its most essential form. By consistently cultivating this deepest level of gratitude, we become living embodiments of appreciation, attracting an unending supply of blessings and experiencing life with greater joy, vitality, and peace. It's a powerful reinforcement that the simplest acts of thanks can yield the most profound results.
Chapter 24, The Magic Wand. In Chapter 24, The Magic Wand, Rhonda Byrne introduces one of the most proactive and compassionate uses of gratitude, using it to help others. This chapter empowers us to become agents of positive change, not through direct intervention, but by channeling the immense power of gratitude towards those we care about who are in need, thereby becoming a magic wand in their lives. Think about a loved one who is struggling with their health, finances, a difficult relationship, or a challenging situation. Our natural inclination is often to worry about them, feel sad for them, or wish we could somehow fix their problems. While these feelings come from a place of love, Byrne explains that focusing on their problems or sending them pity can inadvertently perpetuate their struggle, as it's still a focus on negativity. The core principle of this chapter is to use your gratitude practice to visualize and feel intense gratitude for the desired positive outcome in someone else's life, as if their problem has already been perfectly solved. By doing this, you are sending a powerful, positive, energetic signal on their behalf. The practice for the magic wand involves: identify 3 people in need. Think of 3 people you care about who are currently experiencing a challenge or are in need of something specific: health, money, happiness, a better job, healing a relationship, etc. Focus on their desired outcome. For each person, take a moment to imagine their situation completely resolved, with them experiencing joy and well-being. Use the magic wand of gratitude. With your eyes closed or gently open, visualize each person with their problem solved. If someone is ill, visualize them vibrant, healthy, and full of energy, and feel immense gratitude for their perfect health. Thank you for person's name's perfect health and boundless energy. If someone is struggling financially, visualize them abundant, secure, and thriving, and feel deep gratitude for their financial freedom. Thank you for the overflowing abundance in person's name's life. If someone is unhappy, visualize them joyful, laughing, and fulfilled, and feel heartfelt gratitude for their happiness. Thank you for person's name's radiant joy and fulfillment.
Repeat this for all 3 people, spending at least a minute on each, truly feeling the gratitude as if their ideal outcome has already manifested. By doing this, you are sending a powerful, positive energetic signal into their energetic field. You are becoming a conduit for positive change, a magic wand that helps to attract solutions and well-being into their lives. This practice is incredibly empowering because it transforms feelings of helplessness or worry into active, positive contribution. You are no longer just an observer of their struggles, you are an active participant in their well-being, using the most powerful force in the universe, gratitude. Imagine the collective impact if we all regularly used our gratitude to support the well-being of others. It would create a powerful wave of positive energy that could uplift communities and even the world. The magic wand teaches us that gratitude is not just a self-serving practice, it's a profound tool for compassion and contribution. By generously extending our thanks and positive visualizations to others, we become instruments of magic, helping to bring about their highest good and creating a more loving and supportive world for all.
Chapter 25, The Magic Cue. In Chapter 25, The Magic Cue, Rhonda Byrne introduces a highly practical and empowering technique to ensure gratitude remains active throughout your entire day, preventing you from slipping back into unconscious negativity. This chapter is about setting up mental cues or reminders that trigger a moment of gratitude in your everyday environment, effectively turning the world around you into a prompt for thanks. Think about how easy it is to get caught up in the hustle and bustle of daily life, allowing worries, frustrations, or distractions to take over. Even if you start your day with gratitude, it can often fade as the hours pass. Byrne explains that to maintain a high vibrational frequency, we need consistent reminders, and the magic cue provides just that. The core principle of this chapter is to consciously choose 10 magic cues or triggers in your daily environment that will automatically remind you to feel gratitude when you encounter them. These cues are specific, everyday objects or occurrences that you're likely to experience regularly. Here's how to create your magic cue list. Identify 10 daily cues. Make a list of 10 things you encounter frequently throughout your day. Examples: your cell phone ringing, someone opening a door for you, hearing a bird sing, seeing a traffic light change, receiving an email, seeing a pet, the sound of a clock, drinking a glass of water, touching a doorknob, looking at your watch. Associate with gratitude. For each cue, decide that when you encounter it, you will immediately pause for a moment and feel intense gratitude for something specific. When your phone rings, thank you for this connection and for the people in my life. When you see a traffic light change, thank you for a smooth and safe journey. When you receive an email, thank you for modern communication that connects me to the world. When you drink water, thank you for this refreshing, life-giving water. Byrne emphasizes that this practice transforms your environment from a source of potential distraction or irritation into a continuous source of positive reinforcement. Every time you encounter one of your chosen cues, it becomes an automatic trigger for a moment of heartfelt thanks. Imagine how different your day would feel if every few minutes something prompted you to feel good, to feel grateful. It builds a constant stream of positive energy, preventing you from getting bogged down by minor frustrations. It trains your subconscious mind to associate everyday happenings with appreciation. This chapter is about conscious engagement with your surroundings. It moves gratitude from a scheduled practice to an integrated way of living. By strategically placing these magic cues throughout your day, you are literally programming yourself to be more grateful more often. The magic cue teaches us that we don't have to wait for big events to feel thankful. By actively creating reminders in our daily lives, we can ensure a continuous flow of appreciation, keeping our vibrational frequency high and attracting even more magic into our reality. It's a brilliant way to ensure that gratitude becomes not just a practice, but a natural, automatic response to the beauty and abundance of life.
Chapter 26, The Magic of Thankfulness. In Chapter 26, The Magic of Thankfulness, Rhonda Byrne brings us back to the fundamental truth that underpins the entire book. Genuine, heartfelt thankfulness is the ultimate secret to a magical life. This chapter serves as a powerful culmination of all the practices, reminding us that the depth of our feeling is what truly unlocks the limitless power of gratitude. It's a call to make thankfulness not just an exercise, but the very essence of who we are. Think about the profound difference between a superficial thank you and one that comes from the depths of your soul. One is a polite gesture, the other is a powerful, energetic offering. Byrne emphasizes that while the previous chapters have provided actionable steps and specific practices, the true mastery lies in cultivating a deep, abiding feeling of thankfulness within your heart. The core principle of this chapter is that the more you embody thankfulness in your every thought, word, and deed, the more quickly and profoundly your life will transform, becoming a continuous flow of magic. It's about becoming a living magnet for blessings, because your entire being radiates appreciation. This chapter encourages a meta-gratitude practice, a reflection on the power of gratitude itself. Reflect on the journey. Take a moment to think about how your life might have already changed since you started practicing gratitude. What positive shifts have you noticed in your mood, your relationships, your circumstances, or your outlook? Feel gratitude for gratitude itself. Express profound gratitude for the power of thankfulness itself. Acknowledge that this simple practice has given you a tool to reshape your reality, to find joy, and to attract abundance. Embody thankfulness. The ultimate goal is to move beyond doing gratitude practices to being grateful. This means adopting an attitude of thankfulness that permeates every aspect of your day. When something good happens, immediately feel and express thanks. When a challenge arises, consciously search for the blessing or the lesson within it and express thanks for that. When you interact with others, let your thankfulness for their presence and contribution shine through. Byrne explains that when you truly embody thankfulness, you become unstoppable. You're operating at the highest possible frequency, attracting effortlessly all that you desire and experiencing a profound sense of inner peace and joy regardless of external circumstances. This state of being is what allows the magic to unfold continuously and dramatically in your life. This chapter is about cultivating a gratitude mindset that becomes your default setting. It's a reminder that every moment is an opportunity to be thankful, and every act of thanks is an act of creation. It elevates gratitude from a technique to a spiritual practice, a way of life that brings profound meaning and fulfillment. The magic of thankfulness is a powerful call to fully embrace the transformative power you now wield. It teaches us that the greatest magic isn't something external. It's the profound, boundless power of gratitude residing within your own heart, waiting to be unleashed to create the most extraordinary life imaginable. It's the ultimate affirmation that thankfulness isn't just a part of the magic, it is the magic.
Chapter 27, The Magic Mirror. In Chapter 27, The Magic Mirror, Rhonda Byrne introduces a deeply personal and often profoundly emotional practice, seeing your own worth and magic through the lens of gratitude. This chapter shifts the focus inward, encouraging self-love, self-acceptance, and self-appreciation, which are crucial components for truly experiencing a magical life. Think about how often we are critical of ourselves. We might focus on our flaws, our mistakes, our perceived shortcomings, or the things we wish were different about our appearance or personality. This constant self-criticism creates a negative energetic field around us, pushing away the very blessings we desire and eroding our self-esteem. Byrne explains that just as we attract what we focus on in others, we also attract what we focus on within ourselves. The core principle of this chapter is that to truly experience a magical life, you must first acknowledge and appreciate the magic that resides within you. By applying gratitude to yourself, you heal inner wounds, boost self-worth, and become a more powerful magnet for positive experiences. The practice for the magic mirror is simple yet incredibly potent. Look at yourself in a mirror and express deep gratitude for who you are, acknowledging your unique qualities, strengths, and even your imperfections with love and acceptance. Here's how to engage in this practice. Stand before a mirror. Find a mirror where you can see your face clearly. Look into your eyes. Make eye contact with your reflection. This can feel uncomfortable at first, especially if you're used to self-criticism. Express self-gratitude. As you look at yourself, silently or audibly, say, "Thank you," for various aspects of who you are. Thank you for my unique talents and abilities. Thank you for my kind heart. Thank you for my strength and resilience. Thank you for my beautiful eyes, smile, hair. Thank you for the lessons I've learned and the growth I've experienced. Even for perceived flaws, you can reframe it as, "Thank you for my body, which carries me through life and is constantly working for me." Feel the love and acceptance. The key is to genuinely feel the gratitude and self-love. Let go of judgment and embrace who you are in this moment. Byrne explains that this practice slowly but surely dismantles years of self-criticism and replaces it with self-appreciation. When you consistently look at yourself with gratitude, you are sending a powerful signal to your subconscious mind and to the universe that you are worthy, you are loved, and you are deserving of all good things. This chapter is particularly important because true abundance often begins with self-worth. If you don't feel worthy of receiving, you will unconsciously push away the very blessings you desire. The magic mirror helps you to dissolve those internal barriers, allowing you to fully open yourself to receive. Imagine the freedom and joy that comes from truly loving and accepting yourself, flaws and all. This inner peace radiates outward, positively impacting your relationships, your career, and your overall sense of well-being. The magic mirror teaches us that self-gratitude is not vanity. It's a fundamental act of self-care and empowerment. By consistently appreciating the unique, wonderful person you are, you activate the magic within you, becoming a beacon of self-love and attracting a life that beautifully reflects your inner worth. It's a powerful reminder that you are a miracle, deserving of endless gratitude.
Chapter 28. The Magic Remains. And so we arrive at the final chapter of the magic. Chapter 28. The Magic Remains. This chapter is not an ending, but a powerful new beginning, a profound affirmation that the journey of gratitude is lifelong, and the magic you have cultivated is now an inherent part of who you are. Rhonda Byrne emphasizes that by consistently applying the practices throughout these 28 days, you have fundamentally shifted your perspective, transformed your life, and established an unbreakable connection to the source of all abundance. Think back to where you started this journey. Perhaps you felt overwhelmed, lacked certain things, or struggled with negativity. Now, having consciously practiced gratitude for nearly a month, you have undoubtedly experienced shifts, big and small. This chapter reminds you that these shifts are not temporary.
They are the foundation of a new way of living. The core principle of this chapter is that the magic of gratitude is not something that comes and goes. It is a constant, ever-present force that you have now learned to harness. It remains with you, always available, always powerful, as long as you continue to wield it. The practice for the magic remains is a synthesis and commitment. Recap your blessings, the first practice reimagined. Revisit the very first gratitude practice, counting your blessings. List at least 10 blessings you are currently grateful for, feeling the gratitude as deeply as possible. This brings you full circle, reinforcing the foundation of your journey. Commit to daily gratitude. This chapter emphasizes that the 28 days were just the beginning. To keep the magic alive and continuously expanding, you must commit to making gratitude a daily, lifelong practice. This could be your morning count your blessings, your nightly magic rock, or any combination of the practices that resonate most with you. The key is consistency. Be a beacon of gratitude. The ultimate goal is to embody gratitude so completely that it becomes your natural state of being. Let it flow through your words, your actions, and your interactions with the world. Be a living example of the magic. Byrne explains that once you have truly experienced the power of gratitude, there is no going back. You have seen the evidence, felt the shifts, and understood the profound truth. The magic is now within you, and it will continue to unfold in your life as long as you consciously choose to express thankfulness. This chapter also offers a powerful sense of empowerment. You are no longer a passive recipient of circumstances. You are an active co-creator of your reality. You hold the key, the magic of gratitude, to unlock endless possibilities and transform any challenge into an opportunity. Imagine living a life where you consistently feel joy, abundance, and peace, knowing that you have the power to attract more of it simply by being grateful. This is the promise of The Magic Remains. In conclusion, The Magic is not just a book to be read, it's a profound journey to be experienced. Rhonda Byrne has provided us with a timeless secret, a simple yet incredibly powerful tool: gratitude. From transforming relationships and finances to enhancing health and manifesting desires, the 28 daily practices offer a clear path to an extraordinary life.
Hello, power seekers and wisdom warriors. Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, the place where we unlock the secrets to a more strategic and successful life. Today, we're diving deep into a book that has captivated leaders, entrepreneurs, and anyone interested in the intricate dance of human influence. Robert Greene's The 48 Laws of Power. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to effortlessly command respect and achieve their desires, while others struggle despite their best efforts? Have you ever wished you had a roadmap to navigate the complex social landscape of business, relationships, and even your personal goals? If so, then you're in the right place. The 48 Laws of Power is not just a book, it's a profound exploration of history's most effective and often ruthless strategies for acquiring and maintaining power.
It's a guide that distills centuries of human experience, from ancient empires to Renaissance courts, from military campaigns to modern boardrooms, into 48 timeless principles. Whether you aim to climb the corporate ladder, protect yourself from manipulation, or simply understand the hidden dynamics at play in every interaction, the lessons within these pages are invaluable. We're going to embark on a chapter-by-chapter journey, uncovering the core essence of each law, dissecting its historical context, and most importantly, understanding how you can apply or defend yourself against these powerful insights in your own life. This isn't about becoming a Machiavellian villain. It's about becoming acutely aware, strategically savvy, and ultimately more in control of your destiny. So settle in, open your mind, and prepare to have your perspective shifted. The journey through the 48 laws of power begins now. And as we embark on this exciting exploration, remember to show us some love. Hit that like button, share this episode with anyone who needs a power boost, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you never miss out on our next deep dive.
Chapter 1, Law 1, Never Outshine the Master. Our journey into the heart of power begins with a law that might feel counterintuitive at first glance, especially in a world that often celebrates individual brilliance. Law number 1, never outshine the master. Imagine a young, ambitious assistant, brimming with talent and innovative ideas. They present a brilliant solution that far surpasses anything their boss has conceived, perhaps even publicly. What do you think happens next? While they might expect praise and recognition, Robert Greene warns us that often the reality is far different. This law teaches us a fundamental truth about human nature. People, especially those in positions of power, have fragile egos. They love to feel secure, superior, and in control. When you, consciously or unconsciously, outshine your master, whether it's your boss, mentor, or even a friend you admire, you inadvertently trigger their insecurities. You make them feel inferior, threatened, and perhaps even foolish. And what's the typical human response to feeling threatened? Resentment, envy, and a desire to cut down the source of that discomfort. Think of it like a gardener tending to their prized rose bush. They want the roses to bloom beautifully, but they wouldn't want a rogue weed suddenly growing taller and more vibrant, stealing all the attention. The master is the gardener, and you are the bloom. They want you to flourish, but not at the expense of their own perceived glory. Historically, we see countless examples of this. Take the tragic story of Nicolas Fouquet, the finance minister to Louis XIV of France. Fouquet was immensely wealthy, intelligent, and a patron of the arts. He hosted a magnificent party, attempting to impress the young king. His chateau and the festivities were so opulent, so dazzling, that they completely eclipsed the grandeur of the king's own court. Louis XIV, instead of being impressed, felt deeply humiliated and threatened. Fouquet was arrested shortly after and imprisoned for life. His brilliance, instead of earning him favor, sealed his doom because he dared to outshine the Sun King. Now, this doesn't mean you should hide your talents or become a wallflower. Not at all. The key is subtlety and strategy. How do you shine without outshining? One way is to make your master appear even more brilliant. Attribute your good ideas to their inspiration, or frame your successes as a direct result of their guidance. If you come up with a groundbreaking strategy, present it in a way that suggests you merely built upon their existing framework or realized their vision. Allow them to take credit, even if it's not entirely deserved. This not only makes them feel good, but also makes you see you as a valuable asset, someone who enhances their power rather than diminishes it. Another tactic is to display your talents in a non-threatening way. Perhaps you excel in areas that your master doesn't care about, or you develop skills that complement theirs without directly competing.
For example, if your boss is a brilliant strategist but struggles with public speaking, becoming an excellent presenter could make you invaluable without challenging their core competence. The danger of ignoring this law is severe. You risk being resented, sabotaged, or even dismissed. Your master might subtly undermine your projects, spread rumors, or deny you opportunities, all because your brightness feels like a shadow cast over their own. They might keep you close enough to benefit from your skills, but never allow you to rise to a position where you could truly challenge them. In essence, Law 1 is about understanding the psychological landscape of power. It's about managing perceptions and making those above you feel secure in their position. When they feel secure, they are more likely to nurture your growth, confident that your success will ultimately reflect well on them. It's a delicate dance, a strategic display of humility that, paradoxically, can be one of your most powerful tools for advancement. So before you present your next revolutionary idea, take a moment. How can you frame this so that your master, your mentor, or even your friend feels elevated rather than overshadowed? How can you shine brightly but always keep the spotlight subtly angled back towards the one above you? This careful consideration is the first step on the path to true power.
Chapter 2. Law 2. Never put too much trust in friends. Learn how to use enemies. Now let's delve into a law that might feel a little jarring, perhaps even cynical, but one that offers profound insights into the realpolitik of relationships. Law number 2. Never put too much trust in friends. Learn how to use enemies. This isn't an indictment of friendship itself, nor is it a call to treat everyone with suspicion. Instead, it's a pragmatic warning about the potential pitfalls of relying too heavily on those you consider closest, and a strategic revelation about the unexpected utility of your adversaries. Why be wary of friends? Green argues that friends often mix business with pleasure, and this blend can be disastrous. When you hire a friend, for example, the lines of authority become blurred. It's harder to give critical feedback, to fire them if necessary, or to make tough decisions that might impact your friendship. Their emotions can easily get entangled with their professional performance, leading to resentment if they feel undervalued or unfairly treated. Furthermore, friends know your weaknesses, your secrets, and your vulnerabilities. In a moment of jealousy, wounded pride, or simple misunderstanding, this intimate knowledge can become a weapon. They might unknowingly or even intentionally betray you if their self-interest or emotions become sufficiently agitated. Consider the historical example of Emperor Augustus and his general Agrippa. Agrippa was Augustus's closest friend and most loyal ally, crucial to his rise to power. Yet Augustus, despite his deep affection for Agrippa, was always careful to maintain a professional distance in matters of state. He utilized Agrippa's military genius, but never allowed their friendship to compromise his ultimate authority or strategic decisions. He knew that even the most loyal friend could, under different circumstances, become a liability if the boundaries were not clear. On the other hand, enemies, or at least those who are not your close friends, operate under a different set of rules. They expect less, they demand less, and paradoxically, they can often be more reliable. An enemy, or a neutral party, has something to prove. They're motivated by self-preservation, a desire for redemption, or a need to demonstrate their worth. They don't have the emotional baggage that can complicate interactions with friends. Green highlights the case of China's Han Dynasty founder, Liu Bang. He effectively used enemies and rivals to solidify his power, offering them incentives and positions that friends might have taken for granted. He understood that a former rival, given a chance and a reason to prove loyalty, could be fiercely devoted, precisely because they had more to lose and more to gain. How do you use enemies? It's not about turning them into allies in a sentimental way, but about understanding their motivations and leveraging them for your own ends. Understand their motivations. What do they want? What are their weaknesses? Offer a mutually beneficial arrangement. Can you give them something they desperately need or desire in exchange for their temporary cooperation? Keep them at a distance. Unlike friends, you don't need to trust their intentions, only their actions, as long as those actions serve your purpose. Use them as a counterweight. Sometimes having a former enemy on your side can deter other potential adversaries, as it shows your willingness to be pragmatic and your ability to gain unexpected support. The core lesson here is that in the realm of power, pure emotion can be a dangerous guide. Friendship, with all its beautiful complexities, is built on emotion. Professional alliances, however, should be built on shared interests, clear expectations, and mutual benefit. When you mix the two, you risk both your power and your friendships. This law isn't about becoming cold-hearted. It's about developing a strategic perspective on human relationships. It teaches you to differentiate between the people you cherish for their companionship and the people you rely on for their competence and loyalty in achieving your goals. It also nudges you to look beyond conventional alliances and consider how even those who oppose you might, under the right circumstances, be turned into a valuable asset. So the next time you consider hiring a friend or confiding a sensitive secret, pause and reflect on the potential complications. And when you face an adversary, instead of immediately dismissing them, consider if there's a way their energy, their ambition, or even their opposition could be subtly redirected to serve your strategic interests. This strategic discernment is a hallmark of true power.
Chapter 3, Law 3. Conceal your intentions. We move now to a law that is a cornerstone of strategic thinking, a principle that, when mastered, can give you an almost invisible advantage. Law number 3. Conceal your intentions. Imagine playing a game of chess. If your opponent knows your next 3 moves, your strategy, and your ultimate goal, how likely are you to win? Not very. The same applies to the game of power. When others know exactly what you're planning, what you desire, and what your ultimate aims are, they can easily anticipate your moves, prepare their defenses, or even actively thwart your efforts. The human tendency is often to be open, transparent, and direct, especially when we want to build trust or gain support. But Robert Greene warns us that such openness, while appearing virtuous, can be a profound vulnerability in the pursuit of power. People are inherently self-interested. If they know your intentions, they will immediately begin to calculate how your plans will affect them. And if they perceive any threat or disadvantage, they will instinctively work against you. Concealing your intentions doesn't mean being dishonest in a malicious way. It means being strategically opaque. It means creating a smokescreen, diverting attention, or simply keeping your cards close to your chest until the opportune moment. Consider the story of Otto von Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor of Prussia. His ultimate intention was the unification of Germany under Prussian leadership. This was a massive, ambitious goal that, if openly declared too early, would have aroused suspicion and opposition from neighboring states and within Germany itself. Instead, Bismarck engaged in a series of calculated diplomatic maneuvers, appearing to pursue various short-term, seemingly innocuous goals. He forged alliances, engaged in limited wars, and presented his actions as defensive or for the good of a larger, ambiguous European balance of power. By the time his true intention, a unified German empire, became undeniable, it was already too late for his adversaries to stop him. His brilliance lay in making his moves appear reactive and necessary, rather than part of a grand, premeditated design. Another excellent example is the Trojan horse. The Greeks' true intention was to conquer Troy. If they had openly declared this intention by continuing their siege, the Trojans would have remained on guard. Instead, they feigned retreat, leaving behind a seemingly harmless gift, a giant wooden horse. The Trojans, believing the Greeks had given up, brought the horse inside their impregnable city walls, unwittingly ushering in their own downfall. Their intentions were utterly concealed beneath a facade of defeat and a gesture of peace. So, how do you effectively conceal your intentions? Talk of goals that are desirable but unattainable. Present your current actions as steps towards a grand, noble, but perhaps vague goal that is far in the future. This keeps people distracted from your immediate, more tangible aims. Use a decoy. Actively pursue a minor goal that seems important, drawing attention away from your actual, more significant objective. Like a magician's misdirection, you make people focus on one hand while the other hand performs the real trick. Feigned innocence or honesty. Sometimes appearing completely artless and straightforward can be the most effective disguise. People often assume that truly cunning individuals must be complex and secretive, so a display of blunt honesty can lull them into a false sense of security. Practice misdirection. If you want to achieve X, talk endlessly about Y or Z. Make others believe you are interested in something else entirely, or even in the opposite of what you truly desire. The dangers of failing to conceal your intentions are numerous. You become predictable, easily manipulated, and vulnerable to sabotage. Your rivals can prepare counter-strategies, gather resources to oppose you, or even steal your ideas and execute them before you do. This law teaches us that power is often a game of chess played in the shadows, where foresight and strategic ambiguity are paramount. It's about controlling the narrative, managing perceptions, and never revealing your full hand until you are ready to play your winning move. It doesn't mean you must become a constant deceiver, but rather a master of strategic timing and subtle misdirection. By keeping your true aims hidden, you maintain the element of surprise, leaving your opponents guessing and giving you the space to maneuver effectively toward your ultimate goals. Chapter 4. Law 4. Always say less than necessary. Continuing our exploration of the subtle art of influence, we arrive at law number 4. Always say less than necessary. This law is a powerful antidote to the common impulse to talk too much, to explain ourselves excessively, or to fill every silence with words. In our modern world, we often equate eloquence, articulacy, and abundant communication with intelligence and leadership. We feel compelled to share our thoughts, justify our actions, and impress others with our knowledge. But Robert Greene reveals a profound truth. The more you speak, the more ordinary you appear, and the more likely you are to slip up. When you say less than necessary, you achieve several powerful effects. You appear more powerful and mysterious. Silence, when strategically deployed, can be incredibly intimidating and intriguing. People tend to fill in the blanks, often attributing greater wisdom and depth to those who hold their counsel. They wonder what profound thoughts lie behind your quiet demeanor. You avoid revealing vulnerabilities. Every word you utter is a potential window into your thoughts, intentions, and weaknesses. The more you speak, the more likely you are to unintentionally reveal something that can be used against you, expose a flaw in your plan, or simply make you seem less intelligent than you are. You gain information. While others are busy talking and revealing themselves, you are listening, observing, and gathering valuable intelligence. You learn about their desires, their fears, and their weaknesses, all of which are crucial for strategic advantage. You control the narrative. By speaking sparingly, your words carry more weight. When you do choose to speak, your statements are perceived as more significant, more authoritative, and more definitive. You command attention rather than seeking it. Think of the historical figure of Louis XIV, the Sun King. He famously cultivated an aura of divine authority and regal distance. He spoke little, and when he did, his words were deliberate, measured, and often enigmatic. This scarcity of communication only enhanced his mystique and power. His courtiers would scrutinize every subtle gesture and rare utterance, desperate to understand his will, elevating him to an almost godlike status. He knew that accessibility breeds contempt, and too much familiarity erodes awe. Conversely, consider the plight of those who speak too freely. They might inadvertently insult someone, reveal a secret, or simply bore their audience. Their words lose impact, and they can be easily dismissed or underestimated. A person who constantly chatters can be seen as lacking substance, unable to control their impulses, and therefore lacking control in general. How do you practice saying less than necessary? Be concise. When you must speak, get straight to the point. Avoid rambling or unnecessary details. Use ambiguity. Sometimes a slightly ambiguous statement can be more powerful than a direct one, allowing others to interpret it in a way that serves your interests. Listen intently. Make listening your primary mode of interaction. Encourage others to speak. Ask open-ended questions and truly absorb what they are saying. Master the pause. Silence can be a powerful tool. A deliberate pause before you speak can build anticipation and make your eventual words more impactful. A long stare or a slight smile can convey more than a paragraph of explanation. Let others reveal themselves. In negotiations or disagreements, let the other person do most of the talking. They will often reveal their desperation, their fears, or their true bottom line without realizing it. The danger of ignoring this law is that you dilute your power. You become predictable, easily read, and often easily dismissed. You sacrifice the aura of mystery and wisdom that silence can bestow. You risk becoming just another voice in a crowded room, rather than the one whose infrequent words command profound attention. This law is not about being mute or withdrawn. It's about intentional communication, about understanding the power dynamics of conversation. It's about recognizing that power often resides not in what you say, but in what you don't say, and in the strategic control you exert over your own words. By mastering the art of saying less, you elevate your presence, enhance your influence, and give your words the weight of gold. So, the next time you find yourself about to launch into a lengthy explanation, pause. Consider if fewer words, or even silence, might serve your purpose more powerfully.
Chapter 5. Law 5. So much depends on reputation. Guard it with your life. As we continue our exploration of power's timeless principles, we arrive at law number 5, a crucial insight into the invisible currency of influence. So much depends on reputation. Guard it with your life. Imagine a fortress. Its walls are strong, its defenses formidable. But what if whispers begin to spread that the fortress is actually weak, that its commander is inept, or that its supplies are dwindling? Even if these rumors are false, they can erode the morale of its defenders and embolden its attackers. This is the power of reputation. In the intricate game of power, your reputation is often your most valuable asset. It's the invisible shield that protects you, the aura that precedes you, and a perceived reality that shapes how others interact with you. A strong reputation can intimidate enemies, attract allies, and open doors that would otherwise remain closed. Conversely, a damaged reputation can cripple your ability to act, attract enemies, and lead to your downfall,
even if your actual capabilities remain intact. Why is reputation so potent? Because humans are creatures of perception. We often rely on second-hand information, on what others say, and on generalized assumptions to form our opinions. If you have a reputation for being trustworthy, skillful, or formidable, people will act accordingly, often before they've even had direct experience with you. Your reputation becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Consider the legendary reputation of figures like Alexander the Great or Genghis Khan. Their mere names instilled fear and respect in their enemies, often causing armies to surrender before a battle even began. Their reputations, built on past victories and calculated displays of force, did much of their work for them. Conversely, think of the consequences of a ruined reputation. In the French court, a nobleman who lost his reputation for honor or discretion could find himself ostracized, losing all influence and access to power, regardless of his actual abilities. Once a reputation is tarnished, it's incredibly difficult to restore. How do you build and guard your reputation? Build it actively. Don't wait for a reputation to form randomly. Cultivate the qualities you want to be known for. If you want to be seen as shrewd, display shrewdness in your actions. If you want to be seen as honest, be consistently honest. Strategically, of course, as per Law 3. Be consistent. Inconsistency erodes trust and makes your reputation seem unreliable. Strive for a consistent public persona. Associate with the right people. Your reputation is often influenced by the company you keep. Align yourself with those who have strong, positive reputations and distance yourself from those who are tainted. Attack others' reputations strategically. If an enemy has a strong reputation, finding ways to subtly undermine it can be a powerful move. Sowing doubt, revealing past mistakes, or exposing hypocrisy can diminish their power without a direct confrontation. However, this must be done with extreme caution, as it can backfire. Defend it fiercely. If your reputation is attacked, respond swiftly and decisively. Do not let rumors fester. If you allow accusations to go unchallenged, they can quickly take root and become perceived as truth. This might involve public denial, a strategic counterattack, or simply a powerful demonstration that refutes the claims. The danger of neglecting your reputation is immense. You become vulnerable to slander, easily dismissed, and your actual achievements might be overlooked. A tarnished name can lead to a loss of respect, trust, and ultimately power. People will hesitate to work with you, to support you, or to follow you, regardless of your genuine capabilities. This law teaches us that power is not just about what you do, but about what others believe you can do, and what they believe about you. It's about understanding the psychology of public perception and actively shaping it to your advantage. By carefully cultivating, protecting, and strategically deploying your reputation, you create an invisible force that works on your behalf, opening doors, deterring enemies, and magnifying your influence. Your reputation is not just a part of you. In the realm of power, it often is you. Guard it as if your very existence depends on it, because in many ways, it does.
Chapter 6, Law 6, Court Attention at All Costs. From guarding your reputation, we now shift to an equally vital, yet often misunderstood, aspect of power, the strategic pursuit of public recognition. Law number 6, Court Attention at All Costs. In a world brimming with noise and competition, fading into the background is a death sentence for power. If you are not seen, if you are not talked about, if you do not command attention, you might as well not exist. Power thrives on visibility, on being noticed, on being the subject of discussion, even if that discussion is sometimes controversial. The modern equivalent of this law is visible in the world of social media influencers, celebrities, and even political figures who understand that being relevant often means being constantly in the public eye. Why is attention so crucial? It creates a perception of importance. When someone is constantly in the news, frequently discussed, or always present in key forums, we instinctively assume they are important, influential, and powerful. It generates buzz and curiosity. People are drawn to what is shiny, new, or controversial. By strategically drawing attention to yourself, you pique curiosity and make others want to know more about you. It deters enemies. A highly visible figure can be harder to attack in the shadows. Their movements are watched, and any attempt to undermine them might be exposed. It attracts allies and resources. People want to associate with those who are perceived as successful and impactful. Attention can lead to opportunities, collaborations, and increased support. Consider the strategies of someone like P.T. Barnum, the legendary showman. He understood the absolute necessity of attracting attention. He wasn't always concerned whether the attention was positive or negative, he just needed people talking. He would use hoaxes, outrageous claims, and public spectacles to ensure his name and his shows were constantly in the public discourse. His motto could have easily been, "Any publicity is good publicity." By making himself and his ventures the constant subject of gossip and debate, he ensured a steady stream of curious customers. Another historical figure who mastered this was Queen Elizabeth I. She cultivated a highly stylized and dramatic public image. She used elaborate costumes, grand processions, and carefully orchestrated public appearances to project an image of power and majesty. She understood that a monarch's power was not just in their decrees, but in the awe and reverence they inspired, and that required constant, strategic visibility. How do you court attention at all costs? Become a spectacle. Do something memorable, unusual, or even shocking. Break from the mundane. In a sea of conformity, stand out. Cultivate an air of mystery. While attracting attention, don't reveal everything. Law 3. Combine visibility with an intriguing enigma. Associate with the sensational. Be seen with those who are already famous or controversial, or connect your work to events that are already generating buzz. Create controversy, carefully. Sometimes a strategic controversy can propel you into the limelight. However, this is a dangerous game that requires careful calculation to avoid a reputation-destroying backlash. Exaggerate. Exaggerate your achievements, your talents, or your impact. Make your story larger than life. The danger of failing to court attention is that you become invisible, forgettable, and ultimately powerless. In a world saturated with information, those who do not actively seek the spotlight are quickly overshadowed and forgotten. Your ideas, your talents, and your ambitions will remain undiscovered if they are not brought to the attention of others. This law is not about ego or vanity. It's about strategic survival and advancement in the modern age. It's about understanding that power needs oxygen, and that oxygen is attention. By mastering the art of being seen, of being talked about, and of strategically placing yourself in the public eye, you ensure that your influence grows, your opportunities multiply, and your presence is felt. So consider, how can you make yourself or your work undeniable and unforgettable? How can you cut through the noise and make sure all eyes are on you, at least when it matters most?
Chapter 7. Law 7. Get others to do the work for you, but always take the credit. We move now to a law that is often practiced, though rarely admitted, in the highest echelons of power. Law number 7. Get others to do the work for you, but always take the credit. This law speaks to the efficiency of power and the strategic importance of leverage and recognition. In a world where time and energy are finite resources, the ability to multiply your efforts through others is a significant advantage. This law isn't about laziness, it's about strategic delegation and the mastery of resource allocation. It's about understanding that the appearance of effort and the strategic claiming of results is often more important than the labor itself. Why is this law so effective? It conserves your energy. By delegating tasks, you free up your own time and mental resources for higher-level strategic thinking, planning, and networking. It projects an image of omnipotence. When you achieve great things with seemingly little effort, or by simply overseeing the work of many, you appear to be extraordinarily capable and efficient. It fosters dependence. If others are constantly contributing to your successes, they become invested in your continued rise, and you become indispensable as the orchestrator of these achievements. It minimizes risk. If a project fails, the blame can often be subtly shifted to those who did the grunt work. If it succeeds, the credit accrues to you, the leader. Consider the historical example of Thomas Edison. While credited with thousands of patents and inventions, Edison operated an invention factory where numerous brilliant engineers, scientists, and technicians worked under his direction. He provided the vision, the resources, and the framework, but much of the actual experimental work and problem-solving was done by his employees. Yet the final inventions bore Edison's name, and he received the vast majority of the credit and wealth. He understood how to leverage the talent of others to magnify his own perceived genius. Another striking example is the art world during the Renaissance. Many master painters had large workshops with apprentices who did a significant portion of the painting, especially background elements or less important figures. Yet the final masterpiece would be attributed solely to the master, enhancing their reputation and demand. The master provided the overall design, the unique style, and the finishing touches, but relied heavily on the labor of others. How do you apply this law ethically and effectively in the modern world? Delegate effectively. Learn to identify tasks that others can perform, especially those who are eager to prove themselves or gain experience. Provide direction and vision. Your role is not to be idle, but to be the architect, the strategist, the one who conceives the plan and guides the execution. Claim the result, not necessarily the labor. Focus on being the one who made it happen, the one who orchestrated the success, or the one who had the vision. While acknowledging contributions is good for morale, ensure the ultimate credit for the outcome rests with you. Build a strong network. Surround yourself with capable people who are willing to contribute their skills to your endeavors. Repackage others' ideas. Sometimes you don't even need people to do the work, but simply to generate ideas. Take an undeveloped idea from an associate, refine it, and present it as your own, or as something you were instrumental in bringing to fruition. The danger of ignoring this law is that you become bogged down in minutiae, exhausting yourself with tasks that could be better handled by others. You risk appearing less effective or less visionary because you are too busy doing rather than leading. Furthermore, if you generously share credit for every small task, your own significant contributions might be diluted and underestimated. This law teaches us that power is not about individual effort alone, but about the masterful coordination and strategic deployment of all available resources, including human talent. By learning to leverage the work of others, to become the brilliant orchestrator rather than just another laborer, you not only multiply your achievements, but also enhance your aura of competence and power. It's about being the conductor of the orchestra, even if you didn't personally play every note, ensuring that the symphony of success is ultimately attributed to your direction.
Chapter 8. Law 8. Make other people come to you. Use bait if necessary. We now turn to a law that emphasizes control, initiative, and the psychological advantage of making your opponents or collaborators move on your terms. Law number 8. Make other people come to you. Use bait if necessary. Imagine a fisherman waiting patiently. He doesn't chase the fish. He casts his line, attaches the perfect bait, and lets the fish come to him. This patient, strategic approach is at the heart of this law. In the realm of power, chasing others often makes you appear weak, desperate, and lacking in confidence. When others come to you, however, you control the territory, the timing, and often the terms of the engagement. Why is it so powerful to make others come to you? You dictate the terms. When someone approaches you, they are inherently in a position of seeking something, whether it's an audience, a favor, or a deal. This immediately gives you leverage. You appear in demand and confident. People are drawn to those who are sought after. If others are constantly coming to you, it signals that you possess something valuable and that you are a person of importance. It conserves your energy. You don't expend energy chasing opportunities or people. Instead, you position yourself as the magnet, letting opportunities come to you. It allows you to assess their desperation. When someone approaches you, their eagerness, their body language, and their initial offers can reveal their level of desperation, giving you crucial information for negotiation. Consider the strategies of Sun Tzu, the ancient Chinese military strategist. He emphasized positioning his army on high ground, forcing the enemy to attack uphill, thus expending more energy and revealing their intentions. This is a physical manifestation of making the enemy come to you. The higher ground provides both a tactical advantage and a psychological one. In a more diplomatic context, think of how powerful leaders often conduct important meetings on their turf. A president inviting foreign dignitaries to the White House immediately sets a tone of authority and control. The visiting party, having traveled to their territory, is implicitly accepting the dominance. How do you apply this law? Cultivate an aura of value. Ensure you have something that others genuinely desire, whether it's unique skills, valuable information, access to resources, or a powerful network. This is your bait. Make yourself slightly inaccessible. Don't be too eager or too readily available. A little scarcity can increase your perceived value and make others work harder to reach you. Drop subtle hints or rumors. Let it be known, perhaps through indirect channels, that you possess something valuable or that you are working on something significant. This can pique curiosity and draw people in. Create a sense of urgency, if applicable. If you have a limited opportunity or resource, making others aware of this can compel them to come to you sooner. Use a carefully placed agent. Sometimes having a loyal associate subtly spread the word about your value or a developing opportunity can draw people to you without you having to make direct overtures. The danger of ignoring this law is that you are constantly reacting, constantly chasing. You lose the psychological upper hand, appear less important, and exhaust your resources. By always going to others, you implicitly defer to their power and convenience, positioning yourself as the supplicant rather than the sought after. This law teaches us that power is often a strategic dance of attraction rather than pursuit. It's about carefully positioning yourself as the prize, the resource, or the solution that others need. By creating a gravitational pull around yourself, by mastering the art of the perfect bait, you ensure that you are always in control, dictating the terms of engagement and conserving your energy for the moments that truly matter.
Chapter 9, Law 9. Win through your actions, never through argument. Let's turn our attention to a law that counters one of our most ingrained human tendencies, the desire to be right, to articulate our superior logic, and to win a debate. Law number 9, win through your actions, never through argument. Imagine two people arguing passionately. One presents irrefutable facts, undeniable logic, and a perfectly constructed case. The other, however, simply dismisses these arguments, perhaps even becoming more entrenched in their original, flawed position. What often happens? The person with the better argument rarely convinces the other side.
Instead, they often provoke resentment, ego-driven defensiveness, and a subtle desire for retaliation. Robert Greene reveals a profound truth. Human beings are driven more by emotion and ego than by pure logic. When you win an argument, you've often just bruised someone's ego, making them feel foolish or inferior. They might nod in agreement in the moment, but internally they will harbor ill will and seek ways to prove you wrong in the future. Their pride will compel them to find fault in you rather than accepting your superior reasoning. Actions, however, speak a universal language that bypasses ego and appeals directly to reality. When you demonstrate your point through results, through visible achievements, or through a strategic maneuver that leaves no room for debate, you win without ever having to utter a single contentious word. Consider the historical example of Galileo Galilei. He tried to convince the Church of his heliocentric model of the universe through arguments, calculations, and observations. But the Church, deeply entrenched in its geocentric dogma, saw his arguments as a direct challenge to their authority. His attempts to win through argument ultimately led to his condemnation. If, hypothetically, he had found a way to demonstrate the heliocentric model in an undeniable, tangible way that didn't directly challenge the Church's narrative, perhaps the outcome would have been different. A more applicable example comes from military history. Instead of debating the strength of an enemy's fortifications, a brilliant general simply outmaneuvers them, captures a key strategic point, or wins a decisive battle. The victory itself is the argument, and it is far more persuasive than any speech. How do you apply this law? Focus on results. Instead of trying to convince someone with words, focus your energy on producing the outcome that proves your point. If you believe your strategy is superior, implement it and let the results speak for themselves. Be patient. Actions often take time to unfold. You might need to bide your time, work in the background, and wait for the opportune moment to reveal your success. Demonstrate, don't declare. Show, don't tell. If someone doubts your competence, don't argue with them. Simply complete a task flawlessly or solve a problem they couldn't. Use subtle influence. Sometimes actions can be indirect. By setting up situations, manipulating events, or arranging circumstances, you can guide others to the conclusion you desire without ever having to make a direct appeal or argument. Avoid verbal confrontations. Whenever possible, steer clear of debates, especially those that become heated or personal. They are rarely productive for gaining long-term power. The danger of ignoring this law is that you exhaust yourself in fruitless arguments, gain enemies, and squander opportunities. You might win a verbal skirmish, but lose the larger battle for influence and respect. Every argument you win can create a silent enemy, subtly plotting your downfall. This law teaches us that true power lies in efficacy and demonstrable success, not in rhetorical prowess. It's about letting your accomplishments do the talking, about presenting the undeniable reality of your results rather than relying on persuasive words. By consistently winning through your actions, you build an unassailable reputation for competence and effectiveness, making arguments utterly superfluous. So the next time you feel the urge to debate or prove a point verbally, pause and ask yourself, is there an action, a result, or a strategic maneuver that could make my point far more powerfully and without the accompanying resentment?
Chapter 10. Law 10. Infection. Avoid the unhappy and unlucky. As we delve deeper into the intricate web of power, we encounter a law that might seem harsh but is undeniably pragmatic. Law number 10. Infection. Avoid the unhappy and unlucky. Imagine you are trying to cultivate a thriving garden. You carefully tend to your healthy plants, but then you notice a patch of sickly, diseased growth nearby. If you allowed the disease to spread, It can quickly infect and destroy your entire garden. Robert Greene uses this powerful metaphor to explain the contagious nature of certain human energies and circumstances. This law suggests that unhappiness, misfortune, and negative attitudes are highly contagious. They can drain your energy, infect your mindset, and ultimately pull you down into their orbit. Associating too closely with those who are constantly unlucky or persistently negative can subtly erode your own morale, create obstacles in your path, and even attract similar misfortune to your life. Why is this infection so potent? Emotional contagion. Human beings are highly empathetic. We unconsciously absorb the moods and attitudes of those around us. Constant exposure to negativity can make you feel negative, anxious, or pessimistic yourself. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Unhappy or unlucky people often possess a victim mentality or a self-sabotaging streak. By associating with them, you risk internalizing these patterns of thought and behavior. Time and energy drain. People who are constantly in crisis or perpetually unlucky require immense emotional support and assistance. While compassion is important, a sustained association can drain your resources without providing any reciprocal benefit. Reputational damage. As we learned in Law 5, your reputation is influenced by the company you keep. Being constantly seen with individuals who are perceived as failures or who are surrounded by negativity can subtly tarnish your own image. Consider the example of Emperor Domitian during the Roman Empire. He was known for his paranoia and cruelty. Many who associated closely with him, even those who began with good intentions, found themselves caught in his web of suspicion, fear, and eventually destruction. Their lives became infected by his pathology. Conversely, think of people who seem to radiate positive energy and attract good fortune. By associating with them, you often feel more optimistic, more motivated, and more open to opportunities. Their success seems to rub off on you. How do you apply this law, not cruelly, but strategically? Recognize the patterns. Learn to identify individuals who are consistently unhappy, unlucky, or prone to creating their own misfortunes. This isn't about judging their character, but about observing their consistent patterns of results. Maintain strategic distance. This doesn't mean abandoning friends in need, but it does mean being aware of the boundaries. Limit your exposure to their negativity, especially when you're engaged in important work or pursuing ambitious goals. Surround yourself with the positive. Actively seek out associations with people who are enthusiastic, ambitious, successful, and optimistic. Their energy can be just as contagious as negativity, but in a beneficial way. Protect your mental space. Be mindful of the stories you listen to, the complaints you absorb, and the emotional burdens you allow others to place upon you. Be wary of rescuing. While a helping hand is commendable, consistently trying to fix or rescue chronically unhappy or unlucky individuals can be a bottomless pit that drains your own vitality. The danger of ignoring this law is that you become entangled in the problems and negativity of others, sacrificing your own peace of mind, your forward momentum, and even your opportunities. You risk having your own projects derailed by their crises, or your optimism slowly eroded by their pessimism. This law teaches us that power is not just about what you do, but also about the environment you create for yourself. It's about being a conscious steward of your own energy, your own mindset, and your own path to success. By strategically avoiding those who bring you down and actively seeking out those who uplift and inspire, you protect your power, cultivate a positive trajectory, and increase your chances of attracting good fortune. It's a reminder that sometimes the most powerful act is to carefully choose who you allow into your inner circle.
Chapter 11, Law 11. Learn to keep people dependent on you.
Let's now explore a cornerstone of long-term influence and security. Law number 11. Learn to keep people dependent on you. This law is about establishing your indispensability, ensuring that others need you so profoundly that they cannot afford to see you go. Imagine a critical component in a complex machine. If that component is unique, expertly crafted, and absolutely essential for the machine to function, then its owner holds immense power. Without it, the entire system grinds to a halt. This is the essence of making yourself indispensable. Why is dependence such a powerful tool? It grants security. If people depend on you, they will protect you, promote you, and work to keep you satisfied. Your position becomes secure because your removal would cause too much disruption or loss. It gives you leverage. When others need you, you can make demands, negotiate from a position of strength, and guide events in your favor. It fosters loyalty, of a sort. While not necessarily genuine affection, dependence creates a powerful bond rooted in necessity. Those who need you will be motivated to support you. It elevates your status. Being the sole possessor of a crucial skill, knowledge, or resource automatically elevates your importance and prestige. Consider the historical example of Cardinal Richelieu, chief minister to King Louis XIII of France. Richelieu made himself utterly indispensable to the young king, expertly navigating the treacherous waters of French politics, foreign policy, and internal reform. Louis XIII, though sometimes resentful of Richelieu's power, simply could not function without him. Richelieu had made himself the only one capable of running the state effectively, thus ensuring his power and survival, even when faced with plots against him. Another example can be found in a more modern context: a specialized technician in a company who is the only one who understands an outdated but critical piece of software or machinery. While the company might complain about the old tech, they dare not fire that technician, because doing so would bring operations to a standstill. How do you make yourself indispensable? Develop unique and valuable skills. Become an expert in something that few others can do, or that is critical to the success of your organization or group. Control vital information or resources. Position yourself as the gatekeeper or sole source for information, connections, or assets that others require. Solve problems others can't. Become the go-to person for complex, challenging issues that consistently stump everyone else. Become a master of details and execution. While others focus on grand visions, make yourself the person who can reliably and flawlessly bring those visions to fruition. Make your knowledge proprietary. Don't train others to fully replicate your unique value too quickly. Share enough to keep things running, but retain the critical pieces that make you essential. The danger of ignoring this law is that you become easily replaceable. If your skills are common, your knowledge is widespread, or your contributions are not distinctly vital, you risk being discarded when a more convenient or cheaper alternative emerges. If you teach others everything you know, you can inadvertently make yourself obsolete. This law teaches us that true power often comes from creating a necessary void that only you can fill. It's about strategically cultivating a skill set, a knowledge base, or a network of contacts that makes your presence indispensable to the success and stability of those around you. By making others reliant on you, you not only secure your own position, but also gain immense leverage to steer events in your desired direction. So reflect on your current role. What unique value do you bring that would make it incredibly difficult for others to function without you? How can you deepen that indispensability?
Chapter 12. Law 12. Use selective honesty and generosity to disarm your victim. As we navigate the complex landscape of human interaction, we encounter a law that reveals the cunning use of seemingly virtuous traits. Law number 12, use selective honesty and generosity to disarm your victim. This law is about mastering the art of psychological manipulation by lowering people's defenses. Imagine a predator in the wild. It doesn't always pounce immediately.
Sometimes it approaches cautiously, appearing non-threatening, perhaps even offering a seemingly innocuous gesture before striking. This is the strategic power of selective honesty and generosity. In a world full of suspicion, a sudden, unexpected act of openness or kindness can completely disarm a person, making them drop their guard and become vulnerable to your true intentions. Why are honesty and generosity such potent tools for disarming? They create an illusion of trustworthiness. Most people are predisposed to believe good intentions. A surprising act of honesty or generosity bypasses their usual cynicism and makes them think you are different, noble, and reliable. They appeal to basic human instincts. We are wired to respond positively to kindness and truthfulness. These acts trigger feelings of gratitude and reciprocal obligation, making people less likely to scrutinize your motives. They lower defenses. When someone perceives you as honest or generous, they relax. Their guard drops, their critical thinking diminishes, and they become more open to your influence. They buy time and access. A small gift or a seemingly truthful confession can gain you access to people or information that would otherwise be off limits, creating an opportunity for a larger, concealed maneuver. Consider the historical example of Ferdinand of Aragon, one of the most cunning monarchs in history. While ruthless in his pursuit of power, Ferdinand understood the value of appearing pious and trustworthy. He would occasionally offer concessions, appear genuinely concerned for his subjects' welfare, or make seemingly honest declarations to disarm rivals and garner support, only to pursue his true, often ruthless agenda behind this benevolent facade. His selective honesty allowed him to appear less threatening than he truly was, paving the way for his conquests. Another example might be a shrewd negotiator who, at the beginning of a tough negotiation, offers a surprisingly generous concession on a minor point. This unexpected gesture creates goodwill, makes the other party feel obliged, and lowers their guard, making them more amenable to your demands on the major points later. How do you apply this law strategically? Identify your victim. Who do you need to disarm? What are their typical defenses? Choose your moment. The act of honesty or generosity must be unexpected and carefully timed to have maximum impact. It should stand out against a background of typical caution. Make it seem genuine. The act must appear sincere. A contrived gesture will be seen through. Start small and strategic. The honesty doesn't have to be a full confession of all your secrets, but a revelation that appears damaging to you, but isn't, thereby earning trust. The generosity doesn't have to be extravagant, but impactful enough to create a sense of obligation. Follow up swiftly with your true agenda. Once the victim's defenses are lowered, execute your true intentions quickly before they have a chance to reconsider or become suspicious again. The danger of ignoring this law is that you constantly face people with their guard up. Every interaction becomes a battle of wills, and you lose the powerful advantage of psychological surprise. You remain predictable and therefore easier to resist. This law teaches us that power often resides in understanding human psychology, particularly the way people respond to perceived virtue. By strategically deploying acts of selective honesty and generosity, you can bypass skepticism, cultivate trust, and create an opening for your true intentions to unfold. It's about playing the long game, using warmth to melt defenses, and then, only then, making your decisive move. So consider, who needs their guard lowered? And what small, unexpected gesture of honesty or generosity could create the perfect opening for you?
Chapter 13, Law 13. When asking for help, appeal to people's self-interest, never to their mercy or gratitude. Let's now explore a fundamental truth about human motivation that is often overlooked in our appeals for assistance. Law number 13. When asking for help, appeal to people's self-interest, never to their mercy or gratitude.
Imagine you need assistance with a challenging project. You could approach someone with a sob story, recounting all the difficulties you've faced and hoping they take pity on you. Or you could remind them of a past favor they owe you, hoping they feel obligated. Robert Greene argues that both approaches are profoundly weak and unreliable. Why? Because mercy and gratitude are fleeting, often superficial emotions. People might offer help out of a momentary sense of pity, but their commitment will be shallow, their effort minimal, and their resentment likely to build over time. Gratitude is even more precarious foundation. People often resent being reminded of past debts and will seek to avoid the person they owe. They want to feel good about themselves now, not burdened by past obligations. Self-interest, however, is a deeply ingrained, powerful, and constant motivator. Everyone, at their core, is driven by what benefits them, what advances their goals, what protects their interests, or what enhances their reputation. When you frame your request for help in terms of how they will benefit, you tap into an irresistible force. Consider the historical example of Catherine the Great of Russia. She was a brilliant manipulator who rose to power through a coup. She didn't appeal to the nobility's mercy. She appealed to their desire for stability, their fear of rivals, and their ambition for greater influence. She promised them land, titles, and a voice in government, aligning her rise with their self-interest. They supported her not out of love or pity, but because it served their own strategic goals. Another vivid example comes from the world of business. If you're looking for an investor, you don't go to them saying, "Please, I really need this money to save my struggling startup." Instead, you say, "This is an opportunity for you to achieve significant returns on your investment, tap into a new market, and enhance your portfolio." You show them how your success directly translates into their success. How do you apply this law effectively? Research their needs and desires. Before approaching anyone for help, understand what truly motivates them. What are their goals, their fears, their ambitions, or their current problems? Frame your request as an opportunity for them. Position your need as a chance for them to gain something valuable, a new skill, a powerful contact, enhanced reputation, financial gain, or a solution to their own problem. Emphasize mutual benefit. Show them how helping you will create a win-win scenario, where their effort yields a tangible reward for them. Avoid emotional pleas. Keep sentimentality out of the equation. Focus on logic, practicality, and the clear advantages for the person you're asking. Offer a clear exchange. Make it clear what they will receive in return for their assistance, even if it's not a direct financial transaction, e.g., public recognition, a strategic alliance, valuable experience. The danger of ignoring this law is that your requests will often fall on deaf ears or receive only token, half-hearted assistance. You will be seen as a burden rather than an asset. You risk alienating people by making them feel guilty or indebted, which often leads to resentment and avoidance. This law teaches us that true leverage in seeking help comes from understanding the fundamental drivers of human action. It's not about exploiting people, but about aligning your needs with their motivations. By tapping into their self-interest, you ensure that their commitment is strong, their efforts are genuine, and the help you receive is effective. So, the next time you need assistance, pause and ask yourself, what can I offer this person that genuinely appeals to their desires rather than merely relying on their fleeting kindness?
Chapter 14. Law 14. Pose as a friend, work as a spy. Let's now enter the shadowy world of intelligence gathering, a realm where appearances are deceiving and information is the ultimate weapon. Law number 14. Pose as a friend, work as a spy. This law reveals the strategic power of covert observation and the psychological advantage of gathering intelligence while appearing harmless. Imagine a detective investigating a crime. They don't typically burst in, demanding answers. Instead, they might adopt a friendly demeanor, engage in casual conversation, and slowly piece together information without ever revealing their true purpose. This is the essence of posing as a friend while working as a spy. In the game of power, information is currency. The more you know about others, their strengths, weaknesses, intentions, and secrets, the better equipped you are to anticipate their moves, exploit their vulnerabilities, and achieve your own objectives. Why is this dual role so effective? It lowers defenses. People are far more likely to reveal intimate details, unconscious habits, and true feelings to someone they perceive as a friend or a harmless acquaintance. Suspicion is naturally lowered. It grants access. A friendly facade can open doors to circles and conversations that would otherwise be closed off to an overt inquisitor. It allows for covert observation. While others are enjoying your company, you are silently analyzing, listening for subtle cues, noting patterns of behavior, and piecing together a comprehensive picture. It keeps your own intentions hidden. While you are learning about them, they are learning little about you, maintaining your strategic advantage of concealed intentions. Law 3. Consider the historical example of Joseph Fouché, Napoleon's Minister of Police. Fouché was a master of intelligence gathering. He cultivated a vast network of informers, some of whom believed they were simply his confidants or friends, while he was meticulously collecting information on everyone, including Napoleon himself. He knew the secrets of the court, the conspiracies brewing, and the true loyalties of various factions. This deep understanding of the inner workings of power made him indispensable and gave him immense leverage. Another example might be a shrewd business competitor who attends industry events, appearing friendly and open, engaging in casual conversation. While ostensibly networking, they are carefully listening to gossip, observing subtle tensions between rivals, and noting any hints about upcoming product launches or strategic shifts. They are collecting valuable market intelligence under the guise of collegiality. How do you apply this law? Ethically and in a way that aligns with your values? Cultivate a friendly, approachable demeanor. Make people feel comfortable and at ease in your presence. Be a good listener. Ask open-ended questions. Encourage others to talk about themselves, their work, their challenges, and their opinions. Use active listening to draw them out. Observe body language and subtle cues. Pay attention not just to what people say, but how they say it, what they don't say, and their nonverbal signals. Listen for contradictions and inconsistencies. These can reveal hidden agendas or areas of vulnerability. Build a network of casual informants, people who in their everyday interactions can provide you with snippets of information without even realizing they are doing so. Maintain emotional detachment. While appearing friendly, your purpose is strategic information gathering. The danger of ignoring this law is that you operate in the dark. You are susceptible to surprises, blindsided by others' moves, and unable to make truly informed decisions. Without adequate intelligence, you are always playing catch-up, reacting, rather than strategically planning. This law teaches us that power is inherently about knowledge, and the most valuable knowledge is often gleaned through subtle, covert means. By mastering the art of friendly observation, by becoming a silent gatherer of intelligence, you equip yourself with the foresight and understanding needed to navigate the complex social and professional landscape effectively. It's about being the quiet strategist, always learning, always observing, and always prepared. So consider, how can you refine your listening skills and observational prowess to better understand the true dynamics at play around you?
Chapter 15. Law 15. Crush your enemy totally. We now arrive at one of the most stark and uncompromising laws in Green's collection.
Law number 15, crush your enemy totally. This law speaks to the ruthless logic of warfare and power, advocating for a complete and decisive victory when conflict is inevitable. Imagine two armies clashing. If one army merely wounds or disperses the other, leaving them to regroup and return stronger, what has truly been achieved? The threat remains, perhaps even intensified by a desire for revenge. Robert Greene argues that in the realm of power, a partial victory is often worse than no victory at all. When you choose to engage an enemy, you must commit to their complete annihilation, metaphorically speaking, to ensure they can never rise again to threaten you. Why is total crushing so crucial? Prevents retaliation. A half-crushed enemy harbors resentment and will seek revenge. A completely crushed enemy is neutralized and can no longer pose a threat. Instills fear and deters others. A decisive, overwhelming victory sends a powerful message to potential future adversaries, making them think twice before challenging you. Secures your position. By eliminating the threat entirely, you remove a significant source of instability and secure your power for the long term. Conserves resources. Prolonged conflict with back-and-forth skirmishes drains resources. A swift, total victory, though seemingly brutal, can be more efficient in the long run. Consider the historical example of Alexander the Great. When he conquered a territory, he did so decisively. He often burned cities to the ground, executed rival leaders, and assimilated the population, ensuring that there was no organized resistance left to challenge his rule. His victories were so complete that they became legendary, further cementing his aura of invincibility. Another example is the Roman practice of salted earth after defeating powerful enemies like Carthage. By not just conquering, but utterly destroying their cities and sowing salt in their fields, they ensured that Carthage could never again rise to challenge Roman dominance. While extreme, it perfectly illustrates the principle of total neutralization. How do you apply this law, again often metaphorically,